The forward end was the most heavily speckled, due mainly to the extensive remnants of a coppery hexagonal grid. With tangentic RI capable of travelling at over 15% light speed, a collision with a single pebble at that speed could result in catastrophic damage. So, in flight, the Ark-ship was protected by a plasma buffer, a cloud of electrically charged gas that broke up and absorbed any mass smaller than a boulder. It rode ahead of the Ark-ship, a luminous mushroom shape held in place by a magnetic field generated by the superconductor grid. Right in the center of the grid, aligned along the rotation axis, was the Ark-ship's spaceport. Although the concept was the same as the counter-rotating spaceports on Edenist habitats, the Tarathka had fashioned an elaborate conical structure made up from tiers of disks. Its peak disappeared below the surface of the rock, as if it were a kind of giant arrow tip which had impaled itself in some forgotten era. The larger disks at the top end had broken off centuries ago, probably when the magnetic bearings seized up. Those that remained were vacuum ablating, their edges fraying like worn cloth, while their flat surfaces slowly dissolved, reducing their overall thickness. With the last maintenance crew departing 13 centuries previously, the vast sheets of metal were down to a few centimeters thickness, and perforated by thousands of micrometeorite holes. Inoni was also relaying the image of the Ark-ship to the little exploration team, suiting up in the crew toroid's airlock prep chamber. Given the clandestine nature of their mission, Monica Fulks and Samuel were leading the team. There were only 2 technical staff coming with them, Renato Vea, who was Kempster Getchell's chief assistant, and Oski Katsura, head of the Lamil Project's electronics division. Their job would be to reactivate Tangentic RI's electronic library and extract whatever files concerning the sleeping god that they could locate. Tactical support was supplied by 4 sergeants, loaded with Ioni's personality. Kempster Getchell and Parker Higgins were also in the prep chamber, helping with the suits when they were asked, but mainly rehearsing mission goals with Renato and Oski. The formless black silicon of the SII suits had enveloped each of the team. Now they were busy clipping their rigid exoskeleton suits on top. They were using standard-issue Confederation Navy marine armor, generator-reinforced mono-bonded carbon with power augmentation. As sleek and featureless as the SII suits, they were designed for both asteroid and ship assault roles, capable of supporting and keeping the wearer active in high-G environments, and with built-in maneuvering packs. The team started to run integration diagnostics. Arm joints, bent and twisted, sensor inputs flicked through the spectrum. Monica, Samuel, and the sergeants ran their weapons interface programs and stowed the various items of lethal hardware on their belts and racks once the suit processor confirmed the connection. Oski and Renato started picking up their blocks and equipment kits. There were too many to hang on their belts, so they were both using small chest packs. Kempster held Renato's pack steady as it adhered to the armor suit. "I can't feel the weight," the young astronomer datavised. "I just have to balance right, and I've even got a program for that." "The wonders of science," Kempster muttered. "Mind you, I ought to be flattered. Commando raids to acquire astronomical data. I suppose that's a sign of how important my profession has become." "The sleeping god isn't an astronomical event," Parker chided irritably. "We're sure of that, now." Kempster smiled at the blank, neutral grey back of his assistant. Now he was ready, Renato datavised Inoni's processor array for an update on their approach. Tangentic RI's dilapidated spaceport was 150 kilometres away, and the Voidhawk sensor blisters had it in perfect focus. The large discs were separated by a single central column that appeared to be made up from hundreds of braided pipes. They were spaced far enough apart, 100 metres at least, to admit ships between them. Tarathka craft had used them as hangar floors, anchoring themselves to docking pins and plugging into the utility sockets. Now the discs were essentially flat sheets of decaying metal. Their thin lattice of ancillary systems had evaporated away, along with the rim. "We're not going to land on those, are we?" Renato Vea asked. "They don't look very reliable." Samuel used his suit's Bitech processor to datavise a reply. "Inoni will take us in under the bottom disk. We'll go EVA and try and find a way in along the spaceport support column." "It shouldn't be a problem," Monica datavised. "The archaeology team from the O'Neill Halo got in easily." 130 years ago, Kempster said. "The decay rate tangentic RI is suffering from could well make things difficult for you. The original route may be blocked." "This isn't an archaeology project, Doc," Monica datavised. "We'll just cut our way in if we have to. Decay should help us there. The structure won't put up much resistance." Kempster caught Parker's eye, the two of them registering their disapproval in unison. "Cut it open, indeed." "At least we have a basic layout file of the internal chambers," Oski datavised. "If we really did have to explore, I doubt we'd achieve anything." "Yeah," Monica agreed. "How come the Tarathka allowed that university team in?" "Wrong question," Parker said. "Why shouldn't they? The Tarathka couldn't understand our interest in the Arkship at all. You know, they still happen to abandon a house once the breeders have died. Well, tangentic RI is a similar case. Once something of theirs has ended its natural life, it becomes invalid, is about the nearest definition we have. They just don't use it or visit it again, and it's not due to the kind of respect we have for graves. They don't consider their relics or burial houses to be sacred." "Weird species," Monica datavised. "That's what they think of us, too," Parker said. "The various Lords of Ruin have asked them on several occasions if they would join the Lay Mill research project. Another viewpoint would always be valuable. It was the same answer each time. They're simply not interested in examining obsolete artifacts." Inoni folded its distortion field to almost nothing as it crept across the last kilometre to tangentic RI. The Arkship was rotating around its long axis once every 4 minutes, with only a small wobble picked up over the centuries, which said a lot for how well they'd managed the internal mass distribution, Syrinx thought. As a result of the minute instability, the spaceport was pursuing a small loop which the Voidhawk could match easily. They slid in under the bottom disk, which was only 70 metres in diameter. The short length of the support column which emerged from the disk's centre to burrow into the rock was 25 metres wide. "That lower disk must have been used to dock the Tarathka analogue of our MSVs," Syrinx suggested, "with the big interplanetary ships on the top deck." "That would be logical," Inoni agreed. "I wonder what they looked like." "Very similar to those the Tarathka use today," Rubin said. "They don't innovate much. Once a system is finalized, they never change it." "That doesn't make a lot of sense," Serena said. "How can you know when something is as good as possible unless you keep analysing and tinkering with the design? A bicycle is a good, efficient method of getting from one place to another, but the car came along because we weren't satisfied with it." "I hadn't really thought about it," Rubin admitted. "Now you mention it, 1,300 years is a long time to stick with one design. An awful lot more if you add their voyage time to that. We're still improving our fusion drives, and we've only had them 600 years. "And they're a lot better than Tarathka fusion drives," Oxley said. "We've been selling them improvements ever since we made contact." "You're applying human psychology to them," Rubin said. "It's a mistake. They don't have our intuition or imagination. If it works, they really don't try to fix it." "They must have some imagination," Kakis protested. "You can hardly design an Arkship without it." "Ask Parker Higgins," Rubin said. A slight tinge of defensiveness was leaking into his affinity voice. "Maybe he can explain it. I guess being slow and methodical gets you there in the end." Syrinx examined the twisted braid of pipes and girders that made up the spaceport support column. Following her silent urging, Inoni expanded its distortion field enough to pervade the dilapidated structure. A picture of entwined, translucent tubes filled her mind. The number of black crack flaws in the metal and composite was alarming, as was the thinness of individual tubes. "That really is very fragile," she declared. "Samuel, please be careful when you egress. It won't take much to snap the spaceport clean off." "Thanks for the warning." Inoni rotated gently, turning its crude toroid airlock towards the lead-grey shaft. Standing in the open hatch, Samuel's suit sensors showed him the stars slip past until he was facing the wrinkled mesh of metal. Even though it was basically just a frayed mechanical structure, it had a quality that told him it wasn't human. Neatness, he decided. It lacked neatness, the kind of confident elegance that was the signature of human astroengineering. Where humans would use fail-softs and multiple redundancy, the Tarathka built tough, simple devices in tandem. If one was taken out of service for repair or maintenance, they trusted the second to remain functional, and it was obviously a philosophy which worked. Tangentic Ari's existence and triumph was evidence of that. It was just reality, at one degree from human sensibilities. The Void Hawk's movement halted. Shadows plagued the hull, turning the marbled polyp a dingy walnut. Gravity in the airlock faded away as the distortion field flowed away from it. "This is as close as we can get," Syrinx said. "The archaeology team went in just above the bearing ring." The spaceport support column appeared to be holding steady just past the lip of the hull. Stars waved about behind it. Samuel triggered the cold gas jets in his armor and drifted out from the airlock. Gaps in the column were easy enough to find. The original close weave of pipes and structural girders had been loosened when the bearings seized up, opening a multitude of chinks, though it was impossible to guess which one had been used by the archaeology team all those years ago. He selected one 10 meters above the huge bearing ring set in the rock. Nitrogen puffed out from tiny nozzles around his slimline maneuvering backpack, edging him closer to the gap. It was lined with a buckled pipe on one side and a tattered conduit casing on the other. He reached out with his left gauntlet and made a tentative grab for one of the flaky cables inside the conduit. Dust squirted out around his fingers, and tactile receptors in his palm told him the cable had compressed slightly in his grip. But it held. His main worry had been that everything they touched along the column would disintegrate like so much brittle porcelain. "Okay, there's a degree of integrity left in the material," he datavised back to the rest of the team. "You can come over. I'm going in." Helmet and wrist lights came on, and he shone the beams into the black cavity ahead. When the column bearings seized up, the torque stress exerted by the spaceport's inertia had splintered hundreds of structural girders, ripping apart the multitude of pipes and cables they carried. The result was to fill the inside of the column with a forbidding tangle of wreckage. Samuel activated his inertial guidance block. Bright green directional graphics flicked up over the monochrome sensor image, and he eased himself forward. According to his suit sensors, the spaces between the interlocking struts contained a thin molecular haze from the slowly ablating metal. The chinks were becoming smaller, with fragments scraping against his armor as he hauled himself in the direction the graphics indicated. He pulled a 10-centimeter fission knife from his belt. The blade's yellow light shone brightly, shimmering off the strands of ash-grey metal. It cut through without the slightest resistance. "I feel like some kind of Victorian soldier aristocrat hacking through a jungle," he confided to the Inoni's crew. Scraps of crumbling metal were whirling round him, bouncing and twirling off the corners and angles of the shambolic maze. The second armor-suited figure had reached the gap, Renato Vea, who was quickly wriggling along after him. One of the sergeants was next, followed by Monica, another sergeant, then Oski Katsura. Syrinx and the crew used the sensor blisters to watch them vanish inside, one after the other. "Looking good," she said, sharing a quiet confidence with her crew. Parker Higgins and Kempster Getchell walked into the bridge and took the chairs Syrinx indicated. "They're making progress," Edwin told the two elderly science advisors. "At this rate, Samuel will have reached the main airlock chamber in another 10 minutes. They could be at their target level in a couple of hours." "I hope so," Tyler said. "The quicker we're away from here, the better. This place gives me the creeps. Do you suppose the Tarathka souls are watching us?" "An interesting point," Parker said. "We've not had any reports of our returning souls encountering a Xenox soul in the beyond." "So where do they go?" Oxley asked. "We'll put that on the list of questions for the sleeping god," Kempster said jovially. "I'm sure that's quite trivial compared to—" He broke off as all the Edenists froze, closing their eyes in unison. "What?" "A starship," Syrinx hissed. "Inoni can sense its distortion field, which means the Tarathka detectors will pick it up too. Oh, bloody hell." "I see you," the Striler gloated. Etchells hadn't realized that there was a Voidhawk accompanying the rogue Adamist starship, not until he swallowed in above Hesperi LN and started scanning round for the ship he'd pursued from the antimatter station. There was plenty of activity above the Xenarch planet, big sedate ships powering their way into high-inclination orbits, complementing the protective sphere thrown up by the SD platforms. The twin moons were sending out constant gravitational perturbations as they orbited round each other, 500,000 kilometers above Hesperi LN itself. A network of sensor satellites, an unusually thick band of dust slithering above the upper Van Allen belt. He had to move around cislunar space in small swallows so that his distortion field could complete a clean sweep above the planet. The Adamist starship was easy to locate, a tight curve in the uniformity of space-time. He focused on it, prying and probing at its composition by creating a multitude of tiny ripples within his distortion field, seeing how they reacted to the encounter, the diffraction pattern created as they washed across the hull and internal machinery. One thing was clear. It wasn't a Navy ship. The layout was all wrong for that, and Navy ships didn't have an antimatter drive. Its main fusion generators were shut down, leaving just a couple of ancillary tokamaks to power the life support capsules, and the biggest giveaway of all, its thermo-dump panels were retracted. It was in stealth mode. A Confederation Navy-sanctioned starship on a clandestine mission in the Tarathka system. It would have to be a very important mission to risk an interspecies clash at this delicate time. Etchells knew damn well it had to be connected to the issue of possession somehow. Nothing else would warrant approval. When he extrapolated its trajectory, he saw it was going to fly past a moonlet. He ran through a batch of his stolen almanac memories, discovering that the moonlet was actually an arc ship, abandoned over 1,000 years ago after a flight from an exploding star. His knowledge of Tarathka history was almost zero, although the fundamentals were there. But he certainly couldn't imagine any connection with their ancient ship and the possession crisis. A quick swallow maneuver put him 1,000 kilometers from Tangentic RI, hours ahead of the Adamist starship, and he began to examine it. That was when he found the stealthed Voidhawk lurking so close to the surface it was almost touching. His flush of achievement was tempered by continuing worry. What the hell were they doing here? It had to be important, critical even, which meant it was a threat to him. Among all his possible options, one thing was very clear. They had to be prevented from achieving their goal, whatever it was. "This is Captain Syrinx of the Voidhawk, Inoni. Who am I addressing?" "The name's Etchells, and I'm one of Capone's Hellhawks. Leave this star system immediately. We will not hesitate to use force to make you comply." "Tough bitch, eh? Well, give me a reason to leave. In fact, I'd like you to tell me what you two are doing here." "Our task is not your concern. Leave now." "Wrong. I think it has a lot to do with me." Etchells launched a combat wasp at the arc-ship, then immediately swallowed away. The wormhole terminus opened 100 kilometers from the Adamist starship. He loaded a hunter program into another combat wasp and launched it as he emerged into real space. As soon as Syrinx warned him a Hellhawk had arrived, Joshua initiated combat status. He knew damn well their cover either had been or was about to be blown. Lady Mac's main fusion generators powered up. The full suite of combat sensors rose out of their recesses. Combat Wasp launch tubes opened. Al-Kadnzu and Peter Adul hurriedly secured themselves on the large zero-tau-capable acceleration couches in the lounge. Up in the bridge, webbing tightened around the crew. "Wormhole terminus opening," Bollier warned. 100 kilometers. Joshua triggered the Lady Mac's triple fusion drives. That close wasn't an accident. The Hellhawk had their exact coordinate. "Lyle, maser the bastard." "On it, Josh." A targeting program went primary in his neural mnemonics. 3 of the starship's 8 maser cannons aligned themselves on the terminus and fired. The beams caught the Hellhawk as it slid out, and tracked it perfectly. At 100 kilometers, the inverse square law meant they couldn't kill the Hellhawk immediately. Joshua didn't care about that. He just wanted to force it away. Lady Mac could take a lot more radiation punishment than any Bitech construct if the Hellhawk wanted an energy beam duel. It didn't. A single combat wasp shot out of its launch cradle, curving round to intercept Lady Mac. The Hellhawk's harpy shape wavered and imploded into a narrow polyp ovoid, pimpled by steel-grey mechanical modules. It rolled frantically, trying to dodge the beams. After 3 seconds of futile maneuvering, its distortion field applied a near-infinite force against space, and an interstice blossomed open. Joshua fired 4 combat wasps to intercept the incoming drone, and changed course again. His crew groaned in dismay as they accelerated at 10 Gs. Space, behind Lady Mac's triad of dazzling fusion drive plumes, ruptured into a gale of plasma as the combat wasps ejected their sub-munitions. A curtain of nuclear explosions erected an impenetrable barrier, while particle beams and X-ray lasers lashed out. "I think we're clear," Bollier datavised. "Our combat wasps knocked out their combat wasp." Joshua reviewed the sensor data, which was calming as the expanding plasma wreaths from the explosions turned to purple, then began to decay through the spectrum. Stars began to shine through the squall of enraged ions again. He reduced their acceleration to 4 Gs, and switched course once more. "We just ditched our softly policy," Sahar grunted. "Yeah," Dahibai said. "Whoever possesses that Hellhawk knows their tactics. One combat wasp was never going to hurt us, but it made us expose ourselves to the ST network." "Not just us," Bollier said. The sensors were showing them another combat wasp clash developing several 100 kilometers away from Tangentic RI. "Syrinx, where the hell did it go?" Joshua datavised. "Could you get a fix?" "It's swallowed over to the moons," Syrinx said. Joshua already had the Star System's almanac file open. He reviewed the data on the twin moons. Airless rocks, 3,000 kilometers in diameter. If they hadn't been orbiting Hesperi LN, they'd be categorized as exceptionally large asteroids. "There's nothing there for it," he protested. "The Tarathka don't even bother mining them, the ore's so poor." "I know. We think it's just a good location for a tactical withdrawal at this point in time, and it'll be at least partially shielded from the SD sensors. The Tarathka probably don't know it's here." "Great. Did you manage to get the team in?" "Yes, they're in. But Inoni is now a holding station 100 kilometers out from Tangentic RI, in case the Hellhawk tries to swallow in and launch some more combat wasps. The Ark ship is very fragile, Joshua. It couldn't withstand a nuclear assault. That leaves us totally exposed. The Tarathka's sensors have already locked onto us." The flight computer reported that 3 radars were already focused on Lady Mac's hull. Shit! Joshua shut down the fusion drives and let the starship coast along. Their trajectory wasn't taking them anywhere near Tangentic RI anymore. "They're watching us too," he told Syrinx. "Now what?" "It's their move. We wait." The message came 8 minutes later, beamed at both Lady Macbeth and Inoni from one of the low-orbit docking stations. "Human craft, you are not permitted here. You have fired weapons above our planet. This is an act of war. Leave now. Do not return." "Brief, but not open to much misinterpretation," Ashley said as the message began to repeat. "I'm surprised they didn't put in an or else." "They just have," Bollier said. 3 ships on their way to intercept us. 1.2 G acceleration." "For them, that's really racing along," Lyle said. "The Tarathka hate high Gs." "Another 3 fusion drive ignitions," Bollier said. "1 heading for us, 2 aligning on Tangentic RI." "At least we're out of range from the platform's combat wasps," Lyle said. "That could have been nasty." "What's your assessment?" Joshua asked Syrinx. He started to run the Tarathka ship trajectories through some tactical analysis programs. While he was doing it, another 2 ships ignited their fusion drives and started to fly up on a course for the Ark ship. "I think the situation's still manageable," she replied, "providing it doesn't escalate any further." "Yeah, I'm working on that aspect. We've got to make sure the team can continue. You're going to have to stop that Hellhawk from coming back to Tangentic RI. We can swallow out to the moons and keep it very busy, but that leaves the team without protection. One of those Tarathka ships is bound to investigate the Ark ship. Even with their phlegmatism, they'll want to know what we're doing here. Leave it to me. I'll divert them. You get over to the moons. Acknowledged. Joshua lifted his head and smiled round at his crew. Oh, God, Sahar moaned with unfeigned consternation. I hate it when you smile like that. Cheer up. We're going to invade Hesperi LN. The rotating airlock chamber had survived the spaceport bearing seizure almost intact. Samuel cut through the wall and floated into the big empty space. His helmet lights automatically defocused, throwing their radiance all around him. It was a cylindrical chamber, 15 meters in diameter and 50 long. Stark, even by Tarathka standards. The walls were lined with a petrified sponge material resembling pumice stone, with thousands of regularly spaced indentations. Each one was just big enough to accept a Tarathka breeder's hoof. There were 3 airlock hatches at each end, large circular affairs with chunky electromechanical locking rims. Precisely halfway down the chamber was a bulging hoop, the rotating seal, to provide the Tarathka with a pressurized transfer from the Ark ship to the spaceport. Now, its working fluid had evacuated. Internal components were reduced to granular sculptures of their former selves. A technological cave etching. Renato Vea squirmed into the chamber with jerky motions, knocking large chips of the wall material from the edge of the hole Samuel had cut. Oh, great. Late era gloomy, he pronounced. They didn't exactly go in for frills, did they? I doubt a translator could even find an equivalent word, Samuel dativized back. The first sergeant was emerging from the hole, fracturing even more wall material as it came. There was an almost identical hole a third of the way round the wall, slightly larger. A matching opening had been made next to one of the airlocks at the ship end of the chamber. Samuel's gauntlets gripped the indentations in the desiccated sponge fabric, and he moved cautiously hand over hand towards it. This must be where the archaeology team cut their way in, he dativized. Wait. Yes. The suit sensor showed him a small plastic box fixed close to the jagged rim by a blob of epoxy. Narrow lines of red human lettering covered a third of its dark blue surface. Some kind of communication block. There are several cables running through the hole. He ordered his suit communicator to transmit a standard interrogation signal. No response. I guess the power's drained by now. Shame, Renato dativized. It would have been convenient to have some kind of communication net in there. We could probably power it up again, Oski replied. It's only a century old. The processors will be fully functional. Forget it, Monica told them. The Bitech processors can keep us in touch with each other and Denuni. We're not going to be inside long enough to justify getting cozy. We hope, Samuel said. With the whole team now in the airlock chamber, his helmet lights refocused into wide beams. He grasped the edge of the old hole and pulled himself through. The archaeology team had cut their way into a broad corridor that served one of the large jammed-up airlocks. It was a simple, square-section shaft sliced straight through the rock, with the spongy hoof-grab fabric along the floor, and pipes fastened to both walls. He barely did more than look round, when Syrinx announced the presence of a Hellhawk. She gave them a running commentary as the other team members emerged into the corridor. The Anoni is swallowing over to the moons to tag the Hellhawk, Syrinx told them. Lady Macbeth will distract the Tarathka. For how long? Monica asked. As long as possible, Joshua replied. Worst case, we fail completely. Their first ship should reach Tangentic RI in 53 minutes. Mark. That's no good. We won't even have reached the second level by then. I'll swap with you any time. Sorry, Joshua, that wasn't a complaint. How did that Hellhawk know we were here? Probably followed us from the antimatter station. Syrinx said, It wouldn't be too difficult. Thank you, captains, Samuel dativized. We'll try to be as quick as we can. If things get too hot, let us know, Joshua replied. We'd better get on, Samuel told the team. Every minute of lead time could be indispensable later. He ordered his backpack to fire the cold gas jets, and slid easily along the corridor to the first big airlock. Monica triggered her own backpack and glided after him. The corridor flared out around the airlock, which was a typical example of Tirathka engineering. A square of titanium, 4 meters in diameter, with rounded corners, edged with locking seals, thick, sturdy, and reliable, and vacuum welded into place. The archaeology team had solved the egress problem by cutting out a meter-wide circle of metal from the Tirathka slab and installing their own airlock. It was a simple mechanical hatch with frictionless hinges and seals. A chrome handle was half-recessed in the middle, with standard operating instructions stenciled beside it. Samuel secured himself and pulled the handle. His armor's power augmentation barely kicked in to help. The handle slid up and rotated 90 degrees. "One up to human engineering," Renato datavised as Samuel pushed the hatch inwards. "Not really," Oski datavised. "It's our materials science that makes the difference. The hatch was designed for long-term vacuum exposure. The airlock was built with regular maintenance services in mind." There was another corridor identical to the first on the far side of the airlock. One of the sergeants shut the small hatch after them. This corridor also ended in a big titanium airlock, with an identical human hatch inserted. Samuel pulled the lever up. Before he could attempt to push the hatch open, his suit sensors advised him of an environment change. "It's venting," he datavised. "Very small nitrogen release. Minute contamination. Pressure must be equalizing." "Open it," Monica datavised. "There can't be any real atmosphere in there. We're wasting time." Samuel gripped one of the titanium spars with one gauntlet and pushed with the other. The suit's power augmentation whined on the threshold of audibility. A whirl of silvery dust scooted around Samuel's armor as the hatch flipped back. "Just how many of these corridors are there?" Renato asked, as he air swam through, only to be faced with yet another blank rock shaft. His inertial guidance display showed him it was inclined slightly, heading away from the rotation axis, though there was still no appreciable gravity. "This is the last one, according to our file," Samuel said. The airlock at the far end had a human hatch in it. There was also a small plaque. "High York University, Archaeology Expedition of 2487. We respectfully offer our tribute to the generations of Tirathka who ventured forth in this vessel. In this place we have stumbled through the remnants of greatness, eternally thankful for the glimpse of nobility they reveal. Though the Tirathka have no god, they are clearly not devoid of miracles." Renato floated over to the silvered plaque after Monica moved aside. "Well, that's a nice way to start," he datavised. "The arcology expedition never found any reference to a Tirathka god." "We knew that already," Oski datavised. "Besides, I doubt they were looking. The only memory files they accessed were in the system's management architecture. We've got to go a lot deeper than that to find anything useful." Samuel shifted his sensors from the plaque to the hatch. "I don't think I've ever felt more like a grave robber." "There have been worse assignments," Monica datavised. "For you as well as me, I suspect." Samuel didn't reply. He grasped the hatch's handle and pulled up. This time there was a significant gas vent. "This is it," Oski datavised. "We're in. Terra-compatible nitrogen-oxygen mix. Several trace gases. 3% standard atmospheric pressure. No water vapor content. Guess it's too cold. Registering 30 degrees below zero." "Checks with the file," Monica confirmed. Samuel pushed the hatch open and glided through. The archaeology expedition had spent 6 weeks exploring the interior of Tangentic RI. Given the timescale, it could hardly be thorough. But the main sections were all mapped, allowing the nature of the Ark-ship's engines and environmental maintenance mechanisms to be inspected. Tangentic RI was arranged in 3 principal levels. Along the rotation axis were 3 long cylindrical chambers, 600 meters wide. Each contained a shallow lake, which served as the principal biological recycling system. The water was a combination fish tank, algal air regenerator, powered by a thermal lighting array strung along the axis. Surrounding that was an extensive warren of hemispherical caverns, linked by kilometre after kilometre of broad corridors. This level was devoted to engineering and flight maintenance. The caverns filled with machinery, everything from fusion generators to chemical filtration plants, cybernetic factories to mineral storage silos. The rear quarter of the caverns were all used to house support systems and fuel for the fusion engines. Encircling the second level were the 8 principal life support rings, tunneled out of the rock and lined with metal, like giant binding bands. They had a rectangular cross-section, 500 meters wide, 100 meters high. Their floor was a single looped strip of Tarathka tower houses, threaded by narrow roads of greenery, a computer design program's notion of urban pleasantries. "We need the third level, Ring 5, Oski datavised as soon as they were through the last airlock. "That's where the archaeologists found the control offices." A 3-dimensional map of the interior expanded into her mind. Her guidance block extended a glowing green line through the tunnels, linking her present location to Ring 5. The last airlock had brought the team into a standard-sized corridor that circled the forward end of the Ark ship. Over 100 other corridors branched off from it. Gravity was barely noticeable, taking several minutes to pull objects towards the floor. Monica used her gas jets to take her over to a clump of human crates stacked against the wall. The thin, freezing atmosphere had turned the white plastic a faint cream. She read some of their labels. "Nothing we can use," she datavised. "It's their camp equipment. Programmable silicon shelters, life support units, microfusion generators, that kind of thing." "What about lighting?" a sergeant asked. "Good question." Monica shifted position, scanning more labels. "Yes, here we go. Monochrome projectors, 300-meter illumination radius. I don't think they're self-powered, though." "Leave it," Samuel datavised. "We don't have the time." He fired his manoeuvring pack and started drifting along the corridor. The wall opposite the airlocks had archways leading away into the interior, their depth defeating his suit's sensors and lights. "There should be a lift here somewhere. Ah!" The 5th archway had a palm-sized plastic disc stuck on the wall beside it, a small lifelong beacon light in the centre. Samuel couldn't resist flicking it with a gauntlet finger as he went past. There was no spark of light from the beacon. Its tritium decay power source had been exhausted decades ago. His gas jets squirted strongly, steering him through the archway. 15 meters down the corridor was a lift door, a single panel of metal 10 meters long and 3 high. The team didn't even pause by it. There was a smaller door on either side, each heading a ramp that spiraled, DNA fashion, around the entire length of the lift shaft. One of them was open. It had a deadlight beacon just inside. "This should take us nearly a kilometre straight down," Samuel datavised. "At least it'll be a smooth ride once the gravity kicks in," Renato datavised. "Thank God the Tirathka don't use steps. Can you imagine the size and spacing?" Monica halted in midair beside the doorway and focused her suit beams through the gap. The downward slope was barely noticeable, though the curve was pronounced. She took a tube dispenser from her belt and thumbed out the first disc. Jupiter had supplied the little Bitech sensors, completely transparent discs a centimetre wide. Their affinity range was only a few kilometres, enough for this mission. She pressed it against the door rim. It stuck instantly. When she requested an affinity bond with it from her suit's Bitech processor, the disc revealed a fisheye view of the corridor, with the suits floating before the ramp doorway. "Pity we don't have a swarm of Bitech insects covering the interior," she datavised. Samuel didn't rise to the jibe. "But this'll give us plenty of warning. There's a motion trigger if anything starts moving around behind us." "Onward, then," Samuel datavised. His gas jets flared, pushing him along the ramp. Everyone's Bitech processor received Joshua's troubled hail. "I'm afraid you're going to have company," he announced. Lady Mac was accelerating at 6 Gs, 250,000 kilometres above Hesperi LN, and heading in a shallow curve around the planet's north pole. 2 5-strong formations of Tarathka ships were heading out to intercept, rising from their 100,000-kilometre orbits at 1.5 Gs. He wasn't worried about them, nor the 3 ships that were on course for the twin moons, to investigate the antics of the 2 Bitech starships. Another group of 4 ships were flying straight for Tangentic RI, 75,000 kilometres from Lady Mac. "Definite interception course," Bollier confirmed. "Looks like they want to know what was going on there." "Wonderful." Joshua grunted. "The only way to stop them is if they think we're hostile." "I think they know that already," Saha said, with as much irony as 5 Gs allowed. As soon as they'd accelerated along their present course, Joshua had launched 3 combat wasps. There was no real target designation, just the planet, and they were programmed to detonate 10,000 kilometers above the atmosphere if they managed to get that far. But the Tarathka didn't know that. All they'd seen was 3 nuclear missiles charging in towards their planet at 27 Gs, an unprovoked attack from a human starship that was continuing to maneuver in a hostile manner. Joshua changed course again, flying along a vector which would take him below the ships heading for Tangentic RI. Logically, a position he could bombard the planet from. Another 2 combat wasps flew out of their tubes, searing fusion drives thrusting them towards the 4 ships. It was a good tactical move, which almost paid off. 3 of the Tarathka ships changed course to defend themselves against the combat wasps and pursue Lady Mac. The 4th remained on course for the Ark ship. 13 ships heading right at us, Bollier confirmed. 12 ST platforms have also acquired lock-on. No combat wasp launch yet. Joshua reviewed the tactical situation display again, purple and orange vector lines flipping round inside his skull. Lady Mac was now heading in almost the opposite direction to the last Tarathka ship. There was nothing left he could do to distract it. The only option left was an attack, which wasn't an option at all. First he would have to reverse his current vector, which would take up a vast amount of time and delta V. Then he would have to fight his way past the 3 other ships with their potentially large stock of combat wasps. And even if he achieved that, he'd have to kill the ship to stop it rendezvousing. It was a bad deal. The Tarathka crewing the ship were innocent, just trying to defend themselves and their world against aggressive Xenox. Although, if you looked at it in an abstract way, they could well be all that stood between the exploration team and salvation from the possessed. Can you really allow a dozen Tarathka to bring about the end of an entire race because of what was essentially a communication breakdown on a multitude of levels? Joshua used the Bitech array to call the exploration team and warned them of the approaching ship. "We estimate it'll dock in another 40 minutes, he said. "Just how long do you need?" "If everything goes without a hitch, a couple of hours," Oski said. "But I would think a day would be more realistic." "A day is out of the question," Joshua said. "If I get seriously noisy out here, I might be able to buy you an hour or so." "That's not necessary, Joshua," a sergeant said. "This is a very big ship. If they do come on board, they'll have to find us." "Not too difficult with infrared sensors." "That's assuming a straightforward pursuit scenario. Now we know the Tarathka are coming, we can make that pursuit extremely difficult for them. And there is also the Horatius option to consider. We 4 are expendable, after all." "Our weapons are superior as well," Monica said. "Now we haven't got to worry about the hardware glitching on us. We can deploy some real firepower." "What about getting out afterwards?" Dahibai asked. "Advanced planning for a situation this fluid is a waste of time," Samuel said. "Let's wait until we have the relevant data before we consider how to achieve extraction." "Okay," Joshua said reluctantly. "Your call, but we're here if you need us." He returned to the tactical situation. Lady Mac wasn't in any real danger from the planet's defences. She was too far away from the Tarathka ships and SD platforms. At this separation distance, any combat wasp would take a minimum of 15 minutes to reach them. The starship could jump out of trouble long before that. "Right, let's keep these bastards busy," Joshua said. He instructed the flight computer to fire another combat wasp at the planet. Halfway down the giant spiral ramp, the easiest way to descend was to sit and slide. Black frost had coated the floor, sending broad tendrils scurrying up the wall like frigid creepers. Along with the others, Monica was bumping along on her bum as if she was on an après-ski glissade, gradually picking up speed and ignoring the total lack of dignity. Clouds of filthy ice motes were spraying up from where the suit was making its grinding contact with the ramp. Every now and then she'd hit an uneven patch and glide through the air for a meter. "Getting near the bottom," Samuel datavised. He was 2 people down the line from Monica, nearly obscured by the black particle haze. Suit beams were jouncing about chaotically, throwing discordant shadows across the walls. Monica put her gauntlets down to try and break her speed. They just skipped and skidded about. "Just how do we slow down?" she asked. "Manoeuvring, Pack." Samuel triggered the jets at full throttle, feeling the gentle thrust slow him. The sergeant directly behind bumped into his back. "Everybody at once, please." The ramp shaft was suddenly full of whirling, pearly white fog as ice granules and nitrogen blended together, boosting the air pressure. Suit lights fluoresced to a uniform opacity. Monica shifted to micro-radar as her speed slowed drastically. This time, when she put her hands down, she pressed hard enough to activate the augmentation. It allowed her to dig her fingertips into the sheet of ice, producing a loud, wince-inducing screech as they gouged out 10 straight furrows. She halted on a relatively flat section. Radar showed her the end of the ramp 15 meters ahead, and the other armor suits skating elegantly to a halt around her. The white fog vanished as quickly as it had emerged, sucked away back up the ramp and out through the archway ahead. They picked themselves up and scanned round. The ramp had come out at an intersection of 8 corridors. Beacons had been stuck on each archway. The ice along the floor of every corridor was slightly rumpled, like stone paving slabs worn by centuries of feet. Nothing else showed the arcology expedition had once passed this way. "This is where we should split up," one of the sergeants datavised. "2 of us will lay heat trails, while you head for Ring 5. Monica accessed the archaeology expedition's map file and integrated it with her inertial guidance block. Orange graphics overlaid her sensor vision, indicating the corridor they should take. She took another sensor disc from the tube and stuck it on the wall. "Okay, you two take care. They'll be here in another 20 minutes. Oski, Renato, let's go." The 4 humans and 2 remaining sergeants started off down the corridor, bouncing along in low glides in the 1/3 gravity field. Ione's quad mind started to melt away into 4 more individual independent identities as the sergeants separated from each other. One of her chose a corridor which the map file showed would lead towards a chemical plant of some kind. She drew a laser pistol and datavised it to a very low power setting, with an intermittent discharge varying over 3 seconds. As she walked forwards in long, loping steps, she began sweeping it in a short arc, keeping the muzzle pointed at the ground. Speckle points of warmth blossomed around her feet, never enough to thaw the ice, just to make an imprint. To an infrared sensor it would appear as if several people had walked along beside her. The darkness which contracted around the bubble of light from her suit lights was absolute, isolating her to an unnerving degree, a fact only slightly alleviated by affinity contact with her other 3 selves and Samuel. "My 3rd experience of life outside tranquility, and it's just rock tunnels not much different from Ayacucho, but a lot more oppressive, and that's without the possessed after me." The others in the team were feeling the same low harmonic of unease. Monica was leading now, a locomotion autobalance program keeping her movement smooth and steady in the low gravity. Despite the depressing surroundings, their easy progress was confidence-enhancing. She'd had a lot of misgivings about the whole mission, and this part most of all. In her mind, during the flight here, Tangentic Ri had taken on the appearance of a large chunk of debris, just like the fragments that made up the ruin ring. Reality was considerably better. Nothing was broken inside the Ark ship, merely neglected and cold. She could even imagine revitalizing the old Wanderer. If the fusion generators could be started up again, and power fed through the distribution net, it would be a simple matter for light and heat to return. "How come they abandoned us?" she asked. "Why not rendezvous with an asteroid and use it as a ready-made base for their micro-G industry?" "Because of the upkeep," Oski datavised back. "The whole thing is interdependent. You can't just keep a life support ring going and dump the rest. And it's big. Keeping it functioning would take too much effort for the level of return. They were much better off building smaller-scale asteroid habitation caverns from scratch. Shame. At the very least, the Tarathka could have made a fortune selling it as a human tourist destination. That'll be that famous phlegmatism of theirs. They just don't care about it." After 5 minutes they came to the first second-level cavern, a hemisphere 200 meters high, the walls ribbed by bands of tubes. There was a single huge machine in the center, supported by 10 3-meter-thick pipes that rose out of the ground to act as its legs. Another 10 pipes emerged from the top of the machine to vanish into the chamber's apex. The team stood just inside the entrance, playing their suit beams over the metal beast. Its sides were fluted with long glass columns, tarnished on the inside with heat-blackened chrome. Valves, coils, relays, motors, intake grids, high-voltage transformers, and pumps protruded from the rest of the edifice like metallic warts. "What in crass name is that?" Renato asked. "Access your file," Oski told him. "It's some kind of biological reactor. They bred a lot of organic compounds inside it." Renato walked over to one of the big pipes and took a look directly underneath the reactor's formidable bulk. The casing had cracked as the arc ship lost its heat, allowing ragged strings of some blue-green compound to ooze out all over the base. They'd clotted in hanging webs before freezing solid. Smears and stains of other liquids were splattered across the floor. "There's something wrong with all of this," Renato datavised. "What do you mean?" Samuel asked. "Just look at this thing." The young astronomer slapped his hand against the pipe. Even in the rarefied atmosphere, the suit audio sensors could pick up a faint clang. "It's like immortal. I can't imagine anything else occupying this chamber since the day they left their star. I know they'll have rebuilt it 100 times during the voyage, and I know they go for the brute strength engineering solutions, but I don't understand how nothing can have changed in 15,000 years. Nothing, for Christ's sake. How can you draw a line across your technology and say we will never develop anything that goes beyond this?" "You'll be able to ask them soon," Monica datavised. "Their ship will reach us in another 10 minutes. Look, Renato, I know this is all fascinating, but we really don't have the time. Okay? Sure, I'm sorry. I just hate unsolved puzzles. That's what makes you a good scientist, and I'm glad you're here to help us. Now, this is the corridor we want." Monica left another sensor disc on one of the stolid pipes and started walking again. Renato took a last glance at the ancient reactor and followed her. The two sergeants brought up the rear. "The Tirathka ship is definitely docking," Bollier said. "They've matched velocities with tangentic RI." "Bugger," Joshua grunted. They were enjoying a slight lull in the three-dimensional chess game that was the high-orbit diversion. Lady Mac was accelerating at 1G, sliding over Hesperi LN's pole at 175,000 kilometers altitude. 18 combat wasps were arrowing in towards her from every direction, a classic englobing maneuver. The closest one would reach them in another 4 minutes. At least a Hellhawk wasn't a current factor. Syrinx confirmed they were still chasing the Stryler round the two moons. "Lyle, break the bad news to the team, will you?" Joshua concentrated on the Starship systems schematic, ordering the flight computer to configure the hull for a jump. Somewhere near the back of his mind, almost in the subconscious, was a smiling astonishment that he could now be so confident about taking part in a space battle. Contrast his and the crew's calm responses and performance today to the frantic shouting and adrenaline-powered high-G desperation above Lalonde, and it was as though they used to belong in an alternative universe. The major difference, of course, was that he'd initiated this. He was calling the shots. "Dahabai, nodes charged and online. Ready to jump, Captain." "Great. Let's see how accurate we can be." He cut the fusion drives and initiated the jump. The watching Tirathka saw the dangerous invader vanish from the middle of their combat wasp swarm. SD sensors picked up its emergence point simultaneously, 50,000 kilometers from where it had jumped. Its fusion drive came on again, powering it back down towards the planet, presenting fresh danger to the population. The pursuing craft all changed course to resume their chase. A crackling smog of hot ions splashed across the front of Tangentic RI as the Tirathka ship finished its approach maneuver. Electrical discharges flashed along the remnants of the superconductor grid, burning off the fragile surface molecules in scintillating spectral fountains. The pilot hadn't bothered to rendezvous at a distance and nudge in towards the spaceport cone using secondary drives. Their flight vector was projected to bring them to a halt less than a kilometer from the arc ship, completely disregarding the damage the fusion drives would inflict on the ancient vessel. The ship was a typical Tirathka interplanetary craft, a simple cylinder 150 meters wide, 300 long. Unlike human designs, which were built round a load-carrying gantry, to which modules and capsules were attached as required, this had everything encased inside an aluminium hull, a basic, ugly workhorse of a ship, discoloured by years of exposure to the thermal and ultraviolet emissions of Hesperi LN's star. 4 big rectangular hatches were spaced equidistantly round its front end, while 5 stumpy fusion rocket nozzles protruded from the rear. When it finished its deceleration burn, it was floating parallel to Tangentic RI's spaceport, 2 kilometres out. Small chemical rockets flared around its edges, brilliant sulphur-yellow flames pushing the ship in towards the rotation axis. It started to turn at the same time, aligning its base towards the spaceport. The chemical rockets around its front end throttled up to maximum, and 2 fusion rockets ignited briefly. Their plasma plumes stabbed out, twin incandescent spears transfixing the center of the spaceport. The burn didn't last for more than a couple of seconds, nor was it particularly powerful, but the damage caused was immense. Metal and composite detonated into vapor, roaring out from the impact point. It was too much for the enfeebled spaceport structure to withstand. The entire cone of stacked disks snapped off close to the base, tumbling away. Individual disks tore loose, spinning off in every direction, spewing fragments as they went. One disk actually collided with Tangentic RI, crumpling as if it were made from paper before it started to rebound. All that was left of the spaceport support column was a shattered 10-meter stub sticking out from the rock. It was rapidly eclipsed as the massive Tarathka ship positioned itself directly overhead. 2 hatches hinged open, and several dozen pale ovoid shapes were ejected. At first they drifted as aimlessly as thistledown in a zephyr. Then puffs of gas erupted from small spouts around their crests, and they started to fly in towards the broken end of the support column. Hesperi LN's twin moons were not a hospitable location for spacecraft. Their clashing gravity fields had drawn in a great deal of cosmic debris since their formation, and continued to do so. Dust, sand, and smaller motes were eventually liberated by the solar wind, light pressure and high-energy elementary particles blowing them back out towards the stars. But the larger chunks remained, pebbles, boulders, entire asteroids. Once they'd fallen into a looping orbit, they were slowly hauled in over the millennia as the ever-changing gravity perturbed their new orbit. Ultimately, they wound up at the central Lagrange point, poised equidistantly between the moons. It was a cluttered zone over 100 kilometers across, visible from the surface of Hesperi LN as a fuzzy grey patch. In composition, it mimicked a galaxy, with the largest asteroids clumped together at the center, surrounded by a whirl of smaller boulders and stony nuggets. A place, then, where the use of combat wasps and energy beams was essentially impossible. You could stay within its fringes and observe your enemy waiting outside with impunity, providing you could ward off the clouds of dark, high-velocity gravel swirling endlessly around the periphery of the Lagrange cluster. Inoni's attempts to pursue the Hellhawk inside the cluster had come to nothing. After 20 minutes of dangerous slaloming and weaving, during which it gained barely 100 meters on the contemptuous Hellhawk, Syrinx had decided enough was enough. They were draining the energy cells at an alarming rate to maintain the distortion field, essential to deflect the hail of stone from the hull, and they would need that power later, no matter what the outcome at Tangentic RI. She told Inoni to halt and match the orbital vector of the surrounding particles. Once Etchells realized he was no longer being actively pursued, he also eased back and simply held his position. They were no more than 15 kilometers apart, though the only way they knew that was by sensing each other with their distortion fields. Visual or radar observation was impossible. "This is not a valid status quo," Syrinx told the Hellhawk. "There are 3 Tarathka ships on their way to us. You cannot stay inside the cluster forever. Leave this system." "Not a chance," Etchells said. "You've got to stay here with me now. That means I've won. You can't achieve whatever the fuck you came here to do, and your Adamist pals are in deep shit. They're neutered, too." "With reservations, I will accept that observation," she told him, careful not to let any emotional context slip into the affinity contact. He obviously wasn't aware they'd landed the team in Tangentic RI. All they had to do was keep him here until Oski and Renato had accessed the files. "String him along," she told the crew. "I want to monitor the spacecraft situation. We may have to move in a hurry." "Of course," Cakers said. "Reuben, get our new fusion generators online. I'd like Anoni's energy cells recharged as fast as possible. When we leave here, I want to be able to leave this hellhawk far behind." "Understood." Reuben ordered the processor array to begin the generator power-up sequence. The links between the second and third levels on Tangentic RI were mainly cargo lifts. Again, each of them was wrapped by the ubiquitous spiralling ramps. The exploration team had to engage their boot spikes as they made their way down one which led to Ring 5. Icy floors combined with the strengthening gravity provided a treacherous environment. There was a large airlock chamber at the bottom, with doors more suited to bank vaults than spaceships. But this had been the Tarathka's first line of defense against a breach in the upper levels. Their design philosophy had come into its own here. As tribute to that efficiency, Tangentic RI's caverns and rings still retained a tiny atmosphere after 13 centuries of disuse. A cache of human machinery was spread out before the door at the end of the ramp. A couple of micro-fusion generators, mobile cherry-picker platforms, industrial thermal inducer plates, hydraulic rams, and electromechanical actuators, all hooked together with loosely bundled cables and flexible hoses. The archaeology expedition had used them to reactivate the massive airlock. It was a quarter open, allowing them access to Ring 5. 4 small jeeps were parked just inside, standard airless planet mobility vehicles with large, low-pressure tires and a composite latticework chassis, ridiculously dainty in comparison to the engineering on display around them. Samuel went over and inspected them, flicking switches on the dashboard. "I'm getting a response from the control processor," he datavised. "There's some power left in the standby circuits, but that's about all. The main energy cells are dead." "Irrelevant," Monica datavised. She ordered her suit lamps to emit a high-wattage pulse, and readied the sensors. Her neural mnemonics memory froze the image when the lights flared. Buffer programs isolated the image for her to examine. Not even the suit's lights could penetrate the gloom right across the ring. As a result, the curvature effect was completely lost. She was standing in a metal cave, walls, floor, and ceiling made up from millions of aluminium alloy panels, heat-sealed to the naked rock underneath and welded together. Plants had been grown up the walls while the Arkship was occupied, vigorous creepers clawing their way along metal trellises. Their leaves were black and wizened now, dead from lack of water and light long before the heat seeped away into space. But the cold had arrived before they'd fallen in their final autumn, sprinkling them with frost, then freezing them into place against the dull metal tiling. The ring's ceiling had an analogue in human warehouse roofs, crisscrossed with thick pipes and sturdy gantry crane rails, giving the vast chamber an overtly industrial feel. Its illumination had been provided by thousands of large circular discs of smoked glass, which peered out of the gaps. "A winter wonderland palace," Monica datavised, "even if it was built by the devil's own elves." "How could they live in this, for Christ's sake?" Renato asked. "It's just a machine. There's no attempt to make it pleasing or hospitable. You couldn't stay inside all of your life. It would drive you insane." "Us," Oski datavised, "not them. They don't have our psychological profile." "I expect they would find one of our habitats to be equally disenchanting," Samuel said. "The Tarathka have arrived," one of the sergeants datavised. Everyone saw it through the sensor disk Monica had left up in Level 1, a flash of light from the airlock which led up to the spaceport support column. Large, jagged sections of the square titanium hatch flew into the corridor, rebounding from the walls amid cascades of ice chips to twirl away in both directions. The Tarathka emerged and began moving in a slow canter towards the entrance to the spiral ramp. They were in spacesuits, which made it hard to tell between breeders and soldiers. Although the SII had tried many times to sell them programmable silicon suits modified to their physiology, they'd resolutely stuck to their own original design. The body of Tarathka spacesuits was made from a tough, flexible plastic, a silvery blue in colour, like metallic silk. They formed overalls that were loose and baggy enough for the big creatures to slip into easily, with concertina-like tubes for legs and arms. After that, Instead of inflating them with oxygen, they were pumped full with a thick gel, expelling all the air. Given how many limbs, and therefore joints, a Tarathka body had, such a concept neatly did away with the problem of providing multiple pressurized joints on every suit. In order to breathe, they wore simple, tight-fitting masks inside the suits. Oxygen tanks, a regulator mechanism, and a heat exchanger were worn in a pack along their backs, with 2 black radiator fins running along their spine. Additional equipment was carried on a harness around their necks. "Looks like subtlety is another trait we don't share," Monica datavised. "They must have blown out every airlock along that first corridor to get inside. The sensor disk is registering a lot of gas motion in that corridor. They just don't care that Tangentic RI is going to vent its remaining atmosphere." "If they don't, we shouldn't," Renato datavised. "It won't affect our mission." "They're all armed," Samuel datavised, "even the breeders." The Tarathka were each carrying a pair of long, matte black rifles, with coiled leads plugged into power packs on their harnesses. Monica put an armaments library file into primary mode and let it run through the catalogue for a match. "Masers," she datavised, "fairly basic medium-output projectors. Our armour should withstand an energy strike from them, but if we get caught in a saturation situation, we'll be in trouble. And they're carrying other ordnance as well. I think I can make out some guided rockets and EE grenades on those harnesses. Human-built." "I wonder who sold those to them," Oski datavised. "I thought the Confederation didn't permit armament sales to the Tarathka." "Not relevant," Samuel datavised. "Come on, let's locate that control office the archaeology expedition found." Monica blared in her suit sensor's infrared visualization as they moved off. The Tarathka buildings materialized around her, tapering towers of a pale blue luminescence, like flame frozen against the empty blackness which stretched out along the ring. It was a cold necropolis, with every street and building identical, as if each section had been stamped from the same die and laid out end to end. Gardens of tangled plants besieged each of the towers, their entwined stalks caught in the act of sagging. Unrelenting cold had turned the vegetation as hard and black as cast iron. Fanciful leaves, strangely shaped flowers and bloated seed pods had all been reduced to the same sombre shade of charcoal. "Damn, those Tarathka can move fast in low G," Samuel datavised. They hadn't been walking 10 minutes, and already the Tarathka had reached the bottom of the first spiral ramp. A sensor disk showed one of them sweeping a portable electronic scanner over the floor, while the others waited behind. The group split into 3, following the various thermal trails. "I make that 18 coming our way," Monica datavised. "I think we've got 4 breeders. They're slightly larger." "I will return to the entrance," one of the sergeants datavised. "I will have time to lay several false heat trails before they reach this ring. That should split them again, and I may manage to close the airlock door. Either way, it will reduce the force that will ultimately pursue you." "Thank you," Monica datavised. The sergeant turned round and walked back down the road. "And then there were 5. Renato muttered uneasily round his respirator tube. "I only wanted to know as soon as possible what the Tarathka intended. The knowledge would certainly help her plan the kind of tactics needed to keep them away from the team." The 2 diversion sergeants had busily laid their heat trails, meandering between several of the big machinery chambers on the 2nd level. That was when she found that the map made by the archaeologists was not perfect. Several times she'd had to use her inertial guidance to work out where she was when corridors didn't correspond to the indicated layout. It was a factor to consider when she sketched in her possible escape routes. The Tarathka wouldn't suffer from such misinformation. Tangentic RI's exact topology would be known to them, passed down from generation to generation via their chemical program glands. One of the diversion sergeants was now hanging back from the archway that opened into a hemispherical chamber. It was a big space, occupied by what appeared to be a refinery constructed entirely out of glass. Colonnades, spheres, bulbs, and minarets formed their own miniature city, bound together with a tangled lattice of tubes. Individual containers were full of coloured liquids that had turned to ice. Cracks were visible everywhere. If heat ever did return to this chamber, the whole edifice would probably collapse. There were 3 other entrances to the glass refinery. The one opposite the sergeant was where the heat trail from the ramp led. Sensor discs on the corridor wall showed Ione the Tarathka advancing steadily along it. Ione waited. She knew her suit's heat signature would be visible to the Tarathka as soon as they entered the refinery chamber, shining with the tenacity of a red dwarf star against the Arctic corridor. The first Tarathka came in, stopped, raised the scanner it was holding, pointing it directly at her. Her suit communication block picked up a burst of encrypted data. The whole column of Tarathka came to a halt. Then 2 of them moved up to support the first. They immediately fanned out on either side of the chamber, reducing her target opportunity. "Damn," she said. "I think we can kiss the entrapment goodbye. The rest are waiting to see what happens."
"It was to be expected," Samuel replied. "They are soldier caste after all, bred for conflict. The breeders don't need to impart chemical programs of tactics among them. Such knowledge is instinctive."
The sergeant moved out of the shallow alcove which had been masking it. Ione was ordering the communication block to open a channel on the frequency the Tarathka were using when both the soldiers fired their maser rifles. The beams struck the sergeant's armor, almost overloading its energy dissipation web. She jumped, a movement enhanced considerably by low gravity and by the suit's augmentation. At the same time, she triggered the EE charges she'd placed above each of the chamber's entrances. Tons of rock descended in 4 separate avalanches, sealing the 3 Tarathka in. Ione climbed to her feet and focused the suit sensors back. The jump had sent her soaring 50 meters down the corridor, barely avoiding hitting the roof. Small lumps of rock were spinning and bouncing towards her in lazy motions. The sensor discs in the refinery chamber showed nothing but a swirling cloud of dust, while the others showed the remaining Tarathka retreating swiftly. They started to split up, vanishing down side corridors where there were no sensors to follow them. "The bad news is they're operating a shoot-to-kill policy," she said. "I guess they're not curious why we're here."
"That's to be expected," Samuel said. "You don't evolve an entire caste devoted to aggression unless you have a great need for them. The Tarathka social structure is based around a clan hierarchy. They are extremely territorial, and we're violating their oldest piece of territory in defiance of their explicit instructions."
"Yes. Well, at least you know what to expect when they reach Ring 5. Now I'd better get out of here before they pop up from some secret passage and shoot me." The control offices were a series of rooms bored into the wall of Ring 5, 1,400 meters from the spiral ramp. Simple open rectangles, plated in aluminium alloy, with the floor covered in composite. Each room was lined by bulky computer terminals, with twin rosette keyboards for Tarathka fingers. The walls above them were covered by long display screens to project the Ark-ship's engineering schematics and navigational plot. To all intents and purposes, this was Tangentic RI's bridge. According to the archaeology expedition, there was less frost and ice inside, which had permitted them to reactivate several of the electronic systems without much trouble. The control offices were on an independent environmental circuit, with a much reduced humidity level, and the airlocks were shut prior to the Ark-ship's final evacuation, so there was no contamination from Ring 5's damper atmosphere. The archaeology expedition had known the sealed rooms were important. They'd traced the Ark-ship's internal communication network and discovered the principal node was inside. With due respect, they'd installed their own hatches in the Tarathka airlocks, as they had up in Level 1. There was no worry about atmospheric contamination anymore, not with all the water frozen out, but they wanted to maintain the environmental integrity. This was the first human exploration through an artifact belonging to a sentient Xenox species. Ethics was a paramount concern, even though the Tarathka were indifferent to such matters. So, Monica and the others discovered, was someone else. The large titanium rectangles leading to the control offices had been reactivated and opened, swinging back against the chamber wall. Not only that, the safety interlocks had somehow been circumvented, allowing all 3 to be opened at once. The 5 suited figures stood in front of the opening, scanning round with their sensors. "This has got to be it," Monica datavised. "The human hatches are still here. The archaeologists didn't install them anywhere else." "Has there been another expedition since the first?" Renato asked.
If there was, then neither Earth, Jupiter, nor Kulu knew anything about it, Samuel datavised. I have to say that's extremely unlikely.
In any case, why not just use the archaeology team's hatches? Renato asked. We know their work. It must have taken a lot of effort to get these brutes open again. Oski stepped forward gingerly, using a handheld sensor pad to scan around the airlock rim. I can't pick up any electrical impulses, but this was opened very recently. There's still some very faint thermal traces in the surrounding structure. They probably had to warm the airlocks back up to their operating temperature to get them to function again. Monica resisted the instinct to whirl round and check the streets of the necropolis behind. Her suit's micro-radar was scanning constantly for any sign of local movement, but the Ark ship's chill had somehow managed to stroke her skin through the armor. How recent? She asked. Within the last 5 days. And not human, Renato datavised. Why do you say that? Obvious. If it was our species, they would have used the hatches the archaeologists installed. Whoever it was, they were too big to fit through them. It has to be the Kind, Samuel datavised. After all, they are partly the reason we're here. Ione and Kelly were right. Laeria was interested in the sleeping god, and this is the obvious place where information on it would be stored. They must have teleported in here not long after they left Tranquility, and simply opening the original airlock is the kind of elegance I'd expect from them. We've seen what the Tirathka do to doors that won't budge for them. Why not just teleport directly inside the control offices? Monica asked. They're extremely small on a cosmic scale. I'm guessing such an action would require impossible accuracy, especially over 300 light-years from Jobis. Could be. Do you think they're still here? Oski pointed her sensor pad along the short airlock tunnel. It's inert as far as I can tell. And our time is running out, Monica datavised. Let's get in there. The control offices were noticeably warmer. Suit sensors detected thermal concentrations around 3 of the computer terminals in the second room. This is the Astrogression Center, Oski datavised. One of our information targets. If we're to get a fix on the sleeping god's location, we ought to find it stored in here. Get started, Monica datavised. The sensor discs were showing her the Tirathka moving through the second-level chamber with the biological reactor. They'd slowed their advance slightly since the diversion sergeants attempted entrapment, treating each chamber with suspicion, never allowing more than 3 soldiers inside together. Even so, they'd be at the spiral ramp leading to Ring 5 in another 15 minutes. Oski and Renato knelt down beside one of the terminals and spread out their equipment. Monica, Samuel, and the last sergeant quickly searched the remaining rooms, then went back out into Ring 5. We should backtrack a bit and lay some false heat trails, Monica datavised. That will give us a few minutes more. I don't think it will, Samuel replied. By the time they get here, it will be obvious to them that we came for the control offices. Diversions won't work. We shall have to defend our position. Shit, I hope not, because this is a tactical lost cause. They can come at us from sides, and we don't have a way out. But we do have superior weaponry. Let's just hope we don't have to use it. Fine. And now we've actually reached the mission target, why don't we start thinking of a way out of here? The second diversion sergeant had rigged a 150-meter length of corridor. A simple enough entrapment. Wait until the lead Tirathka reached the EE charge, then trigger both of them. The length of the corridor should trap all 12 of the pursuing Xenocs between the rockfalls. But when the lead Tirathka approached the first EE charge, it slowed, and the others stopped. Ione cursed as it moved forwards carefully, waving its scanner round. She must have left an abnormal thermal trace in the corridor when she was placing the EE charges. The Tirathka consulted the scanner display a final time and pointed its maser rifle at the corridor roof. If the beam did wash over the EE charges' trigger electronics, the radiation would destroy them. Annoyed, Ione set off the EE charge, bringing down a 5-meter section of the roof. It didn't harm any of the Tirathka. They cantered back down the corridor and split up, presumably to bypass the blockage and pick up the diversion sergeant's heat trail again. Although without any sensor disk coverage, she couldn't be sure where they were. She started to move again, heading deeper into the Ark-ship's interior, certain they weren't ahead of her, at least. Oski was in her element. Worry about her physical predicament had vanished completely as she and Renato removed the computer terminal panels, exposing the circuitry inside. Tarathka electronics lagged behind current human systems by several generations, if not centuries. She hadn't dealt with anything this crude since her compulsory history of electronics semester while she was studying for her degree. Renato followed her datavised instructions efficiently, tracing the terminal's main power cable and splicing in one of the energy matrices they'd brought with them. Small coloured symbols ringing the rosette keyboard lit up. "Thank heavens they don't have any imagination," Oski datavised. "I'd hate to try and do this kind of thing on non-standard systems in the timescale we've got, but that's a null concept for the Tarathka. Which I still think is a paradox," Renato datavised. "Imagination is the root cause of all fresh ideas. You can't design a starship without it. It's the Siamese twin of curiosity, which they also don't seem to have much of. But probing your environment is a basic survival trait. You have to know if there's any kind of threat out there if you want to keep on living. Then you have to work out how to overcome it. I'm not arguing. Let's just save it for another time, okay?" Oski began attaching the processor blocks she'd brought to the data buses inside the terminus, unspooling long ribbons of fibre-optic cable with custom-built interface plugs on the end. The Laymill project had the specifications of known Tarathka electronic systems on file in Tranquility, of course, but she'd referenced the archaeology expedition's records to be sure. Tangentic RI systems were identical to those used today, even down to the size and configuration of the sockets. 15,000 years of standardization. Renato was right. This wasn't merely odd, it was downright eerie. The interface plugs clicked smoothly into their sockets, and the block datavised that the high-density photonic link had been established, which was ridiculous. She'd been waiting to apply a chemical spray that would have eased the plugs into place. It had been invented by her division to clean up optical contacts that had been exposed to the vacuum, dust, and general degradation of the ruin ring. They used a lot of it on the scant remnants of Laymill electronics they acquired. She put the spray canister down and picked up a micro-scanner. "I can accept that their electronics are in a much better condition than the Laymill modules we have," she datavised. "The environment here is so much more benign, and they haven't been abandoned as long. But this, Lucky, is absolutely impossible." The blocks finished assembling an iconographic display of the terminal's architecture. "The entire terminal is online. There isn't a single element not functioning. The Kint didn't just access this. They repaired the damn thing to full operational status. Some of these components are brand new, for heaven's sake." "How much of it is new?" "According to my scanner, it's just processors and some support circuitry. The memory crystals are original, which makes sense. They want the data stored inside them, just like us." "Can you get it?" "No problem." They already knew the Tarathka program language, and there was certainly no such thing as security protocols or codes to guard against unauthorized access. Before leaving Tranquility, the division's software experts had written customized questors that could examine all the information contained within Tarathka memory crystals. Oski datavised the first batch of pre-formatted programs into the terminus architecture. Some of them were hunting for distinct references, while the others were classifying the information according to file type. The pair of them accessed the questor results as they returned. "Well, it would have been too much to expect a direct reference to the sleeping god," Renato datavised. "No mention of an unusual cosmological event either," Oski observed. She studied the file index, seeing what kind of database they'd activated, and shaping the next batch of questors accordingly. "We have plenty of navigational fixes. I'm going to see if the questors can find a list of star fixes they used to align their communication laser during the flight. At least that'll give us an idea of their contact protocol with the other Ark ships." "Good idea. I'll see if any other Ark ship flight paths are stored in here. That should tell us what kind of spatial volume we're dealing with." The questors revealed several tens of thousands of star fixes performed to align the interstellar communication laser. 85% of them were performed during the first 6,000 years of the flight. After that, the number of communiques transmitted and received by the Ark ship dropped off considerably. During the latter stages of the flight, The star fixes were performed almost exclusively to align the laser on the 5 colony planets which Tangentic RI had established. With the fixes established, Oski began to search for associated files. "The messages aren't stored in here," she datavised eventually. "I keep getting a link code with all the laser alignment files, but it's to a different system altogether." "Do you know where it is?" Renato asked. "Not yet." She composed a new batch of questions and sent them probing through the terminal's basic management routines. "How are you doing?" "I'm pleasantly successful. The Tirathka built over 1,000 arc ships." "Good God!" "Yeah, quite. If they all travelled as far as this one, that gives us a phenomenal area to search through for their sleeping god. We're talking about a percentage of the entire galaxy. Small, admittedly, but everything is relative. Parker and Kempster will love this." The questers started to display their answers to Oski. Here we go. "The files we want are stored in some kind of principal archive. I've got the identification code. But it could be anywhere. We can't access anything from here." "Yes, come on. We want the office which dealt with the arc ship's general systems. We'll see if we can activate one of the terminals in there and call up a general schematic." The maser beam caught the diversion sergeant on its thigh as it was crossing one of the hemispherical chambers. Ione's response was automatic, a fast-powered dive behind a huge clump of machinery. The beam cut off as she fell behind it. Her armor's electronic warfare block had pinpointed the origin. The Tirathka was shooting from just inside one of the corridors. She loaded the coordinate into her weapon's hardware. A homing grenade shot out of her belt dispenser, curving over the top of the sheltering machinery. An EE explosion obliterated the corridor entrance. Another maser slashed across the sergeant's armor. Ione rolled quickly, swinging the launcher round. A second homing grenade eliminated the corridor the Tirathka soldier was charging out of. "They're moving bloody fast," she told her other selves and Samuel. "It was a good pincer maneuver." She used the suit's sensors to scan down the corridor ahead. No motion or anomalous infrared source was detectable. "You can't go back," the sergeant with Monica and Samuel down in Ring 5 told her. "You know they're behind you." "Yes." She unclipped a magazine from her belt and slotted it into her multi-barreled launcher as she walked over to the one remaining corridor entrance. 3 slender missiles were fired at 2-second intervals, streaking away down the lightless tunnel. The sergeant flattened itself against the wall. Each of the 3 missiles was tipped with a neutron pulse warhead. They detonated simultaneously, soaking a 500-meter length of the corridor with a lethal cascade of radiation. If there had been any Tirathka lurking down there, the neutron bombardment would have killed them almost instantaneously. Holding the fat missile launcher in one hand and an X-ray laser in the other, the diversion sergeant started to creep down the radioactive corridor. "Oski, progress report, please," Monica datavised. A sensor disk showed her the Tirathka massing at the top of the spiral ramp which led down to Ring 5. "We're getting a little critical out here. I'm in the general systems layout. Should have the archive location any second now. This is another terminal the Kint have refurbished. That must mean we're on the right track." "Oski," Samuel datavised, "please store as much of the layout as possible. It might help us to get out of here." "To get out?" Monica queried. "Yes. I have an idea." "I'd love to hear it." "One moment. Syrinx." "Yes, Samuel." "Are you making progress?" "Not as much as I'd like, but yes. Oski will start to datavise the information we have acquired so far to you and the Lady Macbeth, in case we do not get out." "There's still only one Tirathka ship at Tangentic RI. There'll be no match for Ione. As long as you can get back up to what's left of the spaceport support column, you'll be fine." "That may prove difficult. The Tirathka soldier caste are very capable, as the sergeants are discovering, and they know where we have to return to. An ambush would be easy for them." "What do you propose?" "Monica and I were both present when Dr. Mzu escaped from Tranquility." "Now, wait a minute," Syrinx protested. "I could do that," Ione said. "If the Udat can, I can." There was considerable eagerness in the Void Hawk's mental tone. "No," Syrinx said, instinctively protective. "Tangentic RI is a hell of a lot smaller than Tranquility. You'd never fit into one of the rings. But I would fit into the level 1 chambers."
That was what I was going to suggest, Samuel said. We ought to be able to reach one of them, and I doubt the Hellhawk could swallow in to harass you. Whereas if you came back here to fight your way past the Tirathka ship, it could certainly complicate the situation for you.
I can do it, Inoni insisted. Are you sure? This isn't just bravado, is it? You know I can, and we would honour Udat's memory by doing so. All right. Syrinx couldn't hide the pride and simmering excitement in her mind. Samuel, we'll attempt to pick you out from one of the axial chambers.
Thank you, Samuel said emphatically.
Oski and Renato were almost running as they emerged from the control office airlock. Their suit programs were having to limit the augmentation to stop them from hitting their heads on the airlock chamber ceiling. I've found the archive. Renato datavised the layout file over to Monica, Samuel and the sergeants. He's on the other side of the ring, a kilometre away. Move out, Monica datavised. Her guidance block was analysing the new data, incorporating it into existing files.
According to this file, there's a ramp up to the second level just past the archive, Samuel datavised. I'll blow the airlock hatch and we'll evacuate through there as soon as you've got the information.
Sounds good, Renato datavised. The five of them were skating along the lightless streets in long, low bounds, utterly reliant on the guidance programs. Nothing changed around them. At every turn, the wintered towers were the same ahead and behind, their infrared signatures identical. The Tirathka are on their way down the ramp to this ring, datavised the sergeant who was guarding the entrance. I've rigged the airlock. Do you want me to blow it? No, Monica datavised. Wait until they're all inside the ring, then blow it. You want to trap them in here? Renato datavised. With us?
Good tactics, Samuel confirmed. If we block them now, we won't know where they are, nor how they gain entry. But once they're in, they can't get out easily, and we can monitor them via the sensor discs. It gives us the strategic high ground.
A glimmer of infrared started to shine down the corridor ahead of the diversion sergeant, like an autumnal dawn. Ione stopped and slapped a magazine of smart Seeker missiles in the launcher, datavising the Tirathka profile into their processors. Suit sensors showed a similar infrared glow expanding behind her. Surrounded, she informed her other selves. Be warned, they really are making good use of their knowledge. A couple of neutron-pulse-tipped missiles were fired at the group behind her. She dropped a grenade and started to run forwards. Smart Seeker missiles sliced out of the big launcher ahead of her. The neutron pulses went off. She triggered the grenade, bringing down the corridor roof. Small EE detonations were flaring up ahead as the missiles punctured the Tirathka spacesuit fabric, burying themselves deep in the Xenok bodies before detonating. Infrared vision was wiped out in splashes of brilliant crimson. Still firing missiles. Something like a medium-sized cannonball hit her right leg. Exploding, she was flung violently against the ceiling, bouncing down against the floor. Internal bones snapped. Cracks multiplied across her exoskeleton. But the armor held, reinforced by the molecular binding generators. The diversion sergeant raised its head, dislodging various rocks which were lodged on its helmet. It moved its arms, actuators pushing hard against the weight of rocks holding its torso down. More rocks slithered off the armor. 2 soldier-cast Tirathka were bounding towards it. Ione waited until they were 15 meters away and fired a couple of homing grenades. The sensor disk by the spiral ramp up in Level 1 noted a rise in the thermal environment beyond its preset parameters and broadcast an alert. Visual observation showed 20 new Tirathka marching into the interior. Oh, God, Monica datavised. Just what we need.
It will take them 40 minutes to reach Ring 5, Samuel datavised. If Oski hasn't retrieved what we need by then, I doubt it will matter.
They were 50 meters short of the ring wall, passing the last of the towers. 5 sets of suit lights slithered erratically over the wall, kindling small refractive auras from the curtain of frosted creeper leaves. There, Renato datavised. Rather uselessly, he raised an arm and pointed, but the others saw where his suit lights had come to rest and focused their own beams on the spot. The airlock door to the archive was very similar to those of the control offices, and, like them, open. It's recent,
Oski datavised. Several faint infrared footprints, very similar to those at the control offices. Monica, you go in with them, Samuel datavised. I'll set the charges ready to open that ramp for us. Monica drew an X-ray laser rifle from her belt and switched her homing grenades to active mode. Feeling slightly more confident, she stepped through the open airlock. Oski and Renato had been issued with the same weapons suite as she, but not even full-field combat programs could turn a pair of academics into decent troops. She didn't have surprise on her side. Instead, she went for speed, flashing through the final doorway with sensor gain on maximum. Radar and infrared covered the whole interior of the archive chamber in milliseconds. The results filtered through her tactical location program, which declared there was nothing active inside. "You can come in," she datavised. The archive was substantially different to the control offices. A lot larger, a long hall tunnelled out of naked rock, with an arching ceiling 30 metres high. Despite having Tarathka-sized computer terminals and display cases, it was the most human place they'd seen in Tangentic RI. Principally, Monica decided, because it was instantly recognisable. A museum. 5-metre glass cube display cabinets were standing in regimented rows the whole length of the hall. The glass was fogged by grime and ice. When they shone their soot beams on the cabinets, the contents were visible only as intriguing dark shadows. From what they could discern, it was machinery inside. The outlines had too many flat sides and regular angles to be anything biological. Each line of cubes was divided into sections by broad areas given over to computer terminals clustered round a central hexagonal pedestal of giant display screens. Oski walked over to the nearest one. "These zones must be the archive's operating stations," she datavised. Her light beams fanned up and down the casings, then settled on the screens. "There's a plaque here." Neural Mnemonics put her Tarathka translation program into primary mode. "Atmospheric engineering," she read out. "They must cover different disciplines at each station. Try and find anything relating to navigation or communications." "Can you see if the Kind repaired any of the terminals?" Renato asked. "That would save a minute or two." "Nothing like that showing yet," Monica datavised. Renato walked along a row of the big cubes, annoyed they were all so opaque. The first station of terminals was mineral distillation, followed by thermal maintenance, then distillation mining. On impulse, he wiped the gauntlet against the ice on one cube, upping the brightness on his suit lights. It was a chunk of machinery inside. "These gizmos look like they're brand new," he datavised. "I'm not sure this is a museum. Could be they archived actual physical components, the ultimate template backup in case something screwed up in their electronics. Any kind of disaster big enough to eradicate their crystal memories would wreck these machines first," Oski datavised. "Besides, think how many different components there are to make Tangentic RI work. A hell of a lot more than we can see in here." "Okay, so it's just the really critical ones." "I think I've found it," Monica datavised. "This terminal has been spruced up, and it's still a couple of degrees warmer than the rest." Oski scanned her suit sensors round to locate the ESA operative. "What's the station?" "Planetary habitation." "That doesn't sound quite right." She hurried over to where Monica was standing, suit lights converging on one of the terminals. "The Tarathka are now in Ring 5, the sergeant guarding the ramp entrance datavised. "I am blowing the airlock behind them." Despite her high suit sensor resolution, Monica could receive no indication of the explosion. "Oski, we really don't have any more time to hunt round," she datavised. "Just get what you can from this terminal and pray the Kind knew what they were doing." "Confirmed." The electronics specialist knelt down beside the terminal and started working on the front panel. Ione was tracking the Tarathka through multiple observation points as they spread out through the streets of Ring 5. As soon as the airlock detonated and collapsed behind them, trapping the last two in the rubble, they had deployed in a wide sweep formation. The sensor discs were picking up microwave radar pulses from several of the soldiers. Their emissions helped to target the first batch of homing grenades which she launched, eliminating a further 3. Then they wised up to that and switched the radars off. She launched a swarm of smart seeker missiles, programming them to flit above the tops of the towers.
arrowing down as soon as they located a suit. The launch betrayed her general direction. Ultimately, another plus point. She was on the other side of the airlock from the control offices and archive, drawing them away from the exploration team. One of the sensor discs showed a soldier raise a rifle the size of a small human cannon. Ione started running, not caring about the lack of cover. A tower disintegrated behind her, the blast strong enough to create a rumble in the ring's near non-existent atmosphere. Big nodules of debris crashed into neighboring towers, shattering the brittle concrete. 3 of them toppled over, throwing up thick clouds of black dust, which surged along the streets in every direction, blocking vision in all spectrums. Monica followed what she could of the fight via the sensor discs. Nervous energy created a nasty itch along her spine and ribs. It was impossible to scratch through the suit. Even twisting round inside the armor was useless. There was nothing she could do to assist Oski and Renato. The pair of them had exposed the terminal's electronics, and were busy attaching their own blocks to the primitive components inside. Their fluid motions were bringing effective results. Little lights were flashing around the rosette keyboard, and the monitor screen was producing a snowstorm of green and scarlet graphics. She started walking round the outlying display cubes, alert for any other signs of keen activity. It was the one contribution she could still make, not that it would be a lot of use at this point. It wasn't until after she'd started on her second circuit of the planetary habitation station that her subconscious alarm grew strong enough to make her stop and take a proper look at what she was seeing. The shapes inside the opaque cubes were no longer nice and regular. With real unease replacing her anxiety now, Monica swiped her gauntlet over the crinkled, sparkling ice, rubbing a patch clear. Her suit lights brightened, converging on the cube. Visual sensors altered their focus. Monica took a half-step back, breath catching in her throat. Her medical monitor program warned her of a sudden, fast heart rhythm. "Samuel?" she datavised. "What is it?" "They've got Xenox in here. Xenox I've never seen before." She scanned her sensors across the creatures inside the cube, building up a pixel file image for the Edonist. It was bipedal, shorter than a human, with 4 symmetrically arranged arms emerging from mid-torso. No elbow or knee joints were apparent. The limbs moved as a single unit. Bulbous shoulder-hip joints hinted at a considerable articulation. All 4 arms ended in stumpy hands with 4 claw fingers, while the legs finished in rounded pads. The head was a fat cone, with deep folds of skin ringing a thick neck, which would permit a great deal of rotation. There was a vertical gash, which could be either a nose or mouth, and deep sockets that could have held eyes. "My God! Samuel, it's sentient! It's wearing things! Look!" She focused on an arm, where a silver bracelet was wrapped around the wizened caramel skin. "That could be a watch, I think. It's certainly technological. They caught a sentient Xenoc and stuffed the poor bastard for the kids to look at in this freak show. Oh, for Christ's sake! What are we dealing with here?" "You're jumping to some very wild assumptions, Monica. Then you explain what the fucking hell it's doing in here. I'm telling you, they put it on show. It must have come from one of the planets they stopped at." "You're in an archive, not a circus zoo." "Is that supposed to make me happy? So this is scientific, not entertainment. What were they doing studying it? It's sentient. It's not a laboratory creature." "Monica, I know it's shocking, but it isn't relevant to our current situation. I'm sorry, but you'll just have to ignore it for the moment." "Jesus fucking wept!" She spun round and marched back towards the terminal where Oski and Renato were working. Heat and anger kept her going for several paces. Then she stopped and scanned the cube again. Her suit lights refracted off the gritty ice with its dark, adumbrate core of sorrow and suffering. When they'd come on board, she'd wondered about Tarathka's souls watching them. Now all she could think about was the soul of the unknown Xenoc, lost and alone, crying out desperately for others of its kind. Could it see her now? Was it shouting its pleas for salvation from some obscure corner of the dreadful beyond, unheard even by its own deities? The medical monitor warned Monica she wasn't breathing properly. She made an effort to inhale in a regular motion. "Oski, how are you doing? I'm not sure. There are some files in here that look like communiques. I've just reverted to our fallback option. We're copying every memory to analyze later. How long? Programming is almost complete. It'll take half an hour to datavise all their files over to our processors. We can't afford that. I know. The Bitech processors can shunt the information directly over to Inoni and Lady Mac in real time. We just have to hope the Tirathka don't come in here and find out what we're doing until it's finished. That's a safe enough bet. I expect they'll be too busy chasing us. How the hell did they get up there? Ione asked. At least 3 Tirathka soldiers were cantering along Ring 5 ceiling gantries. The narrow metal walkways threaded amongst the crane rails and irrigation pipes were shaking alarmingly as the heavy bodies thundered down them. But they were holding, and they provided the Tirathka with a dangerously effective vantage point. There were now 6 separate smears of billowing dust blotting out entire sections of the ring, evidence of shattered towers caught in the increasingly brutal crossfire. Tirathka bodies lay everywhere, bleeding fluid and heat onto the cold alloy floor. One of the 2 remaining sergeants was limping badly, its suit leg crushed and almost flat around the knee, caught by a huge chunk of debris whose inertia defeated the binding generators. Several processors and hardware units on its belt were dead, ruined by maser fire. Worse, from a tactical viewpoint, only 1 Tirathka was currently stalking it. The remainder had moved away from the mayhem it had unleashed to chase down the remaining heat trails. 4 of them, including 1 breeder, were congregating round the open airlock into the control offices. "They know we went in there now," Samuel datavised. "The ones on the gantries will be looking for us," Ione datavised, "and they'll see us soon enough." "We've finished programming the file extraction," Oski said. "The data is being received by the starships." "Excellent. Get out of the archive. I'm about to blow the airlock. Ione, can you take out the soldiers on the gantries?" "I'll try." "At this point, you're not expendable to us. Okay? We're going to need backup to get out of here." "Understood. But only one of me will be able to keep up with you on the ramp." The injured sergeant raised its missile launcher and fired the 2 remaining Smart Seeker missiles. They soared off into the gloom, twin spikes of intense amber light, seemingly rising out of sight around the ring's curvature. It began to limp into the seething dust, heading back towards the archive. Searching round on its belt, I only found a magazine containing neutron pulse missiles. Only 4 of the 12 responded to a datavise. She slipped the magazine into the launcher anyway. When the others made it to the shelter of the ramp, she could then make life seriously unpleasant for the Tirathka left in Ring 5. Samuel and the last sergeant were waiting for Monica, Oski, and Renato right outside the archive. Monica's thoughts were still in such turmoil after finding the Xenoc that she didn't trust herself to say anything to him. "There's still 1 soldier cast left up on the gantry," Samuel datavised, "not that it matters much now." He triggered the charges he'd laid around the airlock. They were close enough to see the flash, a dazzling ripple of pure white light that burst across the ring, fading fast. Samuel started running straight at it. They only had 150 meters to go. He datavised instructions to the others, who activated their rocket launchers. A semicircle of towers fell in unison as the missiles pulverized their ground floors. Dust strangled the thin plumes of potent flame, sending out a curtain of impenetrable darkness that fountained straight upwards. The airlock leading to the ramp had been wrenched to one side by the charges Samuel had laid around its rim, buckling the thick slab of titanium like so much plastic sheeting. A tide of rock had spewed out of the gap, narrowing it still further. His boots dislodged small, loose fragments as he scrambled up. There was enough space to pass through, providing he turned sideways. As soon as he was on the other side, he started slapping EE charges on the walls. Monica and the others wriggled through the gap, with the sergeant bringing up the rear. 18 combat wasps were closing on Lady Mac. The 3rd time in an hour, Hesperi LN's defences had launched such a salvo at them. Each time, Lady Mac had simply jumped away, before any of them were in range, leaving the drones to search round helplessly for their target. "Good job the Tirathka never met anything hostile when they were on their voyage here," Joshua remarked. "I mean, Jesus, they are absolutely crap at space warfare. Why do they keep firing salvos when we're far enough above the planet to jump?" "They're lulling us into complacency," Ashley said cheerfully.
They've worked out roughly where we've got to emerge next time, and they've flown their superweapon there, ready to zap us. Nope. Keeping the jump emergence coordinate as a random variable is file 1 in the combat manual. They wouldn't have a superweapon anyway, Lyle said. Building stuff like that takes inventive flair, and they just ain't got it. They do seem to be very dogmatic, Daibai said. As they haven't got a combat-capable starship to field against us, their options are limited. Limited, yes, Joshua agreed, but not to one. He studied the tactical display. The nearest combat wasp would be close enough to start deploying submunitions in another 2 minutes. Stand by for jump. Saha, how's the memory dump coming on? No problems, Joshua. The Bitech array is accepting the load. Great. Let's hope there's something useful in there. He cut the fusion drives, holding the starship stable with ion thrusters. The flight computer showed him the energy patterning node status as the combat sensors retracted. Here we go. They emerged 40,000 kilometers from the combat wasp swarm. Hesperi LN's SD network took nearly 3 minutes to acquire lock-on. Are you launching another combat wasp? Lyle asked. Not yet, Joshua said. He datavised the Bitech array for a link to the exploration team. Where are you? Coming up to level 2, Monica replied. The ramp is sealed behind us, so if we don't get ambushed, we'll be at level 1 in another 12 minutes. Okay, thanks, Monica. Syrinx, we'd better start finalising our next move. Agreed. We must assume the Black Hawk will try and follow us again. I can throw it off with multiple consecutive jumps. Can you do something similar? No problem. Designate a rendezvous coordinate. That's trickier. This bloody diversionary battle has screwed around with our vector. I can get a rough alignment on the second planet with a small burn. We'll slingshot around it, and realign on the Orion Nebula. After that, we can lose the Hellhawk. Very well. Inoni will swallow out to the second planet as soon as we've picked the team up. See you there. The second-level cavern housed a gigantic fusion generator, 3 pale metal spheres standing one on top of the other, 80 meters high. Arching buttresses of pipes and cables were wrapped around the main section like mechanized viaducts, sinking away into the walls and floor. A quintet of heat exchangers surrounded it. Fluids had leaked from their valves and feed tube junctions, dribbling down the casings to solidify in colourful multi-layered ribbons. The cavern's irradiated rock kicked off datavised Geiger warnings as soon as the exploration team bounded in from one of the corridors. This is it, Samuel datavised, our shortcut. It will be very short with this radiation level if we're not careful, Monica datavised. This is as bad as a fission core meltdown. What kind of fuel did they use? Heaven only knows. Samuel scanned his sensors across the pipes that disappeared into the curving apex overhead. Any of those 3. His suit's tactical program datavised the designation icon to the others, highlighting the pipe he'd chosen. According to the file Oski pulled from the control offices, it's a thermal gas duct. The exchangers transferred some of their heat along it to keep the level 1 lakes warm. It's an express route, straight there. All we have to do is slice it open. Monica didn't argue with him, despite the sudden doubts. She'd stayed with Oski and Renato in the archive, leaving details of their withdrawal to Samuel. That was teamwork, and it was as though he'd been her partner forever. They knew they could rely on each other now. She took the stumpy laser rifle from her belt, datavised its control processor for a continual burn, and lined it up on the pipe he'd designated. 5 ruby-red beams stabbed out, puncturing the pipe. Bright molten metal droplets drizzled down slowly, losing their radiance before they reached the ground. Monica's radar caught the movement just before the maser beam hit her suit. A couple of homing grenades fired immediately from her dispenser, looping through the 3-dimensional maze of pipes to smash the corridor entrance where the Tarathka soldier was lurking. Backwash from the EE blast rolled her across the ground to clang against the base of a heat exchanger. Her infrared sensor caught a blur of motion away on the other side of the chamber. Radar was useless. There was too much machinery in the way. "They're in," she warned. "Oski, Renato, finish cutting the pipe open," Samuel ordered. "We'll take care of them." One of the Tarathka cannon fired, blowing a hole in the side of the fusion generator. Monica grabbed her missile launcher and fired off a pair of smart seekers. Samuel was kangaroo jumping up the side of a heat exchanger.
Homing grenades spat out of his dispenser, zipping away to pummel the corridor entrances. Maser beams slashed at him. Monica's sensors triangulated their origin, and she launched more smart seekers in retaliation. Explosions ripped round the chamber as the corridor entrances were closed. "Pipes open!" Oski datavised. "Go straight in," Samuel datavised. "We'll cover you." Monica dived under a buttress, scanning at ground level. The lower section of 4 hot Tirathka spacesuit legs were visible ahead of her, below a coil-wound beam. She chopped them with the laser, slashing straight through the fabric. Large globs of weird purple gel burped out, oscillating wildly as they bounced off the floor and machinery. The Tirathka stumbled and fell. Monica slid the laser along its flank. A tidal wave of gel blobs erupted. Then the body went into explosive decompression. Oski's manoeuvring pack fired at full power, lifting her towards the apex of the cavern. Every suppressor program she had that could squash down on her fear was in primary mode. They must have worked. She was quietly delighted at how calmly she was reacting to being shot at. Guidance programs bent her flight around the clutter of arching pipes as she rose higher and higher. She actually passed a 2-meter section of the pipe on her way up, its edges still glowing pink as it tumbled end over end. A maser beam struck her legs. The suit's tactical program shot a homing grenade down in response. Then she was concentrating solely on her flight, arrowing for the gaping hole they'd sliced in the pipe. Its rim flashed past her, catching her shoulder and scraping along her arms. Then she was completely inside. Radar was the only sense which functioned in here, showing a rigid, featureless tube stretching out above her for nearly 300 meters. Her maneuvering pack thrusters throttled down, slowing her to a less reckless speed as the gravity dropped off. A second armor suit slid into the pipe below her. "Hell of an escape route," Renato datavised. Etchells had no warning that the Anoni was going to swallow away from the Twin Moons. The crew was still boring him crazy with their promises and propaganda when it happened. But he felt it go, a massive tear in the uniformity of his distortion field. "What are you doing?" he asked. The Tirathka ships were still hours away. "We're leaving now," Reuben said. "Why don't you go home? Think about what we've been saying." There was a momentary lapse in the affinity contact. Etchells observed the amount of energy Anoni applied to open the wormhole interstice, determining the terminus location. They had returned to that damn arc ship. "Why are you here?" he demanded. "What's so special about that ship?" "If you join our efforts to solve this crisis, then such questions will be answered for you," Syrinx said. "Fuck your psychobabble bullshit." He sent the energy flashing through his patterning cells, uncomfortably aware of how much he had expended in warding off impacts from the Lagrange point particles. A wormhole opened, and he dived down it, emerging into real space again, barely 20 kilometers from the arc ship. The Anoni was probing the ancient vessel very thoroughly with its distortion field, an act which Etchells didn't understand, and the large Tirathka ship was firing its secondary drive, moving up from its holding position at the front of Tangentic RI. Etchells didn't really want to go into combat against the Xenox at this point, especially not with uncertain allies like the Edenists. Anoni was performing another swallow maneuver. "You can't elude me," Etchells said. "Fine," Syrinx replied with icy superiority. "Follow us in, then." Etchells derived the Void Hawk's wormhole terminus, which was impossible. They were swallowing inside the arc ship. There were cavities in there. He could feel them, tenuous bubbles within the hard rock. So very small. He didn't dare. That kind of accuracy was staggering. The Tirathka ship had risen above the arc ship's horizon. It launched 15 combat wasps straight at him. He swallowed away, fast. The Level 1 cavern was quickly and silently saturated with light, revealing the cyclorama of frozen water. Ripples and waves were caught in mid-swell, drained of colour as they had been of heat. The endocarps were different, flat cliffs of rock, rimmed with ledges of metal just above the ice. One of them boasted a tiny pinprick of warmth. 5 armour-suited figures hovered in front of it, watching the light source expand. Twisted fragments of starlight threaded through the length of the wormhole to spray out at random. There was no other indication of the terminus opening. As the light dimmed, it shone across Inoni's marbled blue hull, glinting off the crew toroid. The huge Voidhawk swept round the lake's curvature towards the exploration team, skirting the rickety old axial gantry with simple grace.
"You've no idea how good it is to see you,"
Samuel said, accompanying the statement with a wash of gratitude and relief.
"You too,"
Inoni replied.
"I knew I could do this."
Etchells conceded defeat. He wasn't going to find out why the two starships had come here. Not now. Inoni was inside the arc ship for less than 5 minutes before swallowing away again. Its wormhole terminus opened out above the star system's second planet. The Adamist ship jumped there as well. Etchells joined them at a non-threatening distance, observing the Adamist ship fly round the planet on a tight slingshot trajectory. When it jumped, Etchells tried to follow, but it must have used multiple consecutive jumps, because he couldn't find it anywhere near the emergence coordinate. With his energy patterning cells badly depleted and his nutrient reserve getting low, he began the long, lonely trip back to New California. It was time to hand the whole problem over to Kira and Capone. 14. Candles shaped like dark lily pads bobbed about over the bathwater, never managing to touch the two bodies resting in the middle. Several of them had become mired in the bergs of apple-scented bubbles, their wicks sizzling as the flames struggled to stay alight. More candles were flickering gamely along the bath's marbled rim, 1/2 a metre tall. They were cemented into place by thick rivulets of wax. As the only source of light in the sweet, dilapidated bathroom, their weak yellow flickers bestowed an appropriately dingy appearance. For years, the Chatsworth had been one of central Edmonton's most renowned 5-star hotels, attracting the wealthy and the famous. But successive changes of management and ownership had seen it decay badly over the last 2 decades, as too much of its cash flow had been diverted from maintaining standards to inflating shareholder dividends. Eventually, it was trading solely on its name, and that could never last. Now it was closed for a much-needed refurbishment and relaunch. But the work crews and their mechanoids hadn't even started stripping the old fittings out when New York's problems with the possessed hit the AV news. After that, most of Earth's long-term commercial investment projects were put on hold, while the financiers and entrepreneurs waited to see what the outcome would be, the Chatsworth included. Quinn had taken it over with quiet efficiency to use as his home base in the arcology. The 3-man caretaker team left inside were possessed, and every last connection to the outside world was severed. Power, water, data, air conditioning. He knew that police and government security forces tracked the possessed by the glitches they caused, but they could only do that when there was working processor-governed machinery nearby. So he and his loyal followers made do with the water left in the hotel tanks, cooked on camping gear in one of the ritzy function rooms, and used candles. Bath water was heated purely by energistic power. The soaps and oils were stolen from a local mall, along with booze. Quinn reached for the bottle of Norfolk Tears chilling in an ice bucket among the candles, and poured the pale liquid over Courtney's glistening breasts. She giggled as her nipples hardened from the cold and arched herself further out of the water. There were bruises and teeth marks on her gold-tanned skin, evidence of Quinn's recent predilections. She didn't mind the kind of sex he wanted. It was kind of interesting, the physical things he could do with his new black magic. That kind of misused power rarely turned her on, further proof of his omnipotence. He didn't have to worry about censure or being caught. He wrote the rules now, and there was never much pain, nor did it last long. He didn't have to hurt her to confirm their relationship. He knew she had submitted herself completely to him and the cause. Joyfully, too. By embracing the serpent beast in its dark lair, Courtney's life had changed, becoming so much better, hotter, brighter. She got all the stuff like clothes and AV flex she wanted now, and she didn't have to take shit from anyone anymore either. Not bad going for a sect whore. Quinn threw away the bottle and started to lick the luxurious drink off her skin. "This is the fucking max," he said. "You know, it really is true. The bad guys get the best of everything.
Best clothes, best drugs, best babes, best parties, best sex. It's fucking great."
"We're the bad guys?" Courtney asked, puzzled. "I thought we were doing the right thing, smashing up the world." Quinn stood up, sending the floating candles surfing into the bubbles. His erection grew to a thick flesh sword, hanging over Courtney's upturned face. "We're both. We're bad and we're right. Believe it." Her confusion vanished, and she was smiling with simple contentment again. "I believe in you." She cupped his balls, squeezing like he'd taught, and started to lick the length of his dick.
"After I've finished fucking you, I'm going to go over and kill another one of Baneth's people," Quinn said. "This time, I'm going to do it right in front of her. Force her to see how impotent she is."
"I don't get it." Courtney sat back, glancing up inquiringly. "Why don't you just march in there and start torturing her? It's not like she can stop you or anything."
"Because this is exactly what she did to me, to us, all of us. She frightens people. It's her bang. What she can do to you up in that sanctum of hers is so fucking freaky and scary, it hammers into your brain like some monster prick. All you can think of is how to stop her doing anything bad to you. Everybody in the coven knows they're going to be strapped down on one of her tables someday. All you can do is ask God's brother that when it's your turn, she does something that boosts you. Nothing you can do about the pain. That's fucking standard issue with Baneth."
"I see what you're doing," Courtney said, pleased with herself. "You're stalking her."
"That's part of it, yeah. Each time I go over there and kill one of her people, it ruins a little more of what she is. The Baneth they all fear is growing smaller and smaller every day. Even dickheads that dumb are going to realize that the one person who can defeat anything is utterly helpless against the coming night. I want her sitting there while the entire headquarters coven freaks out and deserts her. I'm going to make that he-bitch feel what we all did, that she's a total nothing. All that power she's spent fuck knows how many decades building up isn't worth shit anymore. She used to make people piss themselves just by being sarcastic. Sarcastic, for shit's sake. Can you believe that? But that's how strong she was. Well, now she's going to know what I'll do to her, and she's going to know there's no way out when I come for her. That puts me in control, and me on top. It switches her whole life around, screws with the way her brain's wired. I love that almost as much as I love the pain I'm going to inflict." Courtney rubbed her cheek along his dick, eyes closed in dreamy admiration. "I want to watch." "You can."
He beckoned. She was taken up against the wall, hands pinned above her head, a loutish violation of hard thrusts, energistically strengthened muscles overcoming any hindrance to pummel his body against hers. In his mind, he let it be Baneth, enhancing the pleasure. Halfway through, when Quinn's orgasm was building, Billy Joe knocked tentatively on the door.
"Get in here, you little shit!" Quinn yelled. "Wait! Watch us!"
Billy Joe did as he was told, standing well out of the way, keeping still, but with inflamed eyes following every aspect of Courtney's contortions. Quinn finished with her and let go. She sank to the floor, propped up clumsily against the wall, shivering heavily. Her hands stroked gingerly over her body, touching the fresh bruises.
"What do you want?" Quinn asked.
"It's one of the possessed come to see you," Billy Joe said. "He's one of the new ones. Come from the Lacombe sect. Says he's got to see you. It's like real urgent, he says."
"Shit."
Quinn's skin dried. His robe materialized around him.
"Hey, you want any of those healed up?"
"It's all right, Quinn," Courtney said thickly. "I've got some cream and stuff to rub on. I'm fine."
"This better be fucking important," Quinn said. "I told you dickheads not to move around the arcology. The police are going to be watching for you."
"I was careful," the possessed man said. His name was Duffy. He'd taken over the Lacombe Coven's Magus. Unlike the Magus, Quinn judged him devout enough to God's brother. Duffy had been left in charge of the Coven organising several successful strikes against Edmonton's infrastructure. Quinn sat down in one of the lounge's fraying leather armchairs and let his mind wander through the Chatsworth and its neighbouring buildings. They were only a couple of blocks away from Bannath's headquarters, a location perfect in every respect. There were no suspicious minds anywhere near. If Duffy had been spotted and followed, then the police were keeping well back. Quinn resisted the impulse to go over to the window and pull back one of the tatty curtains to peer down onto the street. "Okay, you haven't completely fucked up. What is it?" "This Magus, Vientus, I've been squeezing him. He ain't a Magus, not a real one. Doesn't believe in God's brother. Big deal. None of those shits ever did, not really." Duffy played with his hands, wretchedly nervous. Nobody liked the idea of telling Quinn what to do, like shut up and listen, but this was vital. "All right," Quinn grunted. "Go on." "He's some kind of secret police informer. Has been for years. Every night he makes a report to some kind of supervisor about what the Coven's been doing and what's going down on the street." "That's impossible," Quinn said automatically. "If the police had that kind of information, they would have raided the Coven." "I don't think the supervisor's that kind of police, Quinn. Not like you get in the local precinct house. Vientus never met them. He just datavized the information to some address each night. There was other stuff going on, too. Vientus sometimes got told to target people for this supervisor, local business people, buildings that needed to be firebombed, and they'd talk about what other gangs were doing, and if they needed to be chopped back. Real detailed shit like that. It was almost like the supervisor was running the Coven, not Vientus. Anything else?" Quinn was listening, but not really paying attention. He was too involved thinking through the implication, and with that came a growing sense of alarm. "This supervisor must have had some influence with the cops. Quite a bit, I guess. There were times when Vientus got useful sect members released from custody. All he had to do was ask the supervisor for them, and the cops would let them go. Easy bail or community work sentence, some shit like that." "Yeah," Quinn said quietly. That recollection was one of the most bitter he owned, waiting in Edmonton's Justice Hall for days with the dwindling prospect that Bannath would get him released. Bannath could make the whole legal system do tricks for her, like every judge owed her a favour. Murder suspects out on parole within an hour. Stim suppliers given house arrest sentences. Duffy was sweating badly now. "And, the supervisor had told Vientus to look out for you?" "Me?" "The supervisor used my name?" "Yes. There was a visual file on you and everything. The supervisor said you were using the possessed to take over sect covens, and they thought you'd try to kill Bannath." "Shit!" Quinn stood up and sprinted for the door. Halfway across the lounge, he shifted into the ghost realm, running through the closed door without breaking stride. 2:30 Edmonton local time, and the arcology was at its quietest. Solaris tubes, suspended underneath the elevated roads between the uptown skyscrapers, shone down on deserted streets. Hologram adverts swarmed up the frontage of the ground-level shops, bright fantasy worlds and beautiful people shining enticingly. An army of municipal mechanoids crawled along the pavements in front of them, spraying their solvents on tacky patches and guzzling down fast food wrappers. The only pedestrians left to avoid were a few late-night stimheads thrown out of clubs by the bouncers, and romantic youthful couples slowly strolling the long route home. Quinn adopted Earhart's image as he hustled along the street, not an exact replicant, but a reasonable facsimile of the pathetic ghost, good enough to deceive any characteristics recognition program scanning pedestrian faces through the street monitor sensors for a glimpse of Quinn Dexter. He stopped by the taxi rank a full block from the Chatsworth, and the barrier slid down. One of the sleek silver Perseus cabs glided up out of the subway garage, opening its door for him. Quinn pulled the seatbelt on with one hand, keying in his destination on the central control column with the other. He transferred the displayed fee from his bank disk, and the little vehicle sped off along the street. It all made a frightening amount of sense. He remembered the high magus in New York, who obviously knew too much to risk being possessed. And back in Edmonton, when he'd been a junior acolyte, the way everyone on a sect gig had to tell their sergeant acolyte all the crap that was going down on the street. It happened every single day. The sergeants would report to the senior acolytes, who in turn reported to Bannath. An uncompromising routine, drilled into Quinn along with all the others right from their initiation. Information is the weapon which wins all wars. We need to know what the gangs are doing, what the police patrols are doing, what the locals are doing. Every coven was the same in every arcology. The sect knew the moves of every downtown illegal on the whole planet. "Perfect!" Quinn shouted. He thumped his fist into the seat cushion. "Fucking perfect!" The taxi was starting to rise up a ramp to the elevated express road. Vertical lines of blanked windows zipped past as they increased speed, then curved round to a horizontal blur. Thousands of slumbering minds slipstreamed through his consciousness, restful and content, just as they were supposed to be, as they had to be. Arcologies were the social equivalents of nukes, 500 million people crammed into a couple of 100 square kilometers, an impossibility of human nature. The only society which could conceivably hang together in those circumstances was a total controlled dictatorship. Everything licensed and regulated, with no tolerance of dissent or rebellion. Anarchy and libertarian freedoms didn't work here, because arcologies were machines. They had to keep working smoothly and the same way. Everything interlocked. If one unit fucked up, then every other unit would suffer. That couldn't be allowed, which was a paradox, because you couldn't keep the jackboot stamping down forever. However benign a dictatorship, some generation down the line will rebel. So somebody, centuries ago, had worked out how to keep the lid screwed down tight. An old enough idea, never quite managed in practice, until now. A government department that quietly and secretly takes control of society's lowest strata. Criminals and radical insurgents actually working for the very people whose existence they threaten. Quinn could feel his energistic powers starting to boil up. His thoughts were so hot with fury he could barely contain the power. "Gotta keep it in," he spat through clenched teeth. One mistake now, and they'd have him. "Got to." He pummeled his hands against his head, the shock of the craziness helping to bring himself back under control. Deep breath, and he glanced out of the cab's window. Uptown's layout was second nature, though he'd rarely experienced it from an elevated road before, much less a cab. They'd be taking the down ramp soon, angling into Macmillan Station. Minutes only. His breathing evened out, though he was still outraged. The sect, the awesome gospel he'd given his very life to, was being used as the front of some ultra-spook department. No wonder Bannath and Vientus could fix for an acolyte's bail with the cops. They were the fucking cops. Anyone with the slightest potential for danger was sucked in by the sect, and if they couldn't be cowed into dumb obedience and neutralized that way, then they were thrown to the cops and given an involuntary transportee sentence. "That was me," he whispered in pride. "Bannath couldn't subdue me. Not even with all that shit she can do to bodies. Not me." So the cops had been told about the persona sequestrator and onyx he was bringing into the arcology. He'd always wondered who'd tipped them off, who the traitor was amongst his fellow devout. There probably had never been any in the carton. Bannath. Always fucking Bannath. The taxi drew up in front of one of the hundreds of vehicle entrance bays to Macmillan Station. Quinn knew there and then that he was in the deepest shit imaginable. He climbed out of the cab and walked slowly into the main concourse. The giant arena of corporate urban architecture was almost as empty as the streets outside. There were no arrivals, no streams of frantic passengers racing away from the tops of the escalators. Icons had evaporated from the informationals, which were hanging motionless in the air. Stalls had been folded up and abandoned by their cell rats. A few clumps of listless people stood under holoscreens, cases clutched tightly, staring up at the single red message that was repeated like a parallel mirror image everywhere you looked across the station. "All VAC train services temporarily suspended." Even the scattering of ghosts Quinn could see were wandering aimlessly about their haunt, their expressions even more glum and bewildered than usual. A group of cops were standing together outside a closed Burrow Burger outlet, drinking from plastic cups, talking quietly among themselves. The loud echo of his footsteps as he walked towards them stirred way too many memories inside Quinn's skull. It was the same concourse, same dark cop uniform. Then there had been pounding feet, heart thudding hard in his chest, screams as people dived out of his way, shouted warnings, alarms blaring, brilliant light bursts, the pain of the nerve jam shot. "Excuse me, officer. Could you tell me what's happening here? I have a connection to San Antonio in half an hour." Quinn smiled Earhart's twitchy smile at the cops. It must have been a good copy. Most of them sneered. Finally, the failed acolyte had performed a useful service for God's brother. "Check the station bulletin," one of them said. "Christ's sake. I don't have a set of neural mnemonics. I qualify for the company loan scheme next year." "Okay. Sir, what we have here is a vacuum breach. The tunnels were pressurizing, so the transit company had to activate the emergency seals. There's a repair crew down there now. Should be fixed in a day or so. Nothing to worry about." "Thank you." Quinn walked back to the taxis. "I can't get out," he realized. "God's brother. The bastards have snared me here. Unless I can get to the other arcologies, his work will remain incomplete. The knight may be held off, and that cannot be allowed. They are thwarting the Lightbringer himself." It was frightening, the way he'd been lulled into a false sense of security. He, of all people, ever suspicious, ever mistrustful, and he'd fallen into their trap. Yet they must be frightened of him to go to such elaborate lengths, whoever they were. He stood outside a taxi for a long time, working out where he should go. In the end, there wasn't a lot of choice. He was in Edmonton for one person, and only one person would be able to tell him who his real enemy was. This was the part Billy Joe didn't like. He was holding a laser pistol in one hand. There was a heavy-caliber magnetic carbine hanging on a strap round his left shoulder, fitted with a magazine of EE-tipped projectiles, a bag full of EE demolition charges on his right shoulder, Codebuster and Elint blocks on his belt, and a slim Omniview band, worn like a tiara on his forehead to boost his sight. It was enough hardware to start a war. Kicking the shit out of Courtney's punters was Billy Joe's usual gig. Fast, nasty, and personal. None of this commando shit, where security systems would shoot back at him if anybody in the group screwed up. But Quinn had wanted to stir things up in Edmonton, keep the cops busy and away from uptown. So Billy Joe was sneaking down a lightless alley at 4:30 in the morning with 10 other acolytes from Duffy's coven. "This is the place," said the possessed man who was leading them, and stopped at a blank section of the alley wall. He gave Billy Joe the creeps, maybe even more than Quinn. One of the 5 possessed which Duffy had let into the bodies of snatched civilians. They all lived at the coven headquarters, treating the acolytes like shit and lording it up. The core of what Quinn promised was to be the army of the night. Billy Joe wasn't so sure about all that dark destiny stuff now, despite all he'd seen Quinn do. From where he was, it was just replacing one bunch of turds for another. The sect never changed. He always got dumped on no matter who was in charge. The possessed rested his hands on the wall, tensing as if he was trying to push it over. He probably could, Billy Joe acknowledged, and that was without energistic power. He was at least 30 centimeters taller than Billy Joe, and must have weighed half as much again. A door materialized in the wall, made of wooden planks with big black iron bolts, and with a sturdy, circular handle. It opened silently, letting a wedge of bright light spill out into the fetid alley. There was a long hall of machinery on the other side, bulky turbine casings half submerged in the carbon concrete floor. Billy Joe was looking down on them from at least 60 meters. The door had opened onto a high metal gantry running round the inside. "In you go," the possessed man ordered. His bass voice rumbled along the alley, agitating the rats. "I thought you weren't supposed to use your power," Billy Joe said. "The cops know how to look for it now." "They can only detect those fireballs we use," the possessed said glibly. "Listen, kid, Quinn wants you to bugger up this water station. He was real keen for you to do that. That's why I'm here with you, so I can let you guys in quietly.
Now, unless you'd like to go in by the front gate, this is the way to do it."
3 of the sensors perched along the top of the alley wall picked up the blasé assurance, relaying it to the intrigued supervisors of North America and Western Europe. The big possessed man had been leaving a trail of glitched processors ever since the little sabotage group emerged from the Coven headquarters. The ever-vigilant AI had datavised North America as soon as the first 2 were confirmed. A GISD covert tactical team had been dispatched to shadow them within seconds, but the trail had been so ridiculously blatant that North America had alerted Western Europe and kept the tactical team a block away. Both of the B-7 supervisors waited to see exactly where Billy Joe and the others were heading.
"I can't let them damage the water station," North America said. "Edmonton's operating margins are becoming critical as it is, thanks to Quinn's vandalism."
"I know," Western Europe said, "and our big friend has to know that as well. Use the snipers to target the waster scum, but don't let them shoot this new possessed. I've become very curious about his attitude."
"Haven't we all?"
North America issued his orders to the tactical team, who started to take up position inside the water station hall. Internal sensors showed the sabotage group sneaking in through the new door, glancing from side to side to make sure no one was watching them, then stalking along the catwalk in an almost theatrical mime of caution. 9 of them went inside. Then the possessed man grabbed Billy Joe's shoulder with a meaty hand and pulled him back just as he was about to slip through. White fire spat from the fingertips of his free hand, soaring into the hall. A couple of balls struck an electrical junction panel, detonating loudly.
"What the fuck?"
Billy Joe gasped. He struggled uselessly in that implacable grip as his colleagues shouted in panic. The door slammed shut with a vociferous bang and vanished.
"You bastard!"
Billy Joe screamed. He swung his laser pistol round and fired at the chuckling possessed at point-blank range. Nothing happened. The weapon's electronics had crashed. Several explosions sounded inside the hall, reverberating through the solid wall. Both supervisors watched with little interest as the tactical team eliminated the saboteurs. Their attention was focused almost entirely on the small, intense drama unravelling outside in the alley.
"Traitor!"
Billy Joe yelled recklessly.
"You killed them! They're dying in there!"
The possessed man's grip tightened, lifting Billy Joe off the floor and bringing their faces close together.
"Quinn's gonna chop you into rat bait!"
Billy Joe hissed in defiance.
"I spared you so you can deliver a message to him."
What? A palm slapped into Billy Joe's cheek. It was hard enough to make bones rattle. A red veil flashed up over Billy Joe's vision, like someone had shot the Omniview band with a targeting laser. He groaned, tasting blood.
"Are you listening to me?"
The possessed purred.
"Yeah,"
Billy Joe whimpered miserably.
"You tell Quinn Dexter that the friends of Carter McBride are coming for him. We're going to piss all over his crazy little schemes. Then we're going to make him pay for what he's done. Understand? The friends of Carter McBride."
"Who are you?"
"I just told you, dickhead!"
Billy Joe was dropped to stumble among the slippery bags of trash and fleeing rats. A boot kicked his ass with terrible force, sending him flying. He hit the wall and rebounded, crying out at the pain stabbing through his buttocks.
"Now start running," the possessed said. "I want you out of here before the cops start hunting us."
"Keep the tactical team away from them," Western Europe said. A shout had almost escaped from his lips. The revelation was so astounding. "Thank you for your insight," North America said caustically. "They'll stay clear. My God, we've got an ally, a bona fide ally, a possessed at war with Quinn Dexter. We won't have him for very long, I suspect." The big possessed man was almost chasing a terrified Billy Joe along the alley. They emerged onto a broad patch of wasteland, cracked sheets of carbon concrete with rows of severed metal support pillars sticking up all along the edges. Typical of that area on the edge of Dome, dominated by warehouses and shabby industrial buildings. "What are you talking about?" Western Europe demanded. "Smart boy, this friend of Carter McBride. He's heading for the utility labyrinth." North America datavised the file over. Neural icons flowed together, producing a horrendously complex three-dimensional maze for Western Europe to examine. Pipes, tunnels, subway tracks, underground cargo roads, power conduits, they all seemed to interlock under that one section of the dome. It was a nexus where utility providers and transport industries joined together to supply Edmonton with the essentials its inhabitants expected. The busy powerhouse behind the public stations, efficient suppliers, and immaculate malls. The ground for kilometres around the water station was riddled with concrete warrens and bunkers, with 1,000 entrances and 10,000 junctions. And those are just the ones marked on the file, North America said bitterly. Christ knows what's actually down there. The possessed man and Billy Joe stopped beside a giant metal trapdoor, whose rectangular rim was marked out by thin lines of thistles. It hinged upwards, tearing the tangle of yellow taproots with a loud ripping sound. Crumbs of soil dribbled down into the chasm revealed underneath. The top rungs of a rusty ladder were just visible. Billy Joe started to climb down. The possessed man followed. As soon as his head was level with the ground, the trapdoor closed over him. For a second, the rim glowed purple, as if it had been haloed by neon tubes. I bet he just sealed it up, North America said. Get the tactical team over there fast, Western Europe said. Welding the edges isn't going to stop them cutting it open, not with their firepower. They're on their way. Can the AI track him down there? It's already accessed all sensors and processors in the labyrinth, but that shaft they went down was an inspection and maintenance access for an old industrial heat exchange coolant fluid pipe. There's no active electronics in there. It hasn't been used for 50 years. They could come out anywhere. Damn it. Flood the place with your bi-tech insects. Use every operative you have to physically cover the exits. We cannot let him escape. Please, don't tell me how to manage my assets. I have some experience in these matters. I apologize, Western Europe said. Damn, this is so frustrating. That possessed could be the real break we're looking for. He might manage to neutralize Dexter for us. We have to make contact. The tactical team reached the metal trapdoor and promptly carved a circle out of it. One by one they hurried down the ladder. Billy Joe would probably lead us direct to Dexter, Western Europe said, if we could just find him when he comes out. Maybe, North America said. I'm not making any promises. Searching the labyrinth was a huge operation, though subtle enough to avoid the attention of the media. Police were diverted from their usual patrol routes to cover every entrance. Swarms of bi-tech spiders, bees, earwigs, and roaches were released into the maze of tunnels and passageways, their examination coordinated by North America's subsentient bi-tech processor array. Every employee working in the labyrinth was stopped and questioned as they came on and off shift. The AI assumed direct control of every mechanoid the labyrinth companies used, reassigning them to assist the search. North America discovered several stim dens, enough deadbeats to populate a couple of condos, caches of weapons dating back decades, and enough illegally dumped toxic waste canisters to warrant urgent official attention. There were also a large number of bodies, ranging from the freshly dumped to skeletons picked clean by the rats. Of Billy Joe and the friend of Carter McBride, there was no sign. Carter McBride! Incredulity swept all Quinn's anger away as the name finally registered. God's brother! This possessed definitely said Carter McBride. You're sure? Quinn could barely remember Carter's face, just one of the little brats running loose round Aberdale. Then, as he found out later, Leighton had the boy murdered, making it look as though the Ivets had done it. The villagers had systematically set out to kill Quinn and his colleagues in revenge. Yes, Billy Joe said. His limbs wouldn't stop trembling. He expected Quinn to blast him into a lump of smoking meat when he returned to the Chatsworth. In fact, he'd been wondering if he should even bother returning to the old hotel at all. 5 hours of shitting himself about the consequences as he slunk round diseased tunnels full of those fucking rats and worse, expecting the cops to burst out of the walls any second. Getting mugged. Fucking mugged!
Some bunch of deadbeats clubbing him over the head and making off with most of his gear, not daring to shoot them in case the cops detected his weapon. It had taken a long time before he trudged back to the Chatsworth. In the end, he did it because he believed Quinn would ultimately win. Edmonton would fall into a state of demonic anarchy, ruled over by sect-possessed, and when that happened, the Dark Messiah would catch up with Billy Joe. Explanations would have to be made. Punishment would follow that. So he came back. This way, only one failure had to be accounted for. "Shit," Quinn breathed. "Him. It's got to be him again."
"Who?"
Courtney asked. "I don't know. He keeps pissing me off. He's appeared a few times now, screwing with what I do." "What else did he say?" he asked Billy Joe.
"That he was going to wreck whatever you were doing."
"Figures. Anything else?" The tone was unnervingly mild.
"You'll pay for what you've done." "He said it, Quinn, not me. I swear."
"I believe you, Billy Joe. You've been obedient to our Lord. I don't punish loyalty. So he said he'd make me pay, did he? How?"
"Just that he'd catch up with you. Didn't say nothing else."
Quinn's robe changed, the fabric hardening around his limbs. "I shall enjoy that encounter."
"What are you going to do, Quinn?"
Courtney asked. "Shut up." He stalked over to the window and peered down through a gap in the heavy curtains. Cars and trucks flashed along the ramp 5 stories below, curving down to street level. Fewer vehicles than usual, and the crowds on the sidewalk were noticeably thinner. But then Edmonton had been in a mild panic for most of the day, since the early morning commuters discovered the vac trains were closed. Every GovCentral spokesperson in the arcology assured the reporters that there were no possessed loose. Nobody believed them. Things were falling apart across the domes, but not in the way Quinn intended.
"I don't fucking believe this," he raged silently. "Some kind of super cops know I'm here. I can't bring about the fall of true night without the vac trains. And now Heaven's own bastard vigilante is gunning for me. God's brother. How could everything go so wrong? Even Bannath is diminished."
It was another of his tests. It must be. He is showing me the true path to Armageddon lies elsewhere. That as his Messiah I must not rest, not even to gorge my own serpent beast. But who the fuck is Carter's friend? And if he knew Carter, then he must be someone from Lalonde, Aberdale itself, one of the men. Although that conclusion hardly reduced the field of suspects, all the men at that sewer of a village hated him. He forced himself to be calm, to remember the few words the bastard had spoken back on Jessup Asteroid when he fucked up the sacrifice ceremony. "Remember this part?" Quinn's own mimicked face had taunted. So whoever it was had witnessed the sect ceremony before then, and was from Aberdale. The realization was so pleasurable it blessed Quinn's face with the kind of smile usually brought by orgasm. He turned from the window. "Call everyone," he told one of the nervous acolytes. "We're going to tool up and march against Bannath. I want every one of my followers to accompany me."
"Shit, we're going for her."
Courtney's eyes were shining with greed. "Of course."
"You promised I could watch."
"You will." It was the only way. The cops would only allow the vac trains to run again if they thought they'd eliminated all the possessed in the arcology. Quinn would bring them together and do to them what Carter McBride's friend had done to the sabotage group. After that, time would become his most powerful weapon. Not even the super cops could keep the vac trains closed for months when there were no further signs of possession. But first, I have something else which needs taking care of. Courtney did as she was told and switched on a processor block, establishing a link with Edmonton's net. Quinn stood a couple of meters away, watching the little screen over her shoulder as the Questor was launched into GovCentral's main citizens directory. It took 8 minutes before the requested file expanded into the block's memory. He read down the information and smiled victoriously. "Her," he said, and thrust the block towards Courtney and Billy Joe, showing them the picture he'd found. "I want her. You two go down to the vac train station and wait. I don't give a fuck how long you have to stay there for. but the first vac train out of here, you take it, and you get over to Frankfurt, find her, and bring her to me. Understand? I want her alive." A call from reception informed Louise that she had a delivery to accept. The house telephone was almost identical to the chunky black instruments back on Norfolk, except it had a bell rather than a shrill chime. Now she had neural mnemonics. The whole thing seemed absurdly primitive. Presumably, for people who didn't have them as their sole planetary communication system, they were endearingly quaint, part of the Ritz's old-world elegance. Louise looked around the lobby as soon as the lift doors opened, curious about what could have been sent to her. She was sure all the department stores had delivered. Andy Beehoo was slouching against the reception desk under the suspicious gaze of the concierge. He jerked to attention when he saw Louise, his elbow nearly knocking over a vase of white freesia. She smiled politely. "Hello, Andy." "Oh." He stuck his hand out, holding a fleck case. "The Hyperpedia Quest's arrived. I thought I'd better bring it round myself to make sure you got it okay. I know it was important to you." The concierge was watching with considerable interest. He didn't get to see such naked adoration very often. Louise gestured towards the other end of the vaulting chamber. "Thank you," she said, when Andy pressed the fleck into her hand. "That's very kind. Part of the service." He smiled broadly, crooked teeth on show. Louise was rather stuck for what to say after that. "How are you?" "You know, the usual. Overworked, underpaid." "Well, you do a very good job at the shop. I'm grateful for the way you looked after me." "Ah." Andy's world was suddenly very short on oxygen, but she'd come down by herself. That must mean her fiancé hadn't arrived yet. Louise?" "Yes?" Her soft smile was wired directly into his brain's pleasure centre, shorting out his coordination. He knew he was making a right old balls-up of this. "I was wondering, if you haven't got anything planned, that is. I mean, I'll understand if you have and all that, but I thought, you haven't been in London long and had a chance to see much of it, so if you like, I could take you out to dinner, this evening. Please?" "Oh, that's really sweet of you. Where?" She hadn't said no. Andy stared. His smile numbed into place. The most beautiful, classy, sexy girl in existence hadn't said no when he asked her for a date. "Huh? Where do you want to go for dinner?" I thought the Lake Isle. It's not far, over in Covent Garden." He'd asked Liscard for a 2-week advance on his pay, just in case Louise said yes. Liscard granted it on a 4% interest rate. That way he could actually afford the Lake Isle. Probably. It had cost a lot more than he'd expected to reserve the table, and that deposit was non-refundable. But the other cell rats all said it was the right kind of place to take a girl like Louise. "That sounds nice," Louise said. "What time?" 7 o'clock. If that's okay. That's fine." She gave him a light kiss on his cheek. "I'll be here." Andy walked back with her to the waiting lift. There had been something about a dress code in the data device when he reserved the table. He now had 2¼ hours to find a dinner jacket, a clean one that fitted. It didn't matter. A man who'd got himself a date with Louise Kavanagh could do anything. Louise pressed the button for her floor. "You don't mind if I bring Genevieve, do you? I really can't leave her here by herself, I'm afraid." From nirvana to hell in half a second. "No, that'll be lovely." "I don't want to spend an evening with him," Genevieve whinnied. "He's all peculiar, and he fancies you. It's creepy." "Of course he fancies me," Louise said with a grin. "He wouldn't have asked me out otherwise." "You don't fancy him, do you?" a thoroughly shocked Genevieve asked. "That would just be too hideous, Louise." Louise opened the wardrobe and started to rifle through the dresses they'd managed to acquire on their shopping trips. "No, I don't fancy him, and he's not peculiar. He's quite harmless. I don't understand. If you don't fancy him, why did you say yes? We can go out by ourselves. Please, Louise. London isn't nearly as dangerous as Daddy thinks it is. I like it here. There's so much to do. We could go to one of the West End shows. They sell tickets at reception. I checked." Louise sighed and sat down on the bed. She patted the mattress, and Jen made a show of being reluctant to sit beside her.
If you really, really don't want to go out with Andy for the evening, I'll cancel. You're not going to kiss him or anything, are you? No, Louise laughed. Devil child, what a dreadful thing to say. Then why? Louise stroked the dark hair from Jen's face, letting the flexitives ripple it over her ears. Because, she said softly, I've never been asked out to dinner with a boy before. Not to a fancy restaurant where I can dress to kill. I don't suppose it'll ever happen again. Not even Joshua asked me out. Not that he could, of course. Not when we were at Cricklade. Is he the baby's father? Yes, Joshua's the father. Jen brightened. That means he's going to be my brother-in-law. Yes, I suppose it does. I like Joshua. It'll be stupendous having him living at Cricklade. He's such jolly fun. Oh, yeah, he's fun, all right. She closed her eyes, remembering the way his hands had caressed. Warm and skillful. It had been so long since she'd seen him. But he did promise. So, what do I tell Andy Beehoo, then? Do we go, or do we stay here all night? Can I wear my party dress too? Jen asked. The scene playing out above the B7 Sense Environ conference room table was the one involving the failed sabotage attempt against Edmonton's water station. It wasn't a particularly good image. The station's perimeter sensors were hardly commercial quality. But the two humanoid figures shouting at each other had enough colour and resolution to sketch in their individual features. Billy Joe was being suspended several centimetres off the floor of the alley by the large, possessed man. Their noses were almost touching. Then Billy Joe was slapped hard. More words were exchanged. The two of them ran off down the squalid alley. "We think we know who Carter McBride is," Western Europe told the other supervisors as the recording ended. The AI found several references. He was the child of a colonist family on the same starship that took Quinn Dexter to Lalonde. According to the Lalonde Development Company files I accessed, the McBrides were also in the same village that Dexter was assigned to for his work time. "A friend of Carter McBride," Southern Africa mused. "You mean this new possessed was on Lalonde?" "Yes," Western Europe said. "And the whole Qualheim County's trouble was originally thought to be an Ivet rebellion over the killing of some boy. The obvious conclusion is that it was Carter. That implies the possessed who blew the sabotage group in Edmonton has to be someone killed on Lalonde at around the same time." "So you're saying that this possessed person is out for revenge against Quinn Dexter?" "Exactly," North America said. "We have a new ally." "Bullshit," South Pacific said sharply. "Just because the possessed have internal disputes, that doesn't make one faction friendly towards us. Suppose this new possessed does manage to eliminate Dexter. Do you really think he'll just conveniently vanish for us afterwards? I certainly don't. In any case, we're not exactly communicating with him, are we? You lost him and this waste a boy. What kind of amateurism is that?" "I'd like to see you do better in that goddamn labyrinth," North America snapped. "Given the speed at which this new development broke, I think the situation was handled as adroitly as possible," Western Europe said. "However, it does introduce some new factors which I believe warrant our consideration." "Such as?" North Pacific asked suspiciously. "I believe it will force Dexter to abandon all his activities for a while. Unfortunately, this wretched little oik, Billy Joe, couldn't be intercepted, so we must assume he returned to Dexter and passed on the message he was given. As a consequence, Dexter will know he has a possessed stalking him, and that after the sabotage mission was exposed, the authorities have confirmed there are possessed in Edmonton. If we're right about his reasons for being here, to wreck as much of the planet as possible, he'll have no choice but to ignore Bannath and either abandon or betray the remaining possessed in the arcology. Then he'll lay low until political pressure forces the North American Senate to reopen the VAC train lines. Face it, we can't keep them shut up for months unless there is a visible threat to rattle the public with. Time is on his side. We're already compromising ourselves with the actions we've taken to date." "Not a chance," South Pacific blurted. She pointed a hostile finger at Western Europe.
very smooth. But I can see what you're angling for, and I say no. No way.
Angling for what? Central America asked.
He wants us to open Edmonton's vac train routes.
Count me out, Asian Pacific said quickly.
Absolutely not,
East Asia agreed.
We've got Dexter bottled up in one place. Keep him there. You'll just have to improve your surveillance techniques and track him down.
He's goddamn invisible, North America stormed. You saw what happened in Grand Central Station. There aren't any techniques to improve that can catch up with that kind of ability.
If we don't reopen the vac train routes, then we'll be condemning Edmonton and everyone in it to possession, Western Europe said, and very probably removal from this universe. Remember what happened to Ketten on Mortonridge. That's what they'll do to it. They can't survive here.
That outcome is certainly acceptable to me, North Pacific said. We've discussed this through before. Better to lose one arcology if that means saving the rest.
But we don't have to, Western Europe insisted. Dexter becomes visible to us when he's moving. That's when he's vulnerable.
He's not visible, South Pacific said. We know he's moved simply by the destruction he leaves behind. I mean, shit, blowing up the Eiffel Tower? Face it, we can't catch him.
We have to make the attempt. It's the reason we exist, the only reason. If we cannot protect Earth from a single possessed when we have the opportunity, especially because of political cowardice, then we have failed.
I'm not buying into any of this noblesse oblige crap. I never did. That might be your heritage, but it certainly isn't mine. We formed B7 out of sheer bloody-minded self-interest, and you were a big part of that, don't forget. We exist to protect our own interests. 99 times out of 100, that means protecting Earth and looking out for its citizens. Well, bravo us! I don't begrudge them that expenditure, but this is not one of those benevolent times. This time we safeguard ourselves against possession, and especially against Quinn bloody Dexter. I'm sorry about the inhabitants, but Edmonton falls to this knight of his. Probably Paris and the others as well. Tough. We'll be safe, though.
I was wrong, Western Europe said coldly. It's not political cowardice. You're frightened of him.
That's beneath contempt, South Pacific sneered. I'm not going to open the vac trains simply because you insult me.
I know that. I was just insulting you anyway. You deserve it.
Big deal. Don't tell me you're not making preparations to desert the sinking ship.
All of us are, as we all know. It would be foolish not to. But for me, it's a last resort. To be perfectly honest, starting afresh on some new world holds little appeal. I suspect the same applies to the rest of you.
The representations around the table remained silent.
Exactly, Western Europe said. We have to defeat Dexter on the ground. Our ground.
By letting Edmonton fall, we are defeating him, Central America said. He'll vanish from the whole planet along with the arcology.
He won't. He's too smart to fall into that trap, and his agenda is different to the ordinary possessed. The vac trains will be opened again no matter how determined you all are. It's only a matter of time. I say we should lure him out into a target ground of our own choosing.
He's already exterminated 4 of Banner's acolytes in her own headquarters, military intelligence said. We know he keeps going back there, yet we still haven't managed to kill the little bastard. I don't see how taking him to another arcology helps.
We can't change Banner's environment now. That would be too blatant. Dexter would be warned off. But we can take her to a more suitable location for a strike.
You just said he'll sacrifice his vendetta against Banner to achieve his greater objective, Asian Pacific said. Do try to present a consistent argument, please.
I can get him out of Edmonton, Western Europe insisted. The Kavanagh girls appearing at this stage will be an irresistible enigma to him. He'll have to follow them to find out what's happening, and they will be maneuvered wherever I choose.
Well, you needn't try choosing my territory, South Pacific said.
I wouldn't dream of it. This requires efficiency and total cooperation, qualities apparently beyond your ability to provide.
Lead him into your territory, then.
I intend to.
Then what are you whining about?
I don't want any interference. This requires finesse. If I initiate this operation, you stay out of it. No surprise presidential decrees wrecking my preparations. No media novas. We all know what we're capable of if we want to screw each other over. We've been at it long enough in our other arenas, but this is not the time for those sorts of games.
South Pacific looked from Western Europe to North America.
You two do whatever you like, but you do it between yourselves. Your territories are now embargoed, along with Bombay and Johannesburg. Would you like to put a counter-motion to the vote?
No, Western Europe said. I have what I want. In the end, Andy had to go back to Liscard and ask for a further advance. 4 weeks' pay at 7.5% interest. He deliberately didn't put a calculator program in primary mode, didn't want to know how long he was going to be shackled to Jude's eWorld to finance one date. But he could hardly ask Louise to pay for Genevieve. That would be cheap. This time, when he walked into the lobby of the Ritz, the concierge smiled pleasantly. Andy's dinner jacket had been loaned from someone he'd done repair work for a couple of months back. Midnight black with a reasonably fashionable cut. The white dress shirt he'd borrowed from a fellow cell rat, along with the scarlet bow tie. His black shoes came from a neighbour. Even the silk handkerchief in his top pocket was his mother's. In fact, the only thing he wore of his own were his boxer shorts. He could risk that. Somehow he was pretty sure Louise wouldn't get to see them tonight. 7 o'clock and she wasn't there. 6 minutes passed and he was debating if he should ask reception to call her room. 8 minutes and he knew he'd been stood up. Hardly surprising. The lift doors opened. Louise was wearing a full-length gown of deep blue fabric, accessorized by a small rust-coloured waistcoat. No longer the breezy teenager who'd sauntered into Jude's eWorld needing assistance, her demeanour had gained 20 years. Andy didn't bother recording her image into a memory cell. No program could ever capture that combination of beauty and sophistication. His own recollection of this moment would stay with him throughout his entire life, he knew. When he smiled at her, it was almost in sadness. "Thank you for coming." Her answering expression was uncertain, sensing somehow just how important this had become for him. "I'm flattered to be asked, Andy." She prodded Genevieve. "Thank you very much for letting me come along," the little girl said. There was nothing in the voice that gave hint of duplicity. "That's okay," Andy said. "Hey, you look great. Give us a twirl." Genevieve smiled in appreciation and put her arms out to turn a complete circle. Her scarlet dress flapped about. A slim chain was fastened round her throat, its tarnished pendant bobbing against her neckline. Andy looked straight at Louise. "Another 5 years, and the boys won't know what hit them." "What do you mean?" Genevieve asked. "He means you're very pretty," Louise told her. "Oh." Genevieve blushed, but still managed to grin up at Andy. Having her along wasn't so bad after all, Andy found. In fact, she removed a lot of the tension that would probably have come from being alone with Louise for the whole evening. It wasn't boy-girl, one-on-one, with him desperate to impress with every word. That, he acknowledged, would have been an utter disaster. He paid for the short taxi ride to Covent Garden. The Lake Isle was one of 100 restaurants in the area. It had an antique frontage enclosing a small bar, with a seating area at the back which was inexplicably large, given the size of the neighbouring buildings, and too shiny to be genuinely old. As they stepped inside, Louise tapped Andy's shoulder. "We're going Dutch tonight. No arguments. I brought Jen along after all. It wouldn't be fair." The head waiter handed them over to an assistant waiter, who showed them to a table. Glancing round, Louise thought that they were possibly overdressed, but she couldn't turn down the chance to wear the blue dress, and Andy certainly didn't complain. If eyes had been hands, he would have crushed her. "Did you find your friend?" he asked once they were seated. "Not yet. That detective you recommended seemed quite good, though. Thank you. The wine list appeared. Louise looked wistfully at the Norfolk tiers, not quite believing the price. She let Andy choose, a dry white wine from the Jovian habitats and sparkling mineral water for Jen. "You can have one glass of wine," Louise said when her sister started to look mutinous. "Yes, Louise. Thank you, Louise." She stared the little girl down. Jen had been threatened with dire retribution if she stepped out of line during the meal. It was a strange evening. Louise enjoyed it for the knowledge it gave her, what it would really be like to live in a vibrant arcology and be asked out by boys. Dressing up, the taste of exotic food, conversation that wasn't just about crops, relatives, and local events, but of the momentous things facing the Confederation, and how the Navy was coping, and the latest news from the Mortonridge liberation campaign. She had the freedom to say what she thought, based on her personal experience, to have an astonishing tale to tell, and be listened to. While it was happening, she could actually forget how phony it all was, that she could never actually be that girl about town, because she was due to be a mother, that Joshua had never seen her dressed like this, how life could never be lived without a care any more, now that the human race knew the beyond awaited, and Quinn Dexter, who stalked Earth's beautiful, awesome arcologies, ready to smash them into 1,000,000,000,000 pieces. Over dessert, she found herself looking at Andy in what was near to envy. He could still have that life, chase girls, go out partying with his friends, attend university, earn his degree, write his programs, travel. Possibly, if the possessed didn't win. "Are you okay?" Andy asked. He'd been in the middle of telling her about his plans to set up his own software house when he'd raised enough money. This month's dream. "I'm sorry." She put her hand on top of his and squeezed softly. "You probably won't believe the cliché, but this has been one of the nicest evenings of my whole life. I'm very grateful you asked me out." The look of utter longing he gave her in reply nearly made her cry for what could never be. She caught their waiter's attention. "3 glasses of Norfolk tears, please." Genevieve stopped attacking her dessert bowl with a spoon in an attempt to scrape out the very last morsels of chocolate orange soufflé. She smiled in hopeful astonishment. "Yes, you too," Louise laughed. To Andy, she said, "My treat. If you've never had it, you should. It's the only way to end an evening as perfect as this." The drinks arrived in slim crystal glasses on a silver tray. Louise sniffed gently at the bouquet. "Wessex County. Probably the Clayton estate." "Yes, miss," the startled waiter said. "That's right." The 3 of them raised their glasses. "To living life, not wasting it," Louise said. They drank to that. Louise received the data device when they were in the taxi heading back to the Ritz, a purple telephone handset icon blinking silently at the corner of her vision. NAS 2600 had thousands of symbols and sounds to choose from, but this was the most familiar. The sense of coziness which the evening had engendered immediately shrank away. It couldn't be anything other than business. Her neural mnemonics acknowledged the call, and Ivanov Robson's icon tag replaced the purple telephone. "I've got some good news for you," the detective datavised. "I've found Baneth." "Where?" Louise datavised back. "She's currently in Edmonton." "Thank you." That was one of the arcologies which the news had said was isolated. "Do you have an address for her?" "Certainly." He datavised the file over. "Louise, you may have a problem selling this story of yours to her. If that happens, please call me. I might be able to help." "Of course. And thank you again." The doorman gave Andy a dubious stare when they got back to the hotel. Louise saw him hesitate, full of his old uncertainties, and felt an uncomfortably strong stab of sympathy. "Wait for me inside the lobby," she told Genevieve. Her sister smiled mischievously up at Andy, winked, then skipped inside. Thankful no giggles had been audible, Louise took a deep breath. "I have to go now, Andy. Can I see you again?" The amount of hope in his voice was awful. I should never have agreed to come out tonight, she thought. He was always going to misinterpret it.
Yet for all his faults, he has a good heart. No, Andy, I'm sorry. I have this person I need to find, and I also have my fiancée. I shall be leaving Earth as soon as I can. It wouldn't be right. Not for either of us. I don't want you to think this is something it isn't.
I see. His head drooped down. You can kiss me good night, though, she said shyly. More in fear than joy, he pressed himself against her, touching his lips to hers. When they parted, her mouth crinkled up in compassion. I really did enjoy tonight, Andy. Thank you. If it doesn't work out with your fiancée, and you come back, he began optimistically, you'll be top of my list. Promise. He watched her disappear through the doors, standing with his arms hanging limply at his side. The finality of it was appalling. For one mad moment he wanted to rush after her.
You'll get over it, son, the doorman said. Plenty more of them out there.
Not like her,
Andy shouted back. The doorman shrugged and smiled with infuriating smugness. Andy turned fast and walked away through the nighttime crowds that were clogging the pavement.
I kissed her, though, he whispered. I really did.
He gave an incredulous little guffaw as the enormity of the contact finally registered.
I kissed Louise Kavanagh.
Laughing broadly, he set off towards Islington. He was far too broke to pay for a metro trip. Louise waited until Genevieve was tucked up in bed before she called Bannath.
Hello. You don't know me, but I'm Louise Kavanagh. I'm calling to warn you about someone called Quinn Dexter. Do you know him?
Fuck off. The contact was cancelled. Louise datavised Bannath's address to the room's net processor again.
Look, this is important. I met Quinn Dexter on Norfolk, and he's going to—
A red cross icon flashed persistently as the contact was cancelled again. The next time Louise datavised Bannath's address, she got a filter program which requested her icon tag. She loaded it in, only to be told she wasn't on the receiver's approved reception list.
Damnation! What's the matter?
Genevieve peered over at her from the bed, duvet clutched round her shoulders.
Bannath won't talk to me. I don't believe this. After everything we've been through to warn her. How stupid! What are you going to do now? Call Robson, I suppose?
She datavised the detective's address into the processor, wondering if the man was psychic. Not a bad thing for a private eye. Don't worry, he told her. I'll come right over. The cocktail lounge was a mistake. Louise sat at a table by herself and ordered an orange juice, while she waited for Ivanov Robson to arrive. The decor was as polished as the rest of the hotel, with honey-brown wooden panels and gold-framed mirrors covering the walls. Chandeliers kept it well lit, although it seemed shady, like a woodland glade. There were enough different bottles behind the rosewood bar to make the shelving look like an art exhibition. Whether it was the wine and Norfolk tears finally catching up with her, or just the superb cushioning of the deep leather chair, Louise suddenly started to feel warm and drowsy. It didn't help that she had to deflect seemingly dozens of offers from young and not-so-young men to buy her a drink and keep her company. She was worried that she was being too sharp when she turned them down. Whatever would Mother say? One of the tail-coated waiters eventually came over, an ancient man with large white sideburns, who put her in mind of Mr. Butterworth. "Are you sure you want to stay here, miss?" he asked kindly. "There are quieter rooms available for residents." "I'll take care of her," Ivanov Robson said. "Of course, sir." The waiter bowed and backed away. The giant detective's gaze slid along the line of men sitting up at the bar. All of them suddenly found something else of interest. "No offence, Louise, but if you're going to wear that kind of dress, you really shouldn't be in a bar by yourself, not even here. It sends out some seriously strong signals." He sat down in the chair beside her, his bulk making the leather creak.
"Oh."
She looked down, only just realizing she was still in the blue dress she'd worn as a treat for Andy.
"I think I may have had too much to drink. I went out for a meal with a friend earlier on."
"Indeed. I didn't think you were wearing it for my benefit, though I would have been highly flattered. You look quite gorgeous."
Louise blushed.
Thank you.
You do know your neural mnemonics have a suppression program to deal with a wee bit too much mouth-alcohol interaction, don't you?
No.
Well, they do. Perhaps if you were to put it into primary mode, this would be a more productive meeting.
Right.
She called up the control architecture and hunted round for the suppressor program. It took a couple of minutes, but eventually the bar wasn't so warm. Deep breaths conjured up the kind of alertness she employed during difficult school exams. A cut crystal tumbler of whiskey had appeared on the small table at Ivanov's side. He took a sip, watched her intently.
Better now?
Yes, thank you.
Though she was unhappy about the dress, people were still giving her the kind of looks Andy had, but without his endearing reticence.
What happened with Benneth?
Ivanov asked.
She cut me off. I couldn't tell her anything.
Not entirely surprising. I accessed several facts about her during my investigation that indicate she's not an average citizen. The Edmonton police have amassed a rather large file on her activities. They believe she's involved with some kind of criminal organization, supplying illegal hormones and biotech products. Any mention of her former colleagues is bound to make her prickly. And you were right about this Dexter character. He was deported. The charge was aggravated resistance of arrest. The cops suspected he was a courier for Benneth.
Now what do I do?
You have two options. One, you can forget it and stay in London. We're safe for now. I keep my ear close to the ground. The possessed haven't appeared here yet.
I can't. Please don't ask why, but I have to give Benneth a proper warning. I didn't come all this way to be thwarted by the last mile.
I understand. In that case, I reluctantly advise you to visit Edmonton. If you meet Benneth face to face, she'll see you are neither a police entrapment agent nor a nutcase. She'll take your warning seriously.
But Edmonton has been isolated.
Not anymore.
He took a sip of whiskey, watching her closely.
The vac trains have started running again. I guess the authorities have eliminated the possessed. Or think they have.
Quinn Dexter will be there,
she said softly.
I know. That's why I advised you to stay away before. However, if you're set on this, I'll accompany you and provide what protection I can. If he's as bad as you say he is, it won't amount to much. But it's better than nothing.
You'd do that?
You'll have to pay for it. But I include bodyguard services in my job description.
It still wasn't over. Louise fought to hold back the fear she felt at the prospect of walking into an arcology where she was sure Quinn would visit. But dear Fletcher had been so adamant, and she'd promised.
Do you know where Benneth is?
Yes. I have a contact in the Edmonton police who's keeping me informed. If you decide you want to do this, we can go straight to her. You deliver your message and we walk out. I doubt that will take more than 10 minutes. We could be back here in London in less than 5 hours.
I can't leave Jen. Not even for that.
I'm sure the hotel can arrange for someone to look after her tonight.
You don't understand. She's my responsibility. Jen and I are all that's left of our home, our family, maybe even our whole planet. I can't put her in any more danger. She's only 12 years old.
The danger is the same here as it is in Edmonton, he said levelly.
No, it isn't. Just being in the same arcology as Benneth is dangerous. Gov Central should never have opened the vac trains to Edmonton again.
I can get my hands on the kind of weapon which the Liberation Army is using on Mortonridge. They're proven against the possessed. That puts the odds back in our favour.
She gave him a long look, puzzled by his attitude.
It's like you want me to go.
All I'm doing is explaining the options to you, Louise. We agreed before that I know most of the ground rules in this arena, didn't we? This kind of mission is well inside my expertise.
Maybe it was his sheer presence, or just his intimidating size, but Louise certainly felt a lot safer with the detective around, and everything he said did sound plausible. She propped her forehead against a hand, surprised to find she was perspiring.
If we go, and I don't like what we find at Benneth's home, then I'm not going in to meet her.
Ivanov smiled gently.
If it's so bad that even you can see it's wrong, I won't let you go in.
Louise nodded slowly.
All right, I'll go and fetch Jen. Can you book us some tickets?"
"Sure. There's a VAC train in 30 minutes. We can be at King's Cross by then."
She climbed to her feet, dismayed at how tired she'd become.
"Oh, and Louise, appropriate clothing, please."
The AI picked up the deluge of telltale glitches a few seconds before frantic citizens started to bombard Edmonton's police with emergency data devices about the army of the dead that had risen to march through the centre of the dome. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun shone down brightly from an admirable, storm-free sky, illuminating the scene perfectly. Cars and metro buses performed emergency braking manoeuvres as their motors jammed and power cells failed. Their occupants spilled out, sprinting away from the advancing possessed and sect acolytes. Pedestrians hammered against closed doors, desperate for admission. Quinn had spent most of the afternoon carefully positioning his minions along the 4 main roads leading to the sect's headquarters. Ordinary acolytes were easy, dividing them into pairs or threes, designating cafes and shops where they should wait, keeping their weapons out of sight in bags or backpacks. The possessed were more difficult. He had to identify deserted offices or empty ground-floor apartments for them. A couple of non-possessed acolytes, who'd been given basic didactic electronics courses, would break in and deactivate any processors they found, leaving it safe for the possessed to wait inside. It had taken 2 hours to get everyone into position. None of them complained, at least not to his face. They all accepted that it was part of some grand strategy to bring about his night. The only thing standing in their way, he told them, was the sect headquarters and the traitors inside. With every possessed in Edmonton assembled, except one, Quinn thought glumly, Quinn had given the order to advance. If the supercops were as good as he suspected, then the response would be swift and effective. None of the possessed, and few acolytes, would survive. Quinn walked the first few paces with his small doomed army as they flooded out into the streets, pulling out their weapons and taking on a variety of gruesome appearances. Once everyone was committed, he discreetly slipped away into the ghost realm. Those civilians lucky enough to be behind the possessed when they emerged slowed their retreat and glanced nervously over their shoulders. The more commercially minded among them contacted local media offices and began to relay sense vices. Anyone receiving the show was presented with an astonishing display of defiance, the deliberate flaunting of a prowess which even the possessed could never truly own. A magnificent final charade, blowing their cover in a single grand fuck you gesture. Entire offices of editorial staff froze in slack-jawed amazement at what they were witnessing. The marchers closed swiftly on the unexceptional 50-story skyscraper. There were over 100 in each of the groups, spearheaded by the possessed. Elaborate, archaic warrior costumes sparked and flashed, ripe with energistic power. Whenever they passed the pillars which supported elevated roads, the air would seethe with wrestling coils of miniature lightning bolts, grounding out through the metal amid jitteriness spumes of molten droplets. Following close behind their silent, deadly leaders, the bulk of each group was made up by the non-possessed acolytes, striding along blithely, weighed down by the largest pieces of weapons hardware the Covens had stashed away in their secret armories. None of them paid any attention to the whimpering civilians scampering out of their way. They were focused on the skyscraper alone. Vehicles littering the street ahead of them flared electric blue before bursting apart into a sleet of black granules. The army of the damned walked through the smouldering wreckage. Again, it was all panache. Showtime. To the majority of Edmonton's citizens, the skyscraper that was the centre of their wrath was just a modest, ordinary building divided into standard commercial and residential sections. The police knew different, as did most of the locals. Rumours of the sect presence inside began to filter back to the media anchors. But by then, professional rover reporters were on the scene, watching the police seal off the area and armed squads take up position. 60% of Earth's population was now online, waiting for the shootout, the greatest audience in history. Inside the sect headquarters, the senior acolytes broke open the armory and began handing out heavy-caliber chemical projectile rifles and machine guns to the acolytes. There was little panic. The beleaguered sect members were almost glad they had a tangible enemy at last. Bannath herself supervised setting up their defences. First, she established a ring of snipers peeking through the skyscraper's windows. then consolidated their heavier firepower around the convoluted barriers inside. She hurried round all of them, issuing orders and offering encouragement. Never threats. Not now. Quinn and the possessed had become the new fear figures. It was interesting that they had now returned to her. After all Quinn had done to fill them with doubt and mistrust, the random tortures and deaths he had silently enacted throughout the headquarters had come to nothing in the end. They still believed that she was the stronger of the two.
"You realize this is probably a diversion, don't you?" she asked. "He's most likely planning to snatch me or kill me in the battle."
"Possibly," Western Europe replied equitably. "Personally, I believe this pathetic conflict he's staging is purely a case of collateral slaughter while he achieves his real goal, escaping from our grasp."
"Thanks. That makes me feel a lot better."
"Frightened? You?"
"Wouldn't you be?"
"If I was physically in your position, no doubt I would, yes. But I'm not, am I?"
"Don't give me that natural superiority crap."
"I apologize."
"Very magnanimous. Does that mean you've got the SD platforms zeroed in on me?"
"I'm afraid so, yes. Again, I doubt if we'll have to use them. Quinn won't reveal himself. Not today." Bannath took a long look along the familiar darkened corridors of the headquarters as she made her way back to her own rooms. On her orders, they were lit with candles and crude chemical batteries powering low-voltage halogen bulbs, technology the possessed would be unable to glitch without considerable effort. Not that it particularly mattered, she thought. We're not protecting anything we can salvage. After this, the headquarters would be no more. All her acolytes were doing was fighting a delaying action until the police and B7 eliminated Quinn's ersatz invasion. But then the sect was nothing more than a B7 creation anyway, a convenient umbrella for them and her. She walked through the temple, giving it a nostalgic look. The first rocket hit the skyscraper, a light EE-tipped anti-armor missile. Duffy fired it. Quinn had given him the honor of opening the fighting as a reward for unswerving loyalty to the cause of night. The explosion sent shockwaves yammering through the skyscraper's structure, blowing out a huge crater on the northern corner and shattering hundreds of surrounding windows. Huge lumps of rubble cascaded down onto the street to smash apart in front of the possessed. The surviving snipers inside picked themselves up and opened fire. The VAC train carriage had seating for 100. Louise, Genevieve, and Ivanov Robson were the only people using it. In fact, Louise had only seen a dozen or so people milling about on the platform at King's Cross when they got on. She wasn't sure if they were passengers or station staff. Despite her growing uncertainty and Jen's sulky resentment, she'd followed the private detective in through the airlock door. Even now there was something about him that reassured her. Even beyond physical size, he had a self-confidence greater than Joshua, which was saying a lot. She settled back with dreamy thoughts of her fiancé filling her mind. Although the seats were worn, they were comfortable, and her alcohol suppressor program was off. Joshua had such a warm smile, she remembered. It would be nice to have it shine on her again. "I love you, and I'm coming back for you." His words, spoken to her when they were naked and alone, their bodies clinging together. A promise that could be nothing but totally honest. "I will find him again, despite all this horrid mess." Her Newshound program alerted her to the situation developing in Edmonton. She went through Time Universe to access a sense-vice of the fight, and there she was, crouched behind one of the abandoned buses, peering cautiously round the front at the crazy army marching along the street. Dazzling white fireballs were pumping up from a dozen upstretched hands, smacking into the skyscraper. Flames were roaring out of windows and missile craters, all the way up the first 8 or 9 stories. Heavy-caliber guns were firing down in retaliation, pummeling the carbon-concrete sidewalk with small, intense topaz explosions. Several bodies were scattered along the street, clothes still smouldering from beam weapon scorches. Figures began to race past the bus, police in dark grey armor suits, hauling even larger automatic guns than those in use up ahead. Their movements were arachnid, scuttling from cover to cover. They began to fire. The discharge from their weapons, a continuous howl, ripping into the delicate tissue of her inner ear. She started, hands halfway to her ears, before the reporter's audio limiter program cut in. Then she was ducking down as multiple explosions ploughed up the street. White fireballs flew directly overhead. Louise reduced the sense vise to monitor function, bundling it away until it became a vivid, real-time memory. She looked at Ivanov.
"Now what?"
she asked.
"They won't let this train into Edmonton now, will they? Surely."
"They ought to. Access the overview commentary. The possessed are concentrated in one area, and the police have them contained. They've got enough firepower concentrated on them to exterminate 10 times as many as there are on the ground. Besides, if we were being diverted, the train company would have told us immediately."
Louise accessed the carriage's processor and requested a schedule update. It reported that they were going to arrive in Edmonton in 41 minutes.
"That doesn't make any sense. The authorities were paranoid about outbreaks before."
"It's politics. Edmonton is trying to prove they don't have a problem with the possessed, that they're on top of the situation.
But
I know. They should have waited until after this fight is over before any grand announcements. Being premature with the good news is hardly new for Gov Central. As soon as the Edmonton isolation was announced, a lot of highly connected lobbyists will have been called in to pressure the President's office and sympathetic senators to have the vac train lines reopened. If Edmonton is taken out of the global economic loop, all the companies in the arcology will start to fall behind their competitors, and an entire arcology is a huge market for outside companies to sell into. That's a factor too."
"They're endangering people because of money?"
Louise asked in astonishment.
"That's awful."
"Welcome to Earth."
"Don't they understand what'll happen if the possessed get into other arcologies?"
"Of course they do. Now the possessed have been exposed in Edmonton, there will be an equal amount of pressure applied to close the vac trains down again. Action and reaction, Louise."
"You mean we might not get out after we arrive?"
"We will. There'll be enough time. I promised you. Back home again in 5 hours. Remember?"
She glanced over at Jen, who was sleeping, curled up in the seat, her small face scowling even as she dreamed.
"I remember."
Not that there was much she could do about her worries now. The train was going to stop in the arcology. She hadn't felt this out of control since that first mad horse ride away from Cricklade the day Quinn Dexter appeared. That the fight around the skyscraper would be uneven was never in doubt. Even so, the effectiveness of the police tactical team was impressive. Heavy-caliber portable weapons deployed by the front line were backed up by X-ray lasers from the rear support groups, far enough back to resist glitching by the possessed. As a consequence, very few possessed actually made it into the skyscraper, and judging by the amount of gunfire coming from inside, the sect members weren't exactly a pushover. That was where the commercial sense-vise coverage ended. B7 immediately switched to the surviving sensors in the headquarters, watching nervous, indistinct figures creeping along dark, smoke-filled corridors. One of them walked over a grid with 20,000 volts running through it. The body ignited into a pillar of flame hot enough to melt the concrete corridor around it.
"Well, that's a neat trick," Northern Europe said. "What kind of energy level is that, do you think?"
"Could be total chemical conversion," Central America suggested. "It can't be a direct mass energy reaction. That would eliminate the entire arcology."
"Hardly relevant,"
South Pacific said. "On the contrary," Central America said, "the more we learn of their ability, the closer we come to defeating them. You can hardly classify their death throes as part of their ability."
"All information is useful,"
Western Europe said, deliberately bleeding a note of snobbery into his representation's voice. "We wouldn't have had this kind of success without it."
"Success?"
South Pacific pointed at the image above the conference table. The possessed had burnt out, leaving a human sculpture of ash standing amid the drizzle of molten carbon concrete. It pitched over, disintegrating into a slush of grey flakes.
"That's a success. Edmonton under siege from the possessed. May we please be preserved from your failures."
By studying the data on Dexter, we determined his likely course of action. I told you he'd betrayed the remaining possessed to us. This merely proves I was right all along.
"And Edmonton is not under siege," North America said. "The police tactical teams have the possessed surrounded."
"Wrong,"
South Pacific said. "That friend of Carter McBride won't be among this group. You haven't got him surrounded."
"He is not a threat to anyone other than Dexter," Western Europe said.
"Only in your book. As far as I'm concerned, nothing has changed. One invisible possessed and one elusive possessed are running round loose. Your territories remain embargoed."
"Thank heavens for that. We all know what would happen to Edmonton if you had any say in events over here."
"At least with my way, only one arcology suffers. I can't believe you're willing to expose another to Dexter."
"You can't win at this level without taking risks. And I do intend to win. Dexter is the epitome of all we have fought against these last 500 years. He is the yobbish anarchy that B7 has successfully banished from this world. I'll not have him return. The investment in blood and money it has cost us must be honoured."
"You sound like a third-rate Shakespearean king the night before battle. Damn, and you accuse me of arrogance."
Baneth walked back into her sanctum as the police tactical team searched through the rest of the sect headquarters for any possessed that might have survived the assault. She knew none had, but it wasn't her place to interfere. The North American supervisor had given the police commissioner instructions that she was to be left alone, along with her suite of rooms. Senior officers had taken up position outside the doors to enforce the order in case any of the tactical team turned bolshy. People hyped high on adrenaline after a fight were liable to have a healthy disregard for authority, especially where the possessed were concerned. The rest of the sect, those that had survived, weren't so fortunate. Police officers, while sympathetic to their erstwhile allies, were disarming and cuffing them. The temple was proving a popular viewing point for awed, angry officers. Quinn's last two victims were still in there on show. And when the forensic crew got to work, they'd find an awful lot of DNA samples around the altar and in the drains. It was going to be a busy night down at Edmonton's Justice Hall. The sanctum was a wreck. A couple of lights had survived when the ceiling cracked open, hanging on their cables, spinning slowly round and round. Clear fluid from the life support canisters sloshed over Baneth's shoes, several centimetres deep and tinged with blood. Most of the canisters had been smashed, spilling their bizarre occupants onto the floor. Their tubules had invariably torn out, depriving them of the vital chemicals she was feeding into them, leaving the poor creatures to flop their limbs, those that had any, feebly, until death overcame them. The organs and appendages that were simply being suspended until she found a use for them were ruined. Baneth picked up the oil painting of Mary Shelley and tipped the broken glass out of its frame. Life support fluid had discoloured the canvas quite badly. She stared at the author's drawn face for a moment, then sighed and cast the painting aside. "How poetic," she said quietly. Her suspicions about the sanctum were strengthening. There was an awful lot of damage, considering it hadn't taken a direct hit. If the structural quakes and blast waves from the explosions had been this powerful, they ought to have brought down the entire skyscraper. "Louise Kavanagh has arrived," Western Europe said. "Please stick to the scenario we worked out." "Sure." She knew her rebelliousness was coming through. Not that it mattered. She certainly couldn't evade the supervisors. That was the bargain she'd shaken on all those years ago. Not that she'd ever suspected it would come to this, a suicide bait. But when you sign in blood, you must expect the devil to write the small print in his favour. "Go down to one of the lower floors," Western Europe said. "I don't want Louise to see your little dungeon of horrors. It's important she isn't upset by you." Baneth hesitated. Her legs quivered, a pointed reminder of what this particular affinity bond was capable of. If she refused, they would simply take her over and puppet her body. "Okay. God's brother, I'm doing it. Just don't expect me to smile and say thanks." She turned slowly, gazing carefully round the ruins. One last nostalgic look. A cool breeze drifted against her cheek, causing the dangling lights to sway as they spun. The door was shut. "Is something the matter?" North America asked. "No," she said, then relented. They could pick up on her emotional state easily enough through affinity. "Possibly. I think he might be in here with me right now. I have the feeling I'm being watched.
bewitched. It's the spookiest thing." She projected a starched, ironic smile. "Call out," Western Europe said excitedly. "Challenge him, provoke him, something. See if you can get him to materialize. We only need a second." "Quinn, is that you, my little darling? Are you here at last?" Bannath put out a hand and stroked the central table, fingers lingering on the straps. "Have you come home to me? You're not afraid, are you, my darling? I made you better than that. Remember that beautiful pain that birthed you? I cleansed you of fear amid that pain so you could serve God's brother properly. And you have, haven't you? How you've grown since I banished you, the very Messiah of darkness now. That's what you claim, isn't it? But can you do what you claim, or have you become flawed? I can correct that, Quinn. I can make you whole again. Submit to me, return to me, and I'll love you in that very special way. Our way, just like before." She held up the strap invitingly. Quinn trembled in fury. He wanted to take her there and then. Every word she spoke, each mocking syllable, teased out the memories of what she'd done to him. This room had been the place where the real violations had been performed, his screaming and her silken laughter mingling long into the nights. The urge to reverse those acts made his serpent beast howl in torment as he denied himself. She should be the one bound by those straps. He should be the one standing over the table. His hands reached out to her, ready to caress and crush. An annoyed frown creased her face, verging on petulance. "It's no good," she muttered. "The little prick can't hear me." Quinn leaned closer, puzzled. It was as though she was talking to someone. Bannath came to a decision and strode out of the door, anger evident in every tense muscle and furious grimace. Her mind tone was sullen and extremely fearful. It was similar to those Quinn had perceived in his sacrificial victims. He followed her as she stomped through the headquarters. 2 police officers fell in beside her, escorting her down the stairs. More proof of the treachery she had indulged in at the expense of God's brother, as if he needed more. They came to an office below the headquarters edifice itself. The place belonged to an alcohol wholesaler, one of the sect's commercial fronts, and Quinn received the biggest shock of all since he'd returned to Earth. The Kavanagh sisters were there, waiting for Bannath. Louise was amazed to find they'd arrived at the skyscraper featured on the news sense-vise. It did make her wonder about Ivanov Robson, though. For a start, there was something very odd about the way he was always right about things. And then there was this contact he had inside the Edmonton Police Division. She could believe that he'd worked with police departments before, and no doubt a few favours were owed on both sides, but to pass so effortlessly through the cordon of armed police around the skyscraper was hard to credit. Nonetheless, the major in charge of the tactical squad had been waiting to greet them when their taxi pulled up, 50 metres short from the rear of the buzzing crowd. Now it was safe. Thousands of Edmonton's ordinary citizens had flocked in to soak up whatever was left of the drama. Rover reporters and several district councillors formed the inner wall, pressing against the barriers, shouting and datavising the line of implacable police for snatches of information, or pleading to be allowed just that fraction closer than their rivals. 6 tactical team officers fell in around Louise's party and cleared their way through the tightly packed crowd. Inside the barriers, the fire department was doing most of the work. Hoses snaked away from large tenders, trailing down from mechanoids that were scampering across the vertical walls of the skyscraper, extinguishing the last of the fires. The police were concerned only in bundling the surviving combatants from both sides into secure trucks so they could be driven away to the justice hall. One of them, a girl younger than Louise, was sobbing hysterically, kicking and bucking violently as 4 officers carried her to a waiting truck. She screamed, "The Messiah lives! His night will claim you all!" as they flung her unceremoniously inside. Just as they were going in through the main entrance, 3 fully grown pigs rampaged out, squealing and grunting as they raced down the broken stairs towards the street. Sweating, angry officers chased after them. Louise simply stood aside and let them go past. It was one of today's milder insanities.
The Major led them inside. Fire and explosions had wrecked the lobby. Water and foam from the fire mechanoids was pooling underfoot. Lighting came from temporary rigs set up at strategic corners. None of the lifts or escalators were working. They went up 4 flights of stairs before being shown into some kind of office that had escaped any serious damage. Despite the fires, Louise felt chilly. The Major left them, and a strange-looking woman walked in. At first, Louise wasn't entirely sure she was a woman. Her jaw was strong enough to be male, although her feminine figure countered the argument. And the way she walked, straightforward, easy strides, that was masculine too. The oddest feature was her eyes with their pink irises. When she looked at Louise, there was no hint of what she was thinking. "I don't know who you people are," Banner said, "but you must have a lot of clout to get in here right now." She stared at Genevieve. For the first time her face betrayed an emotion. "Very strange," she muttered in puzzlement.
"I have contacts," Ivanov said modestly.
"I'm sure you do. My name is Louise Kavanagh. I called you earlier, about Quinn Dexter. Do you remember?"
"Yes, I remember. I think he may have done all this, or at least sent people to do it. He told me he was coming back to Earth to get you. I did try and warn you." Banner's gaze remained on Genevieve, who was fingering her pendant.
"So you did. My mistake for not listening, although as you can imagine, I have good reason to be skeptical. Quinn was deported. I didn't expect to see him again. He really hated you. What did you do to him?" "We had several disagreements. As you might have guessed, my occupation is outside the mainstream. I earn a living by supplying certain items to people which cannot be bought through normal commercial channels. It's an activity which has brought me into conflict with the police on several occasions. Dear Quinn was one of my couriers, and he rather stupidly got caught. That was the reason he was deported, in fact. I expect he blames me for his sentence. I didn't contribute to his defense. At the time I was using my contacts to protect myself. His incompetence landed me in a very difficult legal situation. So you see, the antipathy is mutual." "I'm sure it is," Louise said, "but he's a possessed now. One of the strongest. That makes him very dangerous, especially to you." Bannath gestured round. "I'm beginning to appreciate that. Though I'm curious, why are you, someone I've never met before, interested in saving me? I guarantee I really am someone a nice girl like you wouldn't want to meet." Louise was beginning to ask herself the same thing. Bannath was nothing like the image in her mind. She'd been expecting a slightly older version of herself, innocent and bewildered, not this cold, criminal woman, whose every gesture and syllable was rich with disdain. "He was obsessed with you, and people need to be warned what he's capable of. I'm frightened that once he's murdered you, he'll do to Earth what he did to Norfolk. That was my home planet, you see." "How very noble and unselfish of you, Louise. Behaviour no one on this planet is remotely accustomed to, not in this day and age." She arched an eyebrow at Ivanov. "So what do you suggest I do now?" "I'm not sure," Louise said. "I just had to deliver the warning. I promised myself that. I didn't really think about afterwards. Can you convince the police to give you a 24-hour guard? I expect that if I told them a possessed was hunting me, they'd probably show Quinn where I was and laugh a lot while they were doing it. I've used up every contact and legal resource I had, merely to avoid getting arrested for the crime of being in the same building he attacked. Then you'll have to leave. I can see this means a lot to you, but the police have killed every possessed involved in the attack. I wouldn't worry. Quinn Dexter's soul is back where it belongs, suffering badly in the beyond." "You don't know that," Louise insisted. "If any of them survived, it'll be him. At least leave here until the police confirm there are no more possessed left in Edmonton. If they didn't get him, he'll come after you again. I know he will. He told me. Killing you is a filthy obsession with him." Bannath nodded. Reluctantly, Louise considered, as if there were something demeaning in taking advice from her.
What horrible snobbery. To think of everything I risked in coming to her aid, not to mention the money it's cost. Not even Fletcher would have bothered if he'd known how awful she is. I suppose there's no harm in playing it safe, Bannath said. Unfortunately, Quinn knows all my associates and safe houses here in the arcology. She paused. The vac trains are open to half of Europe and most of North America, though the rest of the world seems more sceptical about Edmonton's assurances. Good for them.
We're going back to London this evening, Ivanov Robson said. Do you know anyone there you can stay with?
Like you? I have contacts.
Okay. I can arrange for a police tactical team to escort us back to the station. But once we get to London, you're on your own.
Bannath gave an indifferent shrug. Quinn watched the entire scene play out, resisting the impulse to interfere at Bannath's petty lies. He was captivated not just by what was said, but the emotional content behind the words. Louise backed every word she spoke with intense fervour. Bannath was her usual serene, egotistical self, a state she shared with the husky private detective, which made Quinn highly suspicious of him. It was pure theatre. It had to be. Yet it must be a paradox. Louise Kavanagh had no script, no coaching. She believed what she was saying, that she had some higher mission to save Bannath from him. That couldn't be forged. The entire thing must have been orchestrated by the supercops. For whose benefit? That was the really unnerving part. There was no possible way Louise could have found Bannath unless the High Magus wanted her to. The girl must have been steered here by the supercops for one reason, to get Bannath out of Edmonton. Yet Bannath was part of the supercop setup. She didn't need Louise to tell her where to go. It didn't make any sense. One thing he couldn't ignore, the vac trains were running again, though that might be the trap, the reason for this charade, to snare him on the ocean bed halfway between continents. Even he couldn't get out of that. But how would they know if he was on board a specific train? He followed the group out of the office and down the stairs, not really paying much attention. His mind was savaging the possibilities. If they could detect me when I'm in this realm, they would have done everything they could to destroy me. That means they can't. So this must be a ploy to lure me out. The supercops know I want Bannath, so they're using her as bait. The vac train isn't the trap. Wherever she goes in London is their kill arena, and that's where they'll be. This planet's strongest, most subtle line of defense against his night. Quinn smiled lustily and increased the speed of his gliding walk through the ghost realm, determined not to let Louise and her party out of his sight. After so many false starts, the true Armageddon was beginning. 15. It was a foul job, but better than scouting round the starscrapers. Tolton and Darriot were driving a truck slowly over Valisk's grass plains in search of servitor bodies. Food was becoming a critical commodity within the enfeebled habitat. During Kira's reign, the possessed had simply helped themselves to existing supplies, with little thought devoted to replenishing them. Then, after plunging into the dark continuum, the survivors had turned to butchering the wild terrestrial animals that had fallen into unconsciousness. Large cooking pits had been dug outside the northern end cap caverns, where the Starbridge tribes took charge of trussing the beasts on long poles to be roasted over the flames, as if for a medieval banquet. It was a predictably monotonous diet of goat, sheep, and rabbits, but nourishing enough. None of the other lethargic survivors complained. Now that operation was being accelerated. The animals were gradually slipping from their strange comas into death. Their carcasses had to be recovered and cooked before they started to decay. If it was hung in the coolest caverns, properly cured meat could be stored for several weeks and still remain edible. Building up a stockpile of food was also a logical precaution to be undertaken in times of war. Rubra's regiment of descendants all knew about the visitor and had been surreptitiously supplementing their armaments ever since. The remaining survivors hadn't been told. Tolton wondered if that was why he and Darriot had been given this particular task, so he wouldn't have much contact with the refugees occupying the caverns. Why should the personality distrust you? Dariat asked, as the street poet drove them along the side of a stream in one of the shallow valleys meandering through the southern grasslands. You're one of the real survivors of the possessed occupation. You've proved yourself as an asset as far as it's concerned. Because of what I am. You know I'm on the side of the underclass, that's my nature. I might warn them. Do you think warning them is helping them? They're in no fit state to put up any resistance if that thing comes back. You know damn well my illustrious relatives are the only ones who stand a chance of stopping it. Go ahead and tell the sick there's some kind of homicidal ice dragon stalking us. See how much you improve their morale. I don't want to preach homilies, but class distinction has been suspended for the duration. We're divided into effectives and dependents now. That's all. All right, damn it. But you can't keep them in ignorance forever. They won't be. If that thing ever gets inside, everyone's going to know about it. Tolton gripped the top of the steering wheel with both hands, and slowed so he could watch Dariat's answer. You think it will come back? The opinion is a resounding yes. It wanted something the first time, and all we did was make it mad at us. Even assuming it has the wackiest psychology possible, it'll come back. The only questions are when, and will it be alone? Bloody hell. Tolton twisted the throttle again, and sent the truck splashing through a shallow section of the stream. What about the signalling project? Can we call the Confederation yet? No. There's still a team working on it, but most of my relatives are doing what they can to beef up the habitat defenses. We still have some? Not many, Dariat admitted. Tolton saw a suspicious avocado-green lump amid the wispy tips of pink xenoc grass, and slowed the truck to a halt. The body of a large servitor lizard was lying curled up on the ground. A tegu, engineered for agronomy maintenance, it measured 1.5 meters from nose to tail, with long rake-like fingers on its hands. There were hundreds of them in Valisk, patrolling the streams where they were employed to clear jams of dead grass and twigs that built up along rocky snags. Dariat stood and watched as his friend bent over and gingerly touched the creature's flanks. I can't make out if it's alive or not, Tolton complained. It's dead, Dariat told him. There's no life energy left in the body. You can tell that? Yeah, it's like a little internal glow. All living things have it. Hell, you can see that? It's similar to seeing, yes. I guess my brain just interprets it as light. You haven't got a brain. You're just a ghost. A whole bunch of thoughts strung together. There's more to me than that, if you don't mind. I'm a naked soul. Okay, there's no need to get touchy about it. Tolton grinned. Touchy, get it? A ghost, touchy. I hope your poetry is better than your humour. After all, you're the one that's got to pick it up. His translucent foot nudged the dead lizard. Tolton's grin crumpled. Bugger. He went round to the back of the truck and lowered the tailgate. There were already 3 dead servitor chimps lying on the metal floor. I didn't mind the goats so much, but this is like cannibalism, he grumbled. Monkeys were a delicacy in several pre-industrial societies back on Earth. No wonder they all died out then. Their kids ran off to the city and lived happily ever after on Chinese takeaway. He put his hands under the lizard's body, disgruntled by the dry, slippery feel of the scales and the way they shifted so easily over protuberant bones. Muttering about the truck's lack of a winch, he started to drag the body over to the tailgate. The lizard was quite a weight, needing several stages to haul it up the steep ramp. Tolton was flushed by the time he finally skewed it over the chimps. He jumped down and shoved the tailgate back up, shoving the latches home. Good job, Dariat said. Just as long as I don't have to butcher them, I don't care. We should get back. That's a big load already. Tolton grunted in agreement. The trucks had been stripped down to the minimum number of systems. There were no governing processors, no power steering, no collision alert radar, nor impact-triggered seat webs. A power cell was wired directly to the wheel hub motors, with a throttle as the only control. Such an arrangement gave the vehicles a modicum of reliability, though even that was far from 100%. Switching them on was always a lottery, and if they had too much weight in the back, they wouldn't work at all.
"Dariat," the personality called. "The visitor is back, and it's not alone."
"Oh, Towale. How many?"
"A couple of dozen, I think. Maybe more."
Once again, Dariat knew how much mental effort it took for the personality to focus on the approaching specks. Even then, he wasn't sure it was observing all of them. As before, pale streaks of turquoise and burgundy were fluxing within the strands of the dusky nebula outside. A scattering of wan grey dots swished between the ragged strands, curving sharply at each turn, but always coming closer. Their movements were confusing, but even so the personality should have been able to track them. Dariat looked through the truck's grimed windscreen. The northern end cap was 30 kilometers away, suddenly a huge distance across the rolling grasslands and scrub desert. It would take them at least 40 minutes to get there, assuming the cloying blades of pink grass didn't get any thicker before they reached one of the rough tracks. And that was a long time to be alone in this continuum. Not that the caverns would offer much sanctuary. It was ironic, Dariat thought. He who had managed to isolate himself for 30 years now wanted to surround himself with people. He could never forget that debilitating cold the visitor had inflicted on him last time. His soul was unprotected in this realm. If he was going to truly die, he preferred to do it in the company of his own kind. He turned to Tolton, making sure his lips were exaggerating his words. "Does this thing go any faster?" The street poet gave him a panicked glance. "Why?" "Because now would be a good time to find out. The bastards come back. More than one." Tolton twisted the throttle urgently, nudging the speed up to over 40 kilometers an hour. The wheel hub motors started making erratic buzzing sounds. Normally they were completely silent. Dariat used affinity to watch the visitor's approach. The personality had activated the 7 lasers and 2 masers emplaced around the rim of the counter-rotating spaceport. As before, there was no radar return from any of the visitors. The first ones began their final dash from the shifting fringe of the nebula through the clear space to the habitat's shell. They were condensing the darkness around themselves now, twirling sharp horns of light in kaleidoscopic arcs. Optical sensors locked on, aligning the energy weapons on one of the giveaway distortion swells. 9 intense energy beams pinioned the visitor. Its sole response was to spin faster, wriggling wildly along its trajectory as it plummeted in towards the shell. The radial spires of distorted luminescence flared brighter and higher. Then it was falling behind the tips of the starscrapers, beyond the weapon's elevation. They slid back to find another target. It, too, was unaffected by the energy strike. The personality stopped firing. Anxiety spread like a mental virus among Rubra's descendants as they waited to see what the visitors would do next. The personal weapons they'd prepared were distributed and primed. Not that anyone held out much hope. If the spaceport lasers couldn't harm them, then rifles, however large the caliber, were going to be completely useless. Not that anybody refused them. Having a hefty chunk of destructive hardware you could grip in your hand was always a nice psychological boost. The Ogathe led a swarm of its eager kith towards the giant living object, soaking up the blaze of heat which it threw away so casually. They had come to preempt the absorption that was the fate of all beings in the dark continuum, gorging on as much of its life energy as they could before it reached the melange. Once that happened, so many of the entities entombed within would be empowered to resurrection and individuality that the whole melange would be loosened, possibly even breaking apart for a short while. But there would never be enough energy to return them all to the place from which they'd fallen. That privilege could only be granted to those who empowered themselves before the dispersal. That was why it had called upon the others, the strongest of their kind, able to fly far and long from the melange. Together they might successfully storm the object where one had failed. To be rewarded with enough energy to elevate themselves out of the dark continuum was worth any risk. The Ogathe swooped closer. Huge waves of thought rippled through the layer of life energy below the object's surface, focusing on it. Pillars of energy lashed out from the dead section at the far end, a kind unusable by the Ogathe. It closed its boundary against the flow, letting the power splash apart harmlessly. The pillars of energy vanished when it drove down close to the surface. Its kith were following it down, hungered by the abundant energy, crying victoriously among themselves. Ahead now were the hollow spindles protruding from the object's midsection. The Orgathe increased its speed, hardening itself with a reckless expenditure of energy. It remembered the sheet of transparent matter it had landed on before. Easy to identify amid the thousands of other identical sheets inlaid along the length of the spindle, a dead section, drained of life energy and heat. This time, the Orgathe didn't slow down. The window of Horner's bar detonated inwards with a terrifyingly violent explosion. Craggy shards of crystal blasted into the bar, scything through the furniture. Frozen ice-cloaked tables and chairs disintegrated into billowing clouds of glossy, silvery fragments. Then the entire maelstrom reversed its flow and howled out through the shattered window. The badly shredded main door into the vestibule buckled and collapsed, allowing the air to rush through. Emergency pressure locks all across the 25th story started to slide shut. They were mechanical systems, self-powered, activated by simple, fail-safe pressure sensors. The majority of them were unaffected by the malaise inflicted by the dark continuum. Only a minority of the Starscraper's muscle membranes reacted to the potentially lethal development. The personality concentrated hard, ensuring that the muscle membranes around the Jerba's lobby were shut, then tried to reach the floors immediately below that. Its thought routines encountered a tide of exhaustion that grew worse the further it inserted itself into the Starscraper. Only the vaguest images from the 25th floor were available. The Orgathe gripped the rim of the bar's window with several appendages, waiting until the gale subsided. Bottles detonated in mid-flight as they were swept across the room, their exotic liquor solidifying in weird, bulbous shapes the instant they broke free of the glass. Anything which struck the Orgathe simply bounced off, gyrating away into the void outside. As soon as the roar of air began to ebb, it moved into the Starscraper. The wall around the empty door simply burst apart as it went through. Still, there was no clear image of it as it moved along the vestibule. All the sensitive cells could discern before they died was a tumour of darker shadow within the lightless chamber. And now the Habitat personality was having to divert its attention to the rest of the Orgathe swarm that was slamming their way through other Starscraper windows. Emergency pressure locks and muscle membranes were closing throughout the deserted structures, desperately trying to contain the atmospheric breaches. The Orgathe continued to surge forward into the Starscraper, hunting round for concentrations of life energy to consume. It was spread thinly here, nothing like as rich as the layer beneath the object's outer surface. Instinctively, the Orgathe barged upwards towards that mammoth source. Flat planes of matter splintered as it hammered through them. Further harsh gusts of gas whistled past. Then it found what it wanted, a solid stream of liquid suffused with life energy pouring along the core of the Starscraper. It moved as close as it could, siphoning the heat out of the thick wall of matter surrounding the stream until the outside began to crack. Then it bored through with a couple of appendages and immersed their tips in the current. Sweet, vital life energy flowed back into the Orgathe, replenishing it after its considerable exertions. It settled down and began consuming the apparently infinite torrent, growing in a way impossible before. 3 trucks approached the ring of dilapidated hovels encircling the Jerba's lobby. Each vehicle had 2 people inside, a nervous driver and an even more nervous lookout, armed with a heavy-caliber rifle. They began to nudge along the muddy tracks between the precarious walls, heavy wheels squelching cans and empty sachet wrappers into the ground. Past the hovels, they pulled up short of the lobby. As with all Valisk's internal buildings, it was an elaborate edifice, a dome shape from gradually inclined tiers of long white polyp window arches, with a circular apex of amber-tinted crystal. Inside, it had the kind of furniture nests and large marble floors endemic to any human travel station. A few cracked windows along the bottom tier, and smashed furniture smeared across the floor, was the only evidence of past battles between Kira and Rubra. Tolton gave it all a jaundiced look. "God, I really didn't expect to be coming back here," he grumbled. "You're not alone," Dariat told him. Erentz climbed down out of the passenger seat, keeping her rifle trained squarely on the lobby. The visitors had been in Valisk for 30 hours now. In all that time, not one of them had emerged from a starscraper, nor made any hostile move. If it hadn't been for the broken windows and closed emergency locks, there would be no evidence of their incursion at all. After their desperate efforts to gain entry, such inactivity had everyone troubled and confused. The personality was determined to discover what nefarious activity they were cooking up in the starscrapers. The lifts were clumped together in the centre of the lobby, a broad column of grey polyp reaching halfway up to the amber crystal above. Its curving wall was inset with silvery mechanical doors. One of them slid open as the group approached. Erentz put down the large case of equipment she was carrying and inched over to the rim, so she could snatch a look down. The top of the lift was out of sight, leaving a dark circular shaft with vertical rails that faded from sight after a few meters. She shone a torch into the gulf. All that did was show her more of the rails, and another set of emergency fire control doors on the inside. If she leaned right over, she could just make out the door below. "From what I can discern, the visitor is now on the 22nd floor," the personality said. "I have managed to seal off the floors below, so the 22nd remains fully pressurized. The 23rd is the same. 24 is partially pressurized. 25 is now in a vacuum. Your only escape route, Erentz, is up. Dariot, I imagine you can use the lower floors. A vacuum really shouldn't bother you." Dariot nodded thoughtfully. "Let's try not to put that theory to the test, okay? Besides, where would I go once I reached the bottom?" It took 20 minutes to prepare. 3 of the group started to rig up a winch they'd brought, securing it on the lobby floor with large bolts. The rest helped Erentz into the silver-grey suit which she was going to wear for the reconnaissance. They'd chosen a thermal emission suit, capable of protecting its wearer from extreme temperatures. It had a thick layer of insulation with a molecular structure similar to the null-therm foam used by starships. The one drawback to that particular property was that the heat generated by a living body's organs and muscles couldn't escape. Any wearer would cook themselves to death inside 30 minutes, so before getting into it, Erentz had to put on a tight-fitting regulator overall, made from heat-absorber fabric. It was capable of soaking up and storing her body's entire output for 7 hours before having to be drained. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Tolton asked as he sealed the outer gauntlets to her sleeves. The suit's puffy appearance was making her look like an Arctic skier. "You were down there with it before?" she answered. "It has some kind of active heat sink ability. I've got to have something to shield me from that if I get too close, and I can't risk wearing an SII suit, not in this continuum. There's no guarantee it'll even work below the first floor." "All right. If you're happy, I'm not." She slipped the suit's breathing mask on, fiddling with it until it was comfortable. The suit wasn't pressurized, but the mask maintained her air supply at a constant temperature. Tolton handed her the electron rod. Its spiked tip was capable of giving off a 10,000-volt shock. "This should stop it getting too close. Electricity seems to be our one constant these days. It can blast the possessed back into the beyond, and it certainly scared the visitor." She held up the rod, then slipped it into her belt next to a laser pistol and a fission blade. "I feel like I'm off to poke the tiger," she mumbled round the mask. "I'm sorry," said the personality, "but we really do need to know what these things are up to." Yeah. She pulled the helmet visor down, a transparent material thick enough to give the world a gentle turquoise shade. "You ready?" she asked Dariot. "Yes." His affinity voice might have said it, but his mind didn't. The winch cable had been looped round a pulley at the top of the lift shaft. It ended in a couple of simple straps which Erentz clipped onto a harness around her torso. Above the straps, there was a simple control box on a flexible stalk, with 4 buttons to govern the winch. She tugged at the thin cable, testing its strength. "It's a linked molecule silicon fibre," explained one of the engineers who'd rigged it up. "Totally reliable. It can support 100 times your body weight." He indicated a small toggle-like handle nesting in the junction between the 2 straps. "This is your fast retrieval handle. The winch drum is recoil-wound, like a spring.
The further you go down, the tighter the tension. So if you need to get back up here in a hurry, forget the control box. Simply twist and pull. It'll reel you in fast, and the whole mechanism is mechanical, so no demon spook can mess with it."
"Thanks."
Erentz touched the little toggle reverently, the way she'd seen Christians stroking a crucifix. She walked over to the rim of the lift shaft, switching on her helmet and wrist lights.
"We're on."
Dariat nodded and came over to stand behind her. He put his arms round her chest. His legs he bent so they were wrapped round hers, his feet hooking together between her ankles. It felt like a solid hold.
"I think I'm secure."
Erentz stepped off into space and swung out into the shaft. She dangled over black emptiness, rotating very slowly. Dariat weighed nothing at all. The only way she knew he was still there was the faintest glow coming from his arms as they clung to her.
"All right, let's go see what it's up to."
She pressed the descent button, and the cable started to play out, lowering her. The last she saw of the lobby was 3 people crowded shoulder to shoulder in the bright doorway, craning down to watch her. 22 floors is a long way to go when you're hanging on the end of an invisible cable in absolute darkness.
"The shaft's horizontal pressure seal on the 30th story is closed," the personality said. "The drop is not as fearsome as you imagine it."
"I'm really trying not to imagine it at all,"
she shot back waspishly. Dariat didn't say anything. He was too busy fighting the fatigue trembles in his legs. The awkward position he was in made his muscles prone to cramps. Stupid for a ghost, he told himself repeatedly. The lift doors kept sliding by, buff silver panels affixed to the polyp by a web of support rails and actuator cabinets. Dariat kept trying to use the sensitive cells on each floor to survey the vestibule as they dropped past, but the neural strata was badly affected by the dark continuum's enervation. The thought routines inside were confused and slow, providing meagre pictures of the darkened corridors. Even those had vanished by the 21st story. Real worry began to seep into Dariat's thoughts. It was the visitor who was causing this part of the affliction, almost an anti-presence, soaking up life and heat like some hazy event horizon. This was alien at its extreme.
"Here we are,"
Erentz said. She slowed their descent until they were level with the doors to the 22nd floor vestibule.
"I don't think I can hold on for much longer,"
Dariat said.
"My arms are starting to ache."
Erentz's mind was moderately incredulous, but she spared him a direct comment. She started to sway, building up pendulum momentum, carrying them closer to the shaft wall each time. Catching hold of the struts and conduits beside the door was easy, and she steadied them against the polyp, feet resting on a latch motor casing. There was an emergency release handle on the top rail, which she turned through 90 degrees. The door slid open with a quiet hiss of compressed air. With one hand poised ready on the retrieval toggle, she shuffled along the lower rail and swung round the edge of the door.
"Okay, so far,"
she told the personality and all her relatives who were monitoring her progress. The vestibule was as dark as the lift shaft. Even the emergency lights had failed. Frost glinted everywhere her lights touched. The suit's environment sensor reported the air was 50 degrees below freezing. So far here, electronic systems were functioning close to their operational parameters. Erentz slowly unclipped the winch cable and secured it on a strut just inside the rim of the door, easily available in a hurry. She and Dariat shared an affinity layout of the floor, with the visitor's approximate position indicated by a black blob. It wasn't very precise, and they both knew that since the floor's bitech and electronics had failed, it could have moved without the personality knowing. That was one of the reasons the personality had wanted Dariat along on the reconnaissance. They knew he was affected by the visitor, implying he might just be able to sense it, while Erentz, in her insulated suit, would remain unaware. As theories went, it wasn't the most inspiring. In the end, Dariat only agreed to accompany Erentz because he knew more than most just how grim their position was. The personality held nothing from him, treating him almost as an adjunct of itself, like an exceptionally mobile observation subroutine, or favourite pet, he thought on occasion. They desperately needed quantifiable data on the dark continuum if they were going to get a message out to the Confederation.
So far, the probes and quantum analysis sensors had returned next to zero information. The visitor was the only source of new facts they'd encountered. Its apparent ability to manipulate energy states could prove valuable.
"Earth's recipe for omelettes," Dariet murmured silently. "First, steal some eggs."
"Let's go," Erentz said. Try as he might, Dariet couldn't find true fear in her mind. Apprehension aplenty, but she genuinely believed they would be successful. They set off along the gently curving vestibule, heading for the visitor. 15 meters from the lift, a massive hole had been punched through the floor. It was as if a bomb had detonated, smashing the neat layers of polyp into a jumble of large slabs and pulverized gravel. Nutrient fluid, water, and sludge had leaked out from various severed tubules, oozing down the piles of detritus before turning to rucked tongues of dull grey ice. They stood at the broken rim and looked down.
"We won't stand a chance against this thing," Dariet said. "Holy Anstid, look at what it can do. The strength of the fucking thing. That polyp's over 2 meters thick. Look, we've got to get out of here."
"Calm down," the personality replied. "Whoever heard of a ghost being frightened?"
"Well, hear it and weep. This is suicidal."
"Physical strength alone didn't do this," Erentz said. "It was helped by the cold. If you lower the polyp's temperature far enough, it becomes as brittle as glass."
"That's a real comfort to know," Dariet retorted scathingly.
"The personality is right. We shouldn't balk just because of this. It demonstrates that the visitor uses cold the same way we use heat, that's all. If we'd wanted to break through a wall, we'd heat it with lasers or an induction field until it weakens. This is an example of how logic progresses in this continuum. Concentrating enough energy to heat something is fantastically difficult here, so the visitors simply apply the inverse."
"But we don't know how they apply it," Dariet said, "so we can't defend ourselves against it."
"Then we need to find out," Erentz said simply, "and you have to admit, if this is how it moves about, we'll definitely hear it coming." Dariet cursed as she started to pick her way over the loose debris bordering the hole. He knew now why the personality had picked her. She had more gung-ho optimism than a whole squadron of test pilots. Reluctantly, he started to follow. There were deep gouge marks in the floor that had torn the scarlet and lemon carpet into crumpled waves. The naked polyp underneath was pocked with small craters in a triangular pattern every couple of meters. Dariet had no trouble picturing them as talon marks. The visitor had bulldozed its way along the vestibule, cracking the walls and shredding the furniture and fittings. Then it had veered off deeper into the interior of the starscraper. According to the personality, it was resting right against the core. The door to a large apartment suite was missing, along with a considerable chunk of the surrounding wall. Erentz halted several meters short and ran her suit's wrist beams around the big aperture. "The vestibule on the other side is undamaged," she said. "It has to be in there."
"I agree."
"Can you tell for certain?"
"I'm a ghost, not a psychic."
"You know what I mean."
"Yeah,
but I feel okay so far." She knelt down and began unhooking sensors from her belt, screwing them onto a telescopic pole. "I'll just run a visual and infrared scan first, with spectral and particle interpretation programs hooked in. No active sweeps." "Try a magnetic scan as well," the personality suggested. "Right." Erentz added one last sensor to the small clump, then looked round at Dariet. "Okay?" He nodded. She extended the pull cautiously. Dariet used affinity to receive the results directly from the Bitech processor governing the sensors, seeing a pale image of the frosted walls sliding past. It was superimposed with translucent sheets of colour that shimmered with diffraction patterns, the results of the analysis programs which Dariet fully failed to understand. He shifted the focus, cancelling everything but the raw visual and infrared image. He watched the edge of the smashed wall go past. Then there was nothing. "Is it still working?" he asked. "Yes, there's absolutely no light in there. No electromagnetic emissions at all. That's odd. The walls should register on the infrared, no matter how cold they are. It's like the visitor has thrown some kind of energy barricade across the hole." "So go for an active scan," Dariet said.
Laser radar, perhaps. Simpler if you just go and take a peek, the personality said. No bloody way. You don't know it's an energy barricade. That might be the visitor itself hiding round the corner. If it was that close, you really would sense it. We don't know that for sure. Stop farting about like an old woman and go stick your head round the edge.
Errants had already pulled the telescopic pole back. She wasn't going to give him any support at all.
Okay, I'll look.
The whole notion was even worse than when he'd taken that suicide pill back in Bossport's apartment. At least then he'd had a pretty good idea what he was letting himself in for.
Shine as much light over here as you can, he told Errants.
She put the last sensor back on her belt, then pulled out the laser pistol and a small tubular flare launcher.
Ready?
They both moved over to the other side of the vestibule, giving Dariat a better angle. Errants focused her helmet beams on the gap as he crept towards it. There was nothing to see. The beams could have been trying to illuminate a cold neutron star for all the effect they had. Dariat was standing opposite the gap now.
Shit. Maybe it is an event horizon. I can't see a bloody thing in there.
It was as if the universe ended inside the apartment, an uncomfortable analogy given their circumstances.
Stage 2, then,
Errants said. She brought her flare launcher up, aiming it at the gap.
Let's see if this exposes anything. We shouldn't rush into this, Dariat said quickly.
Fine, the personality interjected.
As you can't see anything from outside, and you don't want to use the flare, why don't you just go in there and take a look around? It might think the flare is some kind of weapon, Dariat said. Then what do you suggest? I'm just saying, that's all. It doesn't hurt to be prudent. We've taken every precaution we can. Errants, use the flare. Wait!
Right out on the very edge of visibility, there was a perturbation in the curtain of darkness. Faint shadow shapes moved sinuously, the surface distortion of something stirring deep inside. The blackness started to recede from him with the leisurely speed of an outgoing tide, uncovering the edges of the apartment. His mind was aware of Errants's finger tightening on the launcher's release trigger. Determination in her mind not to come back without some useful information on the visitor.
No, don't!
The flare streaked across the vestibule, a searing white magnesium blaze that punctured the pseudo-veil across the gap. Dariat looked directly into the shattered apartment. Paradoxically, the new strength it had gained was weakening the Orgathe as a whole. As it absorbed the life energy contained within the stream of liquid, its once quiescent riders began to rise out of their unity. It was no longer a singleton. The collective which had originally formed the Orgathe was separating. Before, they had bound their meagre scraps of life energy together, a synergistic combination which had allowed them to fly free of the melange. Together, they had been strong. Now there was more than enough life energy to make them strong individually. They had no real need for each other anymore. Physically, they remained in the same place. There was no reason to move. Quite the opposite. They needed to stay and consume the life energy which would finally allow them their independence. The ultimate condition hadn't yet been achieved, though it was very close now. Already the Orgathe's physical composition was changing in anticipation of the splendid moment. Internally, it had begun to compartmentalize, dividing in a mockery of biological cell multiplication, with each section attaining a unique shape. The Orgathe had become a womb for a dozen different species. Then it sensed the two entities approaching. Their flames of life energy were too small and weak to be worthy of any active intervention. The liquid supply of life energy was far more enriching than any it would gain by devouring individuals. The Orgathe simply coiled the darkness protectively around itself and carried on consuming. And Errants fired the flare into the apartment. Dariat saw the vast bulk of the Orgathe clinging to the far wall, a sagging, glossy black membrane with flabby protuberances that pulsed in discordant rhythms, as if something was scrabbling round underneath. Tentacle-like bands of raw muscle were wound round it so tightly they quivered with tension. The flare smacked into a wall, bounced, dropped to the frost-sprinkled carpet, where it started to burn through into the polyp. Heat and light drenched the apartment in equal proportions. The Agathe could ward off the light, but not the heat. That penetrated right through its fractions, bringing a wave of pain with it. Dariat watched the Agathe peel apart like segments of rotting fruit as it fell off the wall. A torrent of ice-frothed sludge poured out of the 2 puncture holes it had been suckling from. The thick bubbling tide swept the grotesque menagerie of malleable creatures across the floor before it. They tottered and rolled chaotically in the dimming light, churning up the slough. Multi-jointed legs scrabbled round in the same fashion as a new-born deer attempting to stand. Damp wings fluttered ineffectually, flinging off fantails of sticky droplets. Mouths, beaks, and gullets pumped and gasped in silence.
"Oh, fuck,"
Dariat moaned. The Habitat's affinity band was stunned into mortified silence as he shared his vision with everybody. Errant started to back down the vestibule, fear sending cold shivers along her limbs. The flare sputtered and died, sending up a final spiral wisp of smoke. Just before the light vanished, Dariat thought the creatures were solidifying, their skin hardening. In the darkness he heard a clack, as might be made by teeth in an excessively large jaw snapping shut. Dizziness struck him like a rubber truncheon. He staggered away from the apartment, almost unaware of Errance's suit lights bobbing about wildly as she started running.
"Move, Dariat!"
The level of worry in the personality's plea goaded him into taking a few shaky steps.
"Come on, boy! Get the fuck out of there!"
He took a few more steps, sobbing in frustration at the weakness that had infected his spectral limbs. Lodging in his mind, though not through the gateway of affinity, was an awareness of the visitor's stupendous hunger. Dariat had stumbled on for several meters before he even realized he was going the wrong way. Wretched despair produced a pitiful growl in his throat.
"Anastasia, help me."
"Come on, boy! She wouldn't want you to give up, not now!"
Angry at the injustice of her memory being used against him, he glanced over his shoulder. Errance's lights were almost out of sight as she raced away. He saw a halo of darkness eclipse the thin slices of fading light behind him. His legs almost gave out at the sight.
"Keep going. I've got you a way out."
He took a couple more fumbling steps before the personality's words even registered.
"Where?"
"Next lift shaft. The door is jammed open." Dariat could see very little now. It wasn't just the lack of light. His vision was misted with grey. Only his memory placed the lift shaft for him, and that was being reinforced by the personality. 4 or 5 meters ahead, and on his left.
"How's that going to help?"
he asked. "Simple. The lift is stalled 10 stories down. You just jump, land on top, and walk through the door."
"You can do that. You're a ghost."
"I can't," he wailed.
"You don't understand. Solid matter is hideous."
"While the visitor right behind you is what?" Sobbing, he ran his hand along the wall and found the open lift door. The visitor was sliding smoothly and silently towards him, chilling him further. He sank to his knees, perched right on the edge as if in prayer.
"Not 10 stories. That'll kill me."
"Exactly which of those solid bones in your transparent body do you think you'll break? Listen to us, you little shithead. If you had any scrap of decent imagination at all, you'd just float up to the lobby. Now jump!" Dariat could actually sense the polyp dying all around him as the visitor swept towards him.
"Lady Chiri, help me."
He topped over the lip and into the eternal lift shaft. Erin sprinted as hard as she could back down the vestibule. Something was stopping her frantic muscles from delivering their best. She felt feeble. She felt nauseous. The rucked carpet did its devious best to trip her.
"Keep going,"
the personality implored passionately. She didn't actually look round, didn't need to. She knew something was coming after her. The floor was vibrating as a heavy body pounded along. Strident screeches were repeated again and again as some claw or fang ripped across the polyp, and cold was penetrating her suit as if there were no insulation at all. Without ever looking back, she waved the laser pistol behind her and fired off a series of wild shots. They had no apparent effect on her pursuer. Affinity showed her the group in the lobby. Her relatives were snatching up their weapons, thumbing the safeties. Tolton, in ignorance from his lack of affinity, was becoming frantic, shouting, "What? What?" "You are approaching the hole in the floor," the personality warned. "Shit!" She intended it as a defiant bellow. It came out as a whimper. Her body was twice its proper weight. The weakness seemed to amplify her fear, clotting her mind with dread. "An easy jump," the personality promised. "Don't stop running. It's just a question of timing and sure footing." "Where's Dariot?" she asked suddenly. 4 more paces. Concentrate." It was as though she was already losing her balance, leaning too far forward and having to windmill her arms to keep upright. The edge wobbled towards her. Her knees were bending and she didn't know why. "Now!" The personality's command fired her muscles. Errance leapt across the hole, flinging her arms forward. She hit the floor on the other side and collapsed, tumbling painfully. Elbows and knees managed to hit every jutting chunk of rubble. "Get up! You're almost there! Come on!" Groaning in anguish, she staggered to her feet. As she turned, her wrist beams shone back across the hole. Errance screamed. The Orgate itself had come after her. Still the largest and strongest of all the dissociated collective, it clawed its way along the vestibule after the small, fleeing entity. There was no way it could fly in here. Even though it was diminished in physical size by the separation of the others, the vestibule was too narrow for its wings to be extended. As it was, the Orgate had to hunch in on itself to avoid the ceiling. Fury powered it now, fury at being ripped from the nourishment. It had been so close to achieving the energy level it wanted. To have that triumph burned away was excruciating. It didn't care about feeding again. It didn't even care about breaking out of the dark continuum. It wanted vengeance. Errance jerked into motion again. Pure adrenaline-rush terror overrode her recalcitrant leg muscles. She sprinted for the open lift door. A gust of buffeting air told her the Orgate had sprung across the hole behind her. There wasn't going to be enough time to fasten the cable straps to her harness. She slammed into the wall at the side of the lift doors, spinning round to face the Orgate. It had obscured itself in folds of darkness again. Only the purposeful ripples slithering across the nebulous surface hinted at the terrible menace contained within. She fired the laser pistol, simply to see the darkness stiffen around the beam's impact point. A wavering dawn of pink light bloomed behind the Orgate, making a mockery of the weapon. "The flare!" the personality urged. "Fire the flare at the bugger!" Errance had nothing else left. All there could be now was a jump into the shaft, and hope the fall killed her before the Orgate caught her. She brought the slim launcher tube up, pointing it at the centre of the ethereal darkness, and pulled the trigger. A pathetically small spark of incandescence plunged into the vast Orgate. It spasmed uncontrollably, appendages writhing to thrash against the walls and ceiling. Huge splinters of polyp were sent whirling in dangerous cascades from the force of the blows. Errance stared at the monster as it bucked about, incredulous that a tiny flare could induce such an awesome result. The whole vestibule was shaking violently. "Yeah, fascinating," said the personality. "Now get out of there while it's distracted." She snatched the straps from the strut where she'd secured them. Only one was attached to the harness when she yanked down on the toggle. The power of the rewind made her yip in shock as she went hurtling upwards. Unexpected G-forces tore the laser pistol and the flare launcher from her hands. The narrow band of the shaft wall illuminated by her lights was a continuous blur of grey. "Brace yourself," the personality said. Abruptly, she was in freefall, still rocketing up. Coils of cable floated sedately around her. The lobby door was visible above, blank white rectangle. It expanded at a frightening rate. Then she was slowing, reaching the top of her arc, level with the door. The slack loops of cable sped through the pulley just as she started to fall, and she was wrenched to a halt. Hands reached out to haul her in through the door. She sank down on the black and white marble tiles of the lobby floor, taking fast gulps of air. Her helmet was removed. Annoying voices buzzed querulously in her ears. "Where is he?" Talton demanded. "Where's Dariot?" "Down there," she panted miserably. "He's still down there." Her mind sent out a desperate affinity call to the ghost. All she could perceive in return was a faint, incoherent cry of consternation. A brutal howl of tearing metal and disintegrating polyp reverberated out of the lift shaft's open doors. The whole group froze, then looked at the gap as one.
"It's coming up," Errant stammered. "Oh, shit! It's coming after me!"
They scattered, racing for the lobby doors and the trucks outside. Errants's exhaustion and bulky suit slowed her to little more than a hobble. Tolton grabbed her arm and pulled her along. The Ogate exploded out of the top of the lift shaft at near sonic velocity, a comet of anti-light. It punched through the lobby roof without even slowing down. Big lethal shards of amber crystal slashed down, shattering on the marbled tiles. Errants and Tolton both dived for cover under one of the upturned couches as a surf of crystal fragments skittered around them. The personality watched the visitor curve round and flatten out, perceptive cells strained to keep it in focus. It was a roughly triangular patch of slippery air, surrounded by black diffraction rainbows similar to a magnified heat shimmer effect. Big iron-hard hailstones pattered onto the grass below it. A kilometre above the parkland, it started to curve round, heading back for the Jerba's lobby. Tolton and Errants had reached his truck. Both of them were squinting up against the reddish glare of the axial light tube, trying to spot the visitor. He squeezed the throttle round as far as it would go, and the wheels grumbled into life. They trundled towards the wall of shanty huts at less than 10 kilometres per hour. "Faster!" Errants yelled frantically. Tolton reset the throttle. It made no difference to their speed. Another of the trucks was rocking lazily over the ground 20 metres away, going even slower than they were. "This is all the juice we've got!" Tolton barked. Errants was staring at a thin line of wavering silver-black air that was sliding through the sky towards them. Pellucid streamers were unfurling below it, like long, coiling jellyfish tendrils. She knew what they were intended for, and what they were going to grab.
"This is it? Endgame?"
"No, it's not," the personality said. "Get in amongst the shacks, forget the trucks, and make sure you take all your lasers and flares with you." With the rest of the personality's plan expanding into her mind, she shouted, "Come on!" to Tolton. He braked the truck just short of the first rickety hut of plastic sheeting and lashed up composite poles. They started running down the muddy alley between precarious walls. High above them, the Ogate had started its approach run, a cascade of hail falling all around it. Errants and her relatives started firing their lasers round wildly. "Incinerate it!" she bellowed at Tolton. "Burn it all!" Bright scarlet beams slashed at walls and roofs, scorching long lines in the plastic. Edges smouldered and started to burn, curling and dripping. Flames spat along junctions, pumping out jets of black smoke. The group had congregated in one of the larger open yards between the flimsy buildings. Tolton was shrinking back from the apparent madness, shielding his face from the heat that the eager leaping flames were throwing out. "What are you doing?" he cried. Errant started firing her flare launcher at piles of rubbish. There were several spectacular bursts of flame as bundles of packaging and abandoned containers ignited. Sooty flakes wafted round in the micro-thermals. "It can't stand the heat!" she shouted at the bewildered street poet. "The flames can beat it back! Come on! Help us!" Tolton aimed his own laser, adding to the melee. The Ogate was just visible, a lenticular patch of shaded rippling air, itself distorted by the heat gushing upwards from the tips of the flames. It held its course, arrowing down towards them, until the last possible moment. The long scrabbling tendrils hanging from its underbelly parted furiously as they skimmed the flames. Tolton couldn't see it any more. His eyes were smarting from the bitter chemical smog billowing out from the roaring plastic. Lush ebony smoke was swirling round his legs, obscuring the ground. Heat seared the skin over the back of his hands as he held them up to defend his face. He could smell singeing hair. A puissant blast of air sent him staggering to his knees, whipping the smoke round into a blinding cyclone. For a second the heat vanished, replaced by its absolute opposite. Glistening sweat transmuted into frost right across his body. He thought his blood was going to turn solid inside his veins, the cold was so frighteningly intense. Then it was gone. Smoke was rolling itself into vortex spirals as hail stung his face. "Yes!" Errant shouted up at the retreating Ogate. "We beat the bastard! It's frightened!"
It's repelled, the personality chided. There's a big difference. Sensitive cells showed her the airborne monster coming round back to the shanty village in a long curve. The flames from the first buildings they'd fired were shrinking. "Move to a new section," the personality said. "Let's hope the bugger gives up before you run out of things to burn." The Ugarte made another 5 attempts to assail Errants and her group before it finally withdrew and flew deeper into the habitat interior. Over half of the shanty village had been razed by then. Tolton and the others were caked in grime and retching badly from the smoke and fumes. Their exposed skin was cracked and bleeding from the heat. Only Errants, with her suit and mask, was unaffected. "You'd better start walking towards the caverns," the personality said. "We'll have a couple of trucks sent to pick you up." Errants slowly surveyed the blackened ruins with their slowly solidifying lakes of molten plastic. "Couldn't we just wait here? These guys have been through hell." "Sorry. More bad news. We think the other sections of the Visitor are coming up from the Djerba. The last few functioning systems we've got in there are being extinguished floor by floor. It can't be anything else." "Shit!" She gave the lobby an apprehensive look. "What about Dariat?" "Nothing." "Damn it! We are he. In us, he lives on." "He'd argue that?" "Yes." "There must have been 50 of those brutes down there." "No," the personality said. "The glimpse we were given of the Visitor without its visual shield was a brief one, but detailed memory analysis of the scene indicates 12, at most 15, were birthed from the mother creature. We don't believe they are anything like the size of the one which has pursued you." "Well, that's a real big relief." They started picking their way through the sulphurous, carbonized wreckage of the buildings, heading for the track that wound its way across the scrub desert to the northern end cap. Tolton balked until Errants started explaining the reason for urgency. "So we can't get down there to find what happened to him?" he asked. "Not until we know it's clear. And then, what do the remnants of a ghost look like? It's not as if there are going to be any bones." "Yeah." Tolton gave the lobby a final remorseful look over his shoulder. "I suppose not." The Ugarte cruised through the air, scanning the inside of the object for the nearest source of life energy. The interior was even worse than the external shell. Here the living layers were protected by many meters of dead matter, with just the thinnest sprinkling of cells smeared on top. Plants that had a pitiful content of life energy. No use to the Ugarte. It needed to regain the true richness which lay beneath. There were several entrances back down to the protruding spindles, which it ignored. This time it wanted a more secure feeding place. For a while it scouted round over the pink grasslands, before eventually turning towards the strip of liquid. Just above the beaches and coves of the far side, the surface was riddled with large cave entrances, leading deep into the solid mantle of matter. In there, large currents of the life energy burned brightly, flowing through vast layers of living cells stacked one on top of the other. Tunnels of living fluids formed complex warrens, thousands of tributary channels connecting to the town-sized organs encased within the end cap. The Ugarte landed on a broad expanse of platinum sand that formed one of the trim little coves. Elaborate filigrees of glacial frost sprang out from its feet as it clawed its way up to the nearest cave. As soon as it reached the buff, grass and bushes perished instantly, their leaves turning a rancid brown and freezing into shape. It barely scraped through the cavern entrance. Mock stalactites snapped off as its hardened carapace brushed against them, shattering as they clattered to the floor. The Ugathe's appendages were modified, then hardened by further expenditures of energy to help it bulldoze its way past constrictions and awkward bends. Contact with the hot matter bruised its body, but it was slowly acclimatizing to the heat endemic within the habitat. After a while, it came up against a huge tunnel, conveying the living fluid. It broke through the thick wall and eased its entire body into the driving torrent. For the first time since it had slipped into the dark continuum, it knew contentment. With that came the shiver of expectation. The truck still hadn't reached Errants and the others, though she could just see a small dark speck moving somewhere out there on the scrub desert ahead of them. Walking had become an automatic trudge, while her mind followed the flight of the visitor.
Valisk's general affinity band was filled with speculation and comment as the personality and Erence's relatives discussed what was to be done next. Coverage once the Orgathe moved into the cave wasn't so easy. Tracking its movement was a question of following the null zones surrounding it by the trail of dead polyp left in its wake. "The damned thing has definitely broken into the nutrient artery feeding my mineral digestion tract," the personality said. "It's creating severe flow pressure problems." "What's it actually doing to the nutrient field?" Erentz asked. "Can you sense any change?" "The fluid has been chilled down considerably, which is understandable, given what we know of the visitor's intrinsic capability. And over 90% of the corpuscles are dead. A strange outcome. The fluid temperature alone is not sufficient to kill them. When Dariet and I disturbed it down in the Jerba, it had broken into one of the Starscraper's nutrient fluid tubules. That must be what it's after. It's feeding on your nutrient fluid. An excellent hypothesis. However, it is not digesting the fluid. We would have been alerted to the loss of volume, and we strongly doubt we have a compatible biochemistry. It must need something the nutrients contain. Can you run an analysis on the fluid in the Jerba and the other Starscrapers where you have visitors squatting?" "One moment." Erentz felt the personality's principal thought routines, focusing on the vast network of tubules and conduits that worm through Valisk's gigantic mitosis layer, probing for aberrations. A big part of the problem in locating any interference was the way the nutrient fluid was pumped into and around the Starscrapers. For a start, there were many different types. Some just fed the mitosis layer and the muscle membranes. Others fed the environmental filter organs down in the basement floors. Specialist fluids supplied the food synthesis organs in each apartment, and all of them underwent a long cycle from the digestive and treatment organs of the southern end cap to the Starscrapers and back again, taking several days to complete the circuit. The entire process was autonomic, with the governing subroutines and specialist monitoring cells inside the tubule walls watching for known toxins seeping into the fluid. They weren't looking for whatever kind of corruption was being inflicted by the visitor. With the Bitech systems inside the Starscrapers currently functioning erratically at best, the return flow was sluggish. Some of the corpuscles had been naturally depleted by the organs they were intended to replenish, while a fair quantity returned, still carrying the fresh molecules and oxygen they were originally bound with. It made a review of the fluid that was emerging from the Starscrapers inordinately difficult. Eventually, though, the personality said, "We concur that the visitors are all somehow consuming the nutrient fluids. The proportion of dead corpuscles is approaching 90% in some tubules. The nature of the consumption is unclear. We can only conclude it is somehow connected with their heat sink ability. Certainly there is no detectable physical digestion involved." "They're ghouls," she said. "Dinosaur-sized parasites. We've got to find some way of stopping them. Fire is the only effective method we've discovered so far. It will take time to manufacture flamethrowers. It'll have to be done. They'll eat you alive otherwise." "Yes. Until we can build the appropriate weapons hardware, we're shutting down the supply of nutrient fluid to the Starscrapers." "Good idea." She could see the trucks growing out of the scrub desert, trundling along the hard-packed dirt track. Maybe that'll stop them multiplying. If we can't, the bastards will evolve into a plague. 50 light-years from Hesperi LN, Lady Mac and Danoni moved tentatively towards each other. Joshua had to use radar for the maneuver, while Syrinx utilized the Void Hawk's distortion field. This deep in interstellar space, there wasn't enough starlight to illuminate a white gas giant. Two small technological artifacts, coated in non-reflective foam, were simply zones of greater darkness. The only clue to their existence an observer might have had was when they occasionally eclipsed a distant star. When Joshua did fire Lady Mac's ion thrusters to lock attitude, Syrinx had to blink water from her eyes in reflex. The blue flames were completely dazzling to Inoni's deep space acclimatized optical sensor blisters. Both ships extended their airlock tubes and docked. Joshua led Alcad, Peter, Lyle and Ashley into the Void Hawk's crew toroid. They'd come for a conference to review the data from Tangentic RI and determine the next stage of the flight. The two physicists were obviously required. Joshua had brought Ashley because of his wide experience and delight in new and strange cultures, which might be useful. Lyle's presence was a little harder to justify. Out of all of them, he'd seen the least of the universe. It was just that Joshua was getting used to having him around, someone he didn't have to explain everything to. They thought the same way about the same things. That made Lyle useful backup if he wanted to argue a point of contention. Syrinx was waiting for them at the inner airlock hatch, a sly reminiscence in her mind at the last time Joshua had come aboard when the two ships were docked. If she'd ever had any lingering doubts about him, they'd ended at Hesperi LN. Now she was glad it was he accompanying Inoni rather than some gruesomely efficient Confederation Navy captain from Meredith Saldana's Death Kiss squadron. She led the party into Inoni's main lounge. The long compartment was furnished with plain autumn-red couches, which matched the gentle curvature of the walls. Glass-fronted shelves displayed a large, varied collection of objects the crew had collected during their flights, ranging from simple pebbles to antique carvings, even examples of unusual consumer products. Monica was sitting with Samuel in one of the couches. Joshua took the one next to theirs, which put him opposite Renato, Oski, and Kempster. Alcad and Peter sat with Parker, who gave his former colleague a simple, polite greeting, as if he had no feelings about her activities and motives. Joshua didn't believe that for a second. Syrinx claimed a seat next to Reuben, and smiled round. "Now we're all here. Oski, did we retrieve everything from the Archship?" The electronics specialist glanced at the slim processor block on the rosewood table in front of her. "Yes, we managed to database all the files stored in the planetary habitation terminal into our processors. They're all translated now. There's a lot of information on the 5 planets they colonized prior to Hesperi LN. And I've been accessing some of the files," Monica said. "I was right. One of those planets was inhabited by a sentient species. They were at an early industrial age." She datavised the lounge's processor. An AV lens on the ceiling came alive, projecting a laser-like cone of light down into the compartment. A series of two-dimensional pictures materialized at the base, just above the decking. Aerial reconnaissance shots of grey, dirty towns, their brick and stone buildings sprawled across a landscape of blue-green vegetation. They all had rows of factories, clustering around the outskirts, tall drab chimneys squirting thick smoke into the azure sky. Small vehicles moved along narrow stone roads, puffing out exhaust fumes. Cultivation was extensive, with human-style checkerboard squares of fields cutting into forests and lapping against the steeper hills. Tarathka spaceplanes started to feature in the pictures, landing in the fields and meadows outside towns. Crowds of the 4-armed bipeds Monica had found in the archive display cube were shown running from armed soldier-cast Tarathka. Close-ups of the quirky alien buildings with their arched roofs. They didn't have windows in the outer walls. Instead, a funnel-like light well delivered illumination to the interior. The architectural arrangement was obvious. Many of them had been struck by Tarathka missiles, exposing the burnt-out structure. At some time, what passed as the Xenox army had rallied. Crude artillery pulled by lumbering 8-legged horse-analog beasts had been deployed against the spaceplanes. Mazes reduced them to smouldering ruin. "Jesus," Joshua muttered when the file had finished. "A genuine invasion by bug-eyed space aliens. The whole thing looked like snatches from a low-budget adaptation of the War of the Worlds." "I'm afraid it was inevitable," Parker said in regretful tones. "I'm beginning to learn the hard way just how rigidly individual species stick to their own philosophies and laws, and how different that philosophy can be to ours." "They committed genocide," Monica said, glaring at the old project director. "If there's any of those Xenox left alive, they've probably been enslaved. And you're calling it a philosophy? For fuck's sake!" "We regard genocide as one of the worst crimes a person or government can commit," Parker said. "The massive extermination not only of life, but an entire way of living. Such an act repels us, and rightly so, because that's the way we are. We have emotion and empathy. Some would say they govern us. I remind you that Tarathka do not have these traits. The nearest they come to emotion is the protectiveness they extend to their children and their clan. If you put a breeder caste into a human war crimes court to answer for this atrocity, it would never be able to understand what it was doing there. They cannot be judged by our laws, because our laws are the embodiment of our civilization. We cannot condemn the Tarathka, however much we despise what they do. Human rights are precisely that, human. They took over an entire planet, and you don't think they've done anything wrong. Of course they have done wrong. By our standards, and by our standards, so have the Kint in continually refusing to give us the solution to possession which we know they have. What are you proposing? That we file charges against Jobus as well? I'm not talking about filing charges. I'm talking about the whole Tarathka situation. We have to reconsider our mission in view of what we've uncovered. What do you mean reconsider? Joshua asked. The original circumstances haven't changed, and our goal certainly hasn't. Okay, the Tarathka committed a terrible crime thousands of years ago. We, personally, these two ships, can't do anything about that. But we do know to treat them more cautiously than before. When we get back, the Confederation Assembly can work out what to do about the genocide. If they're allowed to take that initiative, Monica said quietly, I admit I'm angry about the genocide, but I'm more worried about the present-day implications. How can that affect us? Alcad asked, and I speak of someone with direct experience of a genocide. What we've seen is awful, yes, but it was a long time ago, and a long way off. It affects us, Monica said, because it shows us the Tarathka in their true light. Consider, we've now established that there were 1,000 arc ships. 1,208, Renato said. I rechecked the flight path files. Great. Even worse, Monica said. Even assuming each of them was less successful than Tangentic RI, say they only founded a couple of colonies apiece. That gives them a population at least 2 to 3 times greater than the Confederation. Spread over a huge volume of space, Kempster said, and not a cohesive political entity like our civilization. Only because there's been no need for them to achieve unity, Monica said. So far. Look, I'm in intelligence. Samuel and I both spend our time assessing potential risk. It's what we're trained for. We catch problems in their embryonic stage, and that's the situation we have here. We've discovered a massive threat to the Confederation, in my opinion at least as dangerous as possession. Physically dangerous, Samuel interjected. He smiled for the interruption. I do concur with Monica that the Tarathka present us with an unexpected problem. Crap, Joshua said. Look at what we did to them back at Hesperi LN. You and the sergeants defeated an entire regiment of the soldier caste, and Lady Mac flew circles round their ships. Confederation technology means we outclass them by an order of magnitude. Not quite, Joshua, Ashley said. The pilot was still gazing at the last picture projected by the AV lens, an apprehensive expression on his face. What Monica is saying is that we've stirred up the proverbial hornet's nest. The potential of the Tarathka threat is a serious one. If all those thousands of colony worlds joined together, sheer numbers would present us with a huge problem. And they do have Confederation technology. We sold them enough weapons in the past. They could retro-engineer combat wasps if they had to. You saw how they used them against Lady Mac, Joshua said. The Tarathka can't handle space warfare. They don't have the right kind of neural wiring for that kind of activity. They could learn. Trial and error would improve them. Granted, they'll probably never be as good as us, but that's where their superior numbers come in, and it works against us. In the very long haul, they could wear us down. Why should they? Lyle asked. He spread his arms wide in appeal. I mean, Christ, you're sitting here talking like we're at war with them. Sure, they're narked we jumped into their system and raised a little hell, but this flight is totally deniable, right? Nobody's going to admit to sending us. You don't commit your entire race to a conflict that will kill billions because we beat up a chunk of wreckage they'd already abandoned. We tend to overlook what they are so that we can maintain our preferred policy of diplomatic tolerance, Samuel said. We like to see them as slightly simple, and stubborn, the ultimate big lummox, a species we can feel superior to without them ever being aware of our complacent condescension, while in fact they are a species so aggressive and territorial that they have evolved a soldier caste. Evolved one. We can barely comprehend the drive behind such a phenomena. Such a thing requires tens of millennia to achieve. Throughout all that time on their home world, the social climate maintained the pressures necessitating such a development. Their history is a solid monoculture of conflict. I still don't see how that makes them a danger, Lyle persisted. If anything, it works in our favour. We provided the Hesperi LN Tirathka with the ZTT drive over 200 years ago. And what do they do with it? Do they rush off to contact their long-lost relatives on the first 5 colony worlds? Bollocks! They founded more colony worlds for themselves so their immediate relatives could benefit. They didn't want to share that little technological gem with anybody else. You're right, the Edonist said, providing you add one qualifier. To date. As Monica said, we are dealing with the concept of potential here. In one respect, the Tirathka are like us. An external threat will unite them. The arcships themselves are proof of that. We're not a threat to them, Lyle was almost shouting. We haven't been until now, Monica said. Until now they didn't know we could become elemental. They were so disturbed by the prospect of human possessed, they immediately opted for isolation. We have become a danger. Possessed humans have attacked Tirathka settlements. Our already superior military strength has been multiplied by an unknown amount. Remember, they do not see humanity divided between possessed and non-possessed. We are one species. That has suddenly and dramatically changed for the worse. She pointed to the projection. And now we've seen what happens to Xenox species which come into disputes with the Tirathka. Lyle lapsed back into silence, scowling, worried now, rather than angered by losing the argument. All right, Joshua said. There's a potential for conflict between the Tirathka and the Confederation. Assuming we survive possession intact, it still doesn't affect our mission. The Confederation should be warned of this development, Monica said. We have learned more about Tirathkan nature than anyone has before, and with their isolation policy, nobody else is likely to find out. That knowledge is now of considerable strategic importance. You're not seriously suggesting we turn back already? Joshua asked. I have to concur with Monica. That's now a factor we should consider, Samuel said. No, Joshua said. You're blowing this out of all proportion. Look, we're 42 light-years from Yaroslav, which is the nearest Confederation star system. Lady Mac would have to expend a lot of Delta V to match velocities. We'd take over a day to get there, and the same to get back here. And right now, time is the biggest critical factor we have. Who knows what the possessed are cooking up behind us? They might even have taken over the Yaroslav system. Not the Edonist habitats, Monica said. Voidhawks could distribute our warning. The Anoni would only need a day to get to Yaroslav and back, Reuben said. That's not so much of a delay. He gave Syrinx an encouraging smile. She didn't return it. I really don't want us to separate at this point, she said. Besides, we haven't even established how the search for the sleeping god is progressing. I think we should at least hear the status review from Parker's team before we go making that kind of decision. Agreed, Joshua said quickly. Monica glanced at Samuel, then shrugged. Okay. Parker leaned forward, permitting himself a small smile. At least I have one piece of good news for us. We have confirmed the sleeping god does exist. There's a reference in one of the Tirathka files. There were smiles all round the lounge. Ashley clapped his hands together and let out an exhilarated yes. He and Lyle grinned broadly at each other. The file didn't tell us what the bloody thing was, Kempster said gruffly. Just what it did. And that's really weird. Assuming is true, Renato said. Don't be such a depressive, my boy. We've already been through that aspect. The Tirathka don't invent stories. They can't. So what can it do? Joshua asked. From what we can determine, it transported one of their arcships 150 light-years.
instantaneously.
It's a star drive? Joshua asked in disappointment.
I don't think so. Oski, would you put this in perspective for us, please?
Certainly. She datavised the processor block on her table, clearing the final picture of the Tarathka invasion from the AV projection. This is a simulation of Tangentic RI's flight path from Maastricht PJ to Hesperi LN, based on what we've discovered in the files from the Arkship. The AV lens projected a complex star chart centered on the colourful smear of the Orion Nebula. A red star on the opposite side of the nebula from the Confederation was surrounded by a swarm of informational icons. Maastricht PJ is now either a red giant or supergiant, and it has to be quite close to the far side of the nebula, which is why we've never seen it before. Now, the Tangentic RI flew right round the nebula. We don't know which way round. The Tarathka have never revealed the location of their other colonies to us, and we didn't extract enough information from their terminals to determine them. However, we know for certain that it stopped 11 times en route, eventually finishing up at Hesperi LN. 5 of those stops were to found colonies. The others were in star systems without a biocompatible planet, so they just refueled and repaired Tangentic RI and carried on. A thin blue line extended out from Maastricht PJ, linking 11 stars in a rough curve going around on the galactic south side of the luminescent nebula. This course is important because it actually cut the Arkship off from direct line of sight to Maastricht PJ. Their communication laser simply wasn't powerful enough to penetrate the dust and gas that makes up the nebula. So after the 4th star they visited, all messages to and from Maastricht PJ had to be relayed through the colonies, which is also why the latter communique files were stored in the Planetary Habitation Terminal. We think Maastricht PJ's stellar expansion must account for the eventual fall-off in message traffic, Renato said eagerly. Towards the end of the flight, Tangentic RI was communicating with the colonies alone. Some messages were also forwarded from colonies established by other Arkships, but there was nothing coming from Maastricht PJ at all. I'm surprised there ever was, Alcad said. If it detonated into a red giant, nothing should have survived. The star's planets would have been consumed. They must have set up some kind of redoubt in the cometary halo, Renato said. Their astro-engineering resources were quite considerable by that time, after all. The Tarathka who didn't get to leave on Arkships would have made some kind of survival attempt. Fair assumption, Alcad acknowledged. But that civilization would be finite, Renato said. They have no new resources to exploit. They can't replenish themselves like the Arkships do at every new star system. So eventually, they died off, hence the lack of messages in the last 5,000 years. But one of the last communiques from Maastricht PJ was the one concerning the sleeping god, Parker said. A century later, they finally went off-air. Tangentic RI had beamed a message back, asking for further details, but by then they were 800 light-years away. The Maastricht PJ civilization was probably extinct before the first colony world received the original communique.
Can we see it, please?
Reuben asked. Of course, Oski said. We isolated the relevant text from the message. There's a lot of soft bloat garbage about source and compression, and they repeat each message thousands of times over about a fortnight to ensure the entire chunk is eventually received intact. She gave them a file code. When they accessed it, the processor showed a simple text sheet. Incoming signal received. Date 75572-094-648. Source Falindi Thai Relay. Maastricht PJ reports. Flight ship Swantic LI. Signal reacquired. Date 38647-046-831. Last signal received. Date 23867-032-749. Included. Transmission details. Swantic LI reports. Date 29321-072-491. Plasma buffer failure while decelerating into star system. Multiple impact damage. 1 habitation ring depressurized. 27 industrial support chambers depressurized with associated equipment loss. 32% population killed. Life support functions unsustainable. Total life support cessation expected within 7 weeks. No inhabitable planets in star system. Sensors located an extensive spatial disturbance orbiting the star. It is a dormant source of God power. It sees the universe. It controls every aspect of physical existence. Its reason is to assist progress of biological entities. Our arrival woke it. When we asked for its help, it transported Swantic Li to this star system 160 light-years away, where there is a habitable planet. To any who come after us, we deem it an ally of all Tirathka. Date 29385-040-175. Swantic Li population transferred to habitable planet. Colony Goearth WN established. Tagged on to the end of the file were 3 pictures. The quality was uniformly low, even after passing through discrimination and amplification filter programs. All of them showed a silver-grey smear against a stellar background. Whatever the object was, the Tirathka of Coastuk RT had reproduced its shape almost exactly. A broad disk, with conical spires rising from each side. Its surface was smooth, without any visible markings or structures, a constant metallic sheen. "How big is it?" Joshua asked. "Unknown," Renato said, "and unknowable. We don't have any references. There was no focal length given for any of the pictures, so there's no way we can put a number on the beast. It could be gas giant-sized, or a couple of kilometers across. The only clue I have to go on is their claim that it comes complete with an extensive spatial disturbance, which I'm assuming is some kind of intense gravity field. That would tend to prohibit anything too small. The one object that can qualify as coming near to filling the parameters we've got so far is a small neutron star, but that couldn't have this shape." Joshua gave Alcad a long look. "Neutron stars of whatever size don't have the properties described by the Tirathka in that communique," she said. "Nor do they look like that. I think we have to conclude it's an artifact." "I'm not going to quibble with anyone's theories," Kempster said. "Plain and simple, we don't have enough information to determine its nature. Sitting here trying to second-guess what 5 fuzzy pictures are showing us is completely pointless. What we have established is the existence of something with some very strange properties." "The term God power is fascinating," Parker said, "especially as we're not dealing with spoken nuances. Plain text gives our translation a much higher level of accuracy." "Huh!" Kempster waved a dismissive hand at the director. "Come off it. We don't even have an accurate definition of God in our own language. Every culture assigns different values to God. Humanity has used the term to mean everything from creator of the universe to a group of big angry men who have nothing better to do than mess about with the weather. It's a concept, not a description. However you want to squabble over semantics, God implies an extraordinary amount of power in any language." "God power, not God," Reuben corrected pointedly. "That has to be significant too. It's definitely an artifact of some kind, and as the Tirathka didn't build it, we've probably got as much chance as anyone of switching it back on." "It was dormant, and their approach woke it up," Oski said. "Sounds like you don't even have to press the button to activate it." "I say it still sounds like a star drive to me," Lyle said, with a nod to Joshua. "The communique said it assists the progress of biological entities, and it shunted that arc ship 160 light-years. That seems pretty clear-cut. No wonder the Tirathka thought it was bloody miraculous. They don't have FTL technology, and a star drive big enough to transport an arc ship is going to be built on one hell of an impressive scale. It was bound to astonish them, even with their fatalistic phlegmatism." "They said a lot of things about it," Joshua said, "none of which quite match up. What I mean is, none of the qualities they've given it are aspects of a single machine. Star drives don't observe the universe, nor do they control physical existence. I could add several questions, Syrinx said, like what is it doing in a star system with no biocompatible planet? It would also appear that there's some kind of controlling sentience. Remember, the Tirathka asked it for help. They didn't just switch it to star drive function and fly away.
They couldn't have anyway, Samuel said. It sent Swantic Li to a system with an inhabitable planet. In other words, it knew there was one there when the Tirathka didn't.
That makes it benign as well, Kempster said, or at least friendly, presumably to biological entities. And I'm just arrogant enough to believe that if it was cooperative with the Tirathka, it really ought to extend the same courtesy to us.
Joshua looked round the group. If no one has anything to add about its abilities or nature, I think we've learned enough to confirm we should continue with this mission. Monica, you want to say no? The ESA agent pressed her head into her hands and stared at the decking. I agree this thing sounds pretty impressive, but I wasn't just drawing attention to the Tirathka to be a pain. They do worry me. Not on any timescale we have to worry about, Oski said, even assuming you're 100% right, and they now see the human race as a dangerous plague to be wiped out. It would be decades before they can even contemplate such an action. Take the worst case, and assume they've already travelled from Hesperi LN to the other colonies Tangentic RI founded. They still won't be able to build ZTT starships for years to come, not in any quantity. Frankly, I have my doubts they would ever manage it. Retro-engineering our systems would be extremely difficult for them, given their lack of intuition. Even if they did crack it, they'd have to build production stations. So even if this flight takes a couple of years, we'll still be back well in time to warn the First Admiral.
Monica consulted Samuel. I think that's reasonable, he said.
All right, she said reluctantly. I admit I'm curious about this sleeping god. Good, Joshua said. Next question. Where the hell is it? You left the star system location blank.
It's a 10-digit coordinate, Kempster said. I can give you a direct translation if you really want.
Unfortunately, it's total nonsense, because we don't have the Tirathka almanac from which it was taken.
Ah, bollocks!
Lyle slumped back into the couch, slapping the cushioned fabric in frustration.
You mean we've got to go back into Tangentic RI?
Unwise, Samuel said. I believe the hornet's nest analogy applies. We really did stir them up.
Can the Anoni work it out? Lyle asked. I thought Voidhawks have a real good spatial awareness. They do, Syrinx said. If we had a Tirathka almanac, we could take you straight to the star with the sleeping god. But first we need that almanac, and there's only one place to get it from. We have to go back.
Not so, Kempster said cheerily. There is a second star system where we know it exists. Maastricht PJ itself. Even better, they received Swantic Allies' messages direct. There may be others which were never relayed to Tangentic RI. All we have to do is fly around the Orion Nebula. Any red giant star will shine at us like a damn great beacon. As soon as the sensors see it, we can work out a valid approach vector.
More promising, from our point of view, Maastricht PJ is now uninhabited, Parker said. This time we'll be able to undertake a more leisurely and thorough retrieval of the files we want from the ruins. We don't know how long this redoubt civilization has been dead for, Oski said, a note of worry in her voice. The condition of the Lamil relics are bad enough, and they're only 2,500 years old. I can't promise I can recover anything from electronics that have been exposed to space for twice that long. If necessary, we can just scout round the stars closest to Maastricht PJ for other Tirathka colonies. There must be a lot of them in that area. They won't have been warned about us devious humans yet. The point is, we can find copies of that almanac on the other side of the nebula. I wasn't disputing that, Oski said. I'm just saying, for the record, there may be problems. You're all overlooking one thing, Joshua said. He almost smiled when he received their indignant looks. Is there even going to be a sleeping god waiting for us if the Keen get there first? And what the hell do they want with it anyway? We can't not continue because of the Keen, Syrinx said. In any case, we don't have real proof that... She trailed off under Joshua's mocking gaze. All right, they were at Tangentic RI, but we knew they were interested before we set out. It's because of them we're here now. To my mind, this just proves the sleeping god is a big deal. All right, Joshua said. The other side of the nebula it is. 16. 50 years ago, Sinon had visited the Welsh ethnic planet Llandilo, where he'd spent a cold 3 hours, straddling sunrise, to watch a clan of new druids welcome the first day of spring. As pagan ceremonies went, it was a fairly boring affair for an outsider, with off-key singing and interminable Gaelic invocations to the planet's mother goddess. Only the setting made it worthwhile. They'd gathered on the headland of some eastward-facing coastal cliffs, where a line of tremendous granite pillars marched out to sea. God's Colonnade, the locals called it. When the sun rose, pink and gold out of the swaddling sea mist, its crescent was aligned perfectly along the line of pillars. One by one, their tops had blazed with rose-gold coronas as the shadows flowed away. Gladdened by nature's poignancy, the congregation of white-clad new druids had finally managed to achieve a decent harmony, and their voices rang out across the shore. It was a strange recollection for Sinon to bring to his new sergeant body with its restricted memory capacity. He certainly couldn't remember his reason for retaining it. An overdose of sentiment, presumably. Whatever the motive, the Llandilo memory was currently providing a useful acclimatization bridge to the present. 9,000 of the sergeants trapped on Ketton's Island had gathered together near the edge of the plateau to exert their will, with the remainder joining their endeavours via affinity as they walked resolutely over the mud towards the rendezvous point. They weren't praying, exactly, but the visual similarity with the new druids was an amusing comfort. The beleaguered hedonists needed whatever solace they could garner from the dire situation. Their first and urgent priority had been to stem the gush of atmosphere away from the flying island before everybody suffocated. A simple enough task for their assembled minds, now they had acquired some degree of energistic power. The unified wish bent whatever passed for local reality into obedience. Even Stephanie Ash and her raggedy little group of followers had aided them in that. Now it was as though the air layer around the outside of the island had become an impregnable vertical shield. Encouraged and relieved, they stated their second wish, loud and clear: to return. In theory, it should have been easy. If a massive concentration of energistic power had brought them here, to this realm, then an equally insistent concentration should be able to get them back. So far, this argument of logical symmetry had failed them utterly.
"You dudes should give it a rest," Cochrane said irritably. "It's real spooky with all of you standing still like some zombie army."
Along with the others of Stephanie's group, the redoubtable hippie had spent a quarter of an hour trying to help the sergeants open some kind of link back to the old universe. When it became obvious, to them, that such a connection was going to be inordinately difficult, if not impossible, he'd let his attention drift. They'd ended up sitting in a circle round Tina, giving her what support and comfort they could. She was still very weak, sweating and shivering as she lay inside a heavily insulated field sleeping bag. One of the sergeants, with medical knowledge, who'd examined her, said that loss of blood was the biggest problem. Their direct infusion equipment didn't work in this realm, so it had rigged up a primitive intravenous plasma drip feed for her. Stephanie's unvoiced worry was that Tina had suffered the kind of internal injuries they could never repair properly with their energistic power, however much they willed her to be better. As with Moyo's eyes, the subtleties of the flesh had defeated them. They needed fully functional medical mnemonic packages, which wasn't going to happen here. Her other concern was exactly what would happen to the souls of anyone whose body died in this realm. Their connection with the beyond had been irrevocably severed. It wasn't a prospect she wanted to explore. Though looking at Tina's poorly acted cheer, she thought they might all find out before too long. Sinon broke out of his trance state and looked down at Cochrane.
Our attempt to manipulate the energistic power is not a physically draining exercise. As there is nothing else for us to do here, we consider it appropriate to continue with our efforts to return home.
You do, huh? Yeah, well, I can dig that. I purge myself with yoga. It's righteous. But, us cats, we've got to, eat at some time.
I'm sorry. You should have said. Sinon walked over to one of the large piles of backpacks and weapons which the sergeants had discarded. He found his own and unfastened the top. We don't ingest solid food, I'm afraid, but our nutrient soup will sustain you. It contains all the proteins and vitamins required by a normal human digestion system. He pulled out several silvery sachets and distributed them round the dubious group. You should supplement the meal with water. Cochrane flipped the cap off the sachet's small valve and sniffed suspiciously. With everyone watching intently, he squeezed a couple of drops of the pale amber liquid onto his finger and licked at them.
Holy shit! It tastes like seawater. Man, I can't eat raw plankton. I'm not a whale.
Big enough to qualify? Rana muttered under her breath. We have no other source of nourishment available, Sinon said in mild rebuke. It's fine. Thank you, Stephanie told the big sergeant. She concentrated for a moment, and her sachet solidified into a bar of chocolate. Don't pay any attention to Cochrane. We can imagine it to be whatever taste we like.
Bad karma'll get you.
The hippie sniffed.
Yo, there, Sinon. You got a glass going spare? I figure I can still remember what a shot of decent bourbon tastes like.
The sergeant rummaged round in his pack and found a plastic cup.
Hey, thanks, man.
Cochrane took it from him and transformed it into a crystal tumbler. He poured a measure of the nutrient soup out, watching happily as it thinned into his favourite familiar golden liquor.
More like it.
Stephanie peeled the wrapper from her chocolate and bit off a corner. It tasted every bit as good as the imported Swiss ethnic delicacy she remembered from her childhood. But then, in this case, the memory is the taste, she told herself wryly. How much of this nutrient soup have you got left? She asked.
We each carry a week's supply in our pack, Sinon said. That period is calculated on the assumption we will be physically active for most of the time. With careful rationing, it should last between 2 and 3 weeks.
Stephanie gazed out across the rumpled grey-brown mud which made up the surface of the flying island. Occasional pools of water glinted in the uniform blue-tinted glare that surrounded them. A few scattered farangs and colfrans nosed around the edges of drying mires, nibbling at the fronds of smothered vegetation. Not enough to provide the combined human and sergeant inhabitants with a single meal. I guess that's all the time we've got, then. Even if we had warehouses full of seed grain, 3 weeks isn't enough time to produce a crop.
It is debatable if the air will sustain us for that long anyway,
Sinon said. Our estimate for the human and sergeant population on this island is 20,000 plus individuals. We won't run out of oxygen, but the increase in carbon dioxide caused by that many people breathing will reach a potentially dangerous level in 10 days' time, unless that air is recycled. As you can see, no vegetation survives to do this, hence our determination to explore the potential of our energistic power. We really ought to be helping you, Stephanie said, except I don't see how we can. None of us have affinity. The time might come when we need your instinct, Sinon said. Your collective will brought us here. It is possible that you can find a way back. Part of our problem is that we don't understand where we are. We have no reference points. If we knew where we were in relation to our own universe, we might be able to fashion a link back to it. But as we played no part in bringing the island here, we don't know how to begin the search. I don't think we do either, Moyo said. This is just a haven for us, a place where the liberation isn't.
Interesting,
Sinon said. More sergeants started to listen to the conversation, eager for any clue that might be scattered amid the injured man's words.
You weren't aware of this realm before, then?
No, not specifically, although I suppose we were aware that such a place existed, or could exist. The desire to reach it is endemic among us, the possessors, that is.
We want to live where we don't have any connection to the beyond, and where there's no night to remind us of empty space. And you believe this is it?
It would seem to fill the criteria, Moyo said. Not that I can vouch for the lack of night, he added bitterly.
Are the other planets here? Sinon asked. Norfolk and all the others. Were you aware of them at any time?
No, I never heard or felt anything like that when we moved here.
Thank you. Instinct appears to be the governing factor, he said to the others. I don't believe we can rely on it for answers. I don't understand why we can't simply wish ourselves back, Choma said. We have a power equal to theirs. We also have a commensurate desire to return.
The United Minds, in their mini-consensus, decided there were two options: that the possessed had spontaneously created a sealed continuum for themselves, an improbable event, while that would account for several properties of this realm: the failure of their electronic hardware, the cutting off of the beyond, the creation of an entirely new continuum by manipulating existing space-time with energy would be an inordinately complex process. Coming here was achieved by sheer fright, which discounted such a procedure. More likely, this continuum already existed, secluded among the limitless dimensions of space-time. The beyond was such a place, though with very different parameters. They must have been thrown deep inside the multitude of parallel realms conjunctive within the universe. In such circumstances, home would be no distance at all away from where they were now. At the same time, it was on the other side of infinity. There was also the failure to open even a microscopic wormhole, despite a formidable concentration of their energistic strength. That did not bode well at all. Before, 10,000 possessed had opened a portal wide enough to embrace a lump of rock 12 kilometers in diameter. Now, 12,000 sergeants couldn't generate a fissure wide enough to carry a photon out. The explanation had to be that energy states were different here, and in 11 days' time, that simple difference was going to kill them when the clean air ran out. Stephanie watched Sinon for a couple of minutes, until it became apparent that he wasn't going to say anything else. She could sense the minds of the sergeants all around her, just. There was none of the emotional surges which betrayed normal human thoughts, just a small, even glow of rationality, which occasionally fluttered with a hint of passion, a candle flame burning a speck of dust. She didn't know if that was indicative of Edenist psyches or normal sergeant mentality. The swarthy bitech constructs remained unnervingly motionless as they stood in a loosely circular formation. Every new platoon which arrived immediately discarded their backpacks and joined their fellows in stationary contemplation of their predicament. As far as Stephanie could tell, they were the only humans among them. The newly arrived sergeants had all given the remnants of Ketton a wide berth, yet she could sense a stir of minds amid the ruined town. At first puzzled why not one of them had ventured out to talk to the sergeants, she'd now assigned a certain resignation to the fact. "We should go over and talk to the others," she said. "Having this kind of division is ridiculous in these circumstances. If we're going to survive, we have to cooperate and work together." McPhee sighed and wriggled his large frame comfortably over the sleeping bag he was lying on.
"Oh, lass, you only see good in everyone. Open your eyes. Remember what yon bastards did to us, and let them stew."
"I'd like to open my eyes," Mayo said harshly. "Stephanie's right. We should at least make an attempt. Setting up different camps is stupid."
"I didn't mean to offend. I'm just pointing out that they've made no attempt to talk to us or the sergeants."
"They're probably too nervous of the sergeants," Stephanie said. "It's only been half a day, after all. I doubt they even know how much trouble we're in. They're not as disciplined as the Edenists." "They'll find out eventually," Rana said. "Let them come to us when they're ready. They won't be so dangerous then. They're not dangerous now, and we're in a perfect position to make the first move."
"Whoa there, sister," Cochrane said. He struggled up into a sitting position, which sent a lot of bourbon slopping out of his tumbler. "Not dangerous, like funky. What about the Ekelund chick? She put up some mighty fine barricades last time we waved goodbye."
"That situation hardly applies any more.
You heard Sinon. We're going to die if we don't find a way out of here. Now, I don't know if their help will make any difference, but it certainly won't reduce our chances."
I hate it when you're reasonable. It's the ultimate bad trip. I know it's big time wrong, and I can never escape."
"Good. You'll come with us, then."
Oh, shit.
"I'll stay here with Tina," Rana said quietly, and gave her friend's hand a small squeeze. "Someone has to keep her comfortable." Tina smiled with hollow defiance.
"I'm such a nuisance."
There was a chorus of indignant, reassuring no's from the group. They all hurriedly smiled at her or made encouraging gestures. Moyo's face wore a forlorn expression as he fumbled round for Stephanie's guiding hand.
"We won't be long,"
she told the pair of them positively.
"Sinon?"
She tapped the sergeant lightly on its shoulder.
"Would you like to come with us?"
The sergeant stirred. "I will. Making contact is a good idea. Choma will accompany us also." Stephanie couldn't quite sort out the reason she was doing this. There was none of the automatic protectiveness which had driven her to help the children back on Mortonridge, not even the sense of paternalism which had kept them all together in the weeks before the liberation. She supposed it could have been simple self-preservation. She wanted the two sides working together to salvage this situation. Anything other than their whole-hearted effort might not be enough. The ground outside Ketton had suffered few changes following the quake. There was the shallowest of curves across the width of the island, betraying the original shape of the valley from which it had been snatched. Long hummocks bordered the slowly drying mires, rambling gently across the slope like the sand ripples of a tidal estuary. All that remained of the forests which had smothered the foothills were denuded black branches poking resolutely skywards. There was no sign of the roads which had survived the deluge. The quake had swept them away. Twice they found craggy sheets of carbon concrete jutting up from the mud, leaning over at acute angles. Neither of them corresponded to their memory of where the road had been. With the loam all churned up again, Stephanie found her feet sinking a couple of inches at every step. It wasn't as bad as when they'd raced to keep ahead of the jeeps, but walking was an effort, and they still hadn't fully regained their strength. Half a mile from the outskirts of the town, she stopped for a rest, disappointed at how hard she was breathing. Each inhalation made her feel guilty at the way she was poisoning the air. From a distance, Ketton was at least different to the surrounding land. Individual, tightly packed zones of colour supported the theory that, although most of the buildings were damaged, they at least remained loosely intact. Now she could see what a fallacy that was. She should have been warned by the complete absence of trees. Cochrane prodded his narrow purple sunglasses up to his forehead and peered ahead.
Man, oh man, what were you cats thinking of? I mean, this is like Wasted, with the world's biggest capital W.
The harpoon assault against Ketton was intended to deprive the occupying possessed of any tactical cover, Sinon said. We have suffered considerable attrition due to your booby-traps and ambushes. As you were determined to make a stand here, General Hilch was equally resolved to deny you any advantage the town itself could offer. I believe the quake was also supposed to be a psychological blow as well.
Yeah, the hippie scoffed. Well, that backfired on you, didn't it? Look where scaring us shitless got you. You consider yourself better off here?
McPhee laughed snidely at Cochrane's chagrin.
Is it bad?
Moyo asked.
There's nothing left,
Stephanie told him.
Nothing at all.
Up close, the patches of colour were actually just dull variations of grime, low mounds of rubble that fused into the mud. Even with their energistic power almost undimmed, the possessed had made no attempt to resurrect the buildings. Instead, people were picking their way among the ruins, a constant swarm of movement. As they drew closer, she realized there was nothing aimless and disorientated in the actions of the survivors. They were methodically excavating the mounds, scooping out quantities of bricks and shattered concrete with a combination of physical and energistic force. It was all very purposeful and efficient. In other words, organized.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, she said in a low voice as they reached the outer knolls of rubble. I think Ekelund might still be in charge here.
In charge of what? Cochrane asked. This is like a municipal landfill site. and they've only got 10 days to live."
A team of 2 women and 1 man, barely out of his teens, were working away on one of the piles, shifting large metal frames as if they were made of plastic. They'd already dug several short tunnels into the pile. Battered composite boxes of sachets had been stacked neatly just above the mud. The 3 of them stopped what they were doing as Stephanie and Sinon walked over. Stephanie's spirits fell even further when she saw they were wearing army fatigues. "We thought we ought to see if there was anything we could do to help," she said. "If there's somebody trapped in the wreckage, or anything." The young man scowled, looking between her and her companions. "Nobody trapped. What you doing with those kingdom monster things? You some kind of spy?" "No, I'm not a spy," she said carefully. "There is nothing for anyone to spy on here. We're on this island together. Nobody has anything to hide anymore. There's nothing to fight for. Not amongst ourselves."
"Oh, yeah? How much food have you got? Not much, I'll bet. Is that why you're here?"
His anxious glance slipped to the small stack of boxes they'd uncovered. "The sergeants have enough food to last us, thank you. Who's actually in charge here?" The man was opening his mouth to answer when an incredible stab of hot pain punctured Stephanie's hip. It was so intense she couldn't even cry out in shock. She was flung back by the force of the impact, the world spinning madly about her. Landing on her back, she saw her limbs splayed out in the air. Gore and blood splattered onto the mud around her as she went limp. "I've been shot!" Everyone was shouting wildly, dashing about in total confusion. The air hazed over with bright scintillations, thickening protectively around her. Stephanie raised her head, looking along her body with numb interest. Her trousers and blouse were glistening crimson with blood. There was a long rent in the fabric over the hip, showing the torn flesh and splinters of bone underneath. Shock gave her vision a perfect clarity. Then her head suddenly became very warm, and the hideous pain returned. She screamed, her vision turning grey as her muscles relaxed, dropping her head down into the mud again. "Stephanie! Fuck! Oh, fuck! What's happened?" That was Moyo, his anguish and fright making her frown.
"Holy shit! Those dudes shot her. Yeah, Stephanie, babe, you hear me? You hang on. It's like a scratch. It's nothing. We'll fix it for you."
A dark demon was kneeling beside her, its carapace alive with wriggling sparks.
"I'm applying pressure. It should stop the bleeding. Focus your thoughts on repairing the bone first."
Stephanie was receding from them, only vaguely aware of a dry liquid spilling all across her torso. It was deepest over her hips, exerting a cool weight. A beautiful opalescent cloud twinkled languidly in front of her eyes, soothing to watch. She could feel her yammering heart slowing to a more pedestrian rhythm, which brought her frantic gasps back under control. That was good. She still harboured a lot of guilt about using all that air.
"It's sealing up. God, the blood! She's all right. She's alive. Stephanie, can you hear me?"
Long shivers were rippling up and down her body. Her skin had turned to ice, but she could blink her eyes into focus. The faces of her dear friends were staring down, paralysed with grief. Her lips flicked into a tiny smile.
"That hurts,"
she whispered. "Just take it easy," Franklin grunted. "You're in shock."
"Certainly am."
Moyo's hand was clutching her upper arm so tightly it was painful. She tried to reach for him, offer some reassurance.
"The wound has been repaired," Sinon said. "You have lost a considerable amount of blood, however. We'll need to take you back to our camp and get some plasma into you."
Something familiar was creeping into her sphere of consciousness, familiar and unwelcome. Cold, hard thoughts, reeking of callous satisfaction. "I told you so, Stephanie Ash. I told you not to come back here."
"You piece of fascist shit!" McPhee bellowed. "We're not armed!"
Stephanie struggled to lift her head. Annette Ekelund was standing at the head of some 30 or so soldiers. She was wearing an immaculately pressed pale khaki field commander's uniform, complete with forage cap. 3 stars glinted unnaturally on her epaulets. A powerful hunting rifle was cradled casually in her hands. Holding Stephanie's gaze, she worked the bolt slowly and deliberately. A spent cartridge case was ejected. Stephanie groaned. her shoulders sagging with dismay.
"You're insane."
"You bring the enemy into our camp, and you expect to go unpunished. Come, Stephanie, that's not how it works."
"What enemy?"
"We came to see if you needed help. Don't you understand?" She wanted to retreat back into the numb oblivion of pain and shock. It was preferable to this. "Nothing has changed simply because we've won. They are still the enemy, and you and your loony bin refugee friends are traitors." "Excuse me," Sinon said, "but you have not won. This island has no food. The air will run out in 10 days' time. All of us have to find a way back before then." "What do you mean the air's running out?" Delvan asked. Sinon's voice became louder. "There is no fresh air in this realm, only what we brought with us. At the current rate, our breathing will exhaust it in 10 days. A fortnight at the most." Several soldiers in the ranks behind Ekelund exchanged solicitous glances with each other. "Simple disinformation," Annette said dismissively. "It sounds very plausible. If we were back in our old universe, I'd even believe it myself. But we're not. We're in the place of our choosing, and we chose an existence that would carry us safely down through eternity. This is as close to classical heaven as the human race will ever get." "You specified the boundary qualifications," Sinon said. "A realm where you were cut off from the beyond, and night is a null concept. But that's all you did. This realm isn't going to safeguard you from folly. It's not some actively benign environment that will happily provide every need. You are responsible for what you bring here, and all you brought was a lump of lifeless rock with a thin smear of air on top. Tell me, I'm interested. How do you think this island is going to sustain you for tens of thousands of years?" "You are a machine designed with one purpose, to kill. That is all you understand. You have no soul. If you had, you would feel at one with this place. You would know its glory. This is where we longed to be, where we are safe and at peace. You have lost, machine." "You there!" Cochrane had raised his hand. He smiled broadly, radiating enthusiasm like an eager schoolboy. Lady, I'm normally, organic. I'm so in touch with the music of the land, and I gotta tell you, I don't feel shit for this lump of mud. There's no karmic vibes here, babe. Believe me."
"Believe a seditious junkie? I think not."
"What do you want?" Stephanie asked. She could see Cochrane losing his cool if he kept on arguing with Ekelund. That would turn out bad for everybody. Ekelund needed very little justification to exterminate all of them. In fact, Stephanie was wondering what was holding her back. Probably just enjoying her gloat.
"I don't want anything, Stephanie. You broke our arrangement and came here to me, remember? In peace. Wanting to help. We don't need help. Not from you. Not here. I have everything under control. Stop this." "Stop what, Stephanie?" "Let them go. Give these people back their liberty. For pity's sake, we'll die here if we can't find a way out. And you've got them fenced in by your authoritarian regime. This isn't heaven. This is a huge mistake we got panicked into making. The sergeants are trying to help us. Why can't you cooperate with that? 10 hours ago, these things you've befriended were trying to kill us. No, worse than kill. Any of us they capture, they throw back into the beyond. I didn't see you rushing to hand back your nice new body, Stephanie. You went crawling out of Ketten, hoping to hide in the dirt until they passed over. Look, if it's some kind of revenge trip you want, then just shoot me in the head and get it over with. But let the others go. You can't condemn everyone on this island just because you have so much fear and hatred inside. I abhor your assumed nobility." Annette walked past Cochrane and Sinon to stand over Stephanie. The barrel of the rifle hung inches above her clammy forehead. "I find it utterly repellent. You can never accept that you might be wrong. You perpetually claim the moral high ground, as if it's some kind of natural inheritance. You use your own sweetness and light nature as a shield to ignore what you've done to the body you've stolen. That disgusts me. I would never try to deny what I am, nor what I've done. So just for once, admit the truth. I did what was right. I organized the defense of 2 million souls, including yours, and prevented you from being cast back into that horror. Tell me, Stephanie, was that the right thing to do?"
Stephanie closed her eyes, squeezing small trickles of moisture out onto her cheeks. Maybe Ekelund is right. Maybe I am trying to ignore this monstrous crime. Who wouldn't?
"I know what I've done is wrong. I've always known. But I haven't got a choice. Thank you, Stephanie."
She turned to Sinon.
"And you, Death Machine, if you believe what you say, then you should switch yourself off and allow real humans to live longer. You're wasting our air."
"I am human. More so than you, I suspect.
The time will come when we will throw the serpent back out into the emptiness." She smiled without humour. "Enjoy the fall. It looks like being a long one."
Sylvester Garay opened the doors to Princess Kirsten's private office and gestured Ralph to go through. The princess was sitting at her desk, with the French doors open behind her, allowing a slight breeze to ruffle her dress. Ralph stood to attention in front of her, saluted, then put his fleck down on the desk. He'd worked on the single file stored inside during the flight over from Tsingul. Kirsten looked at it with pursed lips, making no attempt to pick it up.
"And that is—"
She said it with the air of someone who knew very well what it contained. "My resignation, ma'am."
"Rejected?"
"Ma'am, we lost 12,000 sergeants at Ketton, and God knows how many possessed civilians went with them. I gave the order. It is my responsibility."
"It certainly is, yes. You assumed that responsibility when Alistair placed you in charge of the liberation, and you will continue to bear that responsibility until the last possessed on Mortonridge is placed in 0 Tau."
"I can't do it."
Kirsten gave him a sympathetic look. "Sit down, Ralph." She indicated one of the chairs in front of the desk. For a second it appeared as though Ralph might refuse, but he gave a subdued nod and eased himself down. "Now you know what being a Saldana is like," she told him. "Admittedly, we're not faced with quite such momentous decisions every day, but they still pass across this desk here. My brother has authorized fleet deployments which have resulted in a far higher cost of life than Ketton, and as you, of all people, know, we indirectly license the elimination of people who would one day cause trouble for the kingdom. Not very many, and not very often, perhaps, but it mounts up over the course of a decade. Those decisions have to be made, Ralph, so I grit my teeth and give the necessary orders, the really tough ones that the cabinet would have a collective fit over if they were ever made to take them. That's genuine political power, making the decisions which affect other people's lives. The overall daily running of the kingdom is our domain, us Saldanas. Now call us what you like, ruthless dictators, heartless capitalists, or benign guardians appointed by God. The point is, what we do very well indeed. That's because we take those decisions without hesitation."
"You're trained to, ma'am."
"True, but so are you. I admit the scale here is vastly different to what an ESA head of station is accustomed to, but in the end, you've been deciding who lives and who dies for some time now."
"I got it wrong," Ralph wanted to shout at her, make her see reason. Something in his subconscious held him back, not out of respect or even fear. Perhaps I just want to know I did the right thing. Nobody else in the kingdom except Alistair himself could provide that assurance and have it mean anything.
"Yes, Ralph, you did. You got it very badly wrong. Squeezing the possessed into Ketton was a bad move, even worse than using electron beams against the Red Cloud."
He looked up in surprise, meeting the princess's uncompromising stare.
"Were you looking for compassion, Ralph? Because you won't get it in here. Not from me. I want you back on Tsingul revising the advance across Mortonridge, not just because you're there to stop me and the family from taking the blame. I remember you the night we discovered Ekelund and the others had landed on this planet. You were driven, Ralph. It was mighty impressive to watch. You didn't compromise a single decision to Yannicka or Leonard.
I enjoyed that. People of their rank don't often get publicly stonewalled.
I didn't realize you were paying me that much attention, Ralph grunted.
Of course you didn't. You had one job to do and nothing else mattered. Now you have another job, and I expect you to see it through.
I'm not the right man. That drive you saw, that's what landed us with the Ketton fiasco. The AI gave me several options. I chose the brute force approach because I was too fired up for a rational alternative. Hammer them with overwhelming firepower and battalions of troops until they capitulate. Well, now you know what that policy leaves us with. A damn great hole in the ground.
It was a painful lesson, wasn't it? She leant forward, determined to convince rather than alienate. That just makes you better qualified to carry on.
Nobody will trust me.
Snap out of that self-pitying bullshit routine right now. Ralph almost smiled, sworn at by a Saldana princess. This is what war is about, Ralph. The Edenists aren't going to carry grudges. They were part of the decision-making process to storm Ketton. As for the others, the Marines and occupation forces, they all hate you anyway. One more cock-up by the chief isn't going to make any difference to their opinion. They'll get their orders for the next stage, and the lieutenants and NCOs will make sure they're carried out to the letter. I want you to issue those orders. I've asked you twice now. Her finger pushed the fleck back over the desk, a chessmaster going for checkmate.
Yes, ma'am.
He picked up the fleck. Somehow he'd known all along it would never be that easy. Right, Kirsten said briskly. What's your next move?
I was going to recommend my successor change our assault policy again. One of our principal concerns over the Ketton incident is how the inhabitants and sergeants are going to survive. Even if the possessed were stockpiling all the town's supplies, there can't be much food left wherever they've gone.
You're guessing?
Yes, ma'am. But unless we have totally misread this situation, it is a logical one. Prior to this, the possessed have removed entire planets to this hidden sanctuary dimension of theirs. A planet gives them a viable biosphere capable of feeding them. Ketton is different. It's just rock with a layer of mud on top. It's just a question of which they run out of first, air or food.
Unless they find one of the other planets where they can take refuge.
I hope they can do that, ma'am. I really do. I don't know what kind of conditions exist wherever they are, but they would have to be very weird indeed if it enables them to land that section of rock on a planet. In fact, we believe the strongest possibility is that they'll return once they realize how much trouble they're in. The geologists say that'll cause all kinds of trouble, but we're preparing for the eventuality.
Good grief.
Kirsten tried to imagine that vast section of countryside coming down to land in its own crater, and failed.
You realize if they do come back, it will have a profound implication for the other planets? That would be proof that they can be returned as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is all interesting theorizing, but what was the change of policy?
After we reviewed Ketton's problems, we started to consider the supply situation on Mortonridge itself. Thanks to the deluge, there is no fresh food left at all. The satellites haven't managed to find a single field of crops left intact on the whole peninsula. Some animals managed to survive, but they're going to die soon because there's nothing left for them to feed on. We know the possessed cannot use their energistic power to create any food, not out of inorganic matter. So it's only a matter of time until they run out of commercially packaged food.
You can starve them out.
Yes, but it's going to take time. Mortonridge had an agricultural economy. Most towns have some kind of food industry, either a processing factory or warehouse. If the possessed organize properly and ration what they've got, they can hold out for a while yet. What I'd suggest we do is continue the front line's advance, but modify the direction they're taking. The sergeants can still engage small groupings of possessed in the countryside without too much worry. Larger concentrations in the towns should be left alone. Set up a fire break around them, leave a garrison to watch, and then just wait until the food runs out.
Or they pull another disappearing act.
We believe Ketton happened because the possessed we trapped there were pressured into reacting by the assault. There's a big psychological difference between seeing 10,000 sergeants marching towards you and simply squabbling among yourselves over the last sachets of spaghetti bolognese.
The longer we leave them possessed, the worse condition the bodies will be in, and that's before malnutrition.
Yes, ma'am, I know that. There's also the problem that if we just simply contract the front line, the way we have been doing, we'll push a lot of possessed into one giant concentration in the middle. We'll have to split Mortonridge into sections. That'll mean redeploying the sergeants to drive inland in columns and link up. And if we're leaving sergeants behind as garrisons, the numbers available for frontline duties will be depleted just when we need them most.
More decisions, Ralph. What I said to you the other day about providing political cover still stands. Do what you have to on the ground. Leave the rest to me.
Can I expect any improvement in the medical backup situation? We're really going to need it if we start sieges.
The Edenist ambassador has indicated that their habitats will take the worst cancer cases from us, but their Voidhawks are badly stretched. Admiral Farquhar is looking into making troop transports available. At least they have 0 Tau pods in them. In fact, I've asked Alistair for some Kulu Corporation colony transport ships. We can start storing patients until the pressure on facilities eases off.
That's something, I suppose.
Kirsten stood and datavised Sylvester Garay that the audience was over. The most fundamental rule of modern society. Everything costs more and takes longer. It always has done, and always will do, and there's nothing you or I can do about it, General.
Ralph managed a small bow as the doors opened. I'll bear it in mind, ma'am.
I think I can manage to walk now, Stephanie said. Choma and Franklin had carried her back to the sergeant's camp on an improvised stretcher. She'd lain on the muddy ground beside Tina, a sleeping bag wrapped round her legs and torso, and a plasma drip in her arm. Too weak to move, she dozed on and off for hours, falling victim to vague anxiety-drenched dreams. Moyo had stayed at her side the whole time, holding her hand and mopping her brow. Her body was reacting to the wound as if she'd come down with a fever. Eventually the cold shivers passed, and she lay passively on her back, gathering her woozy thoughts back together. Nothing much had changed. The sergeants were still standing motionless all around. Occasionally, a circular patch of air high above them would inflate with white light, and pulse briefly before extinguishing. If she closed her eyes, she could sense the flow of energistic power into the zone they designated, an intense focal point that was attempting to tear a gap in the fabric of this realm. The pattern which they applied the energy changed subtly every time, but the result was always the same: dissipation. This realm's reality remained stubbornly intact. Choma looked over from where he was examining Tina's lower spine. "I would rather you did not exert yourself for a while longer," he said to Stephanie. "You did lose a lot of blood." "Just like me," Tina said. It was little more than a whisper. Her arm lifted a couple of inches off the ground, hand feeling round through the air. Stephanie touched her, and they twined fingers. Tina's skin was alarmingly cold. "Yes, I ought to take things easy, I suppose," Stephanie said. "We won't get better if we stress ourselves." Tina smiled and closed her eyes, a contented hum stealing away from her lips. "We are getting better, aren't we? That's right." Stephanie kept her voice level, hoping the discipline would also keep her thoughts from fluttering. "Us girls together, just like always. Everybody's been so kind, even Cochrane. He wants you back on your feet, so he can carry on trying to get you on your back again." Tina grinned, then slowly dropped back into a semi-slumber. Stephanie raised herself onto her elbows, imagining the sleeping bag fluffing up into a large pillow. The fabric rose up to support her spine. Her friends were all there, watching her with kind or mildly embarrassed expressions, but all of them were concerned. "I'm such an idiot," she said bitterly to them. "I should never have gone back to Ketton."
"No way," Cochrane boomed. McPhee spat in the direction of the ruined town. "We did the right thing, the human thing."
"It's not you who is to blame," Rana said primly. "That woman is utterly deranged." "Nobody knew that more than me," Stephanie said. "We should have taken some elementary precautions at least. She could have shot all of us."
"If showing compassion and trust is a flaw, then I'm proud to say I'll share it with you," Franklin said.
"I should have guarded myself,"
Stephanie said, almost to herself. "It was stupid. A bullet would never have done any damage before. We were careful back on Ombe. I just thought we would all pull together now we're in the same predicament." "That was a big mistake." Moyo patted her hand warmly. "First you've made since we met, so I'll overlook it." She took his hand and brought it up to her face, kissing his palm lightly. "Thank you."
"I don't think being prepared and paranoid would have been much use to us anyway," Franklin said.
"Why not?"
He held up one of the nutrient soup sachets. The silver coating gradually turned blue and white as the shape rounded out. He was left holding a can of baked beans. "We're not as strong here. Changing that sachet would have taken an eye blink back in the old universe, and that's why they can't get back."
He indicated the sergeants, just as another white blaze of air above them broke apart into expanding rivulets of blue ions.
"There isn't enough power available here to do what we did. Don't ask me why. Presumably it's got something to do with being blocked from the beyond. I expect those rifles Ekelund has could cause quite a bit of harm, no matter how hard we make the air around ourselves."
"Any more good news for the patients?" Moyo asked scathingly. "No, he's right," Stephanie said. "Besides, hiding from the facts now isn't going to help anyone. How can you be so calm about it? We're stuck here." "Not exactly," she said. "Being an invalid has had one benefit. Sinon." Since the unfortunate trip to Ketton, the sergeants had been keeping a cautionary watch on the town in case Ekelund made any hostile move. Sinon and Choma had taken the duty, combining it with helping the two patients. It wasn't particularly difficult. From their slightly raised elevation, they could see anything moving across the bland stretch of ochre mud between them and the desolated town. There would be plenty of warning if anyone came. Sinon was checking over a batch of the sniper rifles which the sergeants were equipped with. Not that he expected they would be used. If Ekelund did send her people, the sergeants would simply establish a barrier around their camp similar to the one holding in the air around the island, offering passive yet insurmountable resistance. He put down the sight he was cleaning.
"Yes."
"Are you and the others aware we're actually moving?" Stephanie asked him. For some time she'd been watching what passed for a sky in this realm. When they'd first arrived, it had appeared to be a uniform glare being emitted from some indefinable distance all around them. But as she'd lain there looking at it, she became aware of subtle variants. There were different shades arching above the flying island, arranged like flaccid waves, or streamers of thin mist, and they were moving, sliding slowly in one direction. As Stephanie started to describe them, more and more sergeants broke away from their mental union to look upwards. A mild emotion of self-censure washed through the assembled minds. We should have noticed this. Direct observation is the most basic method to gather data on an environment. By using affinity to link their vision together, the sergeants could scan the sky like some multi-segment telescope. Thousands of irises tracked the same faint wavering irregularity as it passed gently overhead. Parallel minds performed basic mental arithmetic to derive the parallax, putting the aberration roughly 50 kilometers away.
As the bands of dimmer light seem to be fluctuating slightly in width, we conclude there is some kind of extremely tenuous nebula-like structure enveloping us, Sinon told the fascinated humans. However, the source of the light remains indeterminable, so we cannot say for certain if it is the nebula or the island which is moving. But given that the speed appears to be close to 150 kilometers an hour, we are tentatively assigning movement to the island.
"Why?"
Rana asked. "Because it would take a great deal of force to move the nebula at that speed. It's not impossible, but as the environment outside the island is essentially a vacuum, the problem of what force could be acting on the nebula is multiplied by an order of magnitude. We cannot detect any physical or energy impacting against the island, ergo, there is no wind to push it along. We can see that it could still be expanding from its origin point, but as the fluctuations within it indicate a reasonably passive composition, such a possibility is unlikely."
"So we really are flying," McPhee said.
"It would appear so." "I don't want to, piss all over your parade or anything," Cochrane said, "but have you cats ever considered we might be, falling?"
"The direction of flow we can see in the nebula makes that unlikely," Sinon said. "It appears to be a horizontal movement. The most probable explanation is that we emerged at a different relative velocity to this nebula. Besides, if we had been falling since we arrived, then whatever we are falling towards would surely be visible by now. To exert such a powerful gravitational field, it would be massive indeed, several times the size of a super-Jovian gas giant." "You don't know what kind of mass or gravity is natural in this realm," McPhee said. "True. This island is proof of that." "What do you mean?" "Our gravity hasn't changed since we arrived, yet we are no longer part of Ombe. We assumed it has remained normal because the subconscious will of everyone here required that it do so."
"Holy shit!"
Cochrane jumped up, giving the bottom of his wide velvet flares a startled glance.
"You mean we're only dreaming there's gravity?"
"Essentially, yes." The hippie clenched his hands and pressed them hard against his forehead.
"Man, that is a total bummer. I want my gravity to be the real stuff. Listen, you don't fool around with something as basic as this. You just don't."
"Reality is now essentially contained in your mind. If you perceive gravity acting on you, then it is real," the sergeant said imperturbably. A large lighted reefer appeared in Cochrane's hand, and he took a deep drag.
"I am heavy," he chanted. "Heavy, heavy, heavy. And don't no one forget that. You listening to me, people? Keep thinking it."
"In any event," Sinon told McPhee, "if we were in the grip of a gravity field, the nebula would be falling with us. It isn't." "Some good news," McPhee grunted, "which is also not natural here." "Forget the academics of the situation," Moyo said. "Is there any way we can use it?" "We intend to set up an observation detail," Sinon said. "A headland watch, if you like, to see if there is anything out there in front of us. It could be that all the other planets the possessed removed from the universe are here in this realm with us. We will also start using our affinity to call for help. It's the only method of communication we have that works here."
"Oh, man, no way. Who's going to hear that? Come on, you guys, get real."
"Obviously we don't know who, if anyone, will hear, and even if there is a planet out there, we doubt we'd be able to reach its surface intact."
"You mean alive?"
Moyo said. "Correct. However, there is one strong possibility for rescue."
"What?"
Cochrane yelled. "If this is the realm where all the possessed yearn to go, then it is conceivable Valisk is here. It might hear our call, and its biosphere would be able to support us. Transferring ourselves inside would be a simple matter." Cochrane let out a long sigh, blowing long trails of sweet-smelling green smoke from his nostrils.
"Hey, yeah, more like it, dude. Good positive thinking. I could dig living in Valisk."
Watching was one thing the humans could do almost as well as the sergeants, so Stephanie and her friends hiked across the final kilometre to the edge of the island to help establish the headland lookout camp. It took them over an hour to get there. The terrain wasn't particularly rough. Crusted mud cracked and squelched under their feet, and they had to go around several pools of stagnant water. But Tina had to be carried the whole way on a stretcher, along with her small array of primitive medical equipment, and even with energistic strength reinforcing her body, Stephanie had to stop for a rest every few minutes. Eventually they reached the top of the cliff and settled themselves down 50 metres short of the precipice. They'd chosen the brow of a mound, which gave them an excellent, uninterrupted view out across the glaring emptiness ahead. Tina was placed so she could look outwardly by just raising her head, making her feel a part of their enterprise. She smiled a painful, tired thanks as they rigged her plasma container up on an old branch beside her. The 10 sergeants accompanying them clumped their backpacks together and sat down in a broad semicircle like a collection of lotus-position Buddhas. Stephanie eased herself down on a sleeping bag, quietly content the journey had ended. She promptly turned a sachet of nutrient soup into a ham sandwich and bit in hungrily. Moyo sat beside her, allowing his shoulder to rest against hers.
They exchanged a brief kiss.
"Groovy!" Cochrane hooted. "Hey, if love is blind, how come lingerie is so popular?"
Rana regarded him in despair.
"Oh, very tactful."
"It's a joke," the hippie protested. "Maya doesn't mind, do you, man?"
No. He and Stephanie put their heads together and started giggling. Giving them a slightly suspicious look, Cochrane settled down on his own sleeping bag. He'd changed the fabric to scarlet and emerald crushed velvet.
"So, how about a sweepstake, you dudes? What's going to come sailing over the horizon first?"
"Flying saucers," McPhee said.
No,
Rana said primly. "Winged unicorns ridden by virgins wearing Cochrane's frilly white lingerie."
"Hey, come on, this is serious, you guys. I mean, like, our lives depend on it."
"Funny," Stephanie mused. "Not so long ago I was wishing death was permanent. Now it could well be, and I'd like to keep on living just that little bit longer."
"I would like to ask why you believe you will actually die," Sinon inquired. "You have all indicated that is what will happen in this realm."
"It's like the gravity, I suppose," Stephanie said. "Death is such a fundamental. That's what we expect at the end of life."
"You mean you are willing your own extinction?"
"Not exactly. Being free of the beyond was only part of what we wanted. This realm was supposed to be marvellously benign. It probably is, if we were on a planet. We wanted to come here and live forever, just like the legends of heaven, and if not forever, certainly thousands of years. A proper life, like we used to think we had. Life ends in death."
"In heaven, death would not return you to the beyond," Choma ventured.
"Exactly. This life would be better than before. Energistic power gives us the potential to fulfill our dreams. We don't need a manufacturing base or money. We can make whatever we want just by wishing it into being. If that can't make people happy, nothing can."
"You would never know a sense of accomplishment," Sinon said. "There would be no frontier to challenge you. Electricity is virtually non-existent, denying you any kind of machinery more advanced than a steam engine. You expect to live for a good portion of eternity, and nobody can ever leave. Forgive me, I do not see that as paradise."
"Always the downside," Cochrane muttered.
"You might be right, but even a jail planet trapped in the 18th century, followed by genuine death, is better than the beyond."
"Then your energies would surely be better directed in solving the problem of human souls becoming trapped in the beyond."
"Fine words," Moyo said. "How?"
"I don't know, but if some of you would cooperate with us, then avenues of possibility would be opened. We are cooperating, not here. Back in the universe, where the Confederation scientific resources could be marshaled."
"All you ever did when we were on Ombe was assault us," Rana said, "and we know the military captured several possessed to vivisect. We could hear their torment echoing through the beyond."
"If they had cooperated, we wouldn't have to use force," Choma said, "and it was not vivisection. We are not barbarians. Do you really think I wish to consign my family to the beyond? We want to help. Self-interest dictates that, if nothing else."
"Another wasted opportunity," Stephanie said sadly. "They do mount up, don't they?"
"Someone is coming from the town," Choma announced. "They are walking towards our encampment."
Stephanie automatically turned to look back over the mud prairie behind them. She couldn't see anything moving.
"It is only 5 people," Choma said. "They don't appear hostile."
The sergeant continued to give them a commentary. A squad was dispatched to intercept the newcomers, who claimed they were leaving Ekeland, disillusioned by the way things were in the ruined town. The sergeants directed them to the headland group. Stephanie watched them approach. She wasn't surprised to see Delvan was with them. He was dressed in his full 1900s army officer regalia, a dark uniform of thick wool with plenty of scarlet, gold, and imperial purple ribbons.
"Phallocentric military?"
Rana sniffed disdainfully, and made a show of turning round to gaze out over the precipice. Stephanie gestured to the newcomers to sit down. They all seemed apprehensive about the kind of reception they'd receive.
"You dudes had enough of her, huh?"
"Admirably put," Delvin conceded. He turned a sleeping bag into a tartan pattern blanket and lounged across it. "She's gone completely batty. Mad with power, of course. Saw it enough times back in the Great War. Any spark of dissension is classed as mutiny. I expect she'll have a shot if she ever sees us again. Quite literally." "So you deserted?" "I'm sure she'll see it that way, yes." "We believe we can keep her forces away," Sinon said. "Glad to hear it, old chap. Things were getting pretty dire back there. Ekeland and Soyhan are still preparing for some kind of conflict. She's got the power, you see. Now there's no beyond for souls to flee back into. The threat of discipline is jolly effective. And of course she's in charge of dishing the food out. A whole bunch of silly asses still believe in what she's doing. That's all it ever takes, you know. One leader with a bunch of loyalists to enforce orders. Damn stupid."
"What does she think is going to happen?" Stephanie asked.
"Not too sure about that. I don't think she is either. Soyhan keeps sprouting on about how we are as one with the land, and how you sergeant chaps are ruining our harmony. They're egging each other on, trying to convince the rest of those poor sods over there that everything will be dandy once you've been thrown over the edge. Utter bilge. Any idiot can see this chunk of land isn't going to be the slightest use to anyone, no matter who's on it."
"Only Annette could think that this land is worth fighting over."
"I agree," Delvan said. "Sheerest bloody folly. Seen it before. People become obsessed with one idea and can't let go. Don't care how many die in the process. Well, I'm not going to help her. I made that mistake before. Never again."
"Yo, man, welcome to Decentville."
Cochrane held out a silver flask. Delvin took a small nip and smiled appreciatively.
"Not bad."
He took a larger drink and passed it on.
"What exactly are you all looking for out there?"
"We don't know," Sinon said, "but we'll recognize it when we see it." Jay spent 20 minutes correcting and castigating the universal provider after breakfast that morning. It kept reabsorbing the dress and extruding a new one for her. The variations were small, but Jay was determined to get it right. Tracy had sat in on the session for the first 5 minutes, then patted Jay lightly and said, "I think I'll leave the pair of you to it, sweetie." The design she wanted was simple enough. She'd seen it back in the arcology one day, a loose pleated reddish skirt that came down to the knee and blended smoothly up into a square-cut neck top that was bright canary yellow, the two colours interlocking like opposing flames. It had looked wonderful on the shop mannequin 2 years ago, expensive and attractive, but when she asked, her mother said no, they couldn't afford it. After that, the dress had come to symbolize everything wrong with Earth. She always knew what she wanted in life, but she could never get to it. Tracy knocked on the bedroom door. "Hailey will be here in a minute, Poppet," she called. "Coming," Jay yelled back. She glared at the globe floating over the wicker chair. "Go on, spit it out." The dress glided out through the purple surface. It still wasn't right. Jay put her hands on her hips and sighed in disgust at the provider. "The skirt is still too long. I told you. You can't have the hem level with the knee. That's awful." "Sorry," the provider murmured meekly. "Well, I'll just have to wear it now, but you're going to get it right when I come back this evening." She hurriedly pulled the dress on, wincing as it went over the bruise on her ribs. The edge of the surfboard had whacked her hard when she fell off. Her shoes were totally wrong as well. White sneakers with a tread thick enough to belong on a jungle boot. Blue socks, too. Sighing at her martyrdom one last time, she picked up the straw boater, at least a provider had got that right, and perched it on her head. A quick check in the mirror above the sink to see just how bad the damage was. That was when she saw Prince Dell lying on the bed. She screwed her face up, riddled with guilt. But she couldn't take him with her to Hailey's home planet. Just couldn't. The whole flap over the dress was because she was the first human to go there. She felt very strongly that she ought to look presentable. After all, she was kind of like an ambassador for her whole race.
She could imagine what her mother would say. Carrying a scruffy old toy about with her simply wasn't on. "Jay!" Tracy called. "Coming!" She burst through the door and scampered out onto the chalet's little veranda. Tracy was standing beside the steps, using a small brass can with a long spout to water one of the trailing geraniums. She gave the little girl a long look. "Very nice, Poppet. Well done. That was a good choice." "Thank you, Tracy. Now just remember, you're going to see lots of new things. Some of them are going to be quite astonishing, I'm sure. Please try not to get too excitable. I'll be good. Really, I'm sure you will." Tracy kissed her lightly. "Now run along." Jay started down the steps, then stopped. "Tracy?" "What is it?" "How come you've never been to Rye-9? Hailey said it's really important. One of their capital planets." "Oh, I don't know. Too busy when that kind of sightseeing would have excited me. Now I've got the time, I can't really be bothered. Seen one technological miracle, seen them all." "It's not too late," Jay said generously. "Maybe another day. Now run along, you'll be late. And, Jay, remember, if you want the toilet, just ask a provider. No one's going to be embarrassed or offended." "Yes, Tracy. Bye." She pressed a hand on the top of her boater and raced off across the sand to the ebony circle. The old woman watched her go, overlarge knuckles gripping the handle of the watering can too tightly. Bright sunlight caught the moisture poised at the corner of her eyes. "Damn," she whispered. Hailey materialized when Jay was still 10 meters away from the circle. She whooped and ran harder. "Friend Jay, it is a good morning. It's a wonderful morning." She came to a halt beside Hailey and flung an arm round the baby Keent's neck. "Hailey, you grow every day. Very much. How long till you get to adult size?" 8 years. I will itch all that time. I'll scratch you. You are my true friend. Shall we go? Yes. She did a little jump, smiling delightedly. Come on, come on! Blackness plucked both of them away. The falling sensation didn't bother Jay at all now. She just shut her eyes and held her breath. One of Hailey's appendages was coiled comfortingly round her wrist. Weight returned quickly. Her soles touched a solid floor, and her knees bent slightly to absorb the impact. Light was shining on her closed eyelids. "We are here." "I know." She was suddenly nervous about opening her eyes. "I live there." Hailey's tone was so eager, Jay just had to look. The sun was low in the sky, still casting off its daybreak tint. Long shadows flowed out behind them across the large ebony circle they'd arrived on. It was out in the open air, with the rumpled landscape sweeping away for what seemed like 100 kilometers or more to the horizon. Flat cone mountains of pale rock, crinkled with pale purple gorges, rose regally out from the lavish mantle of blue-green vegetation, not strung out in a range as normal, but spread out across the whole expanse of steppe. Large serpentine rivers and tributary streams threading through the vales glinted silver in the fresh sunlight, while tissue-fine sheets of pearl-white mist wound around the lower slopes of the mountains. The vista was nature at its most striking, yet it wasn't natural. This was what she imagined the inside of an Edenist habitat would be like, but on an infinitely larger canvas. There was nothing ugly permitted here. Design geology ensured this world would have bayous rather than dark, stagnant marshes, languid downs instead of lifeless lava fields. That didn't stop it from being truly lovely, though. There were buildings nestled amid the contours, mainly quaint domes of different sizes, but with some startlingly human-like skyscraper towers mingled among them. There were also structures that looked more like sculptures than buildings, a bronze spiral leading nowhere, emerald spheres clinging together like a cluster of soap bubbles. Each of the buildings was set by itself. There were no roads, or even dirt tracks as far as she could see. Nevertheless, undeniably, she was in a city, one that was conceived on a vaster, grander scale than anything the Confederation could ever achieve, a post-urban conquest of the land. "So, where do you live?" she asked. Hailey's tractomorphic arm uncoiled from her wrist and straightened out to point. The ebony circle was surrounded by a broad meadow of glossy aquamarine grass analogue, bordered by clumps of trees. They at least looked like natural forests rather than carefully composed parkland. Several different species were growing together, black octagonal leaves and yellow parasols competing for light and space. Long smooth bowls, capped with a fuzzy ball of pink fern fronds, had stabbed up from the tops of more bushy varieties, resembling giant willow reeds. A steel-blue dome was visible through the gaps in the trees 1/2 kilometre away. It didn't look much bigger than the ones back in Tranquility.
"That's nice," Jay said politely. "It has a difference to my first home in the all-around. The universal providers have eased life greatly here." "I'm sure. So where are all your friends?" "Come, Viano has been told about you. He would like to initiate greetings."
Jay gasped as she turned to follow the baby Keent. There was a huge lake behind her, with what she assumed could only be the castle of some magical elf lord. Dozens of featureless, tapering white towers rose from its centre. The tallest spires were those right at the centre of the clump, easily measuring over 1 kilometre high. Delicate single-span bridges wove their way through the gaps between the towers, curving around each other without ever touching. As far as she could understand it, they followed no pattern or logic. Sometimes a tower would have as many as 10, all at different levels, while others had only a couple. The whole edifice scintillated with brilliant red and gold flashes as the strengthening sunlight slithered slowly across its quartz-like surface. It was as dignified as it was beautiful.
"What is that?"
she asked as she hurried after Haile.
"This is a corpus locus, a place for knowledge to grow and ripen."
"You mean like a school?" The baby Keent hesitated.
"Corpus, say yes."
"Do you go to it?"
"No. I am still receiving many primary educationals from the corpus and my parents. First, I must understand them fully. That is a hardness. When I have understanding, I can begin to expand my own thoughts."
"Oh, I get it. That's like the way we do it too. I have to receive a lot of didactic courses before I can go on to university."
"You will go to university?"
"I suppose so. I don't know how on Lalande, though. There might be one in Durringham. Mummy will tell me when she comes back and things get better."
"I hope for you."
They had reached the lake's shore. Its water was very dark, even when Jay stood on the shaggy grass analogue right at the edge and peered over cautiously. She couldn't see the bottom. The surface reflected her image back at her. Then it started to ripple slightly. Haile was walking out towards the white towers. Jay paused for a moment to watch her friend. There was something not quite right about the scene, something obvious which her mind couldn't quite catch. Haile was about 10 metres from the shore when she realised Jay wasn't following. She swung her head round to look at the girl.
"Viano is in here. Do you not want to meet him?"
Very slowly, Jay cleared her throat.
"Haile, you're walking on the water."
The baby Keent looked down at where her feet pads were dinting the surface of the lake.
"Yes? Query puzzlement. Why do you find wrongness?" "Because it's water," Jay shouted. "There is stability for those wishing to attend the locus. You will not fall in."
Jay glared at her friend, though intense curiosity was a strong temptation. Tracy's warning rang clear in her mind, and Haile would never trick her. She put a toe cautiously on the water. The dark surface bent ever so slightly as she began to apply pressure, but her shoe couldn't actually break the surface tension and get wet. She put even more weight on her foot, allowing her whole soul to rest on the water. It supported her without any apparent strain. A couple of tentative steps, and Jay glanced from side to side, giggling.
"This is brilliant. You don't need to build bridges and stuff. You have happiness now?"
"You bet." She started to walk towards Haile. Slow ripples expanded out from under her shoes, clashing and shimmering away. Jay couldn't stop the giggles.
"We should have had this in Tranquility. We could have got out to that island then." "Rightness."
Smiling happily, Jay let Haile's arm tip wrap round her fingers, and together they walked over the lake. After a couple of minutes, the towers of the locust seemed no closer. Jay began to wonder just how big they were.
"Where's Viano, then?" "He comes."
Jay scanned the base of the towers.
"I can't see anybody."
Hailey stopped and looked down at her feet, head swaying from side to side.
"I have sight."
Promising herself she wouldn't yelp or anything, Jay looked down. There was movement beneath her feet. A small, pale grey mountain was sliding through the water, 20 meters beneath the surface. Her heart did sort of go thud, but she clamped her jaw shut and stared in amazement. The creature must have been bigger than any of the whales in her didactic zoology memories. There were more flippers and fins than Earth's old behemoths, too. A smaller version of the creature was swimming along beside it, a child. It curved away from its parent's flank and started to race upwards, its fins wriggling enthusiastically. The big parent rolled slowly and dived off into the depths.
"Is this Viano?"
Jay exclaimed.
"Yes, he is a cousin."
"What do you mean, cousin? He's nothing like you."
"Humans have many subspecies."
"No, we don't."
"There are Adamists and Edenists, white skin, dark skin, more shades of hair than colours in the rainbow. This I have seen for myself."
"Well, yes, but look here. There's none of us live underwater. That's just totally different. Corpus says human scientists have experimented with lungs that can extract oxygen from water."
Jay recognized that particular mental tone of pure stubbornness. "They probably have," she conceded. The aquatic Keent child was over 15 meters long, flatter than a terrestrial whale, with a thick tractomorphic tail that was contracting into a bulb as it neared the surface. Its other appendages, 6 buds of tractomorphic flesh, were spaced along its flanks. To help propel it through the water, they were currently compressed into semicircular fans that undulated with slow power. Perhaps the most obvious pointer to a shared heritage with land-bound Keent was the head, which was simply a more streamlined version that had 6 gills replacing the breathing vents. The same large semi-mournful eyes were shielded with a milky membrane. Viano broke surface with a burst of spray and energetic waves, which churned outward. Jay was suddenly trying to keep her balance as the lake's surface bounced about underneath her like some hyperlastic trampoline. Hailey was bobbing up and down beside her, in almost as much trouble, which was slightly reassuring. When the swell had eased off, a mound of glistening leaden flesh was floating a couple of meters away. The aquatic Keent form-shifted one of its flank appendages into an arm, tip spreading out into the shape of a human hand. Jay touched palms.
"Welcome to Rhinine, J. Hilton."
"Thank you. You have a lovely world."
"It has much goodness. Hailey has shared her memories of your Confederation worlds. They are interesting also. I would like to visit after I am released from parental proscription."
"I'd like to go back too."
"Your plight has been spoken of. I grieve with you for all that has been lost."
"Richard says we'll pull through. I suppose we will."
"Richard Keaton is attuned to Corpus," Hailey said. "He would not tell untruths."
"How could you visit the Confederation? Does that jump machinery of yours work underwater as well?"
"Yes."
"But there wouldn't be much for you to see, I'm afraid. Everything interesting happens on land. Oh, except for Atlantis, of course."
"Land is always small and clotted with identical plants. I would see the life that teems below the waves, where nothing remains the same. Every day is joyfully different. You should modify yourself and come dwell among us."
"No, thank you very much,"
she said primly. "That is a sadness."
"I suppose what I mean is, you wouldn't be able to see what humans have achieved. Everything we've built and done is on the land or in space."
"Your machinery is old to us. It holds little attraction. That is why my family returned to the water."
"You mean you're like our pastorals?"
"I apologize. My understanding of human references is not complete."
"Pastorals are people who turned away from technology and lived life as simply as they can. It's a very primitive existence, but they don't have modern worries either."
All races of Keent embrace technology, Hiley said. The providers cannot fail now. They give us everything and leave us free. This is the bit about you which I don't really get. Free to do what? To live. All right, try this. What are you two going to be when you grow up? I shall be me. No. Jay would have liked to stamp her foot for emphasis. Given what she was standing on, she thought better of it. I mean, what profession? What do Keents spend all day doing? You know my parentals were helping with the laymill project. All activity has one purpose, Viano said. We enrich ourselves with knowledge. This can come from simply interpreting the observed universe or extrapolating thoughts to their conclusion. Both of these are complementary. Enrichment is the result life is dedicated to. Only then can we transcend with confidence. Transcend? You mean die? Body life loss, yes. I'm sure doing nothing but thinking is all really good for you, but it seems really boring to me. People need things to keep them occupied. Difference is beauty, Viano said. There is more difference in the water than on land. Our domain is where nature excels. It is the womb of every planet. Now do you see why we chose it over the land? Yes, I suppose so. But you can't all spend the whole time admiring new things. Somebody has to make sure things work smoothly. That is what the providers do. We could not ascend to this cultural level until after our civilization's machinery had evolved to its current state. Providers provide, under the wisdom of corpus. I see, I guess. You have corpus like Edenists have consensus. Consensus is an early version of corpus. You will evolve to our state one day. Really? Jay said. Arguing philosophy with a Keent wasn't really what she had in mind when she wanted to visit Ryanine. She gestured round, trying to indicate the locus and all the other extravagant buildings, an act of human body language which was probably wasted on the young aquatic Keent. You mean humans are going to wind up living like this? I cannot speak for you. Do you wish to live as we do? It'd be nice not having to worry about money and stuff. She thought of the Aberdale villagers, their enthusiasm for what they were building. But we need concrete things to do. That's the way we are. Your nature will guide you to your destiny. It is always so. I suppose. I sense we are kindred, J. Hilton. You wish to see newness every day. That is why you are here on Ryanine. A query? Yes. You should visit the congressions. That is the best place for a view of the physical achievement which you value so. She looked at Hiley. Can we? It will have much enjoyment, Hiley said. Thanks, Viano. The aquatic Keent began to sink back below the water. Your visit is a newness which has enriched me. I am honored, J. Hilton. When Hiley had told Jay that Ryanine was a capital world, the little girl had imagined a cosmopolitan metropolis playing host to a multitude of Keent and thousands of exciting Xenocs. The corpus locus was certainly grandiose, but hardly kicking. Her impression changed when she popped out of the black teleport bubble onto one of Ryanine's congressions. Although the physical concept was hardly extravagant for a race which had such extraordinary resources, there was something both anachronistic and prideful in the gigantic cities which floated serenely through the planet's atmosphere. Splendidly intricate colossi of crystal and shining metal that proclaimed the true nature of the Keent to any visitor, more so than the ring of manufactured planets. No race which had the slightest doubt about its own abilities would dare to construct such a marvel. The one in which Jay found herself was over 20 kilometers broad. Its nucleus was a dense aggregation of towers and circuitous columns of light, like warped rainbows. From that, 8 solid, crenated peninsulas radiated outwards, themselves bristling with short, flat spines. The bloated tufts of cloud it encountered parted smoothly to flow around its extremities, leaving it at the centre of a doldrum zone whose clarity seemed to magnify the landscape 10 kilometres below. Shoals of flying craft spun around it, their geometries and technologies as varied as the species they carried. Starships equipped with atmospheric drives cavorted along the same flight paths as tiny ground-to-orbit planes. All of them were landing or taking off from the spines on the peninsulas. Jay had arrived at one end of an avenue which ran along the upper reaches of a peninsula. It was made from a smooth sheet of some burgundy mineral, host to a web of glowing opalescent threads that flowed just below the surface. Every junction in the web sprouted a tall jade triangle, like the sculpture of a pine tree. A roof of crystal arched overhead, heartbreakingly similar to an arcology dome. Jay held on to Hailey's arm with a tight grip. The avenue thronged with xenox, hundreds of species walking, sliding, and in several cases flying along together in a huge, multicoloured river of life. All her pent-up breath was exhaled in a single, overwhelmed, "Wow!" They hurried off the teleport circle, allowing a family of tall, feathered octopeds to use it. Globes similar to providers, but in many different colours, glided sedately overhead. She sniffed at the air, which contained so many shifting scents. All she could really smell was something like dry spice. Slow bass grumbles, quick chittering, whistles, and human-ish speech gurgled loudly about her, blurring together into a single background clamour.
"Where do they all come from? Are they all your observers?"
"None of them are observers. These are the species who live in this galaxy, and some others. All are friends of Kint."
"Oh, right."
Jay walked over to the edge of the avenue. It was guarded by a tall rail, as if it were nothing more than an exceptionally big balcony. She stood on her toes and peeked over. They were above a compact city, or possibly a district of industrial structures. There didn't appear to be any movement in the lanes between the buildings. Right in front of her, spacecraft swished along parallel to the peninsula's crystal roof as they vectored in on their landing sites. The Congression was high enough above the land to lose fine details amid the broader colour swaths of mountains and savannas. But as though to compensate, the curvature of the horizon could be seen, a splinter of purple neon separating the land and the sky. A coastline was visible far ahead, or behind. Jay wasn't sure which way they were travelling, if they were. She contented herself with watching the spacecraft flying past.
"So what are they all doing here, then?"
"Different species come here to perform exchanges. Some have ideas to give, some require knowledge to make ideas work. Corpus facilitates this. The Congressions act as junctions for those who seek and those who wish to give. Here they can find each other."
"That all sounds terribly noble."
"We have opened our worlds to this act for a long time. Some races we have known since the beginning of our history, others are new. All are welcome."
"Apart from humans."
"You are free to visit."
"But nobody knows about Ryanine. The Confederation thinks Jopis is your homeworld."
"I have sadness. If you can come here, you are welcome." Jay eyed a quartet of adult Kint walking along the avenue. They were accompanied by what looked suspiciously like spectres of some slender reptilians dressed in one-piece overalls. They were certainly translucent. She could see things through them.
"I get it. It's sort of like a qualifying test. If you're smart enough to get here, you're smart enough to take part."
"Confirm."
"That'd be really helpful for us. Learning new stuff. But I still don't think people want to spend their life philosophizing. Well, one or two like Father Horst, but not many."
"Some come to the Congressions asking for our aid and to improve their technology."
"You give them that? Machines and things?"
"Corpus responds to everyone at a relative level."
"That's why the provider wouldn't give me a starship."
"You are lonely. I brought you here. I have sorrow."
"Hey."
She put her arm round the baby Keen's neck and stroked her breathing vents.
"I'm not sorry you brought me here. This is something not even Joshua has seen, and he's been everywhere in the Confederation. I'll be able to impress him when I get back. Won't that be something?"
She gazed out at the fanciful craft again. "Come on, let's find a provider. I could do with some ice cream." 17. Rossio waited a day after the organization's convoy returned from the antimatter station before he abandoned his routine high-orbit patrol over New California and swallowed out to Almaden. Radar pulses from the asteroid's proximity radar washed across Mindori, returning an odd, fuzzy blob on the display screens. It fluctuated in time with the human heart. The visual spectrum sensors showed the huge dark harpy with its wings folded, hovering 2 kilometers out from the counter-rotating spaceport. A glitter of red light could just be seen through eyelids that weren't completely shut. In turn, Rossio focused his own senses on Almaden's docking ledge. Each of the pedestals had been struck by laser fire, spilling a sludge of metal and plastic out across the rock, where it had solidified into a grey, clinker-like puddle, with a surface badly pocked by burst gas bubble craters. The nutrient fluid refinery and its 3 storage tanks had also been targeted. Rossio shared his view with Pransu, who was back at Monterey. "What do you think?" he asked his fellow Hellhawk. "The refinery isn't as badly damaged as it looks. It's only the outer layers of machinery which have been struck. Etchells just ripped his laser backwards and forwards over it, which no doubt looked spectacular. Lots of molten metal spraying everywhere, and tubes detonating under the pressure. But the core remains intact, and that's where the actual chemical synthesis mechanism is." "Typical." "Yes. Fortunately, there's no practical reason why this can't be returned to operational status, providing you can get the natives to agree." "They'll agree," Rossio said. "We have something they want. Ourselves. Good luck." Rossio shifted his senses to the counter-rotating spaceport, a small disk whose appearance suggested it was still under construction. It was mostly naked girders containing tanks and fat tubes, with none of the protective plating that spaceports usually boasted. 3 ships were docked, a pair of cargo tugs and the Lucky Loghorn. The inter-orbit craft had returned 10 hours earlier. If the organization lieutenants in the asteroid were going to discipline the crew, they would have done it by now. Rossio opened a short-range channel. "D-Bank? Good to see you." "Likewise. I'm glad you haven't been thrown out of your new body." "Let's just say there are more people sympathetic to my cause than there are to the organization." "What happened to the lieutenants?"
"Complaining to Capone direct from the beyond."
"That was risky. He doesn't take rebellion kindly. You may find several frigates arriving to make the point."
"We figure he's got enough problems with the antimatter right now. In any case, the only real option he's got left against this asteroid is to nuke us. If that looks likely, we'll shift out of this universe and take our chances. We don't want to do that."
"I understand perfectly. I don't want you to do that either."
"Fair enough. You and I both have our own problems. How can we help each other?"
"If we're going to break free from the organization, we require an independent source of nutrient fluid. In return for you repairing your refinery, we are prepared to transport your entire population to our planet."
"New California won't take us."
"We can use one which the organization has already infiltrated. Myself and my friends have enough spaceplanes to make the transfer work. But it will have to be soon. Without the antimatter station, there will be no new infiltrations, and those that have been seeded will not remain in this universe for much longer."
"We can start repairing the refinery right away. But if we all leave, how are you going to maintain it?"
"Spare parts must be manufactured in sufficient quantity to keep the refinery functional for a decade. You will also have to adapt your mechanoids for remote Waldo operation."
"You're not asking for much."
"I believe it's an equal trade."
"Okay. Cards on the table. My people here say the components shouldn't be any problem. Our industrial stations can handle that. But we can't produce the kind of electronics which the refinery needs. Can you get hold of them for us?"
"Datavise a list over. I will make inquiries."
Jed and Beth had listened to the exchange in the stateroom cabin they'd moved into. They were spending a lot of time in the neatly furnished compartment by themselves. In bed, There wasn't a lot else to do since Jed's mission to resupply their food stocks, and despite Rocio's assurances that his plans were progressing smoothly, they couldn't shake off their sense of impending disaster. Such conditions had completely suppressed their inhibitions. They were lying together on top of the bunk in post-coital languor, stroking each other in cosy admiration. Sunlight streaming in through the wooden slats that covered the porthole was painting warm stripes across them, helping to dry damp skin.
"Hey, Rocio, you really think you can make this deal swing?" she asked.
The mirror above the teak dresser shimmered to reveal Rocio's face.
"I think so. Both of us want something from the other. That is the usual basis for trade. How many Hellhawks want in?" "A sufficient number." "Oh, yeah? If a whole load of you bugger off, Kira's gonna do her best to cripple you. You'll have to defend Almaden from the start. You'll need combat wasps for that." "Good heavens. Do you really think so?"
Beth glared at him.
"There are no suitable asteroid settlements available in other star systems," Rocio continued. "This is our one chance to secure an independent future for ourselves, despite its proximity to the organization. We will make quite sure we're capable of defending that future. Never fear."
Jed sat up, making sure the blanket was covering his groin when he faced the mirror. Beth never did understand that brand of shyness.
"So where do we fit in?" "I don't know yet. I may not need you after all." "You gonna turn us into Capone?"
Beth asked, hoping her voice didn't waver.
"That would be difficult. How would I explain your presence on board?" "So you just let D-Bank and his mates in here to take care of us, huh?" "Please, we are not all like Kira. I had hoped you'd realize that by now. I have no desire to see the children possessed." "So where are you going to let us off?" Beth asked. "I have no idea, although I'm sure the Edenists will be happy enough to retrieve you from my corrupt clutches. Details can be worked out when we have locked down our own position, and I have to say that I'm disappointed by your attitude, given what I saved you from."
"Sorry, Rocio," Jed said immediately.
"Yeah, didn't mean no offence for sure,"
Beth said, 1 degree above sarcasm. The image faded, and they looked at each other.
"You shouldn't annoy him so much," Jed protested. "Geez, babe, we're like totally dependent on him. Air, water, heat, even bloody gravity. Stop pushing." "I was just asking." "Well, don't." "Yes, sir. Forgot for a moment that you were in charge of everything." "Don't," Jed said remorsefully. He reached out and stroked her cheek tenderly. "I never said I was in charge. I'm just worried."
Beth knew full well that when he looked at her body the way he was doing now, what he actually saw was the memory of Kira's fabulous figure. It didn't bother her anymore, for reasons she didn't question too closely. Need overcoming dignity, most likely.
"I know, me too. Good job we found something to keep our minds off it the whole time, huh?"
His grin was sheepish.
"Too right. I'd better get going. The kids'll be wanting their supper."
Navarre squealed and pointed when they walked into the galley.
"You've been at it again."
Jed tried to bat her hand away, but she dodged back, laughing and sneering. He could hardly rebuke her. He and Beth hadn't exactly been secretive about what they were doing.
"Can we eat now?"
Gary asked plaintively.
"I've got everything ready."
Beth gave the preparations a quick inspection. The girls and Webster had prepared 6 trays for the induction oven, mixing food packets together, potato cakes with rehydrated egg mash and cubes of carrot.
"Well done."
She keyed in the quantity on the oven's control panel and activated it.
"Where's Gerald?" "Going crazy in the main lounge. What else?"
Beth gave the girl a sharp glance. Navarre refused to give ground.
"He is," she insisted. "You dish the food out," Beth told Jed. "I'll go see what the problem is."
Gerald was standing in front of the lounge's large viewport, palms pressed against it, as though he was trying to push the glass out of its frame.
"Hey there, Gerald, mate. Supper's ready."
"Is that where she is?"
"Where, mate?"
"The asteroid." Beth stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. Almaden was centered in the viewport, a dark lump of rock, rotating slowly against the starscape.
"No, mate, sorry. That's Almaden, not Monterey. Marie isn't in there." I thought it was the other one. Monterey, where she is. Beth gave his hands a close inspection. The knuckles were lightly grazed from pounding on something. Fortunately, they weren't bleeding. She gently put her hand on his forearm. Every muscle was locked rigid beneath her fingers, trembling. His forehead was beaded in sweat. "Come on, mate," she said quietly. "Let's get some tucker down you. Do you good. You don't understand." He was near to tears. "I have to get back to her. I don't even remember when I saw her last. My head is so full of darkness now. I hurt. I know, mate." "No!" he screamed. "What do you know? She's my baby, my beautiful little Marie, and she makes her do things all the time." He shuddered violently, his eyelids fluttering. For a moment, Beth thought he was going to fall over. She tightened her grip as he swayed unsteadily. "Gerald! Chase!" His eyes abruptly sprang open, hunting frantically round the room. "Where are we?" "This is the Mindori," she said calmly. "We're on board, and we're trying to find a way to get back to Monterey." "Yes." He nodded quickly. "Yes, that's right. We have to go there. She's there, you know. Marie's there. I have to find her. I can free her. I know how to. Lauren told me before she left. I can help her escape." "That's good." "I'm going to talk to the captain. Explain. We have to fly back there right away. He'll do it. He'll understand. She's my baby." Beth stood completely still as he turned round sharply and hurried out. She let out a long, despondent breath. "Ah, shit." Jed and the 3 kids were sitting round the small bar in the galley, spooning up the pinkish mush from their trays. They all gave Beth an apprehensive glance as she came in. She tilted her head at Jed and retreated back into the corridor. He followed her out. "We've got to get him to a doctor, or something," she said in a low voice. "Told you that the day we first saw him, doll. The fellow's a genuine brain crash." "No, it's not just that. Not just in his head. He's really ill. His skin's all hot, burning, like he's got a fever or a virus." "Ah, jeez, Beth." Jed pressed his forehead against the cool metal wall. "Think, will you? What the hell can we do? We're inside a bleeding hellhawk 50 trillion light-years from anyone who'd give a toss about us. There's nothing we can do. I'm real sorry about him catching some xenoc disease, but all I'm worried about now is that he doesn't infect us with it." She hated him for being right. Being completely impotent, not to mention dependent on Rocio, was tough. "Come on." With a final check on the kids to make sure they were eating, she hauled Jed into the lounge. "Rocio?" A translucent image of his face materialized in the viewport. "Now what?" "We've got a real problem with Gerald. Reckon he's sick with something. It's not good. He's here on your insistence. What do you want me to do about it?" "I don't know for sure. Have you got a 0 tau pod? We could shove him in there until we leave. The Edenist doctors can give him a proper going over then." "No. There's no working 0 tau pod anymore. The possessed are understandably nervous about such items. The first ones to come on board broke it up. Bugger. What do we do?" "You'll have to nurse him along as best you can." "Terrific," Jed muttered. Almaden began to slide across the viewport. "Hey, where are we going now?" Jed asked. The asteroid vanished below the rim, leaving only stars which were slicing thin arcs across the blackness as the Hellhawk accelerated in a tight curve. "Back to my patrol route," Rocio said, "and hope no one has noticed my absence. D-Bank has devised a list of electronic components they need to get the nutrient refinery functioning again. They're all available at Monterey." "Well, glad to hear it, mate," Jed said automatically. A cold thought ran clean through his brain. "Wait a minute. How are you going to get the organization to hand them over?" Rocio's translucent image winked, then vanished. "Ah, jeez. Not again." In peacetime, Avon's starship emergence zones were positioned round the planet and its necklace of high-orbit asteroids at convenient distances to the stations and ports which they served. The one exception was Trafalgar, which, of necessity, was always on alert for suspicious arrivals. Following the official outbreak of war,
or as the diplomats in Regina preferred, crisis situation, all the emergent zones were automatically shifted further away from their port. Every Confederation almanac carried the alternative coordinates, and the onus was on captains to ensure they were aware of any official declaration. Emergent Zone DR45Y was situated 300,000 kilometers away from Trafalgar, designated for use by civil starships flying with government authorization. The sensor satellites, which scanned it, were no less proficient than those covering the zones designated for various types of warships. There was, after all, no telling what vessel an enemy might employ. So when the gravitonic distortion scanners began to pick up the familiar signature of a ship starting to emerge, additional sensor batteries were brought online within milliseconds. The rapidly expanding warp in space-time was the focus of 5 SD weapons platforms. Trafalgar's SD control also vectored 4 patrol Voidhawks towards it and put another 10 on rapid response alert status. The event horizon expanded out to 38 meters and vanished, revealing the starship's hull. Visual spectrum sensors showed the SD controllers a standard globe, coated with dull null-therm foam. All perfectly normal, except for a single missing hexagonal hull plate, and the ship was impressively close to the center of the zone. The captain must have taken a great deal of care aligning his last jump coordinate. Such a maneuver indicated someone anxious to please. Radar pulses triggered the starship's transponder. Trafalgar's AI took under a millisecond to identify the response code as the Villeneuve's Revenge, captained by André Duchamp. Following the standard transponder code, the Villeneuve's Revenge promptly transmitted its official flight authorization code issued by the Ethenthia government. Both codes were linked to Grade 2 security protocols. The CNIS duty officer in Trafalgar's SD Command Center took immediate charge of the situation. Another, altogether quieter alert was initiated within the asteroid secure communication net, of which the CNIS knew nothing. The televisions, radios, and holographic windows inside the village's clubhouse abandoned their nostalgia fest to warn the observers of this latest development. Tracy sat up to stare at the screen. The large lounge had fallen very quiet. Colourful SD sensor imagery was scrolling down the big Sony television set as various weapons locked onto the starship's fuselage. She backed up that somewhat poor supply of data with a more comprehensive summary from Corpus, as it gathered information from a variety of sources in and around Trafalgar. "They won't let the ship get near them," Saska said in a hopeful voice. "They're far too paranoid right now, thank the saints." "I hope you're right," Tracy muttered. A quick check with Corpus showed her Jay was still in the Congression with Hailey. Best place for her right now. Tracy definitely didn't want her to pick up on all their doubts and worries. Hell alone knows how Pryor managed to worm his way off Ethenthia. "Ethenthia's possessed could probably be cowed with Capone's name," Gallic said. "Bluffing your way into the headquarters of the Confederation Navy is a very different matter." The CNIS duty officer appeared to share the thought. She immediately declared a C4 condition, prohibiting the suspected hostile starship from moving, and requesting the patrol Voidhawks to interdict. Warnings were datavised directly to the Villeneuve's Revenge, making very clear what action would be taken if SD Command's orders were not obeyed. They were then prohibited from using any propulsion system, not even the RCS thrusters to lock attitude, nor were they permitted to extend their thermo-dump panels. No more sensor booms were to be extended, or any other fuselage hatch activated. Non-propulsive vapor dumps were allowed, but prior warning should be given. Once a grudging Captain Duchamp had confirmed his compliance, the 4 patrol Voidhawks accelerated in towards the inert ship at a respectable 5 Gs. Kingsley Pryor datavised his personal code to the CNIS duty officer, identifying himself as a Confederation Navy officer. "I've managed to elude New California to get here," he told her. "I secured a lot of tactical data on the organization fleet before I left. It should be delivered to Admiral Lalwani as soon as possible." "We are already aware of your period with Capone," the duty officer said. Our undercover operative, Eric Thackrar's report of his time crewing with the Villeneuve's Revenge was very thorough.
Eric is here? That's good. We thought he'd been caught.
He's filed charges of desertion and collaboration against you. Well, even if I have to undergo a court-martial to prove my innocence, it doesn't change the fact that I'm carrying a great deal of useful information. The Admiral will want me debriefed properly. You will be. The patrol Voidhawks will escort you to a secure dock once we have confirmed your ship's status. I assure you, there are no possessed on board, nor is this ship a military threat. I'm amazed we even managed to get here at all, given the state some of our systems are in. Captain Duchamp is not the most proficient of officers. We know that, too. Very well. You should also be aware there is a nuclear device embedded in hull plate 4-36-M. It has a decimal 3 kiloton yield. I have the control timer's reset code, and it's currently 7 hours from detonation. Yes, that's Capone's standard method of ensuring compliance. We'll confirm its location with a remote probe from one of the Voidhawks. Fine. What do you want me to do? Nothing at all. The hull plate will be removed before you can proceed to dock. Duchamp must open the flat computer to us and remove all access restrictions. You will be given further instructions as we proceed with our analysis. On the bridge, Kingsley removed the strap securing him to his acceleration couch and gave the seething captain a detached glance. Do as she requests. Now. But of course, Andre growled. 1,000 times during the flight he had considered simply refusing to go any further, calling Pryor's bluff. Arriving at Trafalgar was going to put an end to his life, permanently. The Anglo-Navy knew too much about him now, thanks to Thackkar. They would take his ship and probably his liberty away from him, no matter how much money he spent on villainous lawyers. This was one port where he had no favours to call in at all. But each time the option popped up into his head, one nasty little aspect of cowardice prevented him from actually putting thoughts into deeds. Refusal meant certain death from the nuke in the hull plate, and Andre Duchamp could no longer face that fate as confidently as he once had. He had stared the possessed in the eye and defeated them. Not that the Confederation Navy had ever thanked him for that, oh no. And more than most, he knew how real they were. With that came the cold knowledge of what awaited his soul. Any fate, however humiliating, had suddenly become more attractive than death. Andre datavised a set of instructions into the flight computer, enabling the SD command center to take control. The procedure was well established now. All internal sensors were activated, verifying the number of crew on board, establishing their identities. They were then required to datavise files and physiological data to SD command. Stage 1 in corroborating that they weren't possessed. Stage 2 would be an intensive sensor examination once they had docked. Once SD command had provisionally classified the 5 people on board as non-possessed, diagnostic routines were run through every processor in the starship. In the case of the Villeneuve's Revenge, this procedure wasn't quite as smooth as it would be in a ship that adhered closer to CAB maintenance requirements. Several legally required systems remained stubbornly offline. However, SD command confirmed that there were no telltale glitches in those processors which were working. This, coupled with an analysis of the admittedly incomplete environmental system logs, allowed them to assign a 95% probability that the starship wasn't smuggling any possessed. Andre was allowed to deploy the thermo-dump panels, relieving the heat sinks. Thrusters fired, stabilizing their attitude. An MSV from one of the Voidhawks slid out of its hangar and maneuvered itself over hull plate 4-36-M. Waldo Arms reached out, ready to detach the section. Tracy watched the camera feed on the big Sony television screen as the anti-torque keys engaged around the panel's rim.
"I don't believe this," she exclaimed. "They think it's safe."
"Be reasonable," Arnie said. "Those precautions are good enough to locate any possessed skulking on board."
"Except Quinn Dexter,"
Saska grumbled. "Let's not complicate matters. The fact is the Navy is being very prudent."
"Rubbish!"
Tracy snapped. "That CNIS officer is criminally incompetent. She must know Capone had exerted some kind of coercive holdover prior, yet she's not taken that into account. They'll let that bloody ship dock once they've unscrewed the hull plate."
"We can't stop them," Saska warned. "You know the rules."
"Capone and his influence are waning," Tracy said. "No matter what illusory victory he inflicts, he cannot regain what he's lost. Not now. I say we cannot permit him this gesture. The overall psychological dynamic of the situation has to be taken into account. The Confederation must survive. Not only that, it must be the entity which brings this crisis to a successful resolution, and the Navy is the embodiment of the Confederation, especially now. It must not be damaged. Not to the extent Pryor's mission is capable of."
"You're being as arrogant as Capone," Gallic said. "Your thoughts, your opinions, are the ones which must prevail."
"We all know very well what has to prevail," she replied. "There has to be a valid species-wide government mechanism to implement the kind of policies which are going to be needed afterwards and oversee the transition phase. For all its faults, the Confederation can be made to work properly. If it fails, the human race will fragment, socially, politically, economically, religiously, and ideologically. We'll be right back where we were in the pre-Starflight age. It'll take centuries to recover, to get us back to where we are today. By that time, we should have joined the transcendent active population of this universe."
"We?"
"Yes, we privileged few. Just because we were engineered here doesn't mean we're not human. 2,000 years spent walking amongst our own people makes this the alien world."
"Now you're being melodramatic."
"Call it what you like, but I know what I am."
The internal sensors on the Villeneuve's Revenge revealed Kingsley Pryor to be alone in his own small cabin. He'd adopted the same unnerving posture which Andre and his 3 crew had witnessed throughout the tortuous flight. He hung centimetres from the decking, legs folded in lotus position, with eyes granted a vision of some terribly personal hell. Even over the link from the starship, the CNIS duty officer could see he was suffering. With the remote electronic survey complete and hull plate 4-36-M now detached and held in the MSV's Waldo, Andre was given a vector, taking them in towards Trafalgar at 1/10 of a G. ST Command observed the flight computer responding to the crew's instructions, coaxing the fusion tube to life. They were following the security protocols to the last byte. Kingsley drifted the last few centimetres down onto the decking, and suppressed a whimper at what that meant. During the flight, he'd elevated his dilemma to a near physical pain. Every thought he had concerning his destination burned from within. There simply was no way out of the box Capone and his whore had trapped him in. Death surrounded him, making him more compliant than any set of sequestration the Nonics could ever achieve. Death and love. He couldn't allow little Webster and Clarissa to vanish into the beyond. Not now. Nor could he let them be possessed. And the only way to prevent that from happening also could not be permitted. Like men in his position throughout history, Kingsley Pryor did nothing as events swept him to their conclusion, simply waiting and praying that a magical third option would spring from nowhere. Now, with the fusion drive pushing the starship towards Trafalgar, hope had cast him aside. The power he had been given to inflict suffering was insane in its size, yet he could feel Webster and Clarissa. The two balanced, as Capone knew they would, and now Kingsley Pryor had to make that impossible choice between the intimate and the abstract. The cabin sensor had enough resolution to observe his lips contracting into a bitter smile. It looked as though a scream was about to burst loose. The CNIS duty officer shook her head at the way he was acting. "Looks as though his brain's cracked," she thought, though he was keeping passive enough. What the sensor never showed her was a patch of air beside Kingsley's bunk thicken silently into the shape of Richard Keaton. He smiled sadly down at the stricken Navy officer. "Who are you?" Kingsley asked hoarsely,
How did you hide on board?"
"I didn't," Richard Keaton said. "I'm not a possessed, here to check up on you. I'm an observer, that's all. Please don't ask for who or why. I won't tell you that, but I will tell you that Webster has escaped from Capone. He's no longer on Monterey."
"Webster?"
Kingsley cried.
"Where is he?"
"As safe as anyone can be right now. He's on a rogue ship that takes orders from no one."
"How do you know this?"
"I'm not the only person observing the Confederation."
"I don't understand. Why tell me this?"
"You know exactly why, Kingsley. Because you have a decision to make. You are in a unique position to affect the course of human events. It's not often an individual is put in this position, even though you don't appreciate all the implications stretching out ahead of you. Now, I can't make that decision for you, much as I'd like to. Even I can't break the restrictions I work under, but I can at least bend them enough to make sure you have all the facts before you pass your judgment. You must choose when and where you die, and who dies with you."
"I can't."
"I know. It's not easy. You just want the status quo to carry on for so long that you become irrelevant. I don't blame you for that, but it isn't going to happen. You must choose. Do you know what Capone did to me? What I'm carrying? I know.
So what would you do?"
"I know too much to tell you that."
"Then you haven't told me everything I need to know. Please."
"Now you're just looking for absolution. I don't provide that either. Consider this. I have told you what I believe you should know. Your son will not suffer directly from any action you take. Not now, nor in the time which follows."
"How do I know you're telling the truth?" "Who are you?"
"I am telling you the truth, because I know exactly what to tell you. If I wasn't what I say I am, how would I know about you and Webster?"
"What should I do? Tell me."
"I just did." Richard Keaton started to raise his hand in what could have been a gesture of sympathetic compassion. Kingsley Pryor never found out. His visitor faded away as beguilingly as he'd arrived. He managed a small, high-pitched snigger. People, or Xenox, or maybe even angels, were watching the human race, and were very good at it. It wouldn't take much to see what was going on among the Confederation. A few carefully placed scanners could pick up the appropriate data vises. The CNIS and its counterparts did that as a matter of routine. But to secrete observers among the possessed cultures was an ability far beyond any ordinary intelligence agency. That kind of ability was unnerving. Despite that, he felt a small amount of relief. Whoever they were, they cared. Enough to intervene. Not by much, but just enough. They knew the devastation he would cause, and they'd given him an excuse not to. Kingsley looked straight at the cabin sensor. "I'm sorry. Really. I've been very weak to come this far. I'm ending it now." He datavised an instruction into the flight computer. On the bridge, Andre twitched in reaction as red neuroionic symbols shrilled their warnings inside his skull. One by one, the starship's primary functions were withdrawn from his control.
"Duchamp, what are you doing?" SD Command queried. "Return our access to the flight computer immediately or we will open fire."
"I can't," the terrified captain datavised back.
"The command authority codes have been nullified. Madeleine, can you stop them?"
"Not a chance. Someone's installing their own control routines through the management operations program."
"Don't shoot,"
Andre begged.
"It's not us."
"It must be someone who had direct MOP access. That's your crew, Duchamp."
Andre gave Madeleine, Desmond, and Shane a frightened glance.
"But we're not. Merde. Pryor. It's Pryor. He's doing this. He was the one who wanted to come here."
"We're powering down," Desmond shouted. "Fusion drive off. Tokamak plasma cooling. Damn, he's opened the emergency vent valves. All of them. What's he doing?"
"Get down there and stop him. Use the hand weapons if you have to,"
Andre shouted.
"We're cooperating,"
he datavised at SD Command.
"We'll regain control. Just give us a few minutes."
"Captain!" Shane pointed. The hatch in the decking was sliding shut. Orange strobes started to flash with near-blinding pulses in time to a piercing whistle. "Mon Dieu! No!" SD sensors relayed a perfectly clear image of the Villeneuve's Revenge to the CNIS duty officer. The ship was well into its deceleration phase when the emergency started. It was less than 200 kilometers away from Trafalgar's counter-rotating spaceport, which was grave cause for concern. The crew's apparent dismay could just be one massive diversion. If a salvo of combat wasps were fired at the asteroid from this distance, it would be almost impossible to intercept all of them. Had it just been Duchamp and his crew on board, she would have vaporized the starship there and then. But Pryor's actions and enigmatic statement, just before his cabin sensor had gone offline, stayed her hand. She was sure he was doing this, and the one routine which the starship had left open to Trafalgar's scrutiny was fire-controlled to the combat wasps. Pryor must be trying to reassure SD Command. None of the lethal drones had been armed. "Keep tracking it with a full weapons lock," she datavised to her fellow officers in the SD Command Center. "Tell the Voidhawk escort to stand by." Long jets of snowy vapour were squirting out from the Villeneuve's Revenge as the emergency vent emptied every tank on board. Hydrogen, helium, oxygen, coolant fluid, water, reaction mass. They all emerged under high pressure to shake the ship about as if a dozen thrusters were firing in conflicting directions. None of them were powerful enough to affect its orbital trajectory. With its deceleration burn interrupted, it continued to fly towards Trafalgar at nearly 2 kilometers per second. "They're not going to have any fuel even if they do regain control of the propulsion systems," the SD guidance officer said. "The ship will impact in another 2 minutes. If it gets within 10 kilometers of Trafalgar, destroy it," the CNS duty officer ordered. The multiple vent continued unabated for another 15 seconds, giving the ship a highly erratic tumble. Explosive bolts detonated across the fuselage, punching out dry plumes of grey dust as they severed the outer stress structure. Huge segments of the hull peeled free like dusky silver petals opening wide, exposing the tight-packed metallic viscera. Sharp bursts of blue light flashed beneath the surface, visible only through the slimmest of fissures. More explosive bolts detaching equipment from the internal stress grid. The starship began to break apart. Its tanks, drive tubes, tokamak toroids, energy patterning nodes, heat exchangers, and a swarm of subsidiary mechanisms forming a slowly expanding clump. 3 high-thrust solid rocket motors were clustered around the base of the life support capsule which contained the bridge. They ignited with only the briefest warning, thrusting the sphere clear of the cloud of technological detritus. Duchamp and the others were flung back into their acceleration couches, bodies straining against the 15G acceleration. "My ship!" Andre screamed against the punishing force. The Villeneuve's Revenge, the one last minuscule glint of hope for a post-crisis existence he had left, was unravelling around him, its million-fuso-dollar components spinning off into the depths of the galaxy, transforming themselves into unsalvageable junk. Loving the ship more deeply than he did any woman, Duchamp forgave the eternal demands which it made for his money, its temperamental functions, its thirst for fuel and consumables. For in return, it gave him a life above the ordinary. But it wasn't quite fully paid for, and years ago he'd forsaken a comprehensive insurance policy with those legalized thieving Anglo insurance companies in favor of trusting his own skill and financial acumen. His scream ended in a wretched, juddering sob. The universe had just become worse than anything which the beyond promised. Kingsley Pryor didn't ignite the rockets on his own life support capsule. There was nowhere for him to escape to. The debris of the Villeneuve's Revenge was churning heatedly now, agitated by the bridge's life support capsule erupting from its centre. But it was still all sweeping towards Trafalgar and carrying Kingsley along with it. He didn't know exactly where he was. He couldn't be bothered to access the rudimentary sensors surmounting the capsule. All he knew was that he'd done his best by the crew, and he wasn't in Trafalgar, where Capone wanted him to be. Nothing else mattered anymore. The decision had been taken. Floating alone in a cabin illuminated only by tiny yellow emergency lights, Kingsley datavised the off code to an implant in his abdomen. The little containment field generator represented the peak of Confederation technology. Even so, it pushed way beyond the kind of safety specifications normally used for handling antimatter. The ultra-specialist military lab in New California, which manufactured it, had neglected to include the standard fail-safe capacity, which even the most cheapskate black syndicates employed. Capone had simply decreed that he wanted a container defined by size alone. That's what he got. When the confinement field shut down, the globe of frozen antihydrogen touched the side of the container. Protons, electrons, antiprotons and anti-electrons annihilated each other in a reaction that very, very briefly recreated the energy density conditions which used to exist inside the Big Bang. This time, it didn't result in creation. SD platform lasers were already picking off the gyrating chunks of equipment around the fringe of the debris cloud that had once been the Villeneuve's Revenge. The bulk of the swarm was less than 25 kilometers from Trafalgar, on a course that would collide with one of the spherical counter-rotating spaceports. Ionized vapor from the disintegrating components fluoresced a pale blue from the energy beams stabbing through them, forming a seething bow wave around the remaining pieces. It was as if a particularly insubstantial comet was shooting across space. Kingsley Pryor's life support capsule was 23 kilometers and 8 seconds away from the spaceport when it happened. Another 3 seconds, and the SD lasers would have targeted it. Not that it would have made much difference. Capone had intended to do to Trafalgar what Quinn Dexter had done to Jessup. With the antimatter detonating in one of the biosphere caverns, the asteroid would have been blown apart. Even if Kingsley didn't cheat his way past the inevitable security checks and had to kamikaze in the spaceport, the damage would have been considerable, destroying the counter-rotating sphere, any ships docked, and possibly dislodging the asteroid from its orbit. By switching off the confinement chamber outside Trafalgar, Kingsley would be reducing the damage considerably, enough to salvage his conscience and allow him to return to New California claiming a successful mission. However, in physical terms, he wasn't doing the Confederation Navy much of a favor. Unlike a fusion bomb, the antimatter explosion produced no relativistic plasma sphere, no particle blast wave, but the energy point which sprang into life had the strength to illuminate the planet's night side 100,000 kilometers below. The visible and infrared spectrum it emitted contained only a small percentage of the overall energy output. Its real power was concentrated in the gamma and X-ray spectrums. The surrounding shoal of metal trash which had been the Villeneuve's Revenge twinkled for a picosecond before evaporating into its subatomic constituents. Trafalgar proved somewhat more resilient. Its mottled grey and black rock gleamed brighter than the sun as the energy tsunami hammered against it. As the white light faded, the surface facing the blast continued to glow a deep crimson. Centrifugal force stirred the sluggish molten rock, sending it flowing out along the humps and crater ridges where it swelled into bulbous, fast-growing stalactites. Town-sized heat exchangers and their ancillary equipment anchored to the rock crumpled, their composite components shattering like antique glass, while the metal structures turned to liquid and dribbled away, scattering scarlet droplets across the stars. Hundreds of starships were caught by the micronova burst. Atomist vessels were luckier, in that their bulky structure shielded the crews from the worst of the radiation. Their mechanical systems underwent catastrophic failure as the X-rays penetrated them, instantly turning them into flying wrecks, coughing out vapor like the Villeneuve's Revenge. Scores of life support capsules hurtled clear of the dangerously radioactive hulks. Exposed Voidhawks suffered badly. The ships themselves died wretchedly as their cells' integrity was decimated. The further they were from the detonation, the longer their misery was dragged out. Their crews, in the thin-walled, exposed toroids, were killed almost instantly. Trafalgar's spherical counter-rotating spaceport buckled like a beachside shack in a hurricane. The null-therm foam coating its girders and tanks crisped to black and molted away. Air in the pressurized sections was superheated by the radiation, expanding with explosive force, ripping every habitable section to shreds. Tanks ruptured. fusion generators destabilized, and flash vaporized. The concussion was totally outside the load capacity of the spindle. With fusion generator plasma roaring out of the collapsing sphere, the slender gridwork started to bend. It snapped off just above the bearing and took flight, deflating into a flaccid carcass beneath the short-lived fireballs puffing open across its superficies. A dozen datavized emergency situation alerts vibrated urgently inside Samuel Alexandrovich's skull. He looked up at the staff officers conducting the daily strategy review. More worrying than the initial crop of alerts was 3 of them immediately failing as their processors crashed. Then the lights flickered. Samuel stared at the ceiling. Bloody hell! Information pouring into his mind confirmed there'd been an explosion outside the asteroid. But big enough to affect internal systems? Outside his panoramic window, the central biosphere's axial light gantry was darkening as the civil generators powered down in response to losing their cooling conduits. Whole sections of the asteroid's ultra-hardened communications net had gone offline. Not a single external sensor remained active. The office lighting and environmental systems switched to their backup power cells. High-pitched whines, the daily background sound pervading the entire asteroid, began to deepen as pumps and fans shut down. 7 Marines in full body armor rushed into the office, a detachment of the First Admiral's bodyguard. The captain in charge didn't even bother to salute. "Sir, we are now in a C-10 situation. Please egress your secure command facility." A circular section of floor beside the desk was sinking down to reveal a chute that curved away out of sight. Flashing lights and sirens had begun to echo the datavized alarms. Thick metal shields were closing across the window. More Marines were running along the corridor just outside the office, shouting instructions. Samuel almost laughed at how close such dramatics came to being counterproductive. People needed to remain calm in such events, not have their fears accentuated. He considered refusing the earnest young captain's directive. Gut instinct, acting out the role of gruff, lead-from-the-front commander. Trouble was, that kind of gesture was so totally impractical at his level. Preserving the authority of the command structure was essential in a crisis of this magnitude. Threats had to be countered swiftly, which only an uninterrupted chain of command could achieve. Even as he hesitated, the floor trembled. They really were under attack. The concept was incredible. He stared at the cups on the table in astonishment as they started to jitter about, spilling tea. "Of course," he told the equally apprehensive Marine captain. 2 of the Marines jumped down the chute first, their mag-pulse rifles drawn ready. Samuel followed them. As he skidded his way down along the broad spiral, an assessment and correlation program went primary in his neural mnemonics, sorting through the incoming data streams to discover exactly what had happened. SD Command confirmed the Villeneuve's revenge had detonated a quantity of antimatter. The damage to Trafalgar was considerable, but it was the thought of what had happened to the ships of the First Fleet which chilled him. 20 had been docked at the time of the explosion. 3 further squadrons had been holding station 100 kilometers away. 24 Voidhawks were on their docking ledge pedestals. Over 50 civil utility and government craft were in close proximity. The secure command facility was a series of chambers dug deep into Trafalgar's rock. Self-sufficient and self-powered, they were designed to hold the First Admiral's staff officers during an attack. Any weapon powerful enough to damage them would split the asteroid into fragments. In view of what had just happened, it wasn't the most comforting thought Samuel had with him as he came off the end of the chute. He strode into the coordination center, drawing nervous glances from the skeleton crew on duty. The long rectangular room with its complex curving consoles and inset holographic windows always put him in mind of a warship's bridge, with the one advantage that he'd never have to endure high-G maneuvers in here. "Status, please?" he asked the lieutenant commander in charge. "Only 1 explosion so far, sir," she reported. "SD Command is trying to re-establish contact with its sensor satellites, but there were no other unauthorized ships within the planetary defense perimeter when we lost contact. Don't we have any linkages? There are some sensors functional on the remaining spaceport, sir, but they're not showing us much. The antimatter's EM pulse crashed a lot of our electronics. Even the hardened processors are susceptible to that power level. None of the working antennas can acquire an SD platform signal. It could be processor failure or actual physical distraction. We don't know which yet.
Get me a GDOS satellite, then. Link us to a starship. I want to talk to somebody who can see what's going on outside.
Yes, sir. Combat backup systems are deploying now.
More of the Coordination Center crew were hurrying in and taking their places. His own staff officers were coming in to stand behind him. He caught sight of Lalwani and beckoned urgently.
"Can you talk to any Voidhawks?" he asked in a low voice when she reached him.
Several.
Deep pain was woven across her face.
I feel them dying still. We've lost over 50 already.
Jesus Christ, he hissed. I'm sorry.
What the hell's happening out there? Nothing else. There are no organization ships emerging as far as the survivors are aware. Sir, the lieutenant commander called, we're re-establishing communications with the SD network. 3 GDOS satellites are out. They must have been irradiated by the explosion. 5 are still functional.
One of the holographic windows flickered with orange and green streaks, then stabilized. The image was coming from an SD sensor satellite. It was positioned on the perimeter of Trafalgar's defense network, 10,000 kilometers away. None of the inner cordon of satellites had survived.
Hell,
the First Admiral muttered. The rest of the Coordination Center was silent. Half of Trafalgar's lengthy peanut shape glimmered a deep claret against the starscape. They could see sluggish waves of rock crawling across the ridges, boulder-sized globules sprinkling from the crests, cast away by the asteroid's rotation. The ruined spaceport was retreating from its fractured spindle, turning slowly and scattering blistered fragments in its wake. Igneous spheres drifted without purpose around the stricken rock, squirting out sooty vapor like cold comets. The ships, too close to the antimatter blast for their crews to survive the radiation blaze.
"All right, we're intact and functional," the First Admiral said somberly. "Our first priority has to be re-establishing the SD network. If they have any sense of tactics, the organization will try to hit us while our weapons platforms are disabled. Commander, bring in 2 squadrons of First Fleet ships to substitute for the SD platforms, and reassign the planetary network to provide us with as much cover as it can. Tell them to watch for an infiltration mission as well. I wouldn't put that past Capone at this point. Once that's done, we can start initiating rescue flights for the survivors."
The Coordination Center crew spent an hour orchestrating the surviving First Fleet squadrons into a shield around Trafalgar. With more and more backup communication links coming online, information began pouring in. 3/4 of the asteroid's SD network had been wiped out in the blast. Over 150 ships had been completely destroyed, with a further 80 so radioactive they were beyond rescue. Of the spaceport facing the Villeneuve's Revenge, nothing had survived. Once the bodies had been retrieved, it would have to be nudged into a Sun intercept orbit. Initial casualty figures were estimated at 8,000, though the Coordination Center crew felt that was optimistic. Once his orders were being implemented, the First Admiral reviewed the SD Command Center files on the Villeneuve's Revenge. He convened a preliminary inquiry team of 6 from his staff officers, briefing them to assemble a probable chain of events. The last moments of the angst-laden Kingsley Prior replayed a dozen times through his neural mnemonics. "We'll need a full psychological profile," he told Lieutenant Keaton. "I want to know what they did to him. I don't like the idea that they can turn my officers against the Navy."
"The possessed are only limited by their imagination, Admiral," the medical liaison officer said politely. "They could apply a great deal of pressure to individuals, and Lieutenant Commander Pryor had his family stationed with him on New California, a wife and son."
"I pledge to place myself and my actions above all personal considerations," Samuel quoted quietly. "Do you have family, Lieutenant?"
"No, sir. No direct family. Though there is a second cousin I'm quite fond of. She's about the same age as Webster Pryor."
"I suppose Academy oaths and good intentions don't always survive the kind of horror real life throws at us, but it looks like Pryor was having second thoughts at the end. We should be grateful for that. God alone knows what kind of carnage he would have unleashed if he'd got inside Trafalgar."
"Yes, sir. I'm sure he did his best."
"All right, Lieutenant, carry on."
Samuel Alexandrovich returned to the situation display swarming through his mind.
With the strategic defense redeployment underway and ships assigned to rescue duties, he could concentrate on Trafalgar itself. The asteroid was in bad shape. Essentially all of its surface equipment had been vaporized. That was 90% heat dump mechanisms. The asteroid was generating almost no power. Its environmental systems were operating on their reserve supplies alone. None of the biosphere caverns or habitation sections could get rid of their heat into space. The emergency thermal stores had 10 days' capacity at most. When the habitat was designed, no one had envisaged this kind of absolute damage. It had been assumed that the heat dump panels wrecked by a combat wasp could be replaced in the 10-day timescale. Now, though, even if Avon's industrial stations could manufacture enough hardware fast enough, it couldn't be attached. Half of the rock surface was so radioactive it would have to be cut off to a depth of several meters, and that same half was also extremely hot. Most of that heat would radiate outwards over the next couple of months, but a considerable fraction would also seep inwards. Left unchecked, the temperature in the biosphere caverns would rise high enough to sterilize them. The only way to prevent that from happening was with heat dump mechanisms, which couldn't be replaced because of the heat and radiation. Samuel cursed as the civil engineering teams datavised their various assessments and recommendations. Cost aside, he couldn't possibly begin a program like that in the middle of this crisis. He was going to have to evacuate the asteroid. There were contingency plans for dispersing the Navy institutions and forces around Avon's moons and asteroid settlements. That wasn't the problem. Capone had won a profound propaganda victory. The headquarters of the Confederation Navy bombed into extinction. Whole squadrons lost. Voidhawks dead. It would completely negate the entire Mortonridge liberation campaign in the opinion of the general public. Samuel Alexandrovich sank back into his chair. The only reason he didn't bury his head in his hands was because of all the eyes watching him, needing him to remain confident. "Sir." He looked up to see Captain Amr al-Sahaf's normally calm face contaminated with apprehension. "Now what?" "Yes, Captain." "Sir, Dr. Gilmore reported that Jacqueline Couture has escaped." A cold fury that Samuel hadn't experienced for a long time pushed its way through his rational thoughts. The damned woman was becoming his bête noire, a ghoul feeding off the Navy's misfortune, lethal and contemptuously smug. "Has she broken out of the laboratory?" "No, sir. The demon trap's integrity has been maintained throughout the assault." "Very well. Assign a squad of Marines, and whatever else Dr. Gilmore says he needs to find her. Full priority." He ran a search program through several files. "I want Lieutenant Hewlett placed in charge of the search mission. My orders to him are very simple. Once she has been recaptured, she is to be put directly into Zero Tau. And I do mean directly. In future, Dr. Gilmore can use someone less troublesome for his research." By the third doorway, it was noticeably warmer than usual in the broad corridor leading towards the CNIS Secure Weapons Laboratory. The heat given off by the armor of 35 Marines was accumulating in the air. Conditioning vents running along the ceiling were operating on reduced cycle mode. Only a third of the light panels were on. Murphy Hewlett took point duty himself, leading his squad along. They were each armed with static bullet machine pistols modelled on Ombe's design, with 5 of the team carrying Bradfields just in case. Murphy had taken time to brief them personally while they suited up, laying down simple procedures for engaging the possessed, hoping he was coming on confident. As they arrived at the third door, he signalled their technical sergeant forward. The man walked over to the door's control processor and studied his own block. "I can't find any time-log discrepancy, sir," he reported. "It hasn't been opened." "Okay. Front line ready," Murphy ordered. 8 Marines spread out across the corridor, lining their machine guns up on the door. Murphy datavised Dr. Gilmore that they were in position and ready. The door swung up, hissing from the pressure difference. Tendrils of pale white vapour licked around the edges as hot and cold air intermingled. Dr. Gilmore, 5 other researchers, and 3 armed Marines were standing just inside. No one else was visible. Murphy switched on his suit's audio circuit. "In!" he ordered. The Marine squad surged forward, forcing the scientists to bunch together as they bustled past. Murphy datavised a close order at the door's processor and entered his own code lock. The big slab of metal swung down again, sealing into place. "Jacqueline isn't in this section," Dr. Gilmore said, bemused by their military professionalism. In answer, Murphy beckoned him forwards and touched a static sensor against his arm. The result was negative. He told his squad to check the others. "If you say so, Doctor. What exactly happened?" "We think the EMP interrupted the electricity supply we were using to neutralize her energistic power. It shouldn't have done. We're exceptionally well shielded in here, and our systems are all independent apart from the heat exchange mechanisms. But somehow she was able to overcome the Marine Guards and break out of the isolation laboratory." "Overcame? How, exactly?" Pierce Gilmore gave a humorless smile. "She killed them, and 2 of my staff. This escapade is a futile gesture of defiance. Not even Jacqueline can walk through 2 kilometers of solid rock. She knows this, of course, but causing us the maximum amount of disruption is part of her tiresome little game." "The whistle has just been blown, Doctor. My orders are that upon capture she is to be placed in 0 Tau. They came right from the First Admiral, so please don't query them." "We are on the same side, Lieutenant Hewlett." "Sure thing, Doc. I was in the courtroom. Remember that." "I am on record as objecting to that adventure. Couture is extremely duplicitous and intelligent. It is a bad combination. We'll bear that in mind. Now, how many of the lab staff have you accounted for?" Gilmore glanced along the main corridor running round the laboratory complex. Several of the silvery doors were open, with people peering out nervously. 9 have not responded to my general database." "Shit." Murphy accessed the floor plan file in his neural mnemonics. The laboratory complex covered 2 levels, essentially a ring of research labs on top of the environmental and power systems, with storage and engineering facilities included. "Okay. Everyone is to return to their office or lab, wherever they are now. The existing Marine detail is to stay with them and guard against intrusion. I don't want anyone moving around except for my squad, and that includes you, Doctor. Then I want an AI brought online to monitor the complex's processors for glitches." "We're doing that already," Gilmore said. "And it can't find her?" "Not yet. Jacqueline knows how we track possessed, of course. She will be concealing her power, which means she will be vulnerable during the first few seconds after you locate her." "Yeah. Tell you, it's all good news, this assignment, Doc." The procedure Murphy initiated was a simple enough one. 5 Marines were left behind to cover the door, in case Couture made a break for it. Unlikely, Murphy admitted to himself, but with her there was always the prospect of double bluff. The remainder of the squad he split into 2 groups, going in opposite directions to work their way round the ring. Each laboratory was examined in turn, using electronic warfare blocks and infrared, in case Couture was disguising herself as a piece of equipment. All the staff were tested and verified. They then had to leave their neural mnemonics open to the CNIS office overseeing the mission, to confirm they weren't being possessed after the Marines left. 1 room at a time, and even scanning the corridor walls as they progressed. Murphy was leaving absolutely nothing to chance. He led the group going counterclockwise from the door. The laboratory corridor might have been a much simpler geometry than Lalonde's jungle, denying her any real ambush opportunity, but he couldn't get rid of the old feeling that the enemy was right behind him. Several times he caught himself turning to stare past the Marines following along behind. That wasn't good, because it made them jumpy, distracted. He concentrated hard on the curving space ahead, securing each empty room, taking it a stage at a time, setting a proper example. Despite the jumble of equipment in most labs, it was a simple enough task to scan their sensors round. The scientists and technicians inside were profoundly relieved to see them, although each welcome was subdued. Every time they were checked out, then sealed in. The biological isolation facility, where Couture had been held, was the 9th room Murphy visited. Its door had been forced halfway open, buckled metal runners preventing it from moving further. Murphy signalled the technical sergeant forward. He flattened himself against the wall and gingerly extended a sensor block around the edge of the door. "Clean sweep," the sergeant reported. "If she's in there, she's not in range." It was a perfect double-cover advance into the room. The Marines deployed inside, scanning every centimetre as they went. A glass wall divided the room in half, with a large oval hole smashed through it. That Murphy was expecting, along with the bodies torn by unpleasantly familiar deep char marks. There was a surgical table on the other side of the glass, surrounded by equipment stacks. Tubes and wires were strewn around it, a complement to the limb restraint straps which hung limply over the edges where they'd been severed. Who could really blame the occupant for breaking free? Murphy didn't appreciate being made to ask that question. They left 2 sensor blocks behind to cover the broken door as they filed out, in case she returned. The next room, an office, had one of Couture's other victims sprawled on the carpet. They scanned the corpse first and applied the static sensor. Murphy wasn't going to be caught out that way. But it was a genuine corpse, with a large number of small burns and several broken bones. A characteristics scan confirmed it was Ethna Cramley, one of the physics department technicians. Murphy was sure Couture had tried to make Cramley submit to possession, but wouldn't have had enough time to make a success of the process. The rest of the room was empty. They sealed it and moved on. It took 90 minutes for the 2 Marine groups to meet up. All they'd found was 6 of the staff, who didn't respond to Gilmore's datavice.
"Looks like she's lurking in the basement,"
he told them. He ordered 10 Marines to stand guard at the top of the stairs, and took the remainder down with him. This, he thought, was more her territory. The construction crew hadn't lavished the same kind of care down here as they had up in the ring of laboratories. They'd made it spacious enough and well lit, but in the end it was just 6 caverns drilled in a line to house utility systems. Again the Marines deployed in perfect formation when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Murphy supervised them with growing unease. His heart rate now had to be regulated by his neural mnemonics. He was wired so tight. Even the regenerated flesh on the fingers of his left hand was tingling with phantom sensation. He just wished it was a reliable way of warning him as possessed were coming close. With each meter they advanced, he was expecting Couture to launch some vicious attack. He just couldn't understand what she was doing. Most likely scenario was that the 3 staff they hadn't located yet were now possessed. But she would know he'd be working on that assumption. There was nothing in this for her, except being free of her bondage for a few hours. A reasonable enough impetus for most people. Murphy couldn't forget that voyage back to Trafalgar on the Ilex, the wearisome power struggle she'd waged against her captors the whole time. It hadn't taken him long to realize she'd allowed herself to be captured, making a mockery of poor old Reguer's terrible burns. Advantage, that was her sole ambition, gaining the upper hand. This escape couldn't provide that for her, not unless there was some enormity he'd overlooked. He felt as though his brain was being fossilized by the pressure of worry. "Sir!" the Marine on point duty shouted. "Infrared signature!" They'd reached the environmental processing machinery, a hall of naked rock with 7 big boxy air filter regenerator units in a row down the center. Pipes and ducts rose out from them in conical webs, leading away into the glare of the overhead lighting panels. The Marines were advancing along both sides of the bulky grey casings. Someone was crouching down on top of the third, secreted amid a twist of meter-wide pipes. When Murphy switched his retinas to infrared, a distinctive thermal emission hazed around the edge of the pipes like a pink mist. Neural mnemonics computed the output as consistent with a single person. "Wrong," he muttered. His suit audio speaker boosted the word, sending it rumbling round the hall. Okay, she'd made an effort to hide, but it was a pitiful one. Going through the motions. Why? "Dr. Gilmore," Murphy datavised, "is there any kind of superweapon she could have stolen from one of your laboratories?" "Absolutely not," Gilmore datavised back. "Only 3 portable weapons are undergoing examination in the laboratory. I verified their locations as soon as we knew Couture had escaped." Another explanation gone, Murphy acknowledged miserably. "Encirclement," he datavised to the squad. They began to fan out along the hall, keeping behind the pipes and machinery. When they had her surrounded, he cranked the volume up further. "Come along, Jacqueline. You know we're here, and we know where you are. Game over." There was no visible response. "Sir," the technical sergeant said, "I'm picking up activity on the electronic warfare block. She's increasing her energistic power." "Jacqueline,
Stop that right now. I have full shoot-to-kill authorization on this mission. You really have pissed off our top brass with these stunts of yours. Now take a good look at what you're sitting on. That casing is all metal. We don't even have to use our machine guns. I'll just order someone to lob an EE grenade in your direction. You ought to know what electricity does to you by now." He waited a few seconds, then fired 3 rounds at the pipes just above the thermal emission. The bullets sliced a dim, violet streak across his vision that vanished as soon as it began. Jacqueline Couture slowly stood up, hands raised high. She glanced round with supreme disdain at the Marines crouched beneath her, their weapons gripped purposefully. "Down on the ground, now," Murphy ordered. She did as she was told with insultingly measured slowness, descending the rungs welded on to the side of the conditioner. When she reached the ground, 5 Marines advanced on her. "On the ground," Murphy repeated. Sighing at how she'd been wronged, she lowered herself to her knees and slowly bent forward. "I trust this makes you feel safe," she inquired archly. The first Marine to reach her shouldered his machine gun and took a holding stick from his belt. It telescoped out to 2 meters, and he closed the pincer clamp around Couture's neck. "Scan and secure the rest of the hall," Murphy instructed. "We're still missing 3 bodies." He walked over to where Jacqueline Couture was being held fast. The pincer was riding high on her neck, tilting her jaw back. It was an uncomfortable position, but she never showed any ire. "What are you doing?" Murphy asked. "I believe you're in charge." The tone was calculated to annoy, superior and amused. "You tell me." "You mean this is all you've achieved? 2 hours liberty, and you're sulking about down here." "2 hours tying up your resources, frightening your squad. And you, I can see the fear clouding your mind. Then I also eliminated several key CNIS science personnel. Possibly I engendered some more possessed to run loose in your precious asteroid. You'll have to find that out for yourself. Do you really regard that as insignificant, Lieutenant?" "No, but it's beneath you." "I'm flattered." "Don't be. I'll find out whatever scam you're pulling, and I'll blow it out the fucking airlock. You don't fool me, Couture." Murphy pushed up his visor and shoved his face centimeters from hers. "0 tau for ye. You've abused our decency for way too long. I should have shot you back on Lalonde." "No, you wouldn't," she sneered. "As you said, you're too decent." "Get her up to the lab," Murphy snarled. Gilmore was waiting for them at the top of the stairs. He directed them to Professor Noack's laboratory, where a couple of technicians had prepared a 0 tau pod. Jacqueline Couture hesitated slightly when she saw it. 2 machine guns prodded into the small of her back, urging her forwards. "I ought to say sorry for any suffering you've undergone," Gilmore said awkwardly, "but after the courtroom, I feel completely vindicated." "You would," Jacqueline said. "I shall be watching you from the beyond. When your time comes to join us, I'll be there." Gilmore gestured at the 0 tau pod, as if getting in was voluntary. "Empty threats, I'm afraid. By that time we shall have solved the problem of the beyond." Couture gave him a final withering glance, and climbed into the pod. "Any final message?" Murphy asked. "Children or grandchildren you want to say something to? I see it's passed on." "Go fuck yourself." He grunted and nodded to the technician operating the pod. Couture was immediately smothered beneath the jet-black field. "How long?" Murphy asked tensely. He still couldn't believe this was all there was to it. "Leave her in for at least an hour," Gilmore said with bitter respect. "She's tough." "Very well." Murphy refused to allow the door connecting the secure laboratory with the rest of the asteroid to be reopened, not with 3 people still unaccounted for. The Marines continued their sweep of the utility caverns. As well as people, Murphy had them examine the fusion generators. Since the loss of the external heat exchangers, they'd been operating in break-even mode, shunting their small thermal output into the emergency heat storage silo. Couture couldn't rig them to explode,
but the plasma could do a lot of damage if the confinement field had been tampered with. The technicians reported back that they were untouched. After another 40 minutes, one of the missing bodies was found, dead, and stuffed behind an air-conditioning vent. Murphy ordered the squad to go back through the rooms they'd covered and open all the remaining grills, no matter what size. A possessed could easily hollow out a small nest for themselves in the rock. He waited 70 minutes before ordering the Zero Tau pod to be switched off. The woman inside was wearing a tattered and burnt laboratory tunic with the CNIS insignia on her shoulder. She was weeping fervently as she tottered out, clutching at a bloody wound across her abdomen. Murphy's characteristics recognition program identified her as Toshi Nomura, one of the weapons section's biophysics researchers.
"Shit,"
Murphy groaned.
"Dr. Gilmore,"
he datavised. There was no reply.
"Doctor?"
The communications processors in the secure laboratory complex reported they couldn't acquire Dr. Gilmore's neural mnemonics. Murphy burst out into the main corridor and shouted at his squad to follow. With 10 suited figures clattering along at his heels, he sprinted for Gilmore's office. As soon as the black shell of the Zero Tau field had snapped up around Jacqueline Couture, Pierce Gilmore headed back for his office. He didn't protest at Hewlett's continuing restrictions in preventing them from leaving the secure laboratory complex. In fact, he rather approved. He'd received a nasty shock when Couture escaped, on top of the asteroid physically shaking in the wake of the antimatter blast. Under the circumstances, such precautions were both logical and sensible. The office door slid shut behind him, and some of the lighting came on. Current power rationing permitted him only 4 of the ceiling panels, the kind of light provided by a cold winter afternoon. None of the holographic windows were active. He walked over to the percolator jug, which was still bubbling away contentedly, and poured himself a cup. After a moment of regret, he switched it off. There probably wouldn't be enough space in his evacuation allocation to take it or any of the bone china cups with him, assuming there would be any allocation for personal effects. With over 300,000 people to evacuate in a week, the amount of baggage they could take with them would be minimal to 0. The small Solaris tube running above his orchids was also off. Several of the rare, pure genotype plants were due to flower. Their fleshy buds had almost burst. They never would now. There would be no light and fresh air, and the heat would arrive soon. The secure laboratory was closer to the surface than most of the asteroid's habitable sections. It would receive the worst of the inward seepage. Furniture, equipment, it would all be lost. The only thing to survive would be their files. Pierce sat behind his desk. In fact, he really ought to be drawing up procedures to safeguard the information ready for when they transferred to their secondary facility. He put his cup down on the leather surface, next to an empty cup. That hadn't been there before. "Hello, Doctor," Jacqueline Couture said. He did flinch, but at least he didn't jump or yelp. She didn't have the satisfaction of witnessing any disconcertion, which in the game they played was a big points winner. His eyes locked on an empty section of wall directly ahead, refusing to turn round and look for her. "Jacqueline, you have no feelings. Poor Lieutenant Hewlett really won't enjoy being outsmarted in this manner. You can stop trying to datavise for help now, Doctor. I disabled the room's net processors. Not with my energistic power either. There was no glitch to alert the AI. Kate Morley had some knowledge of electronics. A couple of old didactic courses." Pierce Gilmore datavised the comprehensive processor array installed in his desk. It reported that its link with Trafalgar's communications net had been removed. Jacqueline chuckled softly as she walked round the desk into his line of sight. She was carrying a processor block, its small screen alive with graphics that monitored his datavises. "Anything else you'd like to try?" she inquired lightly. "The AI will notice the processors have gone offline, even if it isn't caused by a glitch. A Marine squad will be sent to investigate." "Really, Doctor? A lot of systems were damaged by the EM pulse. Have apparently been caught and shoved into Zero Tau, and the Marines have already cleared this level. I think that gives us time enough." "For what?" "Oh, dear me. Is that finally a spike of fear I sense in your mind, Doctor? That has got to be the first arousal of any kind you've had for many a year. Perhaps it's even a hint of remorse. Remorse for what you put me through? You put yourself through it, Jacqueline. We asked you to cooperate. You were the one who chose to refuse. Very bluntly, as I recall. Not guilty. You tortured me. Kate Morley. Maynard Canna. Should I go on? She stood directly in front of the desk, staring at him. Ah, 2 wrongs making a right. Is that what I've reduced you to, Doctor? Fear does things to the most brilliant of minds. It makes them desperate. It makes them pitiful. Is there any other excuse you'd like to offer? If I was facing a jury, good and true, I could offer several justifications. Such arguments would be wasted on a bigot. Petty, even for you. Cooperate with us. It's not too late. Not even clichés change in 500 years. That says quite a lot about the human race, don't you think? Certainly everything I need to know. You're transferring into an abstract concept. Self-hatred is a common aspect of a diseased mind. If I'm the one that's ill and incapable, how come you're the one in terminal trouble? Then stop being the problem and help us with a solution. We are not problems. Her hand slammed down on the front of the desk, making the 2 coffee cups jump. We are people. If that simple fact could ever register in that fascist bitech brain of yours, then you might be able to look in a different direction, one that would help bring an end to our suffering. But that is beyond you. To think along those lines, you have to be human. And after all these weeks of study, the one definite conclusion I have come to is that you are not human, nor can you ever become human. You have nothing, no moral foundation from which to grow out of. Leighton and Hitler were saints compared to you. You're taking your situation far too personally. Understandably, after all, you can hardly retreat from it. You lack the courage for that. No. She straightened up. But I can make my last noble stand, and depriving the Confederation Navy of your so-called talent will be a satisfactory achievement for me. Nothing personal, you understand? I can put an end to this, Jacqueline. We're so very close to an answer now. Let's see how your rationality endures the reality of the beyond. You will now experience every facet of it, being possessed by one of its inhabitants, living within it, and if you're really fortunate, as a possessor, forever terrified that some lucky living bastard is going to rip you out of your precious new prize and send you back screaming. What will your answer be then, I wonder? Unchanged. He gave her a sad, defeated smile. It's called resolution, the ability and determination to see things through to the end, however unexpected or disappointing that end turns out to be. Not that anyone will ever know now, but I held true to myself. Alarmed by his mind tone, Jacqueline started to point her right arm. Slivers of white fire licked up from her wrist. In Gilmore's mind the alternatives were stark. That she would torture him was inevitable. He would be possessed, or more likely, damaged so badly that his body died, banishing his soul to the beyond. That was where logic broke down. He believed, or thought he did, that there was a way out of the beyond. Doubt undermined him, though. Factious, unclean human emotion, the type he hated so. If a way through the beyond existed, why did the souls remain trapped? There was no certainty anymore. Not for him, not there. And he couldn't stand that. Facts and rationality were more than the building blocks of his mind. They were his existence. If the beyond was truly a place without logic, then Pierce Gilmore had no wish to exist there. And his own sacrifice would advance human understanding by a fraction. Such knowledge was a fitting last thought. He datavised the processor array for the latest version of the anti-memory. Jacqueline's hand was already lining up desperately on him when the desktop AV projection pillar silently pumped a blindingly pervasive red light across the office. 60 minutes later, Murphy Hewlett and his squad blew the office door out with an EE charge and rushed in to the rescue. They found Gilmore slumped over his desk, and Kate Morley lying on the floor in front of it. Both of them were alive, but completely unresponsive to any kind of stimulus the squad medic could apply. As Murphy said later during his debriefing, they were nothing but a pair of wide-awake corpses. 18. From the safety of the little plateau, a quarter of the way up the northern end cap, Tolton trained his telescope on the lobby of the Djerba starscraper. Another swirl of darkness was pushing up through the dome of white archways. Pieces of the structure tumbled across the crumpled lawn circling the forlorn building. He kept expecting to hear the sound of breaking glass reach across the distance. The telescope provided a good, sharp image, as if he was just a few meters away. He shivered at that errant thought, still able to feel the wave of coldness that had swept through him every time the flying monster passed overhead. This one's a walker. He moved aside and let Errance use the telescope's eyepiece. She studied it for a minute. You're right. It's picking up speed, too. The visitor had shoved its way through the smouldering ruins of the shanties, leaving a deep furrow in its wake. Now it was traversing the meadows beyond. The wispy pink grass stalks around it turned black, as if they'd been singed. Moving smoothly enough. Fast, too. It should reach the southern end cap in 5 or 6 hours at that rate. Just what we need, the personality groused. Another of the buggers leeching off us. We'll just have to reduce nutrient fluid production to survival minimum. Keep the neural strata alive. That'll play hell with our main mitosis layer. It'll take us years to regenerate the damage. 8 of the dire visitors had now emerged from the Djerba, 3 of them taking flight. Without fail, they had headed for the southern end cap, just as the first and largest had done. Those that moved over the land had left a contrail of dead vegetation behind them. When they reached the end cap, they bored their way through the polyp and into the arteries which fed the giant organs, suckling the nutrient fluid. We should be able to burn them out soon, she said. The flamethrowers and incendiary torpedoes are coming on fine. You'll be okay. The look Tolton gave her made his lack of affinity irrelevant. He bent over the telescope again. The visitor was crunching its way through a small forest. Trees swayed and toppled, broken off at the base. It seemed incapable of going round anything. That thing is goddamn strong. Yeah. Her worry was pronounced. How's the signal project coming? He asked the question several times every day, frightened he might miss out on some amazing breakthrough. Most of us are working on developing and producing our weapons right now. You can't give up on that. You can't. He said it loud for the benefit of the personality. Nobody's giving up. The physics core team is still active. She didn't tell him it was down to 5 theorists who spent most of their time arguing how to proceed. Okay, then. 2 more are approaching, the personality warned. Errance gave the street poet a swift glance. He was engrossed with the telescope again, tracking the movements of the visitors still loose on the grass plains. No need to panic the others. Quite. The creatures had been arriving at the rate of nearly 1 every half hour ever since Errance's disastrous foray into the Djerba. The personality was now worried about its ability to maintain the habitat's environmental integrity. Each new arrival invariably smashed its way into a starscraper, then proceeded to hammer the tower's internal structure. So far, the emergency interfloor pressure seals had held, but if the invasion continued at this rate, breach was inevitable. We believe some of the incumbents are now starting to move, the personality said. It's slow, which makes it hard to tell, but they could start to emerge into the parkland within the next day or so. Do you think they're multiplying like the first one did? Impossible to tell. Our perception routines close to them are almost completely inviolable now. We suspect a great deal of the polyp is dead. However, if one did, then it is logical to assume the others will follow that pattern. Oh, great. Oh, shit. We're going to have to tackle each one separately. I'm not even sure we can win. The numbers are starting to stack up against us. We will have to review our tactics after the first few encounters. If the expenditure is too great, then we may adopt Tolton's wishes and deploy everyone on the signal project. Right. She let out a beaten sigh. You know, I don't even consider that defeatist. Anything which gets us out of this is fine by me. A healthy attitude. Tolton straightened up. What next? We'd better get back down to the others. The visitors aren't immediately threatening. That can change. If it does, I'm sure we'll know about it real soon. They walked into the small cave at the back of the plateau. It housed a tunnel which spiraled down through several chambers to the caverns at the base of the end cap. Wave escalators and stairs were arranged in parallel down each level. Most of the wave escalators had stopped, so the descent took them quite a while. The caverns had taken on the aspect of a fort under siege. Tens of thousands of people lay ill on whatever scraps of bedding were available. There was no order to the way they were arranged. Nursing the bedridden was left entirely to those slightly less ill, and consisted mainly of taking care of their sanitary needs. Those qualified, or with basic how-to didactic memories, to operate medical packages circulated constantly, perpetually exhausted. Erence's relatives had formed an inner coterie in the deepest caverns, where the light manufacturing tools and research equipment were concentrated. They'd also taken care to stockpile their own food supply, which could last them for well over a month. Here, at least, a semblance of normality remained. Electrophorescent strips shone brightly in the corridors. Mechanical doors whirred open and shut. The clatter of industrial cybernetics vibrated along the polyp. Even Tolton's processor block let out a few modest beeps as basic functions returned to life. Errance let him into a chamber serving as an armory. Her relatives had been busy since the reconnaissance in the Djerba, designing and producing a personal flamethrower. The basic principle hadn't changed much in 600 years. A chemical tank carried on the user's back, with a flexible hose leading to a slim rifle-like nozzle. Modern materials and fabrication techniques allowed for a high-pressure system, giving an arrow flame that could reach over 20 meters, or be switched to a wide, short-range cone. Scalpel or blunderbuss, Errance commented. There were also incendiary torpedo launchers, essentially scaled-up versions of an emergency flare. She started into discussions with several of her relatives, mostly using affinity. Only a few exclamations were actually voiced. Tolton felt like a child left out of abstruse adult conversation. His attention wandered off. Surely the personality wouldn't expect him to join the combatants fighting the dark creatures. He lacked the kind of driven intensity Errance and her relatives flaunted, their birthright. He was afraid to ask in case they said yes. Worse, they could say no and kick him out of their caverns to rejoin the rest of the population. There must be some important non-combatant post he could fill. He raised his processor block to type an unobtrusive question for the personality. The Rubra of old would sympathize with that, and the Dariat section was his friend. Then he realized Errance and her cousins had stopped talking. "What?" he asked nervously. "We can sense something in the rail tube approaching one of the end cap stations," the block said. It was essentially the same voice Rubra had used to speak with him the whole time he was in hiding, though something about it had changed. A stiffness in the inflection? Minor, yet significant. "One of them's coming here." "We don't believe so. They rampage about without any attempt to disguise themselves. This is more like a mouse sneaking along. None of the surrounding polyp is suffering the usual heat-loss death, but our perceptive cells are unable to obtain a clear image." "The bastards have changed tactics," Errance snarled. She snatched one of the flamethrowers from a rack. "They know we're here." "We are uncertain on that point," the personality said. "However, this new incursion will have to be investigated." Several more people ran into the armory and began picking up weapons. Tolton watched the abrupt whir of activity with bewildered alarm. "Here!" Errance thrust an incendiary torpedo launcher at him. He grabbed it in reflex. "I don't know how to use this. Aim it and shoot. Effective range 200 meters. Any questions?" She didn't sound in a forgiving mood. "Oh, crap," he grunted. He rocked his head from side to side, attempting to force the stiffness out of his neck muscles, then joined them in the hurried exodus. There were 9 of them in the group which marched down the stairs to the end cap tube station, 8 of Rubra's heavily armed, grim-faced descendants, and Tolton hanging as close to the back of the pack as possible while trying not to make it too obvious. The main lighting strips were dark and cold. Emergency panels flickered with sapphire phosphorescence as if stirred into guilty life by the clumping footsteps. Not that they were of much use. Helmet projectors encased each member of the group in a sphere of bright white light. So far their power cells were unaffected.
"Any change?"
Tolton whispered.
"No," the block whispered back. "The creature is still moving along the tube tunnel."
Rubra hadn't damaged this particular station during the brief active phase of his conflict with the possessed. Tolton kept expecting everything to return to life in a blast of light and noise and motion. It was Marie Celeste territory. A carriage was standing abandoned at one of the twin platforms, its door open. A couple of fast food packets lay abandoned on the marble floor outside, their contents dissolved into a pellicle of grey mould. Errance and her cousins fanned out along the platform and edged cautiously towards the blank circle of the tunnel mouth behind the carriage. 3 of them dropped down onto the rail and crossed swiftly to the far wall. They slunk back into various crannies, crouched down, and aimed their weapons forward. Along with those remaining on the platform, Tolton secured himself behind one of the central pillars and brought his launcher up. 9 helmet projectors focused their illumination on the tunnel entrance, banishing the shadows for several meters along its length.
"This isn't exactly an ambush," he observed. "It can see we're here. Then we find out just how determined they are to get at us," Errance said. "I tried the subtle approach back in the Gerber. Believe me, it's a bunch of shit."
Wondering just how much their definitions of subtle were at variance, Tolton tightened his grip on the launcher. Once again, he checked the safety catch.
"Getting close now,"
the personality cautioned. A speck of grey materialized at the furthest extreme of the tunnel's shadows. It rippled as it moved steadily forwards towards the station.
"Different,"
Errance muttered.
"It's not concealing itself this time."
Then she gasped as the habitat-sensitive cells finally managed to focus. Tolton squinted at the slowly resolving shape, pointing his launcher to the vertical so he could strain ahead.
"Holy shit,"
he said quietly. Dariat emerged from the tunnel mouth and smiled softly at the semicircle of lethal nozzles pointing at him out of the blazing light.
"Something I said?"
he asked innocently.
"You should have identified yourself to us,"
the personality said in censure.
"I have been busy thinking, discovering what I am, and that is, I'm not quite sure yet."
Tolton whooped happily and emerged from behind his pillar.
"Careful,"
Errance warned.
"Dariat! Hey! Is that you?"
Tolton hurried along the platform, grinning madly.
"It's me."
There was only a slightly sardonic tone colouring his voice. Tolton frowned. He'd heard his friend's voice loud and clear, never even needing to concentrate on the lip movement. He came to a confused halt.
"Dariat?"
Dariat put his hands flat on the platform edge and heaved himself up like a swimmer emerging from a pool. It looked like a lot of effort to lift so much weight. His toga stretched tight over his shoulders.
"What's up, Tolton? You look like you've seen a ghost."
He chuckled as he walked forward. The frayed hem of his toga brushed against one of the fast food packets and sent it spinning. Tolton stared at the rectangle of plastic as it skidded to a halt. The others were bringing their weapons to bear again.
"You're real,"
Tolton stammered.
"Solid."
The obese, grinning man standing in front of him was no longer translucent.
"Damn right. The Lady Cherise smiled on me. A warped kind of smile, I guess, but definitely a smile."
Tolton reached out gingerly and touched Dariat's arm. Cold bit into his questing fingers like razor fangs. He snatched his hand back, but there had definitely been a physical surface. He'd even felt the crude weave of the toga cloth.
"Shit. What happened to you, man?"
"Ah, now there's a story."
"I fell,"
Dariat told them. 10 bloody stories down that lift shaft, screaming all the way. Thoale alone knows why suicides are so fond of jumping off cliffs and bridges. They wouldn't if they knew what the trip's like. I'm not even sure I did it on purpose. The personality was bullying me to do it, but that thing was getting closer, which made me weaker. I probably lost control of my legs, I was so debilitated. Whatever. I went over the edge and landed smack on top of the lift. I even penetrated it a few centimeters, I was falling so hard. Shit. I hate that. You've no idea how bad solid matter feels to a ghost. Anyway, I was just forcing my legs through the lift's roof to get out of there when the bloody bogeyman lands right bang beside me. I could even feel it coming, like a gust of liquid helium blowing down the shaft. But the thing is, it didn't break when it hit. It splashed.
Splashed? Tolton queried.
Absolutely. It was like a goo bomb detonated on top of the lift. The whole shaft was splattered in this thick fluid. Everything got coated, including me. But the fluid reacted to me. I could feel the droplets. It was like getting caught in a spray of ice.
How do you mean, reacted?
They changed while they were going through me. Their shape and colour tried to match the section of my body they were in. I figured it's like my thoughts have a big influence over them. I'm imagining my shape, right? So that imagination interacts with the fluid and formats it.
Mind over matter,
Errant said skeptically. You got it. Those creatures are no different from any human ghost, except they're made up of this fluid, a solid visualization. They're souls, just like us.
So how come you became solid?
Tolton asked. We fought for it, me and the other entity's soul. The impact made it lose concentration for a moment. That's why the stuff went flying off. Both of us started scrambling round to suck up as much as we could, and I was a hell of a lot stronger than it was. I won. Must have got 70% of what was there before I made a run for it. Then I hid in the bottom floors until the rest of them had gone. He looked round the circle of faintly suspicious faces. That's why they've come here. Valisk is saturated with energy that they can use. It's the kind of energy that makes up our souls. Life energy. The attraction is like a bee for pollen. This is what they crave. They're sentient, just like us. They've come from the same universe as us. But blind instinct rules them now. They've been here so long, they're severely diminished, not to mention totally irrational. All they know is that they have to feed on life energy, and Valisk is the biggest single source to emerge here that they can remember. That's what they were doing to the nutrient fluid, the personality said, absorbing the life energy from it. Yeah, which is what trashes it. And once it's gone, you'll never be able to produce any more. This dark continuum is like a bedamned version of the beyond. Tolton slumped onto the bottom stair.
Just fucking great. This is worse than the beyond.
I'm afraid so. This must be the sixth realm, the nameless void. Entropy is the only lord here. We will all bow down before him in the end. This is not a Starbridge realm, the personality retorted sharply. It's an aspect of physical reality, and once we understand and tabulate its properties, we will know how to open a wormhole interstice and escape. We've already put a stop to these creatures consuming any more of us. Dariot glanced suspiciously round the empty station. How? The habitat's nutrient fluid arteries have been shut down. Uh-oh, Dariot said. Bad move. With their nourishment denied them, the Ogathe began to search round for further sources of raw life energy, crying out in their own strange, intangible voices. Their kith, who had infested the southern end-cap organs, shrilled in reply. Even there, the rich fluids were drying up, but the organs themselves were suffused with a furnace glow of life energy, enough for thousands. The Ogathe pummeled their way up through the starscrapers one by one, and took flight. Dariat, Tolton, Errants, and several others stood outside one of the end-cap caverns they were using as a garage for the rent-cop trucks. They shielded their eyes from the bruised tangerine nimbus of the light tube to watch one of the dark colossi soar upwards from a collapsing lobby. With its tattered wing sails extended, it was bigger than a cargo spaceplane. A small pearl-white twister of hail and snow fell from its warty underbelly. Errants puffed a relieved breath out through her teeth. At least they're still heading for the southern end cap. There are over 30 of them gnawing their way through our organs now, the personality said. The damage they are inflicting is reaching dangerous levels, and there's only a single pressure door in the Eigan starscraper preventing an atmosphere breach. You will have to go on the offensive. Dariat, will the flamethrowers kill them? No. Souls cannot be killed, even here. They just fade away to wraiths. Maybe shadows not even that strong. You know what we mean, boy? Yeah, sure. Okay, The fire will fuck with their constituent fluid. They're taking a long time to acclimatize to the heat levels in the habitat. Where Toali alone knows how many thousands of degrees above the continuum's ambient.
You mean hundreds?
I don't think so. Anyway, they can't take a direct blast of physical heat. Lasers and masers they can simply deflect, but flame should dissipate the fluid and leave their souls naked. It'll turn them into just another bunch of ghosts skulking round the parkland.
Excellent.
If they can't die, what do they want with all that life energy? Errants asked. It boosts them above the rest, Dariat said. Once they're strong, they'll stay free for a long time before the life energy leaks away again. Free of what? Tolton asked uneasily. He had to stand several paces away from his friend, not out of rudeness. Dariat was cold. Moisture condensed across his toga as it would on a beer bottle fresh from the fridge. None of the droplets stained the cloth, though, Tolton noticed. And that was only one of the oddities this reincarnation displayed. There were differences in behaviour, too, little quirks which had come to the fore. He'd watched Dariat quietly as they'd all walked up out of the tube station. There was a confidence about him that had been missing before, as if he was merely indulging his relatives rather than helping them. That deep anger had been expelled too, replaced by sadness. Tolton wondered about that combination. Sadness and confidence was a strange driving force, probably quite volatile, too. But then, given what poor old Dariat had been through in the last few weeks, that was eminently forgivable. Worthy of a verse or two, in fact. It had been a long time since Tolton had composed anything. "We didn't have a real long conversation on top of the lift," Dariat said. "It was the kind of pressurized memory exchange I experienced in the beyond. The creature's thoughts weren't very stable." "You mean it knows about us?" "I expect so. But don't confuse knowing with being interested. Absorbing life energy is all they exist for now." Errant squinted after the receding Orgathe as it headed over the circumfluous sea.
"We'd better get organized, I suppose."
She couldn't have sounded less enthusiastic. Dariat gave up on the dark invader and looked around. A crowd of ghosts was hanging back from the cavern entrance, keeping among the larger boulders littering the desert. They regarded the little band of tenacious corporeal humans with grudging respect, avoiding direct eye contact, like a shoplifter eluding the store detective. "You!" Dariat barked suddenly. He started to march over the powdery sand. "Yes, you, shithead! Remember me, huh?" Tolton and Errants trailed after him, curious at this latest behaviour. Dariat was closing on a ghost dressed in baggy overalls. It was the mechanic he'd encountered when he went searching for Tolton just after the habitat arrived in the dark continuum. Recognition was mutual. The mechanic turned and ran. Ghosts parted to let him through their midst. Dariat chased after him, surprisingly fast for his bulk. As he passed through the huddle of ghosts, they shivered and shuffled further away, gasping in shock at the cold he exuded. Dariat caught hold of the mechanic's arm, dragging him to a halt. The man screeched in pain and fear, flailing about, unable to escape Dariat's grip. He started to grow more transparent. "Dariat!" Tolton called. "Hey, come on, man, you're hurting him!" The mechanic had fallen to his knees, shaking violently as his colouring bled away. Dariat, by contrast, was almost glowing. He glowered down at his victim. Remember what you did, shithead?" Tolton drew up short, unwilling to touch his erstwhile friend. The memory of the cold he'd experienced back in the station was too strong. "Dariat!" he shouted. Dariat looked down at the mechanic's withering face. Remorse opened his fingers, allowing the incorporeal arm to slip away. What would Anastasia say about such behaviour? "Sorry," he muttered shamefully.
"What did you do to him?"
Tolton demanded. The mechanic was barely visible. He'd curled up into a fetal position, half of his body sunk into the sand.
"Nothing,"
Dariat blurted, ashamed of his action. The fluid which brought him solidity apparently came with an ugly price. He'd known it all along, simply refused to acknowledge it. Hatred had been an excuse, not a motivator. As with the Orgathe, instinct was supplanting rationality.
"Oh, come on."
Tolton bent down and moved his hand through the whimpering ghost. The air felt slightly cooler, Otherwise there was no trace that he existed.
"What have you done?" "It's the fluid,"
Dariat said.
"It takes a lot to maintain myself now."
"A lot of what?" Rhetorical question. Tolton knew without needing an answer.
"Life energy. Just keeping going uses it up. I need to replenish. I don't have a biology. I can't breathe or eat a meal. I have to take it neat. And souls are a strong concentration."
"What about him?" A tiny patina of silver frost was forming on the ground within the ghost's vague outline. "What about this particular concentration?"
"He'll recover. There's plants and stuff he can recoup the loss from. He did a lot worse to me, once."
No matter how much Dariat wanted, he couldn't look away from the drained ghost.
"This is what we're all going to end up like," he acknowledged. "Pathetic, emancipated remnants of what we are, clinging to our identity while the dark continuum depletes us until we're a single silent voice weeping in the night. There's no way out. Entropy is too strong here, drowning us away from the light. And I was instrumental in bringing us here."
"Let's get back inside," Arendt said. "It's about time we put you under the microscope. See if the physics gang can make any sense of you." Dariat thought about protesting. Eventually he just nodded meekly.
"Sure."
They walked back towards the cavern entrance, through the clutter of subdued ghosts. 2 more Ogathe hatched from the Goncharov Starscraper lobby, tumbling up into the wan twilight sky. There were vigilantes at King's Cross Station, hard young gang members drafted in from the low-cost residential estates scattered around the outer districts of Westminster Dome. Their uniforms went from pseudo-military to expensive business suits, denoting their differing membership. Ordinarily such a mixture was hypergolic. See, kill. If civilians got caught in the line of fire, tough. In some cases, feuds between boroughs and individual gangs went back centuries. Today, all wore a simple white ribbon prominently on their various lapels. It stood for pure soul and united them in commitment. They were here to make sure all of London stayed pure. Louise stepped off the vac train carriage, yawning heavily. Jen leaned against her side, nearly sleepwalking as they moved away from the big airlock door. It was almost 3 a.m, local time. She didn't like to think how long she'd been up for now.
"What are you creeps doing getting off here?"
She hadn't even noticed them until they stood in front of her. 2 dark-skinned girls with shaved heads. The taller one had replaced her eyeballs with blank silver globes. Both of them wore identical plain black 2-piece suits of some satin fabric. They didn't have blouses. The jackets were fastened by a single button, exposing stomachs as muscular as any Norfolk field labourer. Their cleavage was the only way to tell they were female. Even then Louise wasn't entirely sure. They might just be butched-up pectorals.
"Huh?"
she managed.
"That train's from Edmonton, babe, and that's where the possessed are. Is that why you left? Or are you here for some other reason? Some kind of freako nightclub?"
Louise began to wake up fast. There were a lot of young people on the platform, some dressed in suits identical to the girls. The voice finally convinced her about gender, others in less formal clothes. None of them showed any inclination to embark on the newly arrived train. Several armour-suited police were clumped round the exit archway, with their shell helmet visors raised. They were looking in her direction with some interest. Ivanov Robson moved smoothly to stand at Louise's side, his movement hinting at the same kind of inertia carried by an iceberg. He smiled with refined politeness. The gang girls didn't flinch, exactly, but they were smaller now, somehow, less menacing.
"Is there a problem?"
he asked quietly.
"Not for us,"
the one with the silver eyes said.
"Good. Then please stop hassling these young ladies."
"Yeah, so what are you, dead? Or maybe just a great big friend out for some fun tonight?"
"If that's the best you can do, stop trying."
"You didn't answer my question, Bigfoot man."
"I'm a London resident. We all are. Not that it's any of your concern."
"Like fuck it isn't, brother."
"I'm not your brother."
"Is your soul pure?"
"What are you all of a sudden, my confessor?"
"We're guardians, not priests.
Religion is fucked. He doesn't know how to fight the possessed. We do." She patted her white ribbon. "We keep the arcology pure. No shitty little demon gets in past us."
Louise glanced across at the police. There were a couple more of them now, but they showed no sign of intervening.
"I'm not possessed," she said indignantly. "None of us are. Prove it, babe." "How?"
The gang girls both took small sensors from their pockets.
"Show us you contain only one soul, that you're pure."
Ivanov turned to Louise. "Humour them," he said in a clear voice. "I can't be bothered to shoot them. I'd have to pay the judge far too much to bounce us out of jail before breakfast."
"Fuck you!"
the second gang girl shouted.
"Just get on with it,"
Louise said wearily. She held out her left arm. The right was curled protectively round Jen. The gang girl slapped the sensor on top of her hand.
"No static," she barked. "This is a pure babe."
Her follow-up grin was weird, showing teeth that were too long to be natural.
"Check the sprog." "Come on, Jen," Louise coaxed. "Hold out your hand."
The scowling Genevieve did as she was told.
"Clean,"
the gang girl reported.
"Then you must be what I can smell,"
Genevieve scoffed. The gang girl drew her hand back for a slap. "Don't even dream it," Ivanov purred. Genevieve's face slowly broke into a wide smirk. She looked straight at the girl with the silver eyes.
"Are they lesbians, Louise?"
The gang girl had trouble controlling her temper.
"Come with us, little girl. Find out what we do to fresh meat like you."
"That's enough." Ivanov stepped forward and proffered his hand. "Genevieve, behave, or I'll smack you." The gang girl put her sensor to his skin, taking care to do it softly.
"I've met a possessed,"
Genevieve said.
"The nastiest one there's ever been."
Both gang girls gave her an uncertain look.
"If a possessed does ever come out of a train, you know what you should do? Just run. Nothing you can do will stop them."
"Wrong, titchy bitch."
The gang girl patted a pocket. There was something heavy bulging the fabric.
"We just pumped them with 10,000 volts and watched the fireworks display. I've heard this real pretty. Be good to me. I'll let you watch too."
"Seen it already."
"Huh."
The girl turned her silver eyes on Bannath.
"You too. I want to know you're pure."
Bannath laughed gently.
"Let's hope your sensor can't probe my heart."
"What the hell are you all doing here?" Ivanov asked. "The only time I've seen the Blairs and the Bens in the same place before was a morgue, and I can see a couple of Mohawks over there as well."
"Looking after our turf, brother. These possessed, they're part of the sect. You don't see none of those bastards down here, do you? We're not going to let them crunch us like they done New York and Edmonton."
"I think the police will do that, don't you?"
"No fucking way! They're Gov Central, and those shits let the possessed down here in the first place. This planet's got the greatest defences in the galaxy, and the possessed just breezed through them like they weren't even there. You want to tell me how come that happened?"
"Good point," Bannath drawled. "I'm still waiting to hear on that one myself."
"And why haven't they shut down the vac trains properly?" the girl continued. "They're still running to Edmonton, where we know the possessed are. I accessed that sense fast of the fact. It was only a couple of hours ago, for Christ's sake."
"Criminal," Bannath agreed. "They were probably bribed by big business."
"You're taking the piss, bitch."
"Who? Me?"
The gang girl gave her a disgusted stare, not knowing what to make of her attitude. She jerked her thumb over her shoulder.
"Go on, get the fuck out of here, all of you. I hate you rich kinks."
She watched them walk through the exit archway with a vague sense of unease scratching away at her mind. There was something badly wrong about the group. The four of them were a complete mismatch. But screw that. As long as they weren't possessed, who cared what kind of orgy they were heading off to? She shivered suddenly as a cold breeze swept along the platform. It must have been caused by the carriage airlocks swinging shut.
"That was awful,"
Genevieve exclaimed when they reached the big sub-level hall above the station's platforms.
"Why didn't the police stop them doing that to people?"
"Because it's way too much trouble at 3 o'clock in the morning," Ivanov said. "Besides, I expect most of the officers down there are quite happy to let the vigilantes take the heat if a possessed did step out of a train. They act as a buffer.
Is Gov Central being stupid allowing the vac trains to continue?
Louise asked. Not stupid, just slow. It is the universe's largest bureaucracy, after all. He waved a hand at the informationals flittering overhead. See, they've shut a few routes down already, and public pressure will close a lot more before long. It'll snowball once everyone's had time to access the Edmonton fight. This time tomorrow you'll have trouble getting a taxi to take you further than a couple of streets.
Do you think we'll be able to leave London again?
Probably not. The way he said it sounded so final, a pronouncement rather than an opinion. As always, an authority in knowledge he had no business knowing.
All right, Louise said. I suppose we'd better go back to the hotel then.
I'll come with you, Ivanov said. There might be a few more of these nutters around. It wouldn't do for the natives to learn you're from Norfolk right now. These are paranoid times. For some reason, Andy Beehoo popped into Louise's mind, his offer to sponsor her for Gov Central's citizenship.
Thank you.
What about you? Ivanov asked Bannoth. Do you need to share a cab?
No, thank you. I know where I'm going.
She walked off towards the lifts around the rim of the hemispherical cavern.
Don't mention it,
Louise muttered grumpily at her back. I expect she's grateful, really, Ivanov said. Probably just doesn't know how to express it.
She could try harder.
Come along. Let's get you two home to bed. It's been a long day. Quinn watched the lift doors close on Bannoth. He didn't bother to rush after her. Finding her again would be relatively simple. Bait was never hidden. Oh, it wouldn't be obvious. He would need time and resources, and have to make an effort. But her location would be filtered through the arcologies downtowners. The sect covens and gangs would be informed. That was why he'd been lured here, after all. London was the largest, most elaborate trap ever assembled for one man. In a strange way, he felt rather flattered. That the super-cops were prepared to sacrifice the whole arcology just to nail him was a mark of extreme respect. They feared God's brother exactly as he should be feared. He trailed after Louise as she walked over to the lifts with her brat sister and the huge private eye. She was very drowsy, which relaxed her face. It left her delicate features unguarded and natural, a state which served only to amplify her beauty. He wanted to put out a hand and stroke her exquisite cheeks, to see her smile gently at his touch, welcome him. She frowned and rubbed her arms.
It's cold down here.
The moment broke. Quinn rode up to the surface with the trio, then left them as they went off to the taxi garage. He took a subwalk under the busy road and hurried along one of the main streets radiating out from the station. There would only be a limited amount of time until the super-cops closed down the vac trains. The second alley leading off from the main street contained what he wanted. The Black Bull, a small, cheap pub filled with hard-drinking men. He moved among them, unseen as his expanded senses examined their clothing and skulls. None of them were fitted with neural mnemonics, but several were carrying processor blocks. He followed one into the toilets, where the only electrical circuit was for the light panel. Jack McGovern was peeing blissfully into the cracked urinal when an icy hand clamped round the back of his neck and slammed his face into the wall. His nose broke from the impact, sending a torrent of blood to splash into the porcelain. "You will take your processor block from your coat pocket," a voice said. "Use your activation code and make a call for me. Do it now, or die, dickhead." Rat-arsed he might have been, but overdosing on self-preservation allowed Jack's mind to focus with remarkable clarity on his options. "Okay," he mumbled, a lip movement which sent more blood dribbling down the wall. He fumbled for his processor block. There was an emergency police hail program which was activated by feeding in the wrong code. The terrible pressure on his neck eased off, allowing him to turn. When he saw who his assailant was, the thought of deviously calling for help withered faster than hell's solitary snowflake. Quinn returned to King's Cross, sharing a lift down to the underground chamber with a cluster of vigilantes. He wandered through the vaulting hall, ambling round the closed kiosks and steering clear of industrious cleaning mechanoids. The lifts kept on disgorging gang members, who immediately took the wave escalators down to the platforms. He kept watching the informationals, paying particular attention to the arrivals screens. In the 2 hours which followed, 5 VAC trains arrived from Edmonton. All departures slowed down to 0. The Frankfurt train pulled in at 5 minutes past 5. Quinn went and stood at the top of its platform's wave escalator. They were the last to come up, Courtney and Billy Joe gently guiding the drugged woman between them. The 2 acolytes had smartened up, looking closer to a pair of grungy university students than downtown barbarians now. Their snatch victim, a middle-aged woman wearing a crumpled dress with an unbuttoned cardigan, had the vacant eyes typical of a triathazine dose, her body fully functional, brain in an advanced hypno-reception state. There and then, if she'd been told to jump off the top of an arcology dome, she'd do it. They moved at a brisk pace across the floor and hopped into a lift. Quinn wanted to materialize, just so he could cheer at the top of his voice. The tide was turning now. God's brother had given his chosen Messiah another sign that he remained on the path. At 5:30, the 6th train from Edmonton arrived. A notice slithered over the holograms announcing that the routes to North America had now been shut by order of Gov Central. 5 minutes later, all departures were cancelled. VAC trains already en route to the arcology were being diverted to Birmingham and Glasgow. London was now physically isolated from the rest of the planet. It was just a little scary how his prediction had come so true. But then he was bound to be right, with God's brother gifting him understanding. People were coming up from the platforms, the last straggle of passengers, the vigilante gangs, already eyeing each other now the reason for their truce was over, the police duty teams, station crews. Informationals floating overhead vanished like pricked bubbles. Display boards blanked out. The 24-hour stalls closed up, their staff gossiping hotly together as they rode the lifts up to the surface. The wave escalators halted. All the Solaris lights overhead dimmed down, sinking the cavern into a gloomy dusk. Even the conditioning fans slowed, their whine dropping several octaves. It was the paranoiac moment every solipsist fears. The world was a stage constructed around him, and this chunk of it was shutting down, as it was no longer part of the act. For a second, Quinn worried that if he went to the dome wall and looked out, there would be nothing there to see. "Not yet," he said. "Soon, though." He took a last look round, then went over to one of the emergency fire stairs and started the long trek to the surface and the rendezvous point. Louise was surprised at how much she associated the hotel room with home, but it was reassuring to be back after the ordeal of Edmonton. Partly it was because she now considered her obligation over. She'd done what she promised dear Fletcher and warned Bennett. A small blow struck against the monster Dexter, even though he'd never know. The fact that the Ritz was so comfortable helped a lot too. After Ivanov Robson dropped them off, both girls slept well into the morning. When they finally went downstairs for breakfast, reception informed Louise there was a small package for her. It was a single dark red rose in a white box with a silver bow tied round. The card that came with it was signed from Andy Behu. "Let me see," Jen said, bouncing on her bed in excitement. Louise smelt the rose, which, to be honest, was rather a weak scent. "No," she said, and held the card aloft. "It's private. You can put this in water, though." Jen regarded the rose suspiciously, sniffing it cautiously. "Okay, but at least tell me what he says. Just thank you for last night, that's all." She didn't mention the second half of the message, where he said how lovely she was, and how he'd do anything to see her again. The card was put into her new snakeskin bag, and the little pocket code-locked against small, prying fingers. Jen took one of the vases from the ancient oak dresser and went off to the bathroom for some water. Louise datavised her net connection server and inquired if there were any messages for her. The 6-hourly ritual. Pointless, as the server would automatically deliver any communique as soon as it received one. There were no messages. Specifically, no messages from Tranquility. Louise flopped back on the bed, staring at the ceiling as she tried to puzzle it out. She knew she'd got the message protocol right. That was part of the NAS 2600 communication program. Something had to be wrong at the other end. But when she put the news hound into primary mode, there was no report of anything untoward happening to Tranquility. Perhaps Joshua simply wasn't there, and her messages were piling up in his net server memory. She thought about it for a while, then composed a brief message to Ione Saldana herself. Joshua said he knew her. They'd grown up together. If anybody knew where he was, she would. After that, she launched a quick directory search and datavised Detective Brent Roy.
"Kavanagh," he replied. "God, you mean you bought yourself a set of neural mnemonics?"
"Yes. You didn't say I couldn't?"
"No, but I thought your planet didn't allow you that kind of technology."
"I'm not on Norfolk now."
"Yeah, right. So what the hell do you want?" he asked.
"I'd like to go to Tranquility, please. I don't know who I have to get permission from."
"From me. I'm your case officer, and you can't."
"Why not? I thought you wanted us to leave Earth. If we got to Tranquility, you wouldn't have to worry about us anymore."
"Frankly, I don't worry about you now, Miss Kavanagh. You seem to be behaving yourself. At least you haven't tripped any of our monitor programs."
Louise wondered if he knew about the bugs Andy had removed at Jude's eWorld. She wasn't going to volunteer the information.
"So why can't I go?"
"I gather you haven't got the hang of your Newshound program yet."
"I have."
"Really? Then you ought to know that as of 0517 hours GMT, the global VAC train network was shut down by an emergency presidential executive decree. Every arcology is on its own. The President's office says they want to prevent the possessed in Paris and Edmonton from sneaking into more arcologies. Myself, I think it's a load of crap, but the President is scared of public opinion more than he is of the possessed. So, like I told you before, you're on Earth for the duration."
"Already?"
she whispered aloud. So much for Gov Central moving slowly. But Robson had been right again.
"There must be a way out of London to the tower?"
she datavised.
"Only the VAC trains."
"But how long will this go on for?"
"Ask the President. He forgot to tell me."
"I see. Well, thank you."
"Don't mention it. You want some advice? You have finite funds, right? You might consider shunting along to a different hotel. And if this goes on for much longer, which I suspect it will, you'll need a job."
"A job?"
"Yeah, that's one of those nasty little things ordinary people do, and in return they get given money by their employer."
"There's no need to be rude."
"Eat it. When you apply to the local borough burger as a waitress or whatever, they'll want your citizenship number. Refer them to me. I'll grant you temporary immigrant status."
"Thank you."
That much sarcasm couldn't be carried along at Datavise, but he'd know.
"Hey, if you don't fancy that, at least you've got an alternative. A girl like you won't have any trouble finding a man to look after her."
"Detective Roy, can I ask what happened to Fletcher?"
"No, you can't."
The link ended. Louise looked out of the window across Green Park. Dark clouds swirled over the dome, hiding the sun. She wondered who'd sent them. It was a 40-story octagonal tower in the Dalston district, one of 8 similar structures that made up the Parsonage Heights development. They were supposed to raise the general tone of the neighbourhood, encumbered as it was by low-cost housing, bargain centre market halls, and a benefits-reliant population. The towers were supposed to rest on a huge underground warren of factory and light manufacturing units. Above that buzzing industrial core, the first 7 floors would be given over to retail outlets, followed by 5 floors of leisure industry premises, 3 more floors of professional and commercial offices, and the remaining floors taken up by residential apartments. The whole entity would be an economic heart transplant for Dalston, creating opportunity and invigorating the maze of shabby ancient streets outside with rivers of commerce and new money. But Dalston's underlying clay had a water table problem which would have tripled the cost of the underground factory warren in order to prevent it from flooding, so it was downgraded to a couple of levels of storage warehousing. The local market halls cut their rock-bottom prices still further, leaving half of the retail units unrented. Franchise chains took over a meagre 8% of the designated leisure floor space. In order to recoup their investment, Voinau Finance hurriedly converted the 30 upper floors into comfortable apartments, with a reasonable view across the Westminster Dome, which, market research indicated, they could sell to junior and middle management executive types. The rushed compromise worked, after a fashion. Certainly, 60 years after its construction, Parsonage Heights was home to a slightly more affluent class than Dalston's average. There were even some reasonable shops and cafes established on the lower floors, though what activities went on in the dilapidated, damp and crumbling warehouses, hidden beneath, was something the top-floor residents declined to investigate. The local police station knew there was a light-bringer coven down there, but for whatever reason, the chief constable had never instituted a raid. So when Bannath's tube train pulled in at Dalston Kingsland Station, the Magus and a 15-strong bodyguard were waiting with impunity on the platform to greet her. She took one look at the blank-faced young toughs carrying their pathetic assortment of inferior weapons and had trouble preventing a laugh.
"Did you arrange this?" she asked Western Europe.
"I simply told the Magus how important you are to God's brother. He reacted appropriately, don't you think?"
"Too appropriately. This is becoming a farce."
The Dalston Coven Magus stepped forwards and bowed slightly.
"Hi, Magus. It's an honour to have you here. We have your safe house ready."
"It better be a good one, or I'll have you strapped down on your own altar and demonstrate how we deal with people who fail God's brother in Edmonton." The Magus's vaguely hopeful air wafted away, leaving behind a belligerent expression.
"You won't be able to fault us. Our position hasn't been compromised."
She ignored the crude reference.
"Lead on."
The bodyguard clumped their way noisily up the carbon concrete stairs and out into Kingston High Street. The first four out of the station's automatic door levelled their TIP carbons along the road, which startled the few late-night pedestrians heading home from the district's grotty clubs. They swept their muzzles round in what they thought was a professional scanning manoeuvre. "Clear!" the leader barked. Bannath rolled her eyes as the rest of the bodyguard hurried out around her. Cars had been halted in the street to let them cross. They hurried into the ground-floor mall of the Parsonage Heights tower opposite the station. 3 more sect members were waiting inside, standing guard beside an open lift. The Magus and 8 bodyguards crowded in around Bannath. They rode it to the top floor, where it opened out directly into the penthouse vestibule. More sect members were inside, toting their weapons and finishing off the new security sensor array.
"No fucker's going to sneak up on you while you're here," the Magus said confidently. "We've got every approach covered. There'll be guards outside and in all the stairwells. Nobody gets in or out without a secure access code, which you have command authority over."
Bannath walked into the penthouse, which occupied the whole 40th floor. The absent owner had chosen its decor straight out of a 30-year-old catalogue file specialising in unashamed chintz. Green leather furniture, Turkish rugs over polished marble tiles, glowing primary colour sketches hanging on the walls, and a red marble fireplace complete with holographic flames. A glass wall had swing-up slab doors, which led out to a roof garden with a swimming pool and hot tub. The sun loungers were sculpted blue plastic frogs.
"The fridge is full," the Magus said. "If you take a fancy to anything, just let us know and we'll have it sent up. I can get anything you need. My grip on this town is total."
"I'm sure," Bannath said. You, and you." Her finger singled out 2 attractive girls and a teenage boy. "Stay. The rest of you, fuck off, now." The Magus blushed heavily. Treating him like a piece of street shit in front of his acolytes would be a serious blow to his authority. She stared right at him, a silent, direct challenge. He snapped his fingers, gesturing everyone out, then stomped through the big black wood doors without looking back.
"Dump the guns,"
Bannath told the 3 remaining acolytes.
"You won't be needing them in here."
After a moment's hesitation, they left them beside the kitchen bar. Bannath walked out into the small paved garden. Night fuchsias spilled their sweetness into the air. It had a balcony of high, one-way glass, allowing her to look over the glimmering crater of lights which defined the city. Nobody could see in. A reasonable protection against snipers, she acknowledged.
"Did I cause a big enough splash?"
she asked Western Europe. "Oh, yes. The dear Magus is currently screaming at London's High Magus about how big a shit you are. All the cavens will be talking about your arrival by this evening."
"Evening."
She shook her head irritably.
"I hate train lag."
"Not relevant. I'll have the little traffic stopping scene downstairs logged on the police intelligence bulletin as well. The patrol constables will ask their informants for further information about the Coven's new activities. We'll have the whole arcology covered. Dexter will find you."
"Shit,"
Bannath mumbled. She beckoned the nervous acolytes out onto the roof garden.
"One, find me a decent glass of Crown whiskey, then take your clothes off. I want to watch you swimming." Hi, Magus," one of the girls said anxiously. "I can't swim." "Then you'd better learn fast, hadn't you?"
Bannath ignored their whispering behind her and looked upwards. Long strips of faintly luminescent cloud curved round the dome, breaking into agitated foam as they hit the surface flow boundary. Patches of night sky were visible through the choppy fringes. Stars and spacecraft shone bright against the blackness. There was the hint of a hazy arc above the northern horizon.
"This penthouse is difficult to reach from the ground, but wide open to the sky," she observed. "That means an SD strike."
"Correct. I have no intention of using a nuke inside the dome, but an X-ray laser can penetrate the crystal with minimal damage. If he can survive that, then frankly, there is no hope for us."
"There certainly isn't for me."
"You created him."
B7 created me.
"We permitted you. There's a difference. You were convenient for us. Under our patronage, you fulfilled most of your ambitions. Without us, you would now either be dead or an Ivette."
"If I can take him out—"
"No. I don't want you fighting back. He must not be made to turn invisible again. I only have one chance at this. It's quite poetic, really. The whole world's future depending on an individual."
"Poetic? Fuck. What the hell are you, people?"
"I believe our original agreement was that B7's patronage would be provided on a no-questions-asked basis. Despite your predicament, you still don't qualify to ask that question, and I have no intention of indulging you. When you are dead, then you can observe me from the beyond."
"Some people make it past the beyond. That's what the Edenists claim."
"Then I wish you bon voyage." Bannath glanced out over the preserved city again. The first pale grey photons of dawn were slipping up from the eastern horizon to lap against the bottom of the giant crystal dome. She wondered how many more dawns she was going to see. Truthful estimate, knowing the way she'd put Dexter together, no more than a week. The acolytes were splashing about in the pool now, including the non-swimming girl clinging resolutely to the shallow end. Bannath didn't care. The whole point was just to see their great young bodies glistening wet. Indulging herself with them was definitely one up on the customary last meal. However, there were files stored in her neural mnemonics which had to be edited and prepared. Her lifetime's work. She could hardly allow it to go to waste, though finding an institution that would accept it might prove difficult. It wasn't just that she wanted it preserved. She wanted it studied, utilized. An important body of knowledge. Human behavior under the kind of extreme conditions that would forever remain closed to academic medical circles. It was unique, which made it all the more valuable. Perhaps someday it might become a classic reference for psychology students. She went back into the lounge and settled into one of the dreadful green leather couches, ready to start indexing the files. It would be amusing to see how long the acolyte stayed in the water. The Lancini had been built at the start of the 21st century, a huge department store intended to rival London's best. Set on Millbank, overlooking the Thames, it had a très chic view, which, along with its retro 30s decor, was calculated to bring in the affluent and curious alike. As with all outsize endeavours, its decline was never going to be swift. It had limped along for decades with falling customer numbers and negative profits. The image it attempted to foster right from the start was dignity without snobbishness. According to the market survey programs worshipped by its executives, such a policy would attract older shoppers, with their correspondingly larger credit funds. Floor managers, left with no margin for innovation, kept ordering established, unhip brands to serve their loyal aging shoppers. Every year, fewer of them returned. The execs really should have known that. If they just cross-linked their market surveys with the store's own funeral service department, they would have seen just how far their customer loyalty extended. Unfortunately, it didn't quite extend to after burial purchasing. So 2589 saw the very last traditional January sale, ending with an undignified auction to dispose of the store's fittings. Now only the shell of the building remained. Nothing changed, because nothing was allowed to change. The London Historical Buildings Continuity Council made quite sure of that in its rigorous defence of heritage. Anyone was free to purchase the Lancini and start a commercial business up in it, providing it was refurbished to match the original interior plans, and that business was retail shopping. Another setback to refurbishment was the price the receivers were demanding to satisfy the store's creditors. The news of possession and the beyond reached Earth, and, quite paradoxically, age suddenly became a highly motivating factor in change. It was old people who sat on the Historical Buildings Continuity Council. London's most venerated and richest banks and financial institutions were mostly governed by centenarians. These were the people who were going to be the first generation of humans who would enter the horror of the beyond, knowing it was waiting for them. Unless, of course, a method of salvation was found. So far the Church, every denomination, Gov Central's science councils, and the Confederation Navy had been unable to provide that salvation. That just left one possible refuge: Zero Tau. Several companies were quickly formed to supply demand. Obviously, long-term facilities would ultimately be needed to carry these customers of oblivion through the millennia. Mausolea more enduring than the pyramids. But they'd take time to design and build. Meanwhile, the hospital chaplains remained in business. Temporary storage facilities were urgently required. By a near-unanimous vote, the Historical Buildings Continuity Council quickly approved a change of use of premises certificate for the Lancini. Zero Tau pods were shipped in from the Halo, and taken in via delivery gates more used to household furnishings and haute couture. The ancient cage lifts had the load capacity to take them up to every floor. Oak floorboards, seasoned by 5 centuries of dehumidified conditioning, were strong enough to hold the new weight distribution pattern. Heavy-duty cabling laid in for the floor displays carried sufficient electricity to feed the pod's power-hungry systems. In fact, if it hadn't been for the building's projected 300-year lifespan, the Lancini would have made a good eternity crypt. Certainly, Paul Gerald thought it appropriate enough when he was shown to his pod. It was on the 4th floor, one of a long row in the old horticultural section, lined up opposite the windows. Over half of the big sarcophagi were active, their black surfaces absorbing the dust-choked sunbeams as if they were spatial chasms. The 2 nurses helped him in over the rim, then fussed round, smoothing down his loose-fitting tracksuit. He kept quiet through the nannying. At 112 he was becoming used to the attitude of medical staff, always exaggerating the attention they gave their patients, as if the care would go unnoticed if they didn't. "Are you ready?" one asked. Paul smiled. Yes. The last couple of weeks had been busy ones, itself a blessing at his age. First the devastating news of possession, then the slow response, the determination by himself and the others at his elite West End club that they should not become victims of the beyond. The web of discreet contacts put out, offering an alternative for those who could pay for it. His solicitors and accountants had been tasked with shifting his substantial holdings into a long-term trust that would pay for maintaining his stasis. It didn't cost much: maintenance, rent, and power. Even if the trust was badly bungled, he had enough money in the bank to keep himself secure for 10,000 years. Then, once it had been arranged, there had been the arguments with his children and their swarm of offspring, all of whom had adopted a quiet waiting policy to obtain his wealth. A brief legal battle. He could afford much better lawyers than they, and that was it. And here he was, a new breed of chrononaut. His habitual dread of the future had faded, replaced by a keen interest in what awaited. When the Zero Tau field switched off, there would be a full solution to the beyond. Society would have evolved radically to take knowledge of the afterlife into account. There might even be a decent rejuvenation treatment available. Possibly, humans would have finally achieved physical immortality. He would become as a god. A flicker of greyness, shorter than an eye blink. The pod cover lifted, and Paul Gerald was slightly surprised to see he was still in the Lancini. He'd expected to be in some huge technological vault, or perhaps a tasteful recovery room. Not right back where his voyage through eternity had started. Unless these new, magnificently advanced humans had recreated the Lancini to provide their ancestors with the psychological comfort of familiar territory, a considerate way to ease their introduction to this fabulous new civilization built in his absence. He glanced eagerly through the big dirty window opposite. Dusk had fallen across the Westminster Dome. The thriving lights of the South Bank glimmered brightly in front of the steel-grey clouds, smothering the vast arc of the dome. A projection of some kind? The pair of medical staff attending him were somewhat unconventional. A girl leaned over the pod, very young, with amazingly large breasts squeezed up by a tight leather waistcoat. The adolescent boy standing beside her wore an expensive, pure-wool sweater that was somehow wrong on him. His face was stubbly, with animal-mad eyes. He held a loop of power cable in one hand, plug dangling loosely. Paul took one look at the plug and datavised an emergency code. He couldn't get a response from any net processor. Then his neural mnemonics crashed. A third figure clad in a jet-black robe slipped out of the gloom to stand at the foot of the pod. "Who are you?" Paul croaked in fright. He levered himself up into a sitting position, skinny hands with their bulging veins gripping the edge of the pod. "You know exactly who we are," Quinn said. "Have you won? Did you defeat us?" "We're going to, yes."
"Ah, shit, Quinn," Billy Joe protested. "Look at these old farts. They ain't good for nothing. No soul's gonna make them last, not even with your kind of black magic."
"They'll last long enough. That's all that matters."
"I told you want decent possessed, you gotta go to the sects for bodies. Fuck! They worship you. All you've got to do is tell them to bend over. They ain't going to put up no fight."
"God's brother," Quinn growled. "Don't you ever think, shithead. The sects are a lie. I've told you. They're controlled by the super cops. I can't go to them for anything. We just give ourselves away. This place is fucking perfect. Nobody's going to notice people going missing from here. As far as this world's concerned, they stopped existing as soon as they walked through the door." His face jutted out of the hood to grin down at Paul. "Right. I have money." It was Paul's last gambit, the one thing everyone desired. "That's good," Quinn said. "You're almost one of us already. You don't have far to go." He pointed a finger, and Paul's world howled into pain. Western Europe had hooked 8 AIs into London's communication net, which gave him enough processing capacity to review each chunk of electronic circuitry in the arcology on a 10-second cycle, providing it had a net connection. All processor blocks, no matter what their function, were datavised on a 15-second rotor and examined for suspect glitches. He wasn't the only worried citizen. Several commercial software houses had gripped the marketing opportunity and offered possession monitoring packages. It consisted of a neural mnemonics program which sent a continual capacity diagnostic and location datavize to the company security center, who would alert the police if the user suffered an unexplained glitch or dropout. Bracelets were also spilling into the shops, which did the same thing for kids too young for neural mnemonics. Communication bandwidth was becoming a serious problem. Western Europe had used GISD authority to prioritize the AI scanning programs, leaving them unimpeded while the civil data traffic suffered unheard-of capacity reductions and switching delays. The visualization of the arcology's electronic structure was a theatrical gesture, impressing no one. It stood on the table of the Sense Environ Secure Conference Chamber like an elaborate glass model of the 10 domes. Fans of coloured light rotated through the miniature translucent structures with strobe-like repetition. South Pacific studied their movement as the other B7 supervisor representations came online around the oval table. When all 16 were there, she asked, "So where is he, then?" "Not in Edmonton," North America said. "We kicked their asses out of the universe. The whole goddamn nest of them. There's none of the bastards left." "Really?"
Asian Pacific said. So you've accounted for the friend of Carter McBride as well, have you? He's not a threat to the arcology. He only wants Dexter. Crap. You can't find him, and he's just an ordinary possessed. Asian Pacific waved an arm at the simulacrum of London. All they have to do is steer clear of electronics, and they're safe. Got to eat sometime, Southern Africa said. It's not like they've got friends to take care of them. The Lightbringer sect loves them, East Asia grumbled. The sects are ours, Western Europe said. We have no worries in that direction. Okay, South Pacific said. So tell us how you're doing in New York. We all thought the police had got them that time as well. Ah, yes, Military Intelligence said. What's the phrase the news anchors keep using? Hydra syndrome. Shove one possessed into Zero Tau, and while you're doing that, 5 more come forth. Emotive figures, but true. New York got out of hand, North America said. I wasn't prepared for that. Obviously. How many domes have been taken over now? Figures of that magnitude are unnecessarily emotive, Western Europe said. Once the possessed base population climbs above 2,000, there's nothing anyone can do. The exponential curve takes over and the arcology is lost. New York is going to be this planet's Mortonridge. It's not our concern. Not our concern, North Pacific said. This is a bullshit. Of course it's our concern. If they spread through the arcologies, this whole planet will be lost. Large numbers are not our concern. The military will have to deal with New York later. If it's still here, and if they don't turn cannibal. The food vats won't work around possessed, you know, and the weather shields won't hold either. They're reinforcing the domes they've captured with their energistic power, North America said. The arcology caught the tail end of an armada storm last night. The domes all held. Only until they complete their takeover, South Pacific said. The remaining domes can't barricade themselves in forever. New York's inevitable fall is regrettable, I'm sure, Western Europe said, but not relevant. We have to accept it as a defeat and move forward. B7 is about prevention, not cure, and in order to prevent Earth itself from falling, we have to eliminate Quinn Dexter. So, like I asked, where is he? Undetermined at the moment. You lost him, didn't you? You blew it. He was a sitting duck in Edmonton, but you thought you were smarter. You thought your dandy little psychology game would triumph. Your arrogance could have enslaved us all. Interesting tense there, Western Europe snapped. Could have. You mean until you saved the day by closing down the vac trains, after we agreed not to screw each other over. The President had a very strong public mandate for closing them down. After Edmonton's high noon firefight, the whole world was clamoring for a shutdown. Led by your news companies, Southern Africa said. Western Europe leaned over the table towards a smiling South Pacific, his head centimetres short of the simulacrum. I got them back, you moronic bitch. Benneth and Louise Kavanagh returned to London safely. Dexter will do everything in his power to follow them there. But he can't bloody well do that if he's trapped in Edmonton. 6 trains. That's all that got out before your stupid shutdown order. 6. It's not enough to be certain. If he's as good as you seem to think, he would have got on one of them. You'd better hope he has, because if he was left behind, you can kiss goodbye to Edmonton. We have nothing in place there which could confirm his existence. So we lose to arcologies. The rest are now guaranteed safe. I lose to arcologies, North America said, thanks to you. Do you realize how much territory that is for me? Paris, South Pacific said. Bombay, Johannesburg. Everyone's taking losses today. You're not. And the possessed are on the run in those arcologies. We have them locked down, thanks to the sects. None of those will escalate into a repetition of New York. We hope, said India. I'm managing parity at the moment, that's all. But panic is going to be a factor in the very near future, and that works to their advantage. You're quibbling over details, South Pacific said. The point is, there are methods of solving this problem other than obsessing over Dexter.
My policy is the correct one. Confine them while we engineer a permanent solution. If that had been adopted at the start, we would have lost the Brazilian Tower ground station at most."
"We didn't know what we were dealing with when Dexter arrived," South America said. "We were always going to lose one arcology to him."
"Dear me, I had no idea this was a policy forum," Western Europe said. "I thought we were conducting a progress review."
"Well, as you've made no progress," South Pacific said sweetly.
"If he's in London, he won't be found by conventional means. I thought we'd established that. And for your information, total inactivity isn't a policy. It's just the wishful thinking of small minds."
"I've stopped the spread of possession. Remind us what you've achieved."
"You're fiddling while Rome burns. The cause of the fire is our paramount concern."
"Eliminating Dexter will not remove the possessed in New York or anywhere else. I vote we devote a higher percentage of our scientific resources to finding a permanent solution."
"I find it hard to credit that even you are playing politics with this. Percentages aren't going to make the slightest difference to the beyond at this stage. Anyone who can provide a relevant input to the problem had been doing just that since the very beginning. We don't need to call in the auditors to verify our compassion credentials. They're hardly quantifiable in any case."
"If you don't want to be a part of the project, fine. Be sure you don't endanger us any further by your irresponsibility."
Western Europe cancelled his representation, withdrawing from the conference. The simulacrum of London vanished with him. The cave was at the lowest level of the end cap caverns, protected on all sides by hundreds of meters of solid polyp. Tolton felt quite secure inside it, the first time in a long time. Originally a servitor veterinary centre, it had been pressed into use as a physics lab. Dr. Patan headed up the team which the Vallisk personality had charged with making sense of the dark continuum. He'd greeted Dariet's arrival with the joy of a long-lost son. There had been dozens of experiments, starting with simple measurements. Temperature. Dariet's ersatz body was 8 degrees warmer than liquid nitrogen, and almost perfectly heat-resistant. Electrical resistivity, abandoned quickly when Dariet protested at the pain. Then came energy spectrum and quantum signature analysis. The most interesting part for a layman observer, like Tolton, was when Dariet gave a sample of himself. Patan's team quickly decided an in-depth study was impossible when the fluid was being animated by Dariet's thoughts. Attempts to stick a needle into him and draw some away proved impossible. The tip wouldn't penetrate his skin. In the end, it was down to Dariet himself, holding his hand over a glass dish and pricking himself with a pin which he'd conjured into existence by imagination. Red blood dripped out, changing as it fell away from him. Slightly sticky grey-white fluid splattered into the bowl. It was carried away triumphantly by the physicists. Dariet and Tolton exchanged a bemused look and went to sit at the back of the lab.
"Wouldn't it have been easier to tear off a bit of cloth from your toga?" Tolton asked.
"I mean, it's all the same stuff, right?"
Dariet gave him a flabbergasted look. "Bugger! I never thought of that."
They spent the next couple of hours talking quietly, with Dariet filling in the details of his ordeal. The conversation stopped a couple of hours later, when he fell silent, and gave the physicists a cheerless glance. They'd been quiet for several minutes, 5 of them and Erentz studying the results of a gamma-spike microscope. Their expressions were even more worried than Dariet's.
"What have you found?" Tolton asked.
"Dariet might be right," Erentz said. "Entropy here in the dark continuum appears to be stronger than in our universe."
"For once I wish I hadn't said I told you so," Dariet said.
"How do you know?" Tolton asked.
"We have contended this state for some time," Dr. Patan said. "This substance seems to confirm that, although I can't give you an absolute yet."
"What the hell is it, then?"
"Best description?"
Dr. Patan smiled thinly.
"It's nothing."
"Nothing? But he's solid."
"Yes. The fluid is a perfect neutral substance, the end product of total decay. That's the best definition I can give you based on our results. A gamma-spike microscope allows us to probe subatomic particles. a most useful device for us physicists. Unfortunately, this fluid has no subatomic particles. There are no atoms as such. It appears to be made up from a single particle, one with a neutral charge. Tolton summoned up his first-grade physics didactic memories. You mean neutrons? No, this particle's rest mass is much lower than that. It has a small attractive force, which gives it its fluidic structure, but that's its only quantifiable property. I doubt it would ever form a solid, not even if you were able to assemble a supergiant star mass of the stuff. In our own universe, that much cold matter will collapse under its own gravity to form neutronium. Here, we believe there's another stage of decay before that happens. Energy is constantly evaporating out of electrons and protons, breaking down their elementary particle cohesion. In the dark continuum, dissipation rather than contraction would appear to be the norm. Is evaporating? You mean we're leaking energy out of our atoms right now? Yes. It would certainly explain why our electronic systems are suffering so much degradation. How long till we dissolve into that stuff? Tolton yelped. We haven't determined that yet. Now we know what we're looking for. We will begin calibrating the loss rate. Ah, shit. He whirled round to face Dariet. The lobster pot. That's what you called this place? We're not going to get out, are we? With a little help from the Confederation, we can still make it back, atoms intact. Tolton's mind was racing ahead with the concept now. If I just fall apart into that fluid, my soul will be able to pull it back together. I'll be like you. If your soul contains enough life energy, yes. But that fades away as well. Yours does. You had to steal more from that ghost. And those entities outside, they're all battling for life energy. That's all they do. Ever. Dariet smiled with sad sympathy. That's the way it goes here. He broke off and stared at a high corner of the cave. The physicists did the same, their expressions all showing concern. Now what? Tolton demanded. He couldn't see anything up there. Looks like our visitors have got tired with the southern end cap, Dariet told him. They're coming here. The first of 3 Confederation Navy Marine flyers soared across Regina just as twilight fell. Sitting in the mid-fuselage passenger lounge, Samuel Alexandrovich accessed the craft's sensor suite to see the city below. Street lighting, adverts, and skyscrapers were responding to the vanishing sun by throwing their own iridescent corona across the urban landscape. He'd seen the sight many times before, but tonight the traffic along the freeways was thinner than usual. It corresponded to the mood reported by the few news shows he'd grazed over the last couple of days. The organization's attack had left the population badly shaken. Of all the Confederation worlds, they had supposed Avon to be second only to Earth in terms of safety. But now Earth's arcologies had been infested, and Trafalgar was so badly damaged it was being evacuated. There wasn't a countryside hotel room to be had anywhere on the planet, as people claimed their outstanding vacation days or called in sick. The flyer shot over the lake bordering the eastern side of the city and swiftly curved back, losing height as it approached the Navy barracks in the shadow of the assembly building. It touched down on a circular metal pad, which immediately sank down into the underground hangar. Blast-proof doors rumbled shut above it. Jita Anwar was waiting to greet the First Admiral as he emerged from the flyer. He exchanged a couple of perfunctory words with her, then beckoned the captain of the Marine Guard detail. "Aren't you supposed to check new arrivals, Captain?" he asked. The captain's face remained blank, though he was strangely incapable of focusing on the First Admiral. "Yes, sir." "Then kindly do so. There are to be no exceptions. Understand?" A sensor was applied to the First Admiral's bare hand. He was also asked to datavise his physiological file into a block. "Clear, sir," the captain reported, and snapped a salute. "Good. Admirals Colhammer and Lalwani will be arriving shortly. Pass the word." The Marine Guard squad emerging from the flyer, and the 2 staff officers, Amra al-Sahaf and Keaton, were also quickly vetted for signs of possession. Once they were cleared, they fell in around the First Admiral. The incident put Samuel Alexandrovich in a bad frame of mind. On the one hand, the captain's behaviour was excusable, That the First Admiral would be a possessed infiltrator was inconceivable. Yet possession was still spreading precisely because no one believed their friend, spouse, child could have been taken over. That was why the Navy was leading by example, the three most senior admirals all taking different flyers to the same destination, in case one of them was targeted by a rogue weapon. Enforced routine procedures might just succeed, where personal familiarity invited disaster. He met President Harker in the barracks commander's conference room. This was one discussion both of them had agreed shouldn't be taken to the Policy Council just yet. The President had May Ortlieb with him, which gave them 2 aides each, all very balanced and neutral, Samuel thought, as he shook hands with the President. Judging by Harker's unconstrained welcome, he must have thought the same.
"So, the anti-memory does actually work," Harker said as they sat round the table.
"Yes and no, sir," Captain Keaton said. "It eradicated Jacqueline Couture and her host along with Dr. Gilmore. However, it didn't propagate through the beyond. The souls are still there."
"Can it be made to work?"
"The principle is sound. How long it will take, I don't know. Estimates from the development team range from a couple of days to years."
"You are still giving it priority, aren't you?" Jita Anwar asked.
"Work will be resumed as soon as our research team is established in its backup facility," Captain Amra al-Sahaf said. "We're hoping that will be inside a week." May turned to the President.
"One team,"
she said pointedly.
"That doesn't seem to be much of a priority," the President said.
"And Dr. Gilmore is dead. I understand he was providing a lot of input."
"He was," the First Admiral said, "but he's hardly irreplaceable. Developing it furthers a multidisciplinary operation."
"Exactly," May said. "Once a concept has been proved, the quickest way to develop it is give the results to several teams. The more people, the more fresh ideas focused on this, the faster we will have a usable weapon." "You'd have to assemble the teams, then bring them up to date on our results," Captain Keaton said. "By the time you've done that, we will have moved on."
"You hope,"
she retorted. "Do you have some reason to think the Navy researchers are incompetent?"
"None at all. I'm simply pointing out a method which ensures our chances of success are significantly multiplied. A standard approach to R&D, in fact."
"Who would you suggest assists us? I doubt Astro-Engineering Company weapons divisions have the necessary specialists."
"The larger industrialized star systems would be able to assemble the requisite professionals. Kulu, New Washington, Oshanko, Nanjing, Petersburg, for starters. And I'm sure the Edenists would be able to provide considerable assistance. They know more about thought routines than any atomist culture. Earth's GISD has already offered to help."
"I'll bet they have," Samuel Alexandrovich grunted.
By virtue of his position, he had an idea of just how widespread Earth's security agency was across the Confederation stars. They had at least 3 times the assets of the ESA, though even Lalwani was uncertain just how far their networks actually reached. One of the reasons it was so difficult to discover their size was the network's essentially passive nature. In the last 10 years, there had only been 3 active operations that CNIS had discovered, and all of those were mounted against black syndicates. Quite what they did with all the information their operatives gathered was a mystery, which made him cautious about trusting them. But they always cooperated with Lalwani's official requests for information.
"It's a reasonable suggestion," the President said. "It would also remove exclusivity from the Polity Council," the First Admiral said. "If sovereign states acquire a viable anti-memory weapon, they could well use it without consultation, especially if one of them was facing an incursion. After all, that kind of supra-racial genocide would not leave any bodies as evidence. Anti-memory is a doomsday weapon, our primary negotiating tactic. As I have always maintained, it is not a solution to this problem. We must face this collectively."
The President gave a reluctant sigh. "Very well, Samuel. Keep it confined to the Navy for now, but I shall review the situation in a fortnight. If your team isn't making the kind of progress we need, I'll act on May's suggestion and bring in outside help."
"Of course, Mr. President."
"That's good, then. Let's go face the Polity Council and hear the real bad news, shall we? Alton Harker rose with a pleasant smile in place, content another problem had been smoothly dealt with in the traditional consensus compromise. May Ortlieb appeared equally sanguine. Her professional expression didn't fool Samuel Alexandrovich for a second. For its private sessions, the Confederation's Polity Council eschewed secure sense environs and met in person in a discreet annex of the Assembly Building. Given that this was where the most crucial decisions affecting the human race would be taken, the designers had seen fit to spend a great deal of taxpayers' money on the interior. It was the amalgam of all government cabinet rooms, infected with a quiet classicism. 12 native granite pillars supported a domed roof, painted in Renaissance style, with a gold and platinum chandelier hanging from the centre, while swan-white frescoes of woodland mythology roamed across powder-blue walls. The central round table was a single slice of ancient sequoia wood, taken from the last of the giant trees to fall before the Armada storms. Its 15 chairs were made from oak and leather to a 19th-century Plymouth design, and new. Each delegate was allowed to take theirs home with them after their term was over. Glass-fronted, marbled alcoves displayed exactly 862 sculptures and statuettes, one donated by each planet in the Confederation. The Tarathka had contributed a crude hexagonal slab of slate with faint green scratches on the surface, a plaque of some kind from Tangentic Ri, worthless to them, but they knew how much humans valued antiquity. The Quint had presented an enigmatic kinetic sculpture of silvery foil, composed of 25 concentric circular strips that rotated around each other without any bearings between them. Each strip was suspended in air and apparently powered by perpetual motion. It was suspected they were pieces of metallic hydrogen. Lalwani and Kolhammer joined the First Admiral outside the council chamber, and the three of them followed the President in. 12 chairs were already filled by the ambassadors currently appointed to the Polity Council. Harker and Samuel took their places, leaving the 15th empty. Although Ambassador Rulor was entitled to take the seat vacated by Ritagu FHU, the Assembly had delayed formally voting to confirm his appointment. The Quint hadn't complained. Samuel sat down with minimum fuss, acknowledging the other ambassadors. He didn't enjoy the irony of being called here in the same way he'd called them to request the Starflight quarantine. It indicated events were now controlling him. The President called the meeting to order. "Admiral, if you could brief us on the Trafalgar situation, please." "The evacuation will be complete in another 3 days," Samuel told them. "Active Navy personnel were given priority and are being flown to their secondary locations. We should be back up to full operational capability in another 2 days. The civilian workers are being ferried down to Avon. All decisions about refurbishing the asteroid will be postponed until the crisis is over. We'll have to wait until it's physically cooled down anyway." "What about the ships?" the President inquired. "How many were damaged?" 173 Adamist ships were destroyed. A further 86 are damaged beyond repair. 52 Voidhawks were killed. Human deaths so far stand at 9,232. 787 people have been hospitalized, most of them with radiation burns. We haven't released those figures to the media yet. They just know it's bad. The ambassadors were silent for a long moment. "How many starships belonged to the First Fleet?" Earth's ambassador asked. 97 front-line warships were lost. Dear God. Samuel didn't see who muttered that. "Capone cannot be allowed to get away with an atrocity of this magnitude," the President said. "He simply cannot." "It was an unusual set of circumstances," Samuel said. "Our new security procedures should prevent it happening again." Even as he spoke the words, he knew how pathetic it sounded. "Those circumstances, possibly," Abeche's ambassador said bitterly. "What if he dreams up some new course of action? We'll be left with another bloody great disaster on our hands. We'll stop him. You should have expected this, made some provision. We know Capone had antimatter, and he has nothing to lose.
That combination was bound to result in a reckless strike of some kind. Jesus Christ. Don't your strategy planners consider these scenarios?
We are aware of them, Mr. Ambassador, and we do take them seriously. Mortonridge hasn't delivered anything like the victory we were expecting, Miag's ambassador said. Capone's infiltration flights have got everyone petrified. Now this. Have eliminated Capone's source of antimatter, the First Admiral said levelly. The infiltration flights have stopped because of that. He does not have the resources to conquer another planet. Capone is a public relations problem, not the true threat.
Don't tell me we should just ignore him, Earth's ambassador said. There's a difference between confining your enemy and not doing anything in the hope he'll go away, and the Navy has done precious little to convince me it's got Capone under control. The President held a hand up to prevent the First Admiral from replying. What we're saying, Samuel, is that we have decided to change our current policy. We can no longer afford the holding tactics of the Starflight quarantine. Samuel looked around the hard, determined faces. It was almost a vote of no confidence in his leadership. Not quite, though. It would take another setback before that happened.
What do you propose to replace it with?
An active policy, Abeche's ambassador said hotly. Something that will show people who are using our military resources to protect them. Something positive.
Trafalgar should not be used as a casus belli, the First Admiral insisted. It won't be, the President said. I want the Navy to eliminate Capone's fleet. A tactical mission, not a war. Wipe him out, Samuel. Eliminate the antimatter threat completely. As long as he still has some, he can send one prior after another sneaking through our defenses. Capone's fleet is all that keeps him in charge of the organization. If you take that away, we'll lose Arnstadt and New California. The possessed will take them out of the universe. We know. That's the decision. We have to get rid of the possessed before we can start to deal with them properly. An attack on the scale necessary to destroy his fleet and New California's SD network will also kill thousands of people. And I'd remind you that the majority of crews in the organization ships are non-possessed. Traitors, you mean? Medina's ambassador said. No, the First Admiral said steadily. They are blackmail victims, working under the threat of torture to themselves and their families. Capone is quite ruthless in his application of terror. This is exactly the problem we must address head-on, the President said. We are in a war situation. We must retaliate, and swiftly, or we will lose what little initiative we have. Capone must be shown we are not paralyzed by this diabolical hostage scenario. We can still implement our decisions with force and resolution when required. Killing people will not help us. On the contrary, First Admiral, Miag's ambassador said, although we must deeply regret the sacrifice, eradicating the organization will give us a much-needed breathing space. No other group of possessed has managed to command ships with the same proficiency as Capone. We will have returned to the small risk of the possessed spreading through quarantine-busting flights, which the Navy should be able to contain as you originally envisaged. Eventually, the possessed will simply remove themselves from this universe entirely. That is when we can begin our true fight back, and do so under a great deal less stress than our current conditions. Is that the decision of this Council? Samuel asked formally. It is, the President said, with one abstention. He glanced at Caillou. The Edenist ambassador returned the look unflinchingly. Edenism and Earth held the two other permanent seats on the Polity Council, awarded because of their population size, and formed a powerful voting bloc. They were rarely in disagreement over general policy. Ethics, of course, nearly always set the Edenists apart. They're inflicting too much damage on us, Earth's ambassador said, adopting a measured tone, physically and economically. Not to mention the disintegration of morale propagated by events like Trafalgar, and, unfortunately, our arcologies. It has to be stopped. We cannot show any weakness in dealing with this. I understand, the First Admiral said. We still have the bulk of Admiral Colhammer's task force available in the Avon system.
Motella, how long would it take to deploy them? We can rendezvous the enemy's warships above Kotzko in 8 hours, Kolhammer replied. It will take a little longer for affiliated Voidhawk squadrons to gather. Most could join us en route. That will mean we can hit Capone in 3 days' time, Samuel said. I would like some extra time to augment those forces. The tactical simulations we've run indicate we need at least 1,000 warships to challenge Capone successfully in a direct confrontation. We'll need to call in reserve squadrons from national navies. You have 1 week, the President said.
19. The news of Trafalgar was whispered through the beyond until it reached Monterey, whereupon it sparked jubilation in some quarters.
We beat the bastards,
Al whooped. He and Jez were fooling around in the Hilton swimming pool when Patricia rushed in with the news.
Sure did, boss, Patricia said. There was thousands of the Navy ship crews joined the Beyond.
She was smiling brightly. Al couldn't remember seeing her do that before. Jezebella flung herself at Al's back, wrapping her arms round his neck and her legs round his hips.
Told you Kingsley would make it, she laughed.
She was in her carefree adolescent persona, clad in a gold micro bikini.
Okay, yeah.
She splashed him.
Told you so.
He tipped her under the water. She shot up again, laughing gleefully. A mermaid Venus.
What about the asteroid? Al asked. Did we get the first admiral?
Don't think so, Patricia said. Seems like the antimatter went off outside. The asteroid is still intact, but it's completely screwed.
Al cocked his head to one side, listening to the multitude of voices murmuring at him, each one suffused with a plea. Rummaging through the nonsense which made up most of it took a while, but eventually he built up a picture of the disaster.
So what happened?
Kingsley didn't get inside. Guess the security Nazis were onto him, but he came through all right. Gee, did he ever. Wiped out a whole spaceport full of their warships, and a shitload of hardware got busted up with it.
Jezebella circled round in front of him and embraced him passionately.
That's good. Smart propaganda.
How do you figure that?
Blew up all their machines, but didn't kill too many people. Looks like you're the good guy.
Yeah.
He rubbed his nose against hers, hands moving round to cup her ass.
Guess I am.
Jezebella shot Patricia a sly look.
Has anyone broken the good news to Kira yet? No, I don't think so.
Patricia was smiling again.
You know, I think I'll go tell her.
She won't let you in her little ghetto, Al said. Just invite her to the celebrations.
We're having a celebration?
Jezebella asked.
Hey, girl, if this ain't worth one, I don't know what the fuck is. Give Leroy a call. Tell him to break out the good booze in the ballroom. Tonight, we are gonna party.
Kira stood in front of the lounge's window, staring down at the Hellhawks on their docking pedestals. The yammering, pitiful voices of the Beyond were intent on explaining the magnitude of the Trafalgar disaster to her. The organization's triumph infuriated her. Capone was turning out to be a lot harder to crack than she'd envisioned at the start of her little rebellion. It wasn't just the mystique of his name, or his cleverly insidious hold on the organization's power structure. Those two facets she could have worn down eventually. He was getting far more than his fair share of luck. For a while, the elimination of the antimatter station had tilted events in her favor. With the cancellation of the seeding flights, the fleet had been getting edgy again. Now this, and Capone was well aware of her less than loyal actions, even though nothing was out in the open. Yet. She couldn't see it from this window, but a third of the way round the docking ledge, that little nerd, Emmett Morton, was trying to rebuild one of the nutrient fluid refineries that she'd disabled. If he succeeded, then she was going to lose, and lose badly. One voice, pathetically eager to please, told her that at least one squadron of Voidhawks had perished in the awesome explosion.
"Fuck it!"
Kira stormed. She refused to acknowledge any more of the insidious incorporeal babble.
"I didn't know he was cooking this up."
Her two senior co-conspirators, Luigi Balsmau and Hudson Proctor, gave each other a look. They knew how dangerous life became when she was in this kind of mood.
Me neither,
Luigi said. He was sitting on one of the long settees, drinking some excellent coffee and watching her carefully. "Al used that quantity of antimatter for a secret project a while back. I never guessed it was for anything like this. Gotta give him credit. This is going to skyrocket his credibility among the crews."
"That barbarian wouldn't have the intelligence to plan this out by himself," she snapped.
"I bet I know who put the idea in his head. Little whore!"
"Smart for a whore," Hudson Proctor said.
"Too smart," Kira said. "For her own good. I shall enjoy telling her that someday soon."
"It's going to make life difficult for us, though," Luigi said. "We've been getting through to a lot of people recently. There was plenty of support for all of us heading down to the planet."
"There still is," Kira said. "How long is this triumph going to last for him? A week? 2? Ultimately it changes nothing. He has nothing else to offer. I'll take the organization with me to New California, and Capone and his whore can freeze their asses off up here until the remainder of the Confederation Navy comes knocking. See how he likes that?"
"We'll keep plugging away," Luigi promised.
"I might be able to turn this to our favor," Kira said thoughtfully, "if the crews can be made to see that it's mainly a propaganda stroke, one that's got the remaining 99% of the Confederation Navy badly pissed off with us."
"And are likely to come and settle the score," Hudson finished excitedly.
"Exactly, and there's only one place we'll be truly safe from that retaliation." A bleep escaped from an AV pillar on the glass table in front of the settee. Kira walked over to it in annoyance and keyed an acknowledgement. It was Patricia Mangano, calling to tell them, if they hadn't already heard, the fabulous news about Trafalgar, and they were all invited to the victory party Al was throwing that evening. "We'll be there," Kira replied sweetly, and switched off.
"We're going?"
a startled Hudson Proctor asked. "Oh, yes," Kira said, her smile upgraded to pure malice. "This is the perfect alibi." Mindori swooped in round the counter-rotating spindle and dropped on the pedestal which Hudson Proctor had assigned it. Rossio didn't fold in the Hellhawk's distortion field immediately. There was some activity farther up around the rocky ledge that he found interesting. Several non-possessed were in spacesuits, concentrated round a section of machinery that was pinned to the vertical cliff.
"How long has that been going on for?"
he asked Pran Su in singular engagement mode. 2 days now.
"Anyone know what they're doing?"
"No, but it's nothing to do with Kira."
"Really?"
"The only systems on the ledge are connected with Voidhawk and Blackhawk maintenance and service.
Gaining the ability to provide us with nutrients is an obvious move for Capone," Pran Su said.
"It would appear our options are finally starting to open up."
"Not for me,"
Rossio said. "Capone only wants us to complement the organization fleet. No doubt he will offer better terms than Kira's ever done, but we will still be drawn into the conflict. My goal remains achieving complete autonomy for all of us. There are now 15 of us who will provide whatever covert assistance we can. If the Almaden equipment can be made to function, we believe most of the others will join us, with a few noticeable exceptions. Ah, yes. Where is Echels? I don't know. He still hasn't returned. We can't have gotten that lucky. Did you check with Monterey's net to see if the electronics we require are in stock? Yes, everything is there, but I don't understand how we can get them out. We'll have to ask the organization direct. Are you going to negotiate with the organization? The fleet still needs us to patrol local space around the planet. It is not a combat duty. No. Capone won't take kindly to my deal with Almaden. We'll be depriving him of their industrial capability. I believe I can obtain the electronics without the assistance of outside groups." Rossio used the Bitech processors in Mindori's life support cabin to establish a link with Monterey's communication net. Last time he had just accessed visual sensors to locate the food storage facilities for Jed. That had been simple enough. This task had an altogether different level of complexity. With Pran Su's help, he gained access to the maintenance files and tracked down the physical location of the components they wanted. That information wasn't restricted, although they used a false logon code to make sure there were no incriminating bytes that could ever link them to the components in question.
After that, Rossio loaded in a requisition for the items. The spares allocation procedure which Emmett Morden had erected around Monterey's stock of components had several integral security protocols. Rossio had to bring the Hellhawk's onboard processor array into the loop to circumvent the safeguards with a powerful codebuster program. Once they were in the system, he ordered the electronics to be delivered to a maintenance shop outside the section of the spaceport which was under Kira's physical jurisdiction.
"Very good," Pransu said. "Now what?"
"Simple. Just walk in and collect them." Jed studied the route Rossio had devised, trying to spot any flaws. So far he'd found the depressing number of 0. The Hellhawk's possessor was using the big screen in the lounge to display it, though it would also be loaded into the spacesuit's processor. Jed could call it up on the visor's graphics overlay so that this time he wouldn't be reliant on Rossio calling out a stream of directions. He would have to walk about a kilometre along the ledge to reach the designated airlock. No complaints about that, despite having to wear a ball crusher again. The possessed couldn't use spacesuits, so as long as he was outside there wouldn't be any of the buggers near him. It was inside when his troubles would begin. Again.
"There is a large celebration party due to begin in another 50 minutes, Rossio said, his face taking up a small square on the top right corner of the screen. "That is when you should perform this mission. Most of the possessed will be there. It will minimize the chance of discovery."
"Fine," Jed mumbled. It was hard to concentrate. As well as sitting next to Beth on the couch, he had Gerald pacing up and down behind him, muttering gibberish to himself.
"Half of the components have been delivered to the maintenance shop already," Rossio said. "That's the beauty of a heavily automated system like Monterey. The freight mechanoids don't start asking questions when there's no one there in the shop to receive them. They just dump them and go back for the next batch."
"Yeah, we know," Beth said. "You're a bloody genius."
"Not everyone could pull this off so stylishly." Jed and Beth shared a look. Her hand went across his thigh and squeezed.
50 minutes,
she murmured. Gerald walked round the settee and up to the big screen. He held a hand out and traced the green dotted route from Mindori to the asteroid's airlock, fingers stroking the glass gently.
"Show her,"
he asked quietly.
"Show me, Marie."
"I can't. I'm sorry," Rossio said. "There's no general net access to the section of the asteroid where Kira has barricaded herself in."
"Barricaded?"
Gerald's face flashed with alarm.
"Is she all right? Is Capone shooting at her?"
No, nothing like that. It's all politics. There's a big tussle going on for control of the organization right now. Kira's making sure she's safe from any kind of digital prying. That's all."
"Okay."
"All right." Gerald nodded slowly. He gripped his hands together, kneading them until his knuckles cracked. Jed and Beth waited anxiously. This kind of behavior usually preceded an announcement.
"I'll go with Jed," Gerald said. "He'll need help."
Rossio gave a deep chuckle. "No way. Sorry, Gerald, but if I let you out, we'll never see you again. And that just won't do, now will it?"
"I'll help him. Really, I will. I won't cause any trouble."
Beth hunched down small in the couch, not meeting anyone's eye. The pitiful way Gerald kept beseeching them was acutely embarrassing. And physically he was in a bad way, with sweaty skin and dark baggy skin accumulating under his eyes.
"You don't understand."
Gerald backed away from the screen.
"This is my last chance. I've heard what you're saying. You're not coming back. Marie is here. I have to go to her. She's only a baby, my little baby. I have to help, have to."
His whole body was shaking as if he was about to cry.
"I will help you, Gerald,"
Rossio said.
"Truly I will. But not now. This is critical to us. Jed has to get those components. Just be patient."
"Patient?" It came out as a strangled gasp. Gerald turned round, his hands ready to claw at the air.
"No! No more!"
He drew a laser pistol from his pocket.
"Christ!"
Jed groaned. His hands went automatically to pat at his jacket. Pointless. He knew it was his pistol, all right. Beth was struggling to her feet, hampered by her arms being caught up with Jed's panicked movements.
"Gerald, mate, don't!"
she cried.